21, Wheel of Fortune. Chapter 021 Wheel of Fortune. In the tunnels beneath Cyoria, Zorian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, trying to sense the minds of nearby Urania with his own. That was the task he had been given by the matriarch as his first lesson, and it reminded him uncomfortably of Svim's mana-sensing exercise. It wasn't going too well. That was another thing it shared with Svim's bullshit lessons. It has only been 3 days, the disembodied voice of the matriarch admonished him. You've barely even started. Don't be impatient. There's got to be a better way of learning this, Zorian complained. This kind of trial and error method was something he could have done without her help. As far as he could see, the only way the matriarch was really helping at the moment was by being an experienced practitioner ready to step in if something went wrong. Which, now that he thought about it, was quite valuable when messing around with something like mind magic. Or any magic, for that matter. That, and there is also the little fact that it's easier to sense and contact open minds than those of non-psychics, the matriarch remarked, fumbling a little towards the end. I somehow doubt you would find many open individuals to practice on back on the surface. Fewer still would be willing to let you connect to them. Anyway. I realize that these initial stages are tedious and boring, but they are necessary. And if I have not explained things satisfactorily, I apologize, but I do not know how to do it any better. This ability is not something I learnt, it is something I do. Urania learn how to do this as very young children, much like human children learn how to walk and talk. Can you explain to someone who has been paralyzed all their life how to move their legs? Zorian frowned. So he wasn't even able to master telepathic baby skills. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he tried to consider the task in front of him and how to solve it. Yes, the matriarch insisted he should just keep trying until he eventually succeeded by sheer weight of effort, but he was a mage, damn it. Mages did things smarter, not harder. Being psychic meant being a natural mind mage. For all that the matriarch kept bringing in her weird Urania spirituality into it, that's what it all boiled down to. A psychic could read thoughts and emotions, trawl through people's memories, hijack their senses and motor control, communicate with them telepathically and gods know what else, but all of it was mind-related. Even the matriarch admitted that Urania used modified human magic for things like her speech spell and the rest of their non-mentalist magical arsenal. Divinations were the key, he felt. If psychic powers were mind-based, why did they also enhance divinations? Not all divinations, the matriarch remarked from the sidelines, apparently following his train of thought. Only the ones that put information directly into your mind. The gift helps you interpret the results of such spells more easily, and since most high-level divinations pour at least a part of the information straight into your mind, well, you can imagine how useful that can be. Suddenly, something clicked in Zorian's mind. According to the books he read about the mind arts in the Academy library, spells that were meant to read people's thoughts were not terribly difficult in principle. The problem was that the result was totally incomprehensible to most users, unless they spent years training themselves how to interpret the results. Spells that aimed to establish telepathic communication also suffered this problem, though to a lesser extent. So long as the people in question spoke the same language, they could at least exchange verbal communication in such a fashion. In other words, human mind spells were remarkably like a divination that tried to simply dump its output into the mind of the caster, which wasn't something most mages were equipped to handle. Taking it all together, it seemed obvious to Zorian that one of the defining powers of a psychic was their ability to make sense of information entering the mind directly, whether it was other people's thoughts or something more exotic, like divination results. The immediately interesting part was that it was a passive skill. Using it wasn't something he had to specifically activate, it was a state of being, so if he wanted to sense the minds of nearby Urania perhaps he should stop trying to push his power out towards his surroundings and concentrate inward. He took a deep breath, visualized the results as motes of light around him and then just opened his mind. Blazing suns erupted all around him, including a couple in places where he hadn't expected there would be any Urania to begin with. Apparently the matriarch brought more guards with her than she had openly displayed to him. Your first success, the matriarch remarked, her telepathic probe breaking his concentration and causing the entire vision to burst like a dream. Well done. Things should go a lot faster from now on. I'd congratulate you on your fast progress, but I have to be honest and admit I have no idea how fast humans usually progress in this. Perhaps things would have gone faster if you had actually told me I was doing things wrong, Zorian said with annoyance. Why didn't you tell me I was supposed to concentrate inward instead of outward? I did. It's not my fault if you dismissed it as pointless Iranian superstition, the matriarch said airily. And I actually didn't know that the problem lay there in particular. I suppose my tendency to respond to your thoughts makes you think I can understand them in totality, yes? The truth is less impressive, I'm afraid. Telepaths like you and me labor under many of the same limitations that plague human mind magic, it's just that we advance much faster in the field and don't need a structured spell to use our abilities. Unless you structure your thoughts into actual speech, the most I get from you from my surface scans is a very fuzzy image of your current emotional state and your general intentions. This is doubly true because you're human and I'm an Arania, two radically different species that don't even share the same general body plan, much less mentality. So language and species do matter to a psychic, Zorian remarked. I was wondering about that. It's usually not a big problem, since most creatures tend to think in words when they engage in conscious thought, the matriarch said. So long as two creatures speak the same language, they can freely engage in telepathic conversation, no matter how different their underlying thoughts. If they don't share a language, well, admittedly, not all is lost. Psychics can potentially communicate with completely alien minds. It involves structuring your thoughts into general concepts that are hopefully broad enough to be understood by the recipient but not so broad as to be meaningless. Unfortunately, this method is very crude and tends to be both painful and disorienting to the target. I believe you experienced it already when you met one of the less human-savvy Iranias in one of the previous restarts. So it's not just because you're more powerful that you speak with me so easily, asked Zorian. No. I took the time to learn human language, mentality, and culture. As did a number of other Irania that occasionally interact with humans. However, our web is extensive enough that most Irania can remain largely ignorant of human ways while they go on about their business, which is why most of my guards are silent around you. Trust me, they aren't usually this withdrawn, but if they tried to talk to you they'd just give you a headache. Does that mean that mental attacks are easier than communication? Zorian asked curiously. I mean, if botched telepathic communication is practically a mental assault to begin with, it shouldn't take much to simply fry a creature's brain and be done with it. It's called a mind blast, and it's the simplest telepathic attack there is, the matriarch said. It's also the simplest one to defend against. You should really stop worrying about me attacking you. Aren't the explosives you constantly carry in your pocket enough to reassure you? They help, Zorian said. But in this particular case I wasn't alluding to the possibility of hostilities between us. I was just curious. Well, good. Anyway, we should get back to developing your mind sense before we get too off track, the matriarch said. You made your first successful stab at it, but it is far too shaky to be usable at the moment. You need to be able to sense minds around you instantly, without having to sit still with your eyes closed and preferably while doing something else entirely. Zorian sighed. He was definitely getting flashbacks to swim on this. Break. The rest of the month was fairly unremarkable and mostly spent on honing the mind sense and trying to sense the intensity of magic sources through a mana cloud. Though the matriarch refused to teach him anything until he got his mind sense, relatively, mastered, he already noticed her lessons gave him some rudimentary control over his empathy, enough that he could keep it shut with enough concentration, but not enough to focus it on specific people or otherwise refine it. That alone made the lessons useful, since it should make social events infinitely more bearable for him. And speaking of social events, Zack had been increasingly pushy about bringing him to his summer festival party. After the boy kept bugging him a few times, Zorian relented. Yes, it would bring him uncomfortably close to the other time traveler for the evening, but he was curious about how his empathy suppression would fare in a live situation and also how Zach's mansion looked from the inside. Besides, he was trying to get to know his classmates better, and this was a good opportunity to chat up some of them without looking completely out of character. "Is it really okay for me to come with you?" Taven asked as she walked beside him. For the last time, Taven, yes. Zach made it clear that the more people we invite along with us the better, Zorian said. Not surprising if you knew what Zach was trying to achieve. "Look, if you don't want to come dash." "Oh no, I totally do. It's not every day you get a chance to attend a party at the Novita mansion. It's just that I find it a bit strange, that's all. I'm kind of surprised you agreed to come, though. Isn't this sort of thing an anathema to you?" "It's either this or attending the official dance organized by the academy," Zorian said. "My only real choice is to pick my poison." "Ah, I see," Taven nodded. "I guess that in that case this does appear to be a better option." Zorian glanced at Taven from the corner of his eye, feeling slightly guilty. The truth was that his main reason for inviting her along was to personally see how she would fare against the invaders. He knew she was a lot better than him at combat magic, but probably not all that much better, and he wanted a comparison point that wasn't as ridiculous as Zach or an experienced battlemage like Kieran. Then again, this was Taven. She probably ended up fighting the invaders in every restart anyway, just not where he could see her. At least this time she would have the advantage of fighting alongside a combatant of Zach's caliber. They barely knocked on the door before Zach came along and ushered them inside. He probably knew they were coming the moment they stepped through the outer gate. Now that Zorian thought about it, it would make sense to have some kind of detection field woven into the ward scheme that protected this place. "I'm glad you decided to come," Zach told him as he led them towards the dining hall, where the party was apparently supposed to take place. "Considering how you behaved towards me lately, I half expected you to ignore your promise to come and stay in your room." "I don't know what you're talking about," Zorian said curtly. For one thing, Zach hadn't even bothered him all that much in this particular restart. Was the other time traveler trying to bait him into unmasking himself, or had he simply spent so much time in this time loop that he was having trouble sorting events according to which time loop they happened in? What's going on here?" Taven asked, looking between them uncertainly. "Is there something I should know or?" Zach glanced towards her before turning towards Zorian and giving him a thumbs up. "New girl, huh? Man, you have a new one every time I see you. I wouldn't have pegged you as that kind of guy." "What?" asked Zorian and Taven simultaneously. Zorian was honestly baffled for a moment, but then realized what Zach was mixing up his restarts again. Akoja, Iberi and Taven, Zach had seen him with all three of them in various restarts. But that was totally different. None of them were even interested in him. "Zorian is a man whore?" Taven asked in a worryingly calm voice. "I am not." Zorian denied hotly before focusing his anger at an amused-looking Zach. "And you? Stop spreading stupid rumors about me. I know for a fact you've never seen me with a girl until this evening. And you wonder why I've been avoiding you this whole month." Zach winced. Sorry, I was just messing with you. Don't worry, I'm sure your girlfriend won't leave you over a couple of stupid remarks by yours truly. Or if she does, she was never worth bothering with in the first place." "Oh really?" Taven said. "You don't think he'd be devastated to lose a girlfriend as powerful, smart and sexy as Dash?" "Taven, don't you start too," sighed Zorian. "Zach, she's not my girlfriend. She's just a friend." "Who happens to be female," Zach said, wiggling his eyebrows. "Yes," Zorian said, gnashing his teeth in irritation. "Ah well, at least you already have a girl to dance with for the evening," said Zach lightly. Zorian kind of doubted that. Taven was a very attractive girl, with a nice athletic figure and the face of an angel, and she liked men who were similarly gifted in the appearance department. Chances were high that Taven would find someone else to dance with once they hit the crowd. Zack maybe, if the way she was checking out his backside was any indication. You know, this place is pretty empty, Taven whispered to Zorian as they walked. I know he's the last of his house and all, but I can't even see any servants milling around the place. Most of the servants were dismissed from service by my guardian while I was still a small child, Zack said. It did not surprise Zorian that he'd heard her. Taven was very poor at whispering. Since my parents died while I was still a baby, he had free rein to do what he felt was necessary to keep House Novita standing until I was old enough to take over. As part of that, most of the maintenance staff and other contractors were found to be unnecessary and fired. And you don't agree with his actions? Zorian guessed. He could definitely detect an undercurrent of hostility when Zack talked about his guardian, which fit in with the fact that he regularly brutalized the man at the beginning of a lot of restarts. Zack gave him a curious look before sighing. Let's just say he and I have our disagreements and leave it at that, Zack said. You know, I never did find out what happened to your family, Taven said. How come you ended up being the last of your house? Zorian punched Taven in the shoulder for asking such a question of their host, and punctuated it with a firm glare when she shot him a scandalized look. He wasn't sure what she was scandalized about, though. Did she really not realize how inappropriate her question was, or was she just surprised it was him hitting her for once instead of the usual Taven-on-Zorian violence? Oh, leave her alone, she's just being upfront about her curiosity, said Zack. Somehow he knew what had transpired, even though he had his back turned to them when it happened. I kind of like her attitude, to be honest. Figures, Zorian grunted. Now that he thought about it, Taven and Zack both had the same devil-may-care attitude about things, so maybe it hadn't been the best idea to have them meet each other. And with that, Zack launched into a protracted explanation of the Novita house's downfall, most of which Zorian completely ignored in favor of studying various paintings and portraits along the way. Truth be told, Zorian had already tracked down all information about Zack and House Novita that he could get his hands on, so very little of what Zack was saying was new to him. While tragic, Zack's story was by no means unique, and could be boiled down to two main causes: Splinter Wars and the Weeping. The Old Alliance was a complicated construct, a patchwork empire made out of a multitude of bickering, semi-independent states that only sometimes listened to orders coming from Eldamar, but for all its faults it was quite successful at suppressing outright warfare between its member states. Armed conflict was rare and highly limited in scale, especially since the Alliance had no major outside enemies to defend against. Thus, when the Old Alliance shattered and its component states started mobilizing their forces for war, it was the first time in nearly a century that actual war would be waged in the region. And it would be a bucket of cold water straight into the face of every battlemage in Altazia, for it would be the first time ever that firearms were used in warfare on a mass scale. Firearms were known to Altazia for centuries at this point, but they were not held in very high regard by the generals and decision-makers of Eldamar and other powerful countries. Initial attempts to make use of them had shown them to be unwieldy and almost as dangerous to the user as they were to the target. Artillery mages were a lot more mobile and effective than any cannon, and the less said about handheld firearms the better. Still, enough people remained interested in them that the technology never died and gradually improved as time went by. However, even after naval powers started arming their ships with cannons, even when a couple of mercenary groups began using rifles successfully, handheld firearms were still ultimately seen as a dead end. There was nothing that riflemen could do that a properly trained archer couldn't do better, and bows and arrows were a lot easier to enhance with magic than rifles and their ammunition. The one advantage rifles had over alternatives was that they required almost no training before they could be used effectively, and countries of the Old Alliance had no use for barely trained conscripts. Until the Splinter Wars, that is. With the dissolution of the Old Alliance, every state suddenly scrambled to arm itself for the coming conflict, and having a passable army immediately was more important than having a proper one a decade from now. Smaller countries, inherently unable to compete with the likes of Eldamar when it came to magical might, invested particularly heavily into firearms as an alternative to combat magic. Eldamar, being one of the few countries with a fully functional traditional army, felt no need to play around with these commoners' toys. No one really expected firearms to be as devastatingly effective as they ended up being. Even the countries that made heavy use of them expected them to do little except stall the advance of classical armies and perhaps motivate them to look elsewhere for easier prey. Instead, massed rifleman armies absolutely savaged traditional ones, catching established powers completely off guard. Instead of larger powers gobbling up every minor power and city-state around them and then duking it out among themselves, the outcome everyone had been expecting, the larger powers ended up weakening themselves instead, often splintering into their component parts as their internal enemies smelled weakness. Although nations eventually adapted their forces and battle doctrines to firearms technology, the damage had been done, and every subsequent splinter war only made Altasia's political fragmentation worse. This was especially true because the splinter wars caused immense casualties to the mage houses that were the intellectual and political elite of Altasia's nations. The reason was simple: being a battlemage was a highly prestigious occupation and many houses used their military involvement as a way to gather influence and reputation, which they then used as leverage in furthering their political and mercantile interests. With the advent of the splinter wars, the demand for battle mages only increased, causing many more mages to enlist in the various armies in search for glory and wealth. This backfired spectacularly as casualties began to mount. Unfamiliar with the strengths and limitations of firearms, and often outright dismissive of them, many mages fell prey to snipers, artillery strikes and massed rifle fire. Many noble houses were thoroughly crippled by the losses they sustained, House Novita being one of them. House Novita had been fundamentally a military house, even if they were active in a lot of other fields as well. According to Zach, house leadership considered military service to build character, and every male member was expected to serve at least a few years in their youth. Quite a lot of female members enlisted as well. Very closely connected to the Eldamar royal family and very traditionalist in attitude, the Novita supported Eldamar's military ambitions wholeheartedly, conscripting every available battle-ready member into the war effort. All this meant that when Eldamar began the Splinter Wars by launching a massive, multi-pronged assault on its smaller neighbors, House Novita members were right there at the forefront of the offensive. And they paid dearly for it. Still, while House Novita was heavily diminished in the immediate aftermath of the Splinter War, they were not yet done for. Given a few more decades, the house could have recovered somewhat and reclaimed its former glory and political influence. Sadly, that's when the weeping came and ruined everything. Nobody knew where the weeping came from. It simply started to spread among the soldiers one day, a deadly, incurable disease that struck down everyone who contracted it, heedless of age, health, or even magic. Once a person contracted it, their death was all but certain. They would first collapse into fever and delirium, then become blind, and then start to leak blood out of their eyes before finally expiring. Regular healers were useless, no magic could cure it, and even the church and its lost mysteries of the gods failed to halt its spread. In the end, nobody could do anything except wait for the disease to burn itself out, which it eventually did. As mysteriously as it appeared, the weeping disappeared after blazing across the entire continent. The exact number of deaths from the weeping was still debated, but most writers agreed that somewhere between 8 and 10% of Altasia's population perished in the epidemic. Some groups suffered more, while others were completely unscathed, seemingly without rhyme or reason. Zorian's family was completely untouched. For instance, both of his parents and all of his siblings survived the epidemic completely unscathed, which made them all very, very lucky. Conversely, Zack lost absolutely everyone to the weeping. The few Novita that survived the Splinter Wars all contracted the sickness and died, leaving a hollowed-out shell of a house whose only surviving member was a small child, too young to even care for himself. Which is how the whole sad story ends, finished Zack. If nothing else, the weeping finally put an end to the Splinter Wars. But that's enough of such depressing topics. We're here. Indeed they were, and boy was Zorian happy for his rudimentary control over his empathy. Zack's chosen meeting hall was a lot smaller than the Academy dancing hall and the mood was a lot more informal and unrestrained, making crowds denser and rowdier. This would have been pure hell in his normal state. Just as he was contemplating the best way to go mingle with the other students, hopefully giving him an opportunity to dig for personal information while they chatted. The choice was taken from him. Taven also wanted to mingle, though her reasons were almost certainly more benign than his own, and she decided that the best way to do that was to have Zorian introduce her. Convenient. After talking to a couple of people he was reasonably familiar with and knew he could talk to, mostly Kale and Benesek, Zorian moved on to people that seemed like they wouldn't mind getting interrupted. Of course, in a group of this size, it was silly to expect it would only be them approaching others. "Alright, who else do you know here?" Taven asked. "Well, that tall, green-haired girl having a heated argument with those two guys is Capriva Reed." "Wait, she's that Reed?" Taven asked. "One of those gangsters goes to the same class as you do." "Why, Taven, are you suggesting that House Reed has something to do with organized crime?" Zorian asked with a small smile. "That's quite a serious accusation, you know. Nothing was ever proven, after all." "Whatever. The bottom point is that I'm not going anywhere near the gangster princess." "Anyone else?" Zorian scanned the crowd again. To be honest, he always found Capriva to be a pleasant enough person to talk to, at least in the small number of times they actually interacted. She was a bit blunt and had a habit of swearing like a sailor when things didn't go her way, but she never did anything, well, gangster-why. A small group of girls glancing his way suddenly caught his eye. "See that group of 5 girls over there," he said to Taven. "That would be Jade, Nialu, Maya, Kiana and Elsie." "They look giggly," said Taven with a sour expression. "Pass." "Oh, it's too late for that," said Zorian. "See how they're glancing in our direction. They've already noticed us and are debating how best to approach and interrogate us." "Zorian, don't tempt fate," Taven warned him. "It's not tempting fate, it's knowing your enemy. They just saw one of their classmates walking around with a girl they know nothing about. There is no way those 5 would let that go without investigating," said Zorian, even as the group of girls he spoke of shared a nod and marched over in their direction. "See, what did I tell you? They're already coming this way." Taven gave him a quiet groan, but then quickly schooled her face into a pleasant facade as the girls approached. Zorian understood her perfectly. He wasn't particularly looking forward to the upcoming conversation, but he knew it was coming the moment he had entered the room, so he was prepared for it. And, while he didn't really think any of those 5 was the third time traveler, he had promised to himself he wouldn't skip over any candidates without giving them at least a cursory scrutiny. This was going to be a long evening. Break. True to his prediction, once the introductions were done and the actual dancing had started, Taven found herself some tall, handsome older student and left him to find someone else on his own. Whatever, he didn't like dancing anyway. He promptly used his expert skills at avoiding attention to retreat to the periphery of the dancing throng, seeking some out-of-the-way corner where no one would bother him. He quickly noticed he wasn't the only one who had that idea. Tinami Aope seemed to have already found one such corner and was, looking pretty awkward, actually. Ho-hum. Somehow he doubted she really wanted to be left alone, with a face like that. "Hello, Tinami," he greeted, causing her to jerk in shock at being addressed. She fumbled. "Zorian, right?" "That's me," confirmed Zorian. "Care for a dance?" Oh. But didn't you already come with a girlfriend? Won't she mind?" Tinami asked. Zorian pointed towards the spot where Taven was dancing with her partner. "Also, Taven is just a friend, not a girlfriend." "Ah," she said, fidgeting uncomfortably. Zorian wordlessly offered his hand to her. Okay then," she said, grabbing Zorian's offered hand with surprising forcefulness and dutifully following him onto the dance floor. In the next 30 minutes, Zorian tried to engage Tinami in conversation with only mild success, and he suspected it was only because of these highly specific circumstances she was willing to open up even a little to him. She really was a very shy girl, and he somehow doubted she was secretly the third-time traveler pretending. Her awkwardness seemed quite real, and surely a time traveler as old as Zack would have grown out of that by now. So as a hobby, you raise spiders? Asked Zorian curiously. Tarantulas, she corrected insistently. But, I kind of like spiders of all sorts. I know it's weird, but... Nonsense, countered Zorian good-naturally. What could possibly be weird about a shy, delicate-looking girl breeding big, hairy arachnids the size of a human hand? Spiders are really quite amazing creatures. Though I prefer jumping spiders myself, those two giant eyes at the front somehow make them more human-like and relatable for me. Tinami gave him an incredulous look before frowning. You're making fun of me, she accused. Nope, Zorian countered with an easy smile. In fact, there is a particularly large colony of jumping spiders that I visit on a regular basis. It's amazing what you can learn by observing the natural world. Tinami narrowed her eyes at him and launched into a series of increasingly esoteric questions about spiders. Since Zorian had spent a great deal of time investigating various spider species as part of his research into Arania, he actually knew how to answer most of her questions. He then tried to turn the tables on her by asking her about magical varieties of larger, more monstrous varieties of spiders, gambling that her interest mainly extended to the smaller, cuddlier, breeds. He gambled wrong. Not only did she know more about spider monsters than he did, she also knew a great deal about monster species that only looked like a spider, such as various kinds of spider demons, and about monsters with spider-derived traits. He wondered what would happen if he introduced her to the Arania, and decided he would definitely do so in one of the restarts. It was bound to be amusing, if nothing else. I see it didn't take you long to find a new girl once your lovely date for the evening left you, Zack said behind him, causing him to jerk in surprise. He glared at the boy in response, wondering why he didn't sense him coming. He usually always, oh, right, he'd shut off his mind for the evening so the combined feelings of the throng wouldn't overwhelm him. The fact he managed to keep it closed with no conscious effort while being absorbed into his conversation with Tinami was an encouraging sign for his developing mental abilities. Why are you here, Zack? Zorian sighed. I'm the host, Zack said. It's my job to check up on the guests and see if they're having any issues with the service and whatnot. Though in this case I just wondered if you wanted to see the fireworks or not. Oh yes, Zorian definitely wanted to see the fireworks and immediately said so. Thus, he and Tinami joined a sizable group of people in the garden where they would have an unobstructed view of the sky. Zorian paid more attention to Zack than to the sky, though. If the matriarch's plan went along as planned, Zack was bound to have an interesting reaction. Zorian had shied away from acting against the invaders, and not just because he was too weak to contribute much. The fact was that trying to sabotage the invasion was bound to get the attention of the third-time traveler leading it, and Zorian didn't want to advertise his existence. So instead, he limited himself to gathering information about the invaders and waiting until he was strong enough to survive hostile attention. The Arania had no intention of doing the same, however. The invasion forces seemed to spend most of the month leading up to the invasion wiping out the Arania as a coherent force, and the matriarch had no intention of sitting on critical information for the sake of deception. Fortunately, there was no way for the invasion leaders to connect the Arania to Zorian, and the matriarch agreed with him that he shouldn't get involved, arguing that he was far too useful as a scout and memory carrier to risk revealing himself recklessly. So 3 days ago, he and the matriarch sat down to discuss a plan of action. Zorian had observed the progress of the invasion from various points in the city during the last few restarts, and he was convinced that the best and easiest way of derailing the invasion was to prevent the initial artillery barrage that preceded the invasion proper. This was especially true because he knew exactly where they were firing from. Triangulating the location of their firing positions was absolutely trivial when you were tracking a brightly shining projectile moving relatively slowly across the sky. Unfortunately, he never managed to get close to one of those firing points to see what kind of defenses they had. Since he was killed both times he attempted the feat, the matriarch agreed that assaulting those positions before they could fire was likely to be the best way to strike a critical blow to the invaders, and the plan was put in motion. The fireworks started, and not a single artillery spell accompanied them. The look of increasing bafflement on Zack's face was priceless. What's wrong, Zack? Zorian asked innocently. You act like you've never seen fireworks before. No, I mean I did, it's just, never mind, Zack sighed. Zorian shrugged and turned to Tinami, offering her a hand. What do you think of going back inside for another dance? Yes, she agreed enthusiastically. Let's. Slowly, the people got tired of exploding lights in the sky and streamed back inside, leaving a frowning Zack staring alone at the sky. Break. Zorian's good mood was short-lived. While the invaders were indeed hard hit by the lack of their initial bombardment, the invasion wasn't called off, and they appeared to have made Zack's mansion one of their primary targets, probably because that's where Zack was and they were specifically targeting him. Perhaps if the students had witnessed the artillery spells hitting the city, Zack could have used that to assume control and organize some kind of proper defense, but as it was the attack caught them all completely unprepared. Not even Zack, with all his mighty magic, could stop the flood of invaders gaining entry into the mansion, after which several groups of students were isolated from the main group containing Zack. Zorian was in one of those. He, Tinami, Taven, Briam and 4 other students he didn't know had ended up barricading themselves in one of few untouched rooms in the mansion, desperately trying to keep the invading forces at bay. The 4 unknown students were almost entirely useless, but the other 3 were worth their weight in gold. Briam had summoned his trusty fire drake to his side the moment he realized they were under attack. Taven knew how to cast some kind of incredibly destructive fire vortex that actually made the invaders reluctant to continue their attack for 10 whole minutes, and Tinami, well, she was clearly no stranger to fighting and behaved completely differently in a combat situation than she did in normal interaction. She didn't know any fire spells, but she did know how to fire some kind of purple beams that caused even the biggest of war trolls to collapse on the ground screaming. The beams did no obvious damage, so he assumed they were simply pain spells. But that was useful enough on its own. Tinami didn't spam those beams mindlessly, instead concentrating on causing pileups, breaking up charges and interrupting enemy spellcasters. Zorian, I really hope you'll be done soon, because this position is rapidly becoming untenable, Taven shouted. Zorian ignored her, carefully inscribing the last set of explosive runes on the walls of the corridor behind them. You didn't rush this sort of task, unless you fancied blowing yourself up before the enemies even got to you. A minute later he finished the set and rose to his feet, his knees cracking painfully from the long period he spent crouching. Done, he shouted. Everyone retreat through the corridor. Just as Briam, Taven and Tinami covered him while he set up the explosive runes, he now focused on covering them while they fled deeper into the mansion. Technically one of the unknown boys helped him in this endeavor, but he wasn't very good at it. His only offensive spell was Magic Missile and he was firing them at the war trolls charging on them, who could soak such hits easily and keep going, instead of at the robed mages supporting them, who were a lot more vulnerable and had to concentrate on spellcasting. Zorian, aware that he didn't have the mana reserves to tank the entire enemy assault force, decided to take the mages out of the equation first. Thus, he raised the spell rod he smuggled into the mansion and fired a weak disintegration beam towards them. He didn't aim at the mages themselves, that wouldn't have done much, but at the floor in front of them, which had no spell resistance to protect it. The beam gouged a jagged line in the floor, sending billowing, irritating clouds of dust in the air. That should at least mess up their aiming. He then turned his attention to the rapidly approaching war trolls. There were very few tricks he could do to stop a war troll charge, and none of them could be done on a moment's notice. Thus, he decided to simply sacrifice a good portion of his mana reserves and hit them with an overpowered flamethrower. It didn't kill them. Zorian's flamethrower wasn't strong enough, and these particular war trolls seemed to be particularly tough ones, brought to deal with them after Taven cast that flaming vortex spell, but it broke their charge, and Zorian used that momentary reprieve to conjure another cloud of dust with his spell rod and fled down the corridor after the rest of the students. The other boy had broken his position and run ages ago, the useless coward, so he really hoped their confusion would last long enough for him to gain some distance. He wasn't fast enough to outrun a war troll. A furious screech erupted around him, and he could suddenly hear one of the war trolls rapidly gaining on him. Damn it, he hated dying. A sinister purple beam suddenly cut through the air next to his head, hitting the war troll behind him. The monster screeched again, this time in pain, and collapsed to the floor. Zorian gouged another line in the floor with his spell rod, cloaking the corridor in more dust, and then he was inside their newest sanctuary. "Thanks," he said, breathing heavily. You're welcome," Tinami said, fiddling with the silver amulet she was wearing and watching the dust cloud covering the corridor for any sign of movement. The amulet seemed to be the spell formula she was using to cast the purple beams. "Here they come," Briam said. "Remember the plan," Taven said. "Let them all advance into the corridor before triggering the explosive runes." "What if they notice the trap?" one of the unknown girls asked. "Then at least they'll be hesitant to push forward so insistently," Taven said. They didn't bother closing the door, that would just result in them being pelted by wooden splinters and shrapnel when the mages forcibly broke down the door. They had lost 2 students before they learned that lesson. Sure enough, there was a barrage of concussive beams and battering rams preceding the war troll charge. After Briam and Taven repelled the initial charge with a fairly anemic defense, the mages moved into the corridor to provide support, sensing that victory was near. That's when Zorian released a mana pulse towards the nearest cluster of explosive runes and the entire corridor collapsed in a deafening explosion. A huge plume of dust and gravel rushed into the tiny room they currently occupied, but Taven was ready and immediately created a largish bubble of clear air to stop them from choking to death. Well, Taven coughed, having been too slow to shield them from all of the dust that was obscuring the room. "That should stop the attacks for a while. Still, we have a bit of a problem. This room is a dead end. The only exit is this corridor and the window to the outside. The outside is swarming with enemies," Zorian said. "We don't have much choice, though, do we?" Briam asked rhetorically. "We can't stay here." "How are we going to get down?" one of the unknown girls asked. "We're on the 2nd floor, we can't just jump out of the window." Alright, how many of you know how to cast the floating disc spell?" asked Taven raising her own hand. Zorian was the only one who raised his own hand to match. "Ugh. Fine, that will have to do, I suppose." "Okay Zorian, I'm going to go first and get these 4 deadweights down and you follow after me with those 2. "Hey," one of the deadweights complained. "Sorry, but I call it like I see it," Taven said pitilessly. "Let's go, before even more of these assholes converge on our position to see what the explosion was all about." And so Zorian created a large floating disc of force outside the window and jumped on it, closely followed by Briam and Tinami. At first it seemed like everything would go flawlessly, there were no enemies waiting for them at the bottom, Taven had successfully touched down, and his disc was not giving any indication of failing under the combined weight of people standing on it. Then a flock of iron beaks suddenly appeared from around the corner and Zorian swore angrily. There was really nothing he could do to deal with a flock of iron beaks, and Briam and Tinami weren't much better. There were about 50 of them, so even if he could snipe a couple off the sky it wouldn't mean a thing. Tinami probably couldn't make that pain beam of hers home in on a target, and iron beaks were very agile flyers. As for Briam, his attack options seemed to be strictly limited to his fire drake, and there was no reason for the flock to approach close enough to be caught in its fire breath when they could just rain their iron feathers on them from distance. He fired off a homing piercer anyway, and noticed out of the corner of his eye that Taven had launched a small swarm of 7 homing magic missiles. 8 iron beaks fell, but it was a drop in the bucket, and then it was the iron beaks' turn. The air in front of them blurred, and a cloud of glittering feathers was launched at them. Faced with the choice of trying to tank several hundred magical iron feathers and trying to survive a fairly dangerous fall, Zorian knew which one he wanted to chance. He immediately dismissed the floating disc and all 3 of them promptly plunged towards the ground. This would probably be the end of this particular restart. Knowing his luck, he was going to break his neck when he hit the ground, but on the bright side he managed to evade the deadly feathers. As he tumbled through the air, his eyes briefly met with those of Briam's fire drake, and he couldn't help but think it was glaring at him. It was hard to tell when that thing was angry, though, since it always looked pretty pissed off to Zorian. Suddenly, just before they were about to hit the ground, their fall was halted and they touched down on the ground as gently as a feather. Before Zorian could ask what happened, a huge swarm of flaming missiles erupted from somewhere behind him, annihilating the entire Ironbeak flock. "You know, Zorian," Zack said behind him, "sometimes I wonder if you have a death wish. How do you get yourself into these kind of situations? You're almost as bad as me." "I don't know what you're talking about," mumbled Zorian, climbing to his feet and helping Briam and Tinami rise as well. Strangely enough, they didn't seem angry at him for what he'd done. Shaken by the experience, but not angry. Maybe they didn't know he dismissed the disc on purpose. "Well then, I'm glad to see another group of survivors, but we should really get going," Zack said. "It's not safe staying out in the open like this. Come, I know a place where we'll be reasonably safe." Zorian looked around him. A surprising number of students had survived the attack and were dutifully following after Zack. Actually, they probably survived precisely because they were following after Zack. In any case, Zorian and his group decided there was no harm in joining the group. It's not like they had a better idea anyway. They didn't get far before the attackers returned in force. Zorian heard Zack swearing something about bad luck and scoffed. This was no bad luck, the attackers were clearly tracking his movements and targeting him directly. Did Zack even take any precautions to make sure it took something more than a couple of easy divinations to track him down? Knowing Zack, probably not. But Zorian had other things to worry about, because while Zack was occupied with another flock of iron beaks, a giant brown worm erupted from the ground and started wreaking havoc right in the middle of the student throng. Zorian had only met those things 4 times so far in the various restarts, and he already hated them. They could move through earth almost as if it was water, and their hide was utterly impervious to physical force. They weren't particularly vulnerable to fire, either. Zorian watched impotently as the worms single-handedly shattered student formations, sending them scattering in panic so they could be picked off one by the winter wolves circling the throng. Tinami apparently didn't want to just watch. She fired one of her purple beams at the worm and finally achieved some results. Namely, she got the worm to scream out in pain before immediately swinging its toothy maw in her direction, its murderous attention now firmly focused on her. Ah-oh! With a roar that promised revenge, the worm dived back into the ground. Zorian immediately closed his eyes and tried to block out the sounds of battle, focusing on his mind sense, trying to track its movements. It wasn't too hard, even if the worm wasn't psychic, it was the only mind that was below ground, and thus easy to pick out from all the rest. He opened his mind, keeping track of the worm's mind as it swam underground. Tinami seemed rooted to the spot, aware that she couldn't separate too far from the group lest she be picked off like the rest of the students that made that mistake, and therefore couldn't really escape the worm. Just before the worm was about to surface, Zorian wrenched Tinami to the side and dropped an explosive cube where she was just a fraction of a second before. The worm erupted from the spot only a moment afterwards, its toothy maw snapping shut around a clump of earth, as well as the explosive cube. Even as it swung its head in their direction, Zorian activated the cube and the worm shuddered and started screeching and thrashing like mad before violently vomiting some of its pulped innards. Tinami was hit by its tail as it thrashed around and was thrown to the outer periphery of the battlefield, where she lay unmoving. Zorian quickly ran up to her and was relieved to see she was still breathing and had no obvious wounds. He shifted his attention back towards the worm, hoping that it had finally died while he had not been paying attention to it. The worm swayed in the air as if drunk, and for one sweet moment Zorian thought he'd won, but then the worm swung its toothy maw straight towards him and roared out a challenge. This time it didn't bother to dive into the ground, stretching out to an impressive length far faster than a creature of such size should be able to. He didn't die. The worm stopped a hair's breadth away from his face, straining against some invisible bonds before suddenly turning to the side and biting down on the winter wolf that had been trying to sneak up on him while he was distracted. "I was just in time, I see," the voice of the matriarch spoke into his mind, and then she physically appeared, jumping out of the shadow of a nearby tree like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Thanks," Zorian said. "But I'm not sure why you're here. I thought we agreed there should be as little contact as possible between us during the invasion. I decided that updating your memory packet with the information we found out today is more important." Zorian sighed and glanced around. Everyone was too busy fighting for their life to pay much attention to them, and it wasn't like the Urania was easy to spot in the gloom of the night. "Make it quick," Zorian said, and the matriarch immediately set to work. Anything that tried to sneak up to them was dealt with by the giant worm, which was apparently still under the matriarch's control. And then, after 5 minutes, she was gone again, and Zorian picked up Tinami and tried to rejoin Zack again, but he had barely made 5 steps before a jagged red beam filled his vision, plunging his world into darkness. 22. Complications. Chapter 022 Complications. Zorian woke up in his bed in Siren, Kiriel wishing him a good morning in that charming manner of hers. He was annoyed both at himself for not paying more attention to his surroundings and at the unknown attacker that did him in. It figured that he would survive all those close calls and near-death situations, only to get killed by a simple sneak attack. He passed the train ride sketching magic item blueprints in his notebook. Most of them were trivial things, like plates that kept the temperature of a meal constant or explosive traps that triggered on their own when certain conditions had been met, but he was toying with the idea of designing a practice dummy. He had found a combination of alteration spells that should allow him to construct a dummy out of wooden scraps and soil, but making the animation core was no simple task. And then, even if he managed that, he would have to design a warding scheme to etch into the dummy's surface, lest it disintegrate when he started hurling spells at it, possibly in an explosive manner, showering him with wooden splinters and shrapnel. He should probably also add at least a weak self-repair function, to prevent the dummy from falling apart from microfractures and such. He didn't expect to finish this project in the current restart. In any case, this time Zorian didn't wait much before contacting the Urania. Upon entering his room, he spent an hour crafting a rod of magic missiles for basic self-defense and then promptly marched off in the direction of the nearest dungeon entrance. Unlike his previous attempts to look for Urania, he wasn't simply walking around, waiting to stumble upon their scouts, he was trying to sense their minds with his brand new mind sense. Sadly, he sensed nothing except an occasional rat and he stopped, sensing a mind of unusual strength from one of the rats ahead. He mentally ordered his floating light to intensify for a moment and was rewarded with a disquieting sight of a rat missing the top of his head. For a full second, Zorian and the cephalic rat stood still and watched one another in indecision, trying to decide on a course of action. Then, gently, hesitantly, the rat extended a telepathic probe at him, trying to worm into his mind. For one small moment, Zorian considered trying to take it on telepathically, but then discarded the thought as stupid and risky. He was completely untrained in telepathic combat, and that one rat was merely a conduit for the entire cephalic rat collective. So instead he drew his brand new spell rod and fired a magic missile at it. The moment he reached for his spell rod, the rat immediately dropped its telepathic probe and tried to run. It was too slow. The bolt of concussive force slammed into the tiny creature with a loud crack, pulverizing its bones and crushing it into paste. Well, so much for that. Zorian extended his mind sense as far as he could, trying to sense the rest of the collective, but found nothing. Either this one was an isolated scout or the rest had some method of hiding from his scans. By the time he had decided to move on, the pulped body of the cephalic rat was already being enveloped by a green, translucent mass of crawling gel. The oozes that patrolled these walled-off sections of the dungeon were artificially engineered to be less dangerous and aggressive than their wild counterparts, but Zorian was never a fan of tempting fate and did his best to sidestep the things as he moved past them. Acid burns were hard to heal, even with magic. When he finally did find the Urania, the meeting was pretty disappointing. The Urania he met was one of those that didn't know how to talk to humans, so it took him 10 minutes of telepathic pantomime that left him with a raging headache, and once the matriarch finally showed up she basically told him to get lost for a few days until she came to terms with the contents of the memory packet. Not an unexpected turn of events, but he had been hoping that the matriarch had refined her memory packet into something that could convince her past self a bit faster than last time. The matriarch was a bit pushy and conceited, but it was nice to talk to someone about the time loop. Also, the truth was that there was little he could do to unravel the mystery of the time loop without Urania help other than steadily gathering magical skills and keeping his eyes open. As he walked back to his room to sleep off his newly acquired headache, he tried to think of a way to advance faster in his magical studies. He needed a teacher. One willing to teach him spells most instructors would consider too dangerous for the likes of a freshly certified student. Who did he know that would? Oh, that just might work. Break. The next day, when Taven came to recruit him into her little sewer expedition, she found him practicing combat spells on one of the academy training grounds instead of sleeping in his room. He could have easily warded himself against her divination spells at this point, but having her track him down was part of the plan. He was hoping to recruit her as a sparring partner, and possibly teacher. He had always thought he had gotten over Taven's oblivious rejection of him, but apparently there was still some lingering resentment remaining because he noticed something very important in the previous restart. Something he should have noticed way sooner, had he not been unconsciously ignoring her and pushing her away. Taven was not at all opposed to helping him out, especially if the help was somehow related to combat. Why was he insisting on learning combat magic alone, without an instructor, when he was friends with someone who specialized in that very field of magic? So here he was, carefully casting magic missiles at the target in front of him, trying to make them as mana efficient as possible. He was hoping that Taven would offer to help on her own when she saw him practicing, and he wasn't disappointed. She did, however, attach a condition to her offer. So, in conclusion, I get a month of instruction from you, free of charge, in exchange for joining you on this sewer run of yours? Zorian asked. Yup. Taven said happily, looking very satisfied with herself. Zorian could guess why. She just found a way to pressure him into accompanying her, and all it took was promising to do something she was inclined to do anyway. I suppose that's okay, said Zorian, mentally considering how he should approach this. He could, of course, simply trail after them and let them fumble around for a while. It's what Taven expected him to do, and he was pretty sure the Urania wouldn't attack while he was present. However, after some thought, he decided to go for a different path. I have a request though. I am on speaking terms with a colony of sentient spiders living in the sewers, and I have a sneaking suspicion they're the ones that supposedly took the watch. I'd like to try actually talking to them before you go in and start burning things. Taven gave him a curious look. You are friends with a bunch of giant, sewer-dwelling spiders? Pretty much, Zorian agreed with her. He would describe the Urania as acquaintances and allies of convenience instead of friends, but she didn't have to know that. I trust you and your friends can keep that a secret. I'm sure you can see why spreading that around might cause problems for me and the spiders both. Don't worry, I'm not a tattletale, Taven said dismissively. And I've yet to see Grunt and Mumble engage in any kind of gossip, so your secret is safe with us, oh great monster charmer. You think they'll just hand us the watch if we ask? If the client's story is not made up, then yes. I don't see what use they would have for a pocket watch. But anyway, I have a request for you before you run off to do your thing. Oh. And what's that? Teach me a fire spell more destructive than flamethrower, Zorian said. How big are your mana reserves? Taven immediately asked, not at all disturbed by the request. Magnitude 12, Zorian said. A little lower than I thought, but decent enough I guess, Taven said. Zorian decided to keep quiet about the underwhelming nature of his natural reserves. What kind of spells are you looking for, anyway? Preferably something that can one-shot a troll, Zorian said. Taven looked at him like he was crazy. What? Roach, you're far too green to go around picking fights with trolls. What the hell are you on? Just humor me, Taven, Zorian sighed. Besides, this is pure self-defense, I won't be picking fights with anything. Taven shrugged. Says a guy who goes around meeting giant spiders in the sewers in his free time. But alright, I guess if you're going to do stuff like that you'll need some stronger spells under your belt. I expect an explanation about that soon, though. After the summer festival, agreed Zorian smoothly. I'll hold you to that, Taven said, poking him painfully in the chest. Now, there are 2 spells that kind of fit your criteria, although they will only kill a troll if you can hit the troll in the face with them, Fire Bolt and Incinerating Ray. The bolt can home in on the target and is cheaper in terms of mana use. The ray is far more damaging, but also far more of a mana hog and you need to worry about your aim. Teach me both, said Zorian. The bolt seemed like something that would be more generally useful for someone like him, but he needed the raw power as well. You sure you have the shaping skills for this, Roach? Taven asked. 'Cause this kind of spell isn't going to fizzle out if you fail, it will blow up in your face. Zorian snorted derisively. Trust me, shaping skills are not something I'm lacking in, he said. He raised his arm into the air, palm pointed towards the earth, and willed some of the dust and dirt to rise towards it. The dry, loose material that covered the training ground slowly rose towards his hand in a diffuse pillar, coalescing into a rough sphere once they reached his palm. Once he was satisfied with the size of the sphere, he pointed his palm towards one of the targets and willed the mass of dirt rapidly forward, catapulting it towards the target. Sadly, the impromptu construct was too structurally unsound and disintegrated into dust halfway towards the target, so some of the effect was ruined. It didn't make the feat any less impressive to Taven, though. Damn, that was impressive as hell, Taven said. How can you do that? I don't think I could do that. Lift a rock off the ground, sure, but diffuse material like soil? That's a pretty advanced exercise. If your shaping skills are that good, I guess there are a few more spells I could teach you. Zorian smiled. This had definitely been a good idea. Break. During the next several days, while he waited for Taven to gather her team for the journey into the city's sewers, Zorian got a crash course in combat magic from his friend. Taven took a surprisingly broad approach to the topic, opting to teach him as many different spells as she could manage instead of having him practice a few until he had a firm hold over them. She claimed that he already had a core of spells he was properly proficient in, and that he needed variety and breadth of possible options more than he needed a new ace in the hole, but she later admitted she was testing him, trying to discover the limits of his shaping skills. Something she didn't end up finding, Zorian's shaping skills were better than hers. Every spell she could cast, he could as well. Not all of the spells she taught him were of the typical offensive sort he expected from her. Some of them, like the spider climb spell that allowed him to cling to sheer walls and other stable surfaces, featherfall that allowed him to survive high falls, or the various comfort spells that blunted temperature extremes and other environmental conditions, could be more properly classified as survival spells. Nonetheless, Taven insisted that sometimes the environment itself was just as big of a danger to a mage as his living opponents, and that he needed to know these spells if he was going to waltz around the dungeon and similar places. She was also fairly horrified by his lack of defensive spells. Not just a lack of any defensive barriers more substantive than the basic shield, though she wasn't happy about that either. No, she was talking about wards. Wards were fairly useless once the fight started, since they were slow to cast, and few opponents would give a mage the time needed to cast them during a battle, but Taven claimed they were absolutely essential for a mage who expected to get into a fight. So long as you weren't ambushed or otherwise surprised, and actually knew you were going to be in a fight soon, you could at least cast some basic wards to improve your spell resistance and counter some of more common spells. And if you actually knew something about your opponent's spell repertoire and specialties, then you could really ruin their day with a few choice wards. This was the reason why humanity had been steadily encroaching on monster-held territory with every passing year. Most magical creatures only had a handful of inborn magical tricks and abilities on their side, and once you knew what they were you could devise a perfect counter for them in advance. Unfortunately, you could only stack so many wards on top of each other before they started to interfere with each other and the whole edifice collapsed, and some of them inherently interfered with each other's operation, so knowing how to combine them effectively was a bit of a specialist skill. Taven was not very proficient with wards herself, being more offensively focused, so he would need to find somebody else for anything except the basics. However, most of the spells she taught him were various offensive and defensive energy projections, largely ones revolving around fire and force, but also some spells based on cold and electricity. Among other things, Zorian could now cast the ever-famous Fireball spell, exactly twice before he ran out of mana. So not very useful, honestly, but Taven claimed that any mage worth their name should be able to cast a Fireball, and that the utility of such spells would naturally increase along with his mana reserves. Actually, I'm curious, is there some way to speed up the growth of mana reserves? Asked Zorian. I know that artificially increasing them has bad side effects, but is there some kind of training method that would speed up natural growth? Taven looked at him, looking apprehensive. Technically, yes, admitted Taven reluctantly. It's as simple as using mana-intensive spells to constantly exhaust your reserves. It would kick the growth of your reserves into overdrive. However, that kind of unnatural growth would completely wreck your current shaping skills. Your normal growth of reserves is so slow because your soul is making sure your control over mana doesn't slip. Wrecking your shaping skills just to speed up the growth of your reserves is really short-sighted, Roach. Please don't do it. I never would, and you know I'm not exactly the most responsible girl. Surely you can wait for a few years for them to grow on their own. Well, he certainly wasn't pressed for time at the moment, Zorian had to admit. I suppose that makes sense, he said. I guess the reason why mana reserves plateau after a while is that there is only so much power a soul can safely handle. Increasing the cap artificially after that point messes up the mage's shaping skills with no hope of ever regaining them. No wonder everyone recommends against doing it. No matter how benign the enhancement process, the result is still more power and less control over it. There is always a trade-off between control and power, said Taven. It's just not apparent most of the time, since very few people try to develop their shaping skills to their limits. Many mages think that having more mana is always better, since you can always work harder on your shaping skills, but increasing your mana reserves without bad side effects is essentially impossible. It's not true, though. No matter how much time they spend honing their shaping skills, people with huge mana reserves are outright incapable of performing some particularly finesse-focused spells, things like advanced mind magic, detailed illusions and complex alteration constructs. Wait, you're saying that I'll lose the ability to cast finesse-based spells as my mana reserves increase? Asked Zorian in alarm. No, I'm talking about your natural mana reserves, your inborn capacity before you start to increase it through regular spellcasting. About magnitude. Most spells, even highly sophisticated ones, are designed for average mages, magnitude 8 to 12, in other words. You're 12, so still comfortably within the intended range. Hell, I've heard of a one particular 15 magnitude mage that became a damn good illusionist, so even if you tip over a little it will hardly matter. Considering Zorian's real magnitude was 8, he apparently had nothing to worry about. Still, it did make him wonder about Zack, who seemed to have magnitude in the low 60s. How did that kind of monstrous power factor in Taven's scheme? How about people with really high magnitude? Asked Zorian. How high can you go before finesse-based spells become impossible? I've never seen hard numbers, but I'd guess around magnitude 20 or so, Taven shrugged. How about the really high numbers? Zorian asked. Something like magnitude 60. Taven blinked, seemingly baffled by the question. Well, that would be downright inhuman, she said finally. Is that even possible? Anyway, I'm not sure whether that would even be a good thing, even for a battlemage like me. Anyone with such mana reserves would have to spend years longer than their peers just to gain a basic level of proficiency expected of a certified mage. Maybe as much as a decade even, I don't know. Zorian thought about what a relative failure Zack was before the time loop and frowned. He had thought that Zack had simply been a lazy slacker, but maybe there was more to it than that. Then again, he had a feeling Zack was a special case. Those inhuman mana reserves were just that, completely outside the human range. He found absolutely no records of people like that in any of the books, and most of the experts he asked flat out told him such people didn't exist outside of myths. Also, while Zack had been a crappy mage, he did succeed in getting certified, so his huge mana reserves clearly weren't as crippling as they should have been. Maybe it was a Novita house bloodline. One that gave their family huge reserves without the crippling loss of control, perhaps. Of course, the Novita publicly claimed they had no bloodline, but it wouldn't be the first time a house had lied. I hesitate to even bring this up, Taven said, breaking him out of his thoughts, but if you're really desperate for a short-term mana boost, you can always absorb ambient mana faster than you can assimilate it. I'm sure you're aware of the drawbacks, though. Zorian nodded. There were two main forms of mana available to the mage, his personal mana and the ambient one that emanated from the underworld. Personal mana was something that all things with a soul possessed in varying amounts, and it was attuned to the person producing it. It bent easily to its creator's will, and was innately more malleable and controllable than anything else they might use to power their magic, since it never resisted the caster's efforts to shape it. Ambient mana, on the other hand, was both harder to control and toxic to living beings. Not enough to kill a mage just for using it once, but any substantial, prolonged use resulted in sickness and insanity. The mages of old believed that ambient mana was tainted by the world dragon's hate for humanity and shunned its use, but modern mages had discovered a few tricks to making use of it. One was by using it to power items, which had no minds to corrupt or bodies to sicken. The other was to assimilate the ambient mana into their personal reserves, negating its toxic properties. While the process of assimilation was too slow to power actual spells, being able to regenerate personal reserves faster was useful enough that the skill spread far and wide. These days, every student of magic was taught how to do it along with the other basics of spellcasting. I'll get sick, Zorian said. And possibly mad, if I keep using it constantly. Right, Taven said. Using raw mana on a regular basis is pretty stupid, but if you're in a real bind, well, it's better to spend a few days bedridden with a fever than end up dead. You've used it before, guessed Zorian. Taven gave him a surprised look, like it was unexpected he figured it out. Maybe once. Or twice. She shifted her stance, looking uncomfortable. But keep quiet about that, will you? Most combat mages have done it a couple of times in their life, but guild inspectors don't accept everybody's doing it as an excuse. Zorian made a gesture over his mouth, indicating that his lips are sealed. It's not like she didn't know plenty of things to get him in trouble with, anyway. Let's just get back to the lesson, oh great teacher, Zorian said. Since you're so intent on teaching me mana-intensive fire spells, how about that fire vortex I heard you can cast? Break. When the time came, Taven and her two friends let Zorian take point as he led them towards Arania territory. They had already tried and failed to divine the location of the watch, which wasn't terribly unusual if it really was taken by the Arania. The Arania had been engaged in a shadow war with the invaders for a while now, even before the time loop started, and their anti-divination wards were top-notch. We meet again, Zorian Kaczynski, the matriarch spoke telepathically to him. She was surrounded by 6 honor guards, though only 2 were actually visible while the other 4 hung from the ceiling while under some kind of invisibility spell. Zorian only knew they were there because he could sense their minds. And once again you bring additional guests with you. 3 of them this time. If this pattern continues, we'll have to find a more spacious area to house them all after a few more restarts. Funny, Zorian sent back. But actually, this is the group I was a part of when I first met the Arania. We were looking for a watch supposedly in your possession then, same as we are now. Sounds familiar? What's going on? Asked Taven. She and her 2 friends were hanging in the back, looking apprehensively at the 3 spiders in front of them. Why are you just staring at them? Before Zorian could say anything, the matriarch started waving her front 4 legs in the air for a while and then spoke. What's this about a watch I hear? She asked, turning her 2 biggest, forward-facing eyes at Taven. It took a few minutes of explaining and clarifications, but in the end the matriarch finally seemed to remember the event in question. "Oh, now I remember," she said. Though the man in question certainly wasn't any kind of innocent passerby, and the watch is no simple timekeeping device, he had assaulted our web with a couple of other thugs and ended up dropping his bauble when we chased them off. "He's one of the invaders," the matriarch told him telepathically, so only he could hear. "Or at least he works for them." "You say you saw him?" "Excellent, we finally have an entry point into the organization. A face, a name and face-to-face contact should be enough to divine where he lives. You know his name, don't you?" "Excellent. Hopefully he gave away his real one." "Did you shake hands with him when you accepted the job?" "No." "Try to shake hands with him when you give him the device. Maybe put a tracking spell on it if you know how." Somehow, the matriarch was able to participate in two separate conversations at once, speaking out loud to Taven and her two friends as she spoke telepathically to Zorian. Zorian himself was not similarly blessed, and mostly tuned out her explanation to Taven in order to absorb what she was telling him mentally. Finally, she seemed to realize this and cut her telepathic communication with him short, allowing him to pay attention to what she had been saying to Taven. "So I'm not sure what the device is for, but it's clearly a magical item of some sort," the matriarch said out loud. "It's useless for us Urania, but we are well familiar with the concept of trade. We were hoping to trade it to some of our human contacts for something we can actually use, but since it's our dear friend Zorian that's asking for it, I guess we'll give it to you as a favor. I'm sure Zorian will make it up to us, eventually." Fumbled Taven, looking at him uncertainly. "Is that okay, Roach? Are you?" "Yeah, I'm fine with that," Zorian shrugged. Although as far as he was concerned he didn't really owe any favors to the matriarch for this. "I only said that for appearance's sake," the matriarch told him telepathically. "It would be weird if we just gave it up for no reason. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, you will repay my generosity by helping me track down your employer so we can ring him for information. Fong of Victory will go and retrieve the bauble," the matriarch said out loud, causing one of the two visible honor guards to suddenly skitter off into the darkness. "I'd ask you to warn your employer against further aggression against us, but it's probably best if you keep quiet about talking to us." "Why did he attack you anyway?" asked Taven. "You seem nice enough to me." "Most places will kill sentient monsters as a matter of course, if they find them within their borders," Grunt said. He and Mumble were both pretty quiet thus far, so it was a bit startling to hear him speak up all of a sudden. Taven gave him a dirty look for his remark. "What?" "I'm just saying he didn't need a reason. Their presence would be offense enough for some people." "It's a little more complex than that," the matriarch said. "Humans clash with other sentient races, that is true, but that's because most of them are highly territorial, murderous, view humans as food, or all three. On occasions where that wasn't the case, humans have shown themselves willing to make exceptions and take a more nuanced approach. There are several dragons that deal with humans in a peaceful manner. The lizard men of Blantyre have long been a trading partner for human nations, and many of the splinter states bordering the wilderness have made secret or not so secret pacts with various spirits and monster clans living within their nominal borders." "You've thought about this a lot," Zorian remarked. "Though not well known, we have been peacefully interacting with humanity for quite a long time now," the matriarch said. "The Urania have been living in the deeper levels of the dungeon for as long as this city has existed. When the foundations were being laid, several campaigns were launched into the local sections of the dungeon to clear out the threats lurking inside it. However, this power vacuum also allowed weaker races like Urania to move into the place. The dungeon around the hole is prime real estate for magical creatures of all breeds, as you probably know, and the competition was fierce. Fortunately, while we Urania lacked the brute strength or destructive magical abilities of some of our competitors, we were far more willing to cooperate with humans to our mutual benefit. We contacted some of the humans that were willing to cooperate with us and gave them information about our mutual enemies, their strengths and weaknesses, where they lived. The timing of their attacks and movements, everything they needed to wipe them out, or at least weaken them to the point where we could finish the job. Information gathering has always been our specialty. Zorian found himself fascinated by the story, and more than a little surprised that the matriarch was willing to say all this in front of Taven and her friends. Then again, Zorian never told them that Arania were mind readers, so their minds were completely unshielded. The matriarch probably had a pretty good picture of how likely they were to cause trouble for her. And they weren't going to remember anything about this when this loop ended, either. Although giving information to humans helped us as well as them, we rarely did it for free. In return for our secrets, we demanded some of your own. Our human allies used the information we provided to make a name for themselves and further their careers, and in return they taught us some of your magic and helped us adapt it for our own use. Armed with our very own system of structured magic, the Arania grew in strength and versatility, solidifying their hold over this region and making the web that lived beneath Cyoria the most prestigious of Iranian webs. The resulting prosperity caused their numbers to swell, and they sent a never-ending stream of colonists and breakaway webs to the surrounding region, where they proceeded to evict or subjugate every lesser Iranian web they encountered. But although these Arania left Cyoria in search of their own destiny, no place had the prestige or opportunities that Cyoria offered, and thus viewed their mother web with envy and resentment. Soon, a number of these breakaways banded together and, armed with the experience of fighting the lesser webs for territory, drove the original web out of their homeland. It would not be the last time Cyoria changed hands. The conquerors were soon evicted by another group of invaders, and this group was evicted by another, and then they were evicted by us. We are the fifth web to hold this place, and while our position is secure at the moment, any sort of weakness could cause the neighboring webs to get restless. Ha, Zorian said. So if you were, hypothetically speaking, absolutely decimated by someone and had your numbers severely reduced? Our neighbors would launch a few probing raids at the very least, the matriarch said. But anyway, my point is that humans and Arania are not, nor have they ever been enemies. Well, barring some isolated incidents. On both sides. In fact, it has been my explicit policy to encourage closer links between this web and humans living in Cyoria. I hope the day will come when Arania will be able to walk the street above in open daylight, just like any other citizen. And I suppose you hope the humans will defend you from outside threats, like any other citizens, Grunt said. Like, say, from those rival webs that want to take your territory. I confess that possibility does factor rather heavily into my thinking, the matriarch admitted. The city authorities would be a lot less inclined to stand by and watch if we had an established, formal relationship with them. So is this your recruiting pitch? Asked Taven. Are you trying to turn us into your agents? More contacts is always good, the matriarch said. But no, I'm not trying to recruit you. I just sensed you were worried about Zorian's association with us and wanted to assuage your fears somewhat. Anyway, Fong of Victory is coming back with the bauble, so we'll have to cut this short here. Talk to Zorian if you ever want to chat with us again. Sure enough, the matriarch honor guard soon returned with the watch. Zorian half expected her to return with the watch gripped in her fangs, but it actually came back carrying some kind of leather harness full of pouches across its body, one of which held the watch. For a moment Zorian wondered how they made that, what with them lacking hands and all, but then realized he was being a bit foolish. The matriarch had already said they traded with humans for a lot of things, this must be one of them. They quickly said goodbye to the Arania and were on their way back to their employer, prize in hand. I don't know what to think, Taven said when they put some distance between themselves and the Arania. They seemed nice enough, but it's a bit disquieting to find out we have an entire colony of these things living beneath the city, pulling their strings over gods know how many people. Yeah, agreed Mumble quietly. Zorian could definitely see why Taven called him the way she did. He tended to talk really softly, making his speech very hard to understand sometimes. Did you know Cyoria is kind of famous for its spider silk? The merchants who sell it are really cagey about where they get it in such quantities and have declared their source a trade secret. Most people think they have managed to create a spider species that can be farmed effectively and have a giant farm hidden somewhere, but I think it's pretty obvious now where they get it. Zorian mostly kept out of the conversation, alternating between listening to their conversation, when they were saying something interesting, and studying the device they retrieved from the Urania, when they weren't. It was, as the matriarch said, a magical item of some sort, shaped like a pocket watch, but not one. The hands didn't move, and the screw that should have allowed a person to wind it was fused with the casing and seemed to be simply an ornamental bump put there to make the illusion superficially convincing. He tried to channel mana into it, but that didn't result in anything substantial. The device probably required the user to channel mana in a very specific manner. Many complex magical items did. The lessons in divining the secrets of magical items that Hazlush gave him really paid off here. Considering its purpose, the device yielded its purpose surprisingly easily. To put it bluntly, it was equipment for burglary. More specifically, it was a ward scanner, designed to guide and enhance divination spells meant to seek out weaknesses in complicated warding schemes so they could be broken or bypassed more easily. Their employer had probably been trying to identify a hole in Iranian defenses. Still, while the purpose of the device was readily apparent to his divination spells, its method of operation stubbornly remained a mystery. After several unsuccessful attempts to pry the casing open without damaging the device, he finally decided to try something experimental. He extruded a mana cloud from his hands, the way he did when picking locks, and directed it to trickle into the device's insides through the gaps and misaligned seams. The resulting information was fuzzy, but told him that the insides were filled with brass gears and crystals. They were probably not meant to be pried open. How then? Ah, so that was the trick. The hands of the clock weren't just static, they were nothing more than an image painted over a glass cover. Zorian pressed his finger against the glass cover and pushed it into the casing. There was a soft click from the inside, and when Zorian released the pressure the cover immediately flew open, revealing a complicated interface full of dials and sigils. Very complicated interface. He wasn't going to figure this out in the hour or so they had until they reached the client. He was so taking this thing apart to see how it worked in one of the future restarts. Break. Finishing the job was done without complications. Zorian opted not to put a tracking spell on the device, since he didn't know how sensitive the device was and didn't want to ruin it. That turned out to be a good choice, as the man immediately cast several diagnostic spells on the device once Zorian handed it over, one of which Zorian knew to be a spell designed to detect simple tracking spells. Once the transaction was done, Zorian insisted they shake hands, claiming it was traditional in his village to do so after a successful business deal. The man rolled his eyes and mumbled something about yokels, but humored him anyway. Mission accomplished. After they all shared a drink in a nearby tavern, Taven insisted and wouldn't hear no from anyone. The group separated. Zorian immediately descended to the sewers again and went back to the Urania. A ward reader, you say? The matriarch asked. It makes sense. He and his friends had been hanging out at the edge of our territory for a while, trying to stay hidden. I'm surprised he hired a bunch of students to get it, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what he was thinking, Zorian said. Seems like a stupid idea to me. We'll find out in a few days, if all goes well, the matriarch said. That said, there are other things we must discuss. I believe I told you in the previous restart that I happened upon some pretty important information. You did, Zorian agreed. I was wondering what that was about. It's about the invaders. First of all, your guess was right, they are indeed from Oquinabesa. I knew it, Zorian scowled. What was it? Are they out for revenge or is this just sheer opportunism? A bit of both, the matriarch said. They resent you for their exile and they think you're weak, now that the Splinter Wars and the Weeping wiped out most of your battle mages. But that's not the important part. The important part concerns a question so basic I'm honestly not sure why neither of us thought of it. Namely, why exactly did the invasion think they could conquer Scioria in the first place? Zorian opened his mouth to answer with the aid of the time loop, but then quickly closed it again. According to the matriarch, this invasion had been in the works far before the start of the time loop. Clearly, Someone associated with the invasion got brought into the time loop eventually and started feeding information to them to make the whole endeavor scarily effective, but what about before that? Without knowing exact locations of Scioria's defenses, their initial bombardment would have been a lot less damaging than it was. Without knowing the Academy's exact ward scheme and how to bypass it, their assault at the place would be practically doomed from the start. And on top of all that, the matriarch claimed the Urania were successfully keeping the invaders out of Scioria's underworld before the time loop. So really, the invasion never really had the chance to take control of the place. Perhaps they didn't, Zorian said. Intend to conquer it, I mean. Scioria is pretty important to Eldamar, but it's not the capital, nor its industrial heartland. It's the seat of Eldamar's Mage Guild and the home of the world's most prestigious Mage Academy, neither of which is likely to cooperate with the invaders. Most likely, they just intended to do as much damage as possible. Keep Eldamar's magical might busy while they invade with the bulk of their forces elsewhere. You're very close, the matriarch said. They were indeed trying to cause as much damage to the city as possible, but it was to be much more than a simple distraction. Apparently, the date of the summer festival is very magically significant. It is the day of the year when the barriers between planes of existence are the weakest. In fact, the weakening starts exactly 1 month before the date, gradually reaching its peak on the day of the festival. And this year's summer festival is even more special than usual. I'm afraid that us Urania don't know much about astronomy, seeing as we live largely underground, but apparently this year's summer festival includes some kind of planetary alignment. Zorian took a deep breath, a shiver running down his spine. Of course. How could he have missed it till now? This year's planar alignment, signified by several planets aligning with their own, an event that took place once every 400 years or so. The last time such an event happened, a city of mages took advantage of it to teleport their entire city all the way from Mycena to the southern coast of Altazia, performing the largest feat of transcontinental teleportation to ever be recorded. If someone wanted to mess around with space and time on a grand scale, this was the time to do it. Yeah, that would explain a lot, Zorian finally said. Like why the time loop was initiated now, of all times. But wait, how does that help them to do more damage to the city? Did they intend to teleport the city into the sea or something? No. First of all, they intended to summon a large amount of high-level demons to help with the invasion. This was why they were willing to go through with the attack, despite their lack of success against us and their inability to do much to the Academy and its wards. Demons, especially high-level ones, are virtually immune to mental attacks and highly resistant to magic. The Urania would be massacred in no time at all, and the mages would be too busy fighting for their lives to help out the city's mundane defenders. Those same defenders would be up against trolls and fire elementals, who are immune to firearms, with winter wolves and iron beaks acting as support. That's horrible, Zorian said after digesting that for a second. Why aren't they doing that now? They can't, remember. No summoning anything while in the time loop. The whole material plane has been cut off from the spiritual ones, the matriarch reminded him. Oh yeah, Zorian said. I guess that would throw a serious wrench in the works. I wonder if they actually went through with the invasion during the initial restart when they had no agent inside the time loop. They would have surely known their plan was doomed without demonic support. They probably would, the matriarch said. The demons were ultimately a distraction, same as the rest of their forces. The invasion leadership didn't actually think they were enough to do more than cripple Scioria and they wanted it completely wiped off the map. No, the real target lies with the area around the hole. While the defenders were busy fighting for their lives, a group of mages would secure the place and enact a grand summoning ritual. Ugh, Zorian grunted. Let me guess, a really big demon. No. They wanted to summon a primordial. Color instantly drained out of Zorian's face. What? But, that would leave the whole city a lifeless crater. What about their own forces? Expendable, the matriarch told him bluntly. Everyone high enough to matter was ready to teleport away at the first hint that the summoning was successful, the rest were disposable pawns that were never actually expected to survive. Besides, you'll notice that the actual invasion force is really light on human mages. Only a minimum of Abasan mages was necessary to maintain some control over the various demons and monsters. And you're actually rather optimistic in your damage predictions. The Abasan leadership hoped that being summoned with the help of the biggest mana well on the continent would give the primordial enough power to linger on this plane for weeks. If so, it would rampage across large swathes of Altazia before finally running out of power or until the Altasians managed to organize a group of mages big enough to banish it back to its realm. Then Ulquin Abasa could just swoop in once it's gone and mop up the demoralized survivors. Zorian was honestly at a loss for words. On one hand, the plan was utterly crazy, and a large part of him wanted to say it would never work. Where did they even find a ritual to summon a goddamn primordial of all things? But still, he'd watched the invaders bulldoze through Scioria's defenses far too many times to discount them like that. If they thought the plan could work, it probably could. Where did they find mages willing to do the summoning? Zorian asked. They must have known they'd be killed by the primordial's rampage before they can escape, being so close to it and all. And do you happen to know which primordial it was? The summoning would be done by the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, probably known to you by the name, Cult of the World Dragon. Apparently they are fully willing to die in order to summon one of the Great Mother's children. Those of their members not involved with the summoning are helping the invasion forces as regular mage support or simple saboteurs, in case of more mundane members. Actually, now that I think about it, they are probably acting as the invaders' inside agents in general. We'll have to infiltrate their group deeper for more information. Anyway, no, I don't know which primordial. Just that it was one of the land-bound ones. The Abasans didn't want to risk it suddenly deciding it wanted to visit their little island and flying over. I'll bet, Zorian said. Of course, all this means we have a problem on our hands. No matter how formidable the invasion is while we're trapped inside the time loop, it will be even more fearsome outside of it. They will have additional demon support on top of everything they already have, and we'll have to spend some of our time thwarting the primordial summoning. I want to say those cultists are just totally crazy and couldn't summon a crippled imp, much less a thrice-damned primordial, but the possibility is just so catastrophic we can't afford to risk it. Yes, this indeed complicates the matter considerably, the matriarch agreed. My original plan was to keep thwarting the flow of the invasion until the third time traveler is forced to reveal themselves, either through sloppiness or frustration, lure them into an ambush and mind-rape them into catatonia, find a perfect counter for an invasion over several restarts, and finally, find a way to break the time loop and deal with the invaders for real. The part about dealing with the third time traveler still seems workable, but finding a perfect counter will clearly be impossible with such a large variable missing while we're inside the time loop. Zorian was a tad queasy about how matter-of-factly the matriarch spoke of destroying a person's mind, but he had to admit he knew of no other way to deal with the third time traveler. The only other way involved destroying his soul, and that was arguably even more morally reprehensible. Plus, he didn't actually know how to destroy someone's soul. And hopefully never would. Right, Zorian sighed tiredly. What a day. Do you have any other bombshells to throw at me? Well, not as such, no. However, these recent developments mean that I will not have much time to teach you this month. Fortunately, you are at the level where you don't really need a high-level user like me to guide you, so I have found you a suitable replacement. Zorian, say hello to enthusiastic seeker of novelty. One of the Urania that had accompanied the matriarch, a rather small and twitchy individual that seemed to have trouble staying still, suddenly jumped down from the ceiling and landed in front of him. Hi. I am enthusiastic seeker of novelty and I will totally be your teacher this month. I know you humans have trouble with our names so you can just call me Novelty. I don't mind. She circled around him as she spoke to him telepathically, looking like some kind of weird puppy inviting him to play with her. Anyway, when the matriarch asked for volunteers to teach you, I was like, this is your chance, Novelty. I was totally game. They won't let me help with defense because I'm supposedly too young, but they told me you're a baby at this psychic stuff and I can totally take care of babies. And hey, you can teach me stuff too. I was always curious about you humans, like how you can walk on your hind legs without tipping over all the time or... Zorian tuned out her chatter in favor of giving the matriarch a glare. Does she come with an off button? He asked telepathically. The matriarch simply projected a mixture of amusement and satisfaction in response. 23. Lighting the Fuse. Chapter 023 Lighting the Fuse. On the surface, getting saddled with Novelty seemed like a recipe for endless frustration and annoyance. She was an impatient, impulsive chatterbox that seemed to have no concept of personal space, always hovering uncomfortably near him and poking him with her front legs. Zorian was not afraid of spiders, but that kind of close physical contact was just too much. Basically, she was a spider version of Kyrielle. And he only tolerated Kyrielle's antics as much as he did because she was his little sister. Despite this, Zorian was actually glad to have met her. Her personality certainly left a lot to be desired, and he often had to keep her focused on their lessons instead of going off on weird tangents about various topics, but she was still a wealth of information on both psionics and Urania. And unlike the matriarch, whose every explanation sounded like a thinly veiled manipulation attempt to Zorian, Novelty didn't have a single deceptive bone in her body. Most of the time she said what she meant, and it was painfully obvious when she tried to shift the subject or fudged the truth. It was a refreshing change of pace from his previous interactions with the Urania. Novelty remained blissfully unaware of his thoughts, too engrossed in her inspection of Zorian's alchemy equipment. That was another difference between Novelty and the matriarch. Novelty couldn't read his surface thoughts unless he structured his thoughts very slowly and clearly aimed them at her. It made him much more relaxed about her presence than he would have otherwise been. Humans build so many strange things, Novelty declared after inspecting the glass vials by sight and touch. Zorian didn't know whether Urania were usually this fond of touching things and Novelty was simply unrestrained in her interactions with him or if the spider in front of him was simply a physical sort of girl, but Novelty certainly liked to touch the things she was studying. Annoyingly, this included him as well as random inanimate objects, but at least she seemed to have finally internalized the idea he didn't like her climbing into his lap by now. How did you even make this? It's the same kind of transparent rock you use for those window things, but I have no idea how you managed to carve it out in this kind of shape. And it's so smooth, too. I know those branching upper limbs of yours are better at manipulating things than our legs, but this is crazy. You know, the Urania once tried to keep human thralls to create things for us. But it was a huge hassle and it turned out it's much easier to just trade with humans for what we need. You humans don't seem to fare too well underground, and kidnapping humans always seemed to anger the rest of the human communities a lot, even when they weren't of the same clan or anything. And, that was a really long time ago and we totally don't do stuff like that anymore and you should forget everything I said about that, okay? Said Zorian dubiously before deciding not to pursue the issue. For what it's worth, the transparent rock is called glass, and it's not really carved. It's made from sand, which is heated until it turns molten and therefore malleable and then shaped by sticking long tubes into the resulting molten mass and blowing air into it. Novelty turned around to focus all of her eyes on him. How, in the name of grandmother's shriveled egg sack, did it occur to one of you to do that? Do humans have some sort of magical stone sense or something? No, said Zorian patiently. Explaining stuff like this to Novelty was annoying, but it made her much more willing to share things with him in turn, so he would labor on. Humans have always been mucking around with tools of various sorts. We're pretty fragile in our natural forms, so building things is a matter of survival. We use crude tools to fashion better tools, and then those better tools to fashion more precise tools, and so on. I don't really know how glassblowing came into existence, but it didn't just magically pop into someone's head all out of a sudden. I don't really think you can be considered fragile, Novelty said dubiously. You wield incredible magic, and you pretty much conquered the surface world with it. Not all humans wield magic, said Zorian. Only a small number of people are mages, and the number was even smaller the more you go back in time. Most of your tools sound a lot like magic to me, to be honest, Novelty said. You take rocks and stuff and perform complicated rituals on them to turn them into these wondrous creations that no amount of web weaving can duplicate. It's the part that fascinates me most about you humans, this weird building magic of yours. I was kind of hoping I could learn some of your secrets while I teach you, but it looks like that will be pretty difficult because, you know, she waved her front legs in the air for emphasis, I haven't got these hands you humans use for everything. Not that I'm giving up or anything. I'm definitely going to figure something out. Well, you already told me you are learning to be a mage, so you could always resort to actual magic, said Zorian. Fabrication spells are a thing, after all. Granted, you'd have to understand the properties of materials you're working with and the engineering principles of the things you're trying to create, but if you're serious about being a crafter that's pretty much a must anyway. I'll be honest and admit I have no idea what you just said, Novelty said after a brief silence. But I'm guessing you were trying to be encouraging, so thanks. Right, Zorian sighed. We've gone on a tangent again. Let's focus on the lessons again. But those lessons are so boring. Novelty complained. You already know most of this stuff, it's just a matter of practicing, and you can't do that here, anyway. You are practicing, right? Sure am, Zorian agreed. I spend most of my classes trying to sense my classmates and other students in the building. Not like I get anything else useful out of classes these days. It's going pretty well, but I still have to concentrate pretty heavily to achieve any kind of range. I've also tried sensing their emotions, but that is still pretty hit and miss. Are you sure no one is going to detect me doing that? Because I'm going to land in pretty hot water if somebody detects me messing with people's minds. I keep telling you, no one is going to detect anything without invading your mind first, Novelty assured him. I totally went and asked other Arania about that, since you keep asking about it, and they confirmed it. Basically, sensing minds and basic empathy doesn't involve any delving into other people's minds. I know you don't believe in the Great Web and all, but imagine a kind of mental plane that permeates everything. Minds create ripples on this mental plane, like stones thrown into a pool of stagnant water, and those who are open can use these ripples to locate other minds around them and divine some basic facts about them. Stuff like species and their general mood. Huh. That does make sense, Zorian said. So sensing minds and empathy are really two aspects of a single ability, that being an ability to perceive this mental plane of yours and interpret the ripples propagating through it. Do you know if mental shielding spells have an effect on this? Oh, definitively, confirmed Novelty. The basic shielding spells that mages like to use will pretty much ruin your ability to use empathy on them. Too much interference. Detecting them, on the other hand, becomes even easier. Any mind-affecting spells make a mind noisier, to a psychic, even defensive ones. Especially defensive ones, now that I think of it. Well, except for that one infamous spell called Mind Blank, that actually causes a mind to disconnect from the Great Web, making a person completely undetectable to mind sensing and utterly immune to mind-affecting magic. Pretty terrifying stuff, that. Zorian knew of the spell she was talking about. Mind Blank was well known as a kind of ultimate defense against mind magic, but the spell was infamous for causing psychological problems if miscast or used too extensively. A number of mages paranoid about people invading their minds had gone insane after leaving it permanently on, giving it a somewhat poor reputation among mages. There were other, less drastic protections that were sufficient in most cases. That's strange, Zorian said innocently. The matriarch told me that no flimsy human magic could shield me against her if she was determined to get me, but here you're telling me there is a spell I could learn to make myself completely immune to psychic powers. Ah, well, you see, Novelty fumbled. She was actually right because those are totally different things, yes. A shield is one thing, we can totally batter it down or bypass it. If you take yourself off the Great Web, though, it's like you aren't there at all. You first need to sense a mind to connect to it, and if you can't connect to it dash. I get it, Zorian interrupted. No telepathic link, no Iranian mind magic. And you can't connect to something you can't sense telepathically. Clearly the creator of Mind Blank knew a thing or two about psychic powers. It sounds like the spell is designed specifically to defeat them. The idea isn't that revolutionary, Novelty grumbled. A sufficiently skilled psychic can disconnect from the Great Web with some effort. It's called going dark. It's a pretty shady skill, though, mostly used by assassins, thieves, and saboteurs. Anyway, the problem isn't just the mind blank, it's the fact that any mage powerful enough to cast it is also powerful enough to take on the entire Iranian web all on their lonesome. We have ways of dealing with people like that, but I totally can't tell you because the others would have me dismembered if I said anything about it, since, secret defenses and stuff. Right, Zorian said. He had no intention of creating problems at home for Novelty, so he wouldn't pursue that topic further. Their super-secret defense plans probably boiled down to collapse the entire tunnel on top of them, anyway. So Mind Blank is a psychic skill translated into a spell. Not that surprising, I guess. Mages love taking abilities of magical creatures and turning them into spells for their own use. Really? Novelty asked. But I thought human magic is so good that there is nothing you can learn from others. The matriarch is always talking about how amazing your magic is and how no one can match it. No, that's completely wrong, Zorian said. Mages of Icosian tradition, which is virtually every mage you're going to encounter, are pretty much all about taking other people's magic and making it your own. The entire system of structured magic is specifically designed to be expanded upon as needed. It's true that we rarely find something worth learning among other magical traditions these days, but that's mostly because we already stole and traded for everything that was worth taking. That's not quite the story I was told, Novelty admitted. Don't feel too bad, most humans also think our entire magical tradition sprang fully formed in the early days of the Icosian Empire, Zorian said. But back to our conversation about mental defenses. You said an Arania could batter down or bypass defensive magic other than Mind Blank. Does that include you personally? Of course. Who do you take me for? Novelty protested. If I couldn't fight telepathically, I'd have been devoured while still at the hatchery. Zorian blinked. What, seriously? As in, actually get eaten or? No, not literally eaten. We haven't let the hatchlings eat each other ever since. Actually, let's not talk about that. It was just a figure of speech, that's the important bit. Anyway. Novelty hastened to change the subject. I don't know how it works among humans, but newborn Arania are confined to the hatchery during the first few months of their existence. There are usually a lot of us, and we're all cooped up in this tiny boring room with nothing to do but pester the caretakers for stories and pick fights amongst each other, and the caretakers don't like it when the hatchlings fight physically with each other. They are a lot more lenient about experimenting with our psychic powers, though. A bit of telepathic roughhousing is to be expected, so you pretty quickly learn the basics of defending your mind. Zorian tried to imagine the scenario Novelty just described and abandoned that train of thought with a shudder. He made a mental note to avoid being near Iranian hatcheries at all costs, just in case the issue ever popped up in the future. That's interesting, but not quite what I was asking. I asked about countering defenses, not defending yourself, he said finally. You can't win a fight by only defending, Novelty scoffed. I don't really understand this weird divide between mental attacks and defenses you insist on. Striking back is a crucial part of any worthwhile defense. Even a weak counterattack forces your opponent to spend some time and focus on their defenses and weakens their own attack. I guess I keep forgetting that psychic powers aren't discrete spells, but more of a manifold manifestation of a single holistic ability, Zorian admitted. Still, retaliation doesn't have to be mental. If I could stop your mental attacks long enough, I could just punch you or cast a spell on you to make you stop. Considering I know nothing about telepathic combat, that's probably the smartest option for me anyway. And that brings me to my proposition. I want to see how my magical defenses fare against your capabilities. I'm going to cast a few mind shields and you're going to do your best to take them apart. What do you say? Honored matriarch gave me strict instructions about when I can progress with your lessons, Novelty said hesitantly. No doubt accompanied by strict instruction about what she wasn't allowed to teach him at all. Zorian was under no illusion that the Urania intended to teach him anything but a small fraction of their psychic skills. While the Urania seemed to worship their ability in some sense, and sought to encourage its spread among humanity, they clearly regarded most of it as a personal secret. Hell, some of the things the matriarch told him heavily implied they kept some things secret even from each other, never mind from outsiders. Not to mention it would be rather foolish of the matriarch to teach Zorian how to do some things, since he could promptly use those skills against her interests. For instance, he was quite sure that Novelty got strongly worded instructions not to tell him anything about memory manipulation, since that would allow him to mess around with the matriarch's memory packet and potentially feed her forged information. Still, Zorian was fine with that. He already got more out of the Urania than he thought he would have, and in case he ever got greedy for more than the matriarch was willing to provide. Well, there were more Urania than the ones beneath Scioria, and Novelty made it clear they didn't really talk to each other much. If he traded for a single secret with 10 different groups, he could easily amass far more knowledge than any one group would be comfortable with him having. For additional irony, he might even trade them a secret he got from one of the other groups he traded with. It was a classical trick that Icosians used when dealing with tribal groups, and the time loop only made it easier. But if he ever wanted to do such a thing, he needed to have some way of defending his mind. He got the impression that Iranian tribes outside of Scioria weren't nearly as friendly as the matriarch and her tribe, and mind effects transferred across restarts. The matriarch promised to teach him the basics of telepathic combat, which he translated as inadequate to threaten us, but good enough to ward off cephalic rats and random mind mages, so he needed to know how human mind magic fared against your average Urania. We aren't progressing my lessons, because you're not going to teach me anything, Zorian insisted. It's just an experiment. I want to see how my spells fare against you. Alright, I'm totally game, then. Novelty agreed, suddenly enthusiastic. But, you're not allowed to attack me physically in response, okay? That would kind of defeat the purpose of the experiment, agreed Zorian. Right. So are we assuming I'm attacking from an ambush or that I'm pressed for time? Novelty asked. The difference being? Well, if I was attacking from an ambush, would try to simply bypass your shield entirely through superior skill. It's very effective when it works, but slow to set up, so it doesn't work if the target isn't either too busy with something to deal with me or unaware of the attempt. On the other hand, if time is of the essence, I just batter down the shields with brute force. It's faster but more mana expensive. Oh, and it's kind of hard to judge the exact amount of force needed to break through a defense without also damaging the mind it was defending, so, let's just assume I'm attacking from ambush, okay? Yes, let's, Zorian deadpanned. The next hour was as frustrating as it was instructive. Novelty took the whole thing as a game, improving as time went on, despite Zorian's futile attempts to refine his defenses through repeated castings and spell combinations. It was rather embarrassing to see the overexcitable, scatterbrained Urania go through his spells like they didn't exist in 30 seconds flat. Granted, those 30 seconds would be enough for him to incinerate her in real life, but that presumed he was in a position to do so, and that might be an unwarranted assumption. What if she was hidden from him? What if she was behind some kind of wards? What if she wasn't the only attacker? But a little embarrassment was worth it. He now knew that his best defense against Urania, and other psychics, he supposed, was actually the basic mind shield spell. Other, more sophisticated spells couldn't seem to cope against Novelty's telepathic attacks. Most of the spells you used were really easy to trick and bypass with a few feints and a bit of careful timing, Novelty explained. They were all based on simple defense patterns and always reacted the same to my attacks. That magic shell you used to surround your mind with, though, it's such a crude thing, but I have to admit it gave me trouble. No patterns or anything fancy, just a solid, unyielding mental barrier. I don't think I'd be able to bypass it at all if you hadn't kept messing up the spell every time you cast it. I was messing it up, asked Zorian in surprise. Yeah. The shell had these minute imperfections in it that I used to slip past it. I don't think those were supposed to be there, Novelty said. Minute imperfections, she said. Sounded like a normal result of a usual spell boundary. Very few mages could cast a spell flawlessly, and they rarely needed to. Minute imperfections rarely mattered unless you were dealing with very special circumstances. Apparently this was one of those special circumstances. Zorian suppressed a sigh. He could already hear the ghostly voice of Svim in his head lecturing him about the failures of today's mages and the need to practice until you could do the spells right instead of good enough. In retrospect, he was just asking for trouble with that line of thought. Break. When Zorian arrived at his weekly session with Svim, he fully expected to get an hour of his usual crap from Svim, which in this particular restart meant taking a bundle of thin sticks and trying to incinerate one of the sticks without singeing the rest of them or burning his hand in the process. Admittedly, Svim was staring at him pretty hard when he came in, but Svim did a lot of really weird things during their sessions. Zorian hadn't even taken a seat before Svim decided to speak to him. I have heard you have been casting fireballs, Svim said. Is that true? Zorian forcibly stopped himself from scowling at the man. Him making a comment like that was never a good sign. Svim was never impressed with anything Zorian did, so no doubt he found something objectionable in his combat practice with Taven. How the hell did the man even find out about that? Svim's face told him nothing, and Zorian had already tried to use his rudimentary empathy on him to no avail, trying to see what made the annoying man tick. Svim had an incredible control over his emotions, and virtually nothing fazed him or truly set him off. I can cast the spell, yes, Zorian said carefully, as if talking slower would help him evade whatever minefield Svim set up for him with his question. Admittedly only at minimum power, but dash. So that's a no, then, Svim deadpanned. He stared at him, as if challenging Zorian to contradict him. Fortunately, Zorian was far too wise to get worked up over Svim's proclamations at this point, so they simply stared at each other in silence for a few moments. Eventually, Svim broke the stare down with an overdramatic sigh. Mages these days, always rushing into things half-baked. I expected better from you. There is nothing wrong with being interested in combat magic, but immediately going for the flashiest, highest-rated spell in your reach is unwise. A half-powered fireball is no fireball at all. You should have concentrated on building a solid base until you could do it properly. Well, Zorian said calmly, why not show me how it's done, then? In response, Svim wordlessly drew a stack of cards from his drawer and threw them at him. Zorian instinctively caught them before they could collide with his head, too used to his antics to be surprised at the move. Cards? He asked, turning them over in his hands. They looked like regular playing cards, except their faces were replaced with squares, lines, circles and other geometrical shapes. Cards, Svim confirmed. Specifically, cards made out of mana-absorbing material. The seemingly ornamental sigils on the corners expel any mana the cards gather, radiating it away into the surroundings. It takes a lot of mana to affect them in any way. And I'll be affecting them? Zorian guessed. You'll try, I'm sure, Svim said airily, pointedly rearranging the pens on his table instead of looking at Zorian. They're very hard to affect for mages of such meager skills as yours are. To make the story short, you'll be trying to burn the shapes painted on the cards, and only the shapes. You may begin when you feel ready. Zorian stared at the cards for a moment. He suspected he knew what the point of this exercise was. He had to use a lot of mana, and he had to use it instantly or the corner glyphs would simply radiate his mana away. That was pretty much the basic challenge of all combat magic, shape a lot of mana quickly without messing up the spell boundary too much. So he took a deep breath, picked a card that looked easiest to him, it was just a circle in the middle, how hard could that be, and poured a sizable chunk of mana into his first attempt. Other than the corner glyphs glowing a little, nothing happened. Damn it. This just might be a little harder than he thought it would be. Break. After failing to affect the cards a few times and then overdoing it and burning down a few cards to cinders, singing his fingers in the process, Zorian finally managed to burn some blurry shapes that were clearly inspired by what was drawn on them instead of being an irregular hole burned through the center of the card. Predictably, Svim had some very disparaging things to say about that. Eventually, Zorian ran out of mana and had to stop. What kind of shaping exercise was so mana-intensive you can actually run out as you practice? The Svim kind, apparently. Instead of simply sending him away, though, Svim then proceeded to lecture him about the proper way of gathering ambient mana. Apparently there was a way to assimilate ambient mana faster if you sat completely still and focused on doing absolutely nothing else. So not very useful, all things considered, but probably crucial if he intended to complete Svim's newest exercise in any sort of reasonable time frame. Then, as a parting remark, Svim casually remarked that they were going to continue their lesson tomorrow. That tomorrow wasn't even a school day didn't bother Svim in the slightest. Good, Svim concluded. We have a whole day, then. We will need the time from what I saw today. It wasn't an isolated occurrence. From that day on, Svim insisted on practice sessions every single day, monopolizing every bit of free time Zorian had. Why did Svim suddenly decide to do that, when he usually never interacted with him outside their assigned meeting times? Hell if Zorian knew. It was certainly annoying, though. The Urania, on the other hand, had their own frustrations. Trying to track down the ward breaker that hired Taven's group to recover the watch turned out to be fairly easy, but getting access to him was anything but. In addition to being good at breaking and analyzing wards, the man was also good at building them, and he was a very capable mage to boot. The Urania lost 2 of their members trying to corner him and eventually gave up on him for that particular restart, focusing on other leads for the moment. They still did their best to counter the invaders during the summer festival, of course. The next 2 restarts were much the same. The Urania gathered information about the invaders, sometimes asking Zorian to speak for them if they had to interact with someone openly, and started a limited assassination campaign among the cultists and other invasion collaborators that they managed to identify. Zorian learned combat magic, Urania mind arts, and tried to survive Svim's lessons without punching the man in the face. Their efforts were steadily bearing fruit, with the invasion going more and more haywire with each subsequent restart, and the matriarch hoped their mysterious third time traveler was going to show up soon. The biggest surprise, to Zorian, was that Novelty actually remembered their interactions in previous restarts. Apparently the matriarch wasn't monopolizing the memory transfer like Zorian thought she would, and was instead giving him memories of 6 different Uranias in that memory packet of hers. Novelty, being something of Zorian's personal trainer by now, was deemed important enough to be included in that elite company, something the young spider was very smug about. Now, though, Zorian was feeling it was time for a change of pace. 2 restarts full of Svim were enough for him, and Taven had taught him most of what she knew about combat magic anyway. He knocked on the door to Ilsa's office and waited for her to invite him in. Break. Good morning, Mr. Kaczynski, Ilsa said with a hint of amusement. I haven't been expecting you until Friday. I suppose you've heard some stories about your mentor, then? No, I already know what kind of person Svim is. It's not why I'm here, Zorian said. No, I'm here because I want to learn how to teleport. Ilsa blinked in surprise. That's quite ambitious. Leaving aside the question as to why I should spend my time teaching you that, what makes you think you're even capable of casting such a spell? Even the simplest of teleport spells are very difficult. A fair question, Zorian admitted. How about a demonstration? By all means, Ilsa laughed, motioning him to go ahead. Zorian didn't need empathy to see she didn't think he was capable of impressing her. Well then, challenge accepted. Every difficult shaping exercise, every complicated spell he learned over the past 2 years in the time loop, he showcased all of them. Every written test or theoretical question she fielded against him he countered with a perfect answer, sometimes because he honestly knew the topic, and sometimes because she tended to ask the same questions each time he tried to impress her. And then, when she was still reeling from the realization that he was skilled enough to graduate from the academy right at that moment if he wanted, he pulled out several magic objects from his backpack and started explaining his spell formula experiments to her. While not an official spell formula teacher, Zorian knew from previous restarts that she had very good knowledge of the field, and could appreciate the difficulty of feats he was showing her. "I'm surprised you haven't applied for a transfer to a Tier 1 group with these kinds of skills," Ilsa remarked when he was finally done. "Ah yes, the Tier 1 groups, the Academy's answer to students too advanced for the normal curriculum. Sadly, the prestige of belonging to one of those groups meant that many people did everything in their power to place their child into one of them, and that meant the actual lessons couldn't be that much more advanced from normal ones, else all the people who bought or otherwise arranged for their presence there couldn't keep up." Zorian had heard all sorts of things about those groups, good or bad, but the general picture seemed to be of a bunch of social climbers looking down on everyone else. Nothing that Zorian wanted to be a part of. "I believe I can get more things done through independent study," Zorian said. "If I truly thought my classes had nothing to offer me I would just test out." "Don't be too hasty," Ilsa warned. "I'm sure you can find the academy resources useful for another year or so. You aren't that advanced." The academy didn't like it when people tested out. They publicly prided themselves on being able to help even adult mages, never mind gifted children. Graduating early implied that the student had nothing left to learn from the academy, and was considered a bit of a slap to the face on behalf of the student. You didn't get any money back for finishing early, either. All in all, Zorian didn't really intend to test out, that wouldn't get him anything except create bad blood between him and the academy. Still, he always found that sprinkling some light threats into negotiations helped the other side take him more seriously. Ilsa continued to think in silence for a while, rhythmically tapping her pencil on top of a folder full of written tests that Zorian had speedily filled out earlier in the meeting. Zorian didn't interrupt her, although he considered the long silence a bad sign. In all likelihood this attempt was a waste and he would have to try another approach in the next resta. "All right, here is my offer," Ilsa said suddenly. "I will transfer your mentorship from Swim to myself. I will give you instruction in advanced aspects of illusionism, alteration, animation, and conjuration. If you impress me with your dedication, I will then include lesser dimensionalism spells in that list, and if you prove yourself adept at those, then I will teach you the basic teleport spell." Zorian blinked. What? That was way more than he asked for. Not that he was complaining, but... "That sounded better than I hoped for," Zorian said. "What's the catch?" "Well, first of all, I'm expecting you to be my personal assistant," Ilsa said. "I've been trying to get one for the past 2 years, but the headmaster refuses to pay for their salary and finding a skilled person willing to work for free is surprisingly difficult. Anyway, you'll mostly be dealing with the large number of tests and homework I get every single day, and I may also ask you to take over some of my teaching duties to first-year classes. Or any other random task I think of that I consider below me, really." Annoying, but a fair price for what she was offering. In fact, this whole thing sounded remarkably like. "And you'll officially become my apprentice," Ilsa continued. "If I am going to teach you advanced magic and trust you with my work, I want to have some kind of legal hold over you." Like that. Normally Zorian would be very leery of signing an apprentice contract with someone he barely knew, considering their main purpose was to screw the apprentice over if they went against their agreement with their mentor, but this contract was only going to last until the end of the restart, so what the hell. "Oh, and you'll be taking over the position of class representative for your group," Ilsa suddenly said. Zorian winced. Not only was that a thankless, horrible job, it was also already taken. "Akoja is going to be devastated," Zorian mumbled. He felt kind of bad at stealing her position, especially since he didn't actually want it in the first place, but there was no way he was missing this chance. Ilsa laughed. "Zorian, the reason I'm giving you the position is that Akoja doesn't want it anymore." She says she hates the position, that everyone shuns her because of it and that I should give it to someone else. Unfortunately, I haven't received any offers to switch with her. Not from anyone I trust, anyway. She gave Zorian a knowing look. You were one of the people she recommended for the position, but I didn't even bother asking you about it. Everything I heard about you suggested you wouldn't accept the position. And you were absolutely right, Zorian agreed, still in a little shock. Akoja didn't want to be the class representative. But the girl lived for that stuff. And anyway, if she didn't want to do it, then why did she perform it with such dedication? If Zorian was stuck in a job he hated, he would do as little as possible, or even mess up deliberately so Ilsa would feel pressured to replace him as soon as possible. Why couldn't Akoja do the same? The only reason I'm accepting this now is because your offer is so good. So we have a deal, then? Ilsa asked for confirmation. Yes, but I have a question and a demand, said Zorian. First, why do you want to teach me those particular subjects? And second, I want to learn the teleport spell before the summer festival. I somehow doubt you'll manage to master the prerequisites for the teleportation spell in little less than a month, Ilsa said. But in the highly theoretical case you actually do so, I have no problem fulfilling your demand. Why are you so dead set about that spell? It's a bit of a dream of mine to be able to do that, Zorian shrugged. In my mind, teleportation has always been one of the examples of what a proper mage can do, should be capable of. Interesting. Out of curiosity, what are the rest of the things a proper mage can do? Asked Ilsa. Make a force field, create a magic item, produce a fireball, repair broken objects and turn invisible, Zorian said. I can already do the first 4, and the 5th one is illegal without special permits. He was already working on acquiring an invisibility spell anyway, but she didn't have to know that. Ilsa gave him a knowing look and Zorian would have been afraid she was reading his thoughts if he weren't sure he could detect any casual intrusion into his own mind. To answer your first question, I chose those disciplines because they're my own specialty, Ilsa said. It is only proper for an apprentice to learn his master's specialty, is it not? Sure, Zorian agreed. I'm not sure what all of those things have in common though. Aren't specialties supposed to be more focused? Well, when I was a young mage, I too had a bit of a dream, Ilsa said. Specifically, I wanted to master true conjuration. Zorian blinked. As in, creation of real matter out of thin air. Isn't that a myth? That's the current academy stance, yes, Ilsa agreed. Pre-cataclysm sources claimed that powerful mages could manage the feat, but all the spells to do so have been lost and no one has been able to recreate them in modern times. Many mages think they never existed and the old records are making things up or describing something other than actual matter creation. Anyway, as a young mage, it had been my dream to recreate those spells, so I studied anything I thought could be a path towards that goal. Modern conjuration basically involves making solid illusions, so it was somewhat natural to start with illusionism and then progress to conjuration. And then, since true conjuration involves working with real matter, I moved on to alteration spells dealing with fabrication of items. And, did you have any success? Asked Zorian curiously. Depends on your definition of success, Ilsa shrugged. My ultimate goal was to design a spell that would summon material from somewhere else, without the caster having to know exactly where the materials are coming from. That was how I imagined ancient Icosians could fake matter creation. I sort of succeeded, but the spell I made only works in a specially prepared room and the mana cost of the spell varies wildly from casting to casting, depending on what I'm trying to conjure. And there was that embarrassing incident with the gold creation part of the experiment, swiping these ancient coins from a nearby museum. She shook her head. A story for another time. I have to get to class soon, anyway. I'll prepare an apprentice contract for you to sign tomorrow, so be sure to drop by when you get the time. Break. The next 5 restarts were both hectic and boring. Hectic in that there was always something that needed to be done, and boring in the sense that little of it was truly novel. He steadily improved his various skills, the Urania were getting highly adept at countering the invaders in various ways, and Zack seemed to have finally accepted that something highly unusual was going on in the background, and it wasn't caused by him. There was little chance of Zack identifying Zorian as the cause of the changes, since the sheer magnitude of them tended to drown out everything Zorian personally did. The Urania always started each restart very aggressively, giving anonymous tips to Sayoria's police department, assassinating a few people, and even spreading a few rumors around. The result was that by the time Zorian entered his first class, the changes had already propagated throughout the whole city, academy teachers and students included. Zack didn't appear to suspect Zorian as the ultimate cause, or any other classmate for that matter. Zorian was starting to agree with Zack in that regard. Whoever the third time traveler was, he certainly wasn't in their class. Zorian had, through various excuses, talked to all of them. It helped that he spent the past 5 restarts as the new class representative, so he had plenty of excuses for such, using his slowly improving empathy to see whether they reacted with shock or surprise when he dropped some of the more suggestive sentences that would only make sense to a time-looping person. He found nothing to implicate any of them. All in all, things were going pretty well in Zorian's opinion. The last restart was especially good as far as Zorian was concerned. He had finally managed to learn the teleport spell from Ilsa. Zack was actually starting to get smart about countering the invaders instead of simply trying to take them all on through his combat skills, and the last invasion attempt failed to conquer the main academy building or the student shelters because the Urania somehow managed to influence academy leadership into adjusting their warding scheme. But the matriarch was getting impatient. Something was making her more and more nervous with each passing restart, and she refused to tell him what, giving flimsy excuses every time he asked. She seemed to be focusing most of her energies on some kind of personal project, which she described as information gathering and following a hunch, and whatever results she was getting were clearly disturbing her. Zorian strongly suspected she had discovered some kind of vital information about the nature of the time loop, and she refused to share it with him for whatever reason. He was honestly kind of bitter about that. What could possibly be more disturbing than what they already knew about the phenomenon? Regardless, the matriarch was insistent that the third time traveler had to be found, and the sooner the better. Once Zorian confirmed that they weren't in his class, she became convinced they, like Zack, weren't even present in the city most of the time. In all likelihood they simply gave critical information to the invaders at the start of the restart and then went to do their own thing. If they wanted to get their attention, the invasion would probably have to be a spectacular flop. Accordingly, the matriarch laid out her plan for the next restart, one that would definitely be impossible to ignore. 24. Smoke and Mirrors. Chapter 024 Smoke and Mirrors. Zorian would be the first to admit he wasn't the easiest person to get along with. He was unsociable, irritable, and tended to assume the worst of people. He had always known that, even before he had died and gotten stuck in a mysterious time loop, but he had also always felt he was justified in his behavior. Indeed, if anyone had been foolish enough to criticize him about it before the time loop, he would have reacted with all the subtlety and grace of a disturbed rattlesnake. Now, well, he still felt he had good reasons to behave the way he did, and he wasn't going to win any friendliness contests any time soon, but the time loop had changed him. Made him calmer, and perhaps a tad bit more considerate to people around him. He hadn't had an argument with his family in years, his financial independence was all but ensured once the time loop was over, his growing magical prowess had done wonders for his confidence, and the sheer scale of his current problem made all his previous frustrations seem rather petty in comparison. Thus, when Kiriel kicked him in the knee for the third time in as many minutes, he pointedly didn't snap at her. He didn't even sigh in exasperation. He just continued staring out of the window, watching the fields fly by as the train sped ever closer towards Corsa. "I'm bored," Kiriel complained. Zorian gave her a curious look. While the wards protecting the train disrupted mana shaping, they had only a rudimentary effect on his empathy, and what he was detecting from Kiriel wasn't boredom, it was a mix of excitement, anticipation and apprehension. As far as Zorian could tell, such complex mixtures of emotions appeared to be the most common emotion that people experienced, and they were almost entirely indecipherable at Zorian's current level of skill. "What's really bothering you?" he tried. Her mind immediately burst into a flurry of activity, and she opened her mouth to say something before losing her courage and lamely disguising her attempt to speak as a particularly deep breath. So she wasn't just being restless. "Nothin'," she muttered, averting her gaze and despondently picking at the hem of her blouse. Zorian rolled his eyes and kicked her lightly in the knee. Despite doing the exact same thing to him only few moments ago, she proceeded to send him a nasty glare. Unsurprisingly, her attempt at intimidation failed utterly. She was about as frightening as an angry kitten. "Tell me," he insisted. She gave him a long, suspicious look before relenting. "Will you teach me some magic when we get to Syoria?" she asked hopefully. How troublesome. The smart, reasonable response would be no. There was no way she would get anywhere in a mere month. This particular restart was going to be extremely busy as it was, and she was going to forget everything she learned at the end of the month anyway. "I'll see what I can do," Zorian said after a few seconds of tense silence. Well, tense for Kiriel. He was pretty sure she literally stopped breathing while she was waiting for an answer. "Yes," she crowed, pumping her fists in the air in triumph. "But in exchange, I'll want your help with something," he added. "Fine," she immediately agreed, not even asking what exactly he had in mind. "Hey, can you dash?" "No," Zorian immediately said. "The train is warded to disrupt mana shaping. No one can cast spells in here." "Oh," Kiriel deflated. Truthfully, Zorian was bending the truth a little. The ward on the train that disrupted mana shaping was very weak and rudimentary, meant to deter overeager students and casual vandalism, and was little more than an annoyance to a proper mage like Zorian was. He could overpower the ward with ease, but he had analyzed it in detail during the previous restart and knew it reported any significant spellcasting to some remote location. He'd rather not get chucked out of the train before reaching Syoria just because Kiriel wanted a free show. Kiriel opened her mouth to say something else but was promptly interrupted by a sharp crackling sound that heralded the voice of the station announcer. "Now stopping in Corsa," a disembodied voice echoed. "I repeat, now stopping in Corsa." "Thank you." Well, at least Kiriel would soon get someone else to bother in their compartment. "So many people," Kiri remarked, watching the throng at the train station through the window. "I didn't know there were so many people going to that school of yours." Zorian, who was amusing himself by trying to count the number of people on the train station using his mind sense, made an absent-minded sound of agreement. While he was no longer totally oblivious to the world while using his mind sense, it still took most of his attention to get anything useful out of it. After half a minute of trying to separate the tightly packed mass of people into discrete individuals that could be counted, however, he decided the task was beyond him at his current level of skill and refocused back of Kiriel. "Why are mages so rare if there are so many people studying to become one?" she asked. "They aren't terribly rare," Zorian said. "It's just that most mages coming from rural areas don't stay there once they finish their studies. I totally understand them too. I know I have no intention of coming back to Siren when I graduate." "What? Why?" Kiriel protested. Zorian raised his eyebrow at her. "Do I really have to answer that question?" Kiriel huffed and crossed her arms over her chest in obvious annoyance. "I guess not. But that means I'll be all alone with Mother and Father then. That sucks." "Just pester Mother to let you visit me often," Zorian shrugged. "She'll cave in eventually, especially since you'll be the only means through which they can maintain contact with me. Father doesn't care about either of us, so he'll follow Mother's lead on this." Kiriel gave him a weird look. "I can come and visit you." "Any time you want," Zorian confirmed. "You don't think I'm annoying?" she asked. "Oh no, you're definitely annoying," Zorian said, smiling at her mutinous expression. "But you're still the only part of our family I actually like. And I bet you find me annoying too." "Damn right," Kiriel huffed, kicking him in the knee again for good measure. They watched in silence as people boarded the train and sought out empty compartments for themselves and their groups. But soon enough such empty compartments dwindled in number and their compartment soon got additional passengers, Ivory, Byrne, and 2 other girls he never met up until this restart. That was a bit unexpected, he really only expected Ivory to be there. But no matter, maybe it was better this way. The more audience he had for this, the better. Now all he needed was an opening. He didn't have to wait long. "Well, your brother is far better than mine," one of the new girls said to Curiel after his sister was done explaining who she was and why she was going to Scioria. "I'm pretty sure mine would have done just about anything in order to avoid taking his little sister along with him. I almost decided not to bring her, what with the whole Cult of the World Dragon incident," Zorian interjected. "But then I figured they're probably just a bunch of crazy idiots anyway. I mean, if it was so easy to summon an army of demons, all of Altazia would have been a burning wreck by now, wouldn't it?" All conversation stopped as everyone turns to stare at him like he had grown another head. Zorian feigned confusion and gave them all a blank look. "What?" he asked finally. "What, exactly are you talking about?" Byrne asked carefully. "You didn't hear?" Zorian frowned, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "The Cult of the World Dragon issued a threat, well, technically a proclamation of intent but whatever, that they intend to summon an army of demons on the day of the summer festival. The planar convergence scheduled to occur on that day will be the most powerful one in centuries, so this is apparently a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them." "You're serious?" Ivory half asked, half stated. "It's what they said," Zorian shrugged. "And Scioria has a lot of those crazies running around, so I think I'm justified in being a little concerned." "Scioria has a lot of dragon cultists?" Byrne asked incredulously. "It's the hole," Ivory said with a sigh. "It's something of a holy location for them, being a huge gaping hole in the ground of uncertain depth that continually spews mana into the air. They think it's a direct conduit to the heart of the world." Wow, good thing Ivory was here. Zorian didn't know that and would have had to make something up. He should probably read up on the cult's actual beliefs one of these days instead of simply thinking of them as a bunch of crazies. Know your enemy and all that. The conversation didn't linger on the cultists and their goals for long, and soon shifted to other topics. Zorian allowed it, not interested in pushing the issue. He had no idea if this exchange was going to have any sort of meaningful effect on the restart, but it cost him nothing to try and start the rumor mill a little early. The first domino was set. Break. Much like the last time Zorian had taken Curiel to Scioria, Byrne and Curiel decided to tour the train station for a while before they moved on to the city proper. By that time, of course, it was heavily raining. Unlike last time, Zorian was now in possession of a warding necklace that he had made while waiting for the departure time in Siren, so keeping the rain barrier up around the group didn't strain his mana reserves in the slightest. Consequently, he decided to be nice and didn't argue at all when Curiel insisted they accompany Byrne to the academy. That's probably why Byrne asked about keeping in touch when they reached his destination and were about to separate. Zorian gave him directions to Amaya's place and told him to drop by when he had the time. He was pretty sure Amaya wouldn't mind in the slightest and, while Zorian himself didn't care much for the boy, he could see that Curiel got along pretty well with the first year. And speaking of Amaya, their initial meeting went a lot better than it did last time. The fact they hadn't introduced themselves by frantically banging on the door and dragging water into the house probably helped with first impressions. Hell, she didn't even protest much when Zorian insisted he had something important to take care of and went out into the rain again. The important thing he had to do was speaking to the Arania to give them back their memories, but this time he bore additional gifts, 5 stone discs that acted as telepathic relays, drastically improving the ability of Arania to coordinate their actions across large distances. Naturally, the 6th disc remained in Zorian's possession, so he didn't have to descend into the sewers every time he wanted to speak with the matriarch. "You know, when I told you to contact me as soon as possible, I didn't really mean you should call me in the middle of the freaking night," Zorian sent to the matriarch, putting as much of his annoyance and crankiness as he could manage into the message. He still wasn't very good at attaching emotions and images to his communication, but he was confident she would get the general picture of what he was trying to convey. I'm not sure about Urania, but we humans actually have to sleep during the night to function properly. My apologies, the matriarch sent back. She didn't sound sorry at all. It's a fascinating device you've gifted me with. Most impressive. Not really. It's pretty shoddy as far as magic items go. I took a lot of shortcuts in order to make so many and it shows. It's a fairly large, heavy disc made out of solid stone, so not very inconspicuous or portable, and it has a lifespan of only 2.5 months. That's still a month and a half longer than needed, the matriarch remarked. True, Zorian agreed. I assume you can make long-lasting versions. Yes, of course, Zorian said. Could other artificers duplicate your work, she asked. Or is this something you came up with yourself? Zorian frowned. Why would she need other artificers when she had him? Did she plan to ditch him after they left the time loop or something? It's something I came up with, Zorian said. Other artificers would have to design a blueprint first. That could take a while. True, but misleading. He did design the relays on his own, basically from scratch, but it honestly hadn't been that difficult. He suspected any good magic item maker could design one within a month or two, provided they were either psychic themselves or had a psychic on hand for testing purposes. She could figure out that little detail on her own as far as he was concerned. I see, she said. Well, I guess I shouldn't keep you awake any longer. I just wanted to tell you I've reviewed the memory packet and am convinced it is genuine. Zorian rolled his eyes. As if there was any doubt. Apparently having gotten what she contacted him for, the matriarch cut the connection and left him alone in his bed again. Well, alone in his head at least, Curiel was very much in the room with him, a fact she immediately reminded him of by taking advantage of his momentary distraction to appropriate the last bit of bed covering he had managed to keep away from her thus far. He gave her a nasty look for that, but she just snuggled deeper into her cocoon of stolen blankets, blissfully unaware of his ire in her realm of dreams. He sighed. There was no way he was going to be able to go back to sleep now. He quickly cast a silencing ward on the room and then slowly extricated himself from the bed, taking care not to wake up Curiel. She was annoying, yes, but it wasn't her fault his sleep was ruined. Note to self, the next generation relay needs an off button. Break. After surprising Amaya by already being awake when she woke up, Zorian went out into the city to hit the stores. The plan he and the matriarch hashed out last restart involved creation of a lot of magic items on his part, and that meant buying material components and specialist tools. Not to mention that there were a few things he had to buy if he wanted to seriously start teaching Curiel how to be a mage. He really hoped Curiel charmed Kana in this restart like she had the last time around, while Zorian himself was decently skilled in alchemy and could manage on his own if he had to. Kale's help would be invaluable in some of the projects he had planned for this restart. Zorian. Over here. Zorian snapped out of his thoughts and quickly made way towards the person calling him. Benesek was exactly the person he was looking for. He quickly sat down next to the chubby boy and exchanged a bunch of pleasantries before getting to the reason he had tracked the boy down today. Ben, my friend, you won't believe what I found out during our school break, Zorian said. I still don't understand what they were thinking when they came up with that stuff. It's like something out of a bad adventure novel. Do tell, Benesek leaned forward. Well, Zorian began, suddenly feigning reluctance. It's kind of confidential, you know. I'm telling you this in strict confidence because we're friends, so don't go spreading this around, okay? Noting that he was about to tell him something confidential and warning him to keep it to himself was crucial. It meant Benesek was going to spread the story around twice as fast as he normally would. Of course, Benesek said pleasantly. You know me, Zorian. I would never betray your trust like that. Zorian couldn't help but smile. Thanks, Ben. I knew I could count on you. Break. Having told Benesek all about the nasty terrorist plot to bomb Syoria during the summer festival, Zorian went back to Amaya's place to wait for Taven and her offer of joining the sewer run. He amused himself by creating one of those practice cards that Svim had him hone his shaping skills on. He had planned to simply buy a stack of them from one of the stores he visited this morning, but they were a lot more expensive than he had figured they would be. His respect for Svim rose slightly when he realized how much money Svim effectively spent on his training during that restart. Zorian's list of complaints about the man was several pages long, but it seemed that being cheap wasn't among them. He was still impressing Ilsa into taking him on as her apprentice, of course. Cheap or not cheap, the man was incredibly frustrating and only tolerable in small doses. He finished painting the glyphs on the corners of the card he was making and started binding the necessary spell combination. Kiriel, who was in the process of drawing a nearby vase of flowers, briefly looked up from her sheet of paper when she noticed him casting spells, but quickly went back to her work when she saw the lack of light shows or other impressive visual effects. He hoped that Benesek would keep silent about the source of the rumor Zorian had told him. He probably would. Ben never revealed his sources if he could help it, since he liked to pretend he had some super-secret sources to draw information from rather than just spreading rumors from his fellow students, but Zorian had a contingency plan to follow even if someone with official authority came to confront him about the story. The fact that the Arania were currently spreading the same story in several different places should also help mask where exactly the whole thing had originated in the first place. He was just putting the finishing touches on the card when Taven burst into the kitchen and locked onto his position. "Hey, Roach, nice place you got here," she said, plopping down to a seat next to him and peering closer to look at his work. "Ooh, I know what that is. I've been meaning to get some, one of these days, but I always end up spending my money elsewhere. How many did you buy?" "None," Zorian said. "They were too expensive for my taste, so I decided to make my own. This is the only one I made so far." Taven raised her eyebrow at him, looking amused at his claim. Zorian frowned, not liking the expression. She didn't believe he could make a card like this. This was nothing. He thrust the finished card into her face with a scowl. "Try it out," he told her. Sighing dramatically, Taven took a deep breath and frowned. Zorian felt a mixture of surprise and frustration burst from her and realized she had tried to burn the circle he drew onto the card and failed. "You couldn't do it, could you?" Zorian grinned. "You made it wrong," she huffed. "Did not." Zorian protested. "You just suck." "Do not," she shot back. "Why don't you do it if you're so special, huh?" "Humph," Zorian scoffed, snatching the card back. He positioned the card so that she could see the results of what he was about to do, and in the back of his mind he noted that Kiriel had decided to see what the fuss was all about and was studying the card as well, and then flashed his mana into the card in a practiced manner. The circle, and only the circle, momentarily shone red from the heat before collapsing into ash. Zorian blew a gust of air into the hole to scatter the remains across the table and then smugly handed the spent card to Taven. He crossed his arms and waited for her reply. Ahem, a mature female voice interrupted the scene from behind him. "You will, of course, clean up this mess you've made on my table, won't you, Mr. Kaczynski? Oh, and I would like to warn you that I will bill you for any property damage you inflict on my material possessions with your experiments." Zorian turned and gave Amaya a big, friendly smile. She rolled her eyes at him and gestured towards the ashes on the table. Hanging his head in defeat, Zorian went to get a rag from the bathroom, ignoring Taven's soft laughter behind him. Just for that he was tempted to blow her off when she asked him to accompany her to the sewers. Briefly. The fact was, he definitely needed to go with her this time. "So what was it that you needed from me anyway?" Zorian asked, sitting down next to Taven again. Well, I was wondering if you'd join me on a little expedition." Zorian patiently listened to her explanation before revealing he had contacts with the Arania and requesting that they try talking to them first before barging in, spells blazing. Much like in previous restarts where he had brought the issue up, Taven accepted him hanging out with giant sewer-dwelling spiders easily enough, but this time she also had an additional request. Since you apparently think you're good enough to walk around the dungeon all by your lonesome, meeting sentient monsters and gods know what else, I would like to test your skills a little, Taven told him. Plus, it doesn't hurt to know what your actual combat skills are if you're going to accompany me and my team into a potentially dangerous situation. You do know some combat skills, don't you? Plenty, Zorian assured her. Good, so come to my place tomorrow at noon so I can test you, Taven said. You're sure they're going to hand us the clock if we ask nicely? If they have it, said Zorian. That guy who gave you the job doesn't sound all that reliable to me. I don't believe for a second that he didn't know what the Urania are, yet he still sent you go get a pocket watch from them. Either he's trying to get you all killed or, hell, I don't know what his game is there. If the watch is something very valuable or very illegal, he might not want to send someone who could recognize what they are holding, Taven frowned. Just how dangerous are these spiders of yours? I mean, even if sentient, they're still bound to be vulnerable to burning and such. Maybe he thought we would just bulldoze through them without talking. Urania are all mages, Zorian said. It wasn't strictly true, as only a small minority of Urania was armed with a true spellcasting system, but psychic powers were versatile enough to count as a sort of specialized spellcasting system. They are especially fond of mind magic, illusions and stealth. And they have a telepathic link to one another, so they will know and remember you if you massacre some of their outposts. And then you'd have a bunch of magical spiders with a grudge looking to ambush you or lure you into a trap the next time you descend into the dungeon. Shit, Taven said. He felt a spike of anger from her before she reined it in and forced herself to calm down. That asshole better have been ignorant of the danger, or I'm reporting him to the nearest police station I find. That's practically a murder attempt. Let's talk to the Urania first and see what they have to say, Zorian quickly said. He didn't want Taven to confront the man and then cancel the whole thing. I guarantee they won't attack you so long as you have me with you. Taven gave him a long, unreadable look. What? He asked. Nothing, Taven said. It's just that. I thought I knew you, but now it turns out you have this whole secret life I've never known about until now. It's a bit unreal. Yeah. Kiriel suddenly piped in. She had been silent throughout their discussion, but apparently she had been listening to everything with rapt attention. How come you never told your own sister any of this? Oh, that one is easy, Zorian replied smoothly. I didn't want mother and father to find out, so telling you would have been foolish. Do you have any idea how many times you've gotten me in trouble by spilling my secrets in front of our parents? Oh, come on. Kiriel whined. I was a little baby. I didn't know anything. You can't possibly still be angry about that. No, of course not, Zorian mumbled uncomfortably. I did just tell Taven about the Urania right in front of you, didn't I? Taven shook her head sadly, rising from her seat. You keep too many secrets, Roach. I feel a little hurt that you felt you couldn't confide in me, but I was never one to hold a grudge, so I'll let it go. Just don't expect this to be the end of it. I'm going to pester you endlessly until I get the whole story. See you tomorrow. Wait, Zorian said. Actually, yeah, there is something I need to tell you. All of you. Miss Kurashka, I know you've been eavesdropping on us for a while now, so you might as well sit down for this. Amaya whirled around from where she was fiddling with the cutlery and placed her hands on her hips, giving him an angry look. I was not doing any such thing, she told him, I was simply minding my own business, and in my own kitchen no less. If you didn't want me overhearing your conversation, you should have taken it elsewhere. My mistake, Zorian agreed easily. He was pretty sure she had finished whatever she had come into the kitchen to do for a while now and was simply hanging around to hear them talk, but whatever. Kiri, do you remember how I promised to teach you spellcasting in exchange for a favor back in the train? Yeah. Kiriel confirmed hesitantly. Right, a little background first. I am what is commonly known as an empath, a person who can sense other people's emotions. Unfortunately, up until recently, my powers have been kind of running amok. There was nobody I could turn to for help, at least not on the human side of things. The spiders, Amaya surmised. Yes, Zorian agreed. Arania are all empathic as part of their innate nature. Thanks to them, I now have more or less gained control over my empathic abilities, though it will take years of practice to truly refine them into something reliable. Follow me so far? What am I feeling right now? Kiriel asked. I actually don't know, Zorian admitted. People's feelings are rarely very simple, and unless they are feeling one emotion very strongly, I'm reduced to educated guesses based on my previous interactions with the person. The more time I spend around someone, the easier I can read them. But isn't she your sister? Amaya asked. You'd think that if anyone was familiar enough for your ability to work, it would be family. Our family is, Zorian hesitated, searching for a proper word. Slightly dysfunctional, I guess. I try to stay away from them most of the time, so I haven't interacted with Kiriel all that often. And I'm not the only one keeping secrets around here. Kiriel is also keeping a lot of things close to her chest. I guess we don't really know each other all that well, sibling bonds notwithstanding. There was a brief silence as everyone involved digested that admission, but the awkward atmosphere was quickly broken by Amaya clearing her throat. Well, she said. I guess it's a good thing you're both here now to reconnect. Yeah. Kiriel immediately agreed. Hey, do you think I could be an empath too? Sorry, Kiri, but I'm pretty sure you aren't, Zorian said. I would have been able to sense it if you were. You can sense other empaths? Taven asked. I can sense all minds around me, empath or otherwise, Zorian said. I also get some basic information about each mind, how complex their thoughts are, their species, their gender, stuff like that. Empaths light up like little suns on my mind sense, so, sorry, Kiri. It's fine, she said dejectedly. You can sense people all around you, regardless of obstacles? Taven asked. Zorian nodded. And the range on that ability is? If I'm busy with something else and just running my mind sense in the background? About 10 meters, said Zorian. If I'm specifically concentrating on scanning the environment? Easily 10 times that. However, if there are a lot of minds around me, I have trouble processing the information and they all sort of start to blend together in a confusing, headache-inducing mass. I mostly just shut my empathy off when I'm around big crowds. Roach, I am so recruiting you for my team, Taven said. I've been trying to find a tracker for my team for a while now. Now all we need is to teach you some divination spells and dash. Already done, thank you, Zorian said. I am quite proficient in divination. Even better. Taven said. You're hired. We'll see, Zorian sighed. Fascinating, Amaya said. I've never heard of that aspect of empathy, though I guess it makes sense that someone who can sense emotions can locate other people through it. But that's not what you wanted to talk about, is it? No, it's not, Zorian nodded. It's not common knowledge, but empathy is just an initial expression of a much more dangerous ability. A sufficiently skilled empath can bridge the gap between minds and connect with any person in range in order to talk to them telepathically, read their thoughts, fool their senses or mess with their memories. And Arania have been teaching me how to do that. He paused to gauge their reactions. Well, none of them were quietly panicking or burning with outrage, so that was encouraging. I have no intention of doing that to any of you without permission, Zorian said. But at the same time I need someone to practice on. The Arania aren't very suitable for this, their minds are too alien for a beginner like me to understand. I need a human volunteer, and I'm hoping for you to help me out, oh sister of mine. You want to read my mind? Kiriel asked. To put it bluntly, yes, Zorian said. And if I say no, will you still teach me magic? Absolutely, Zorian said. It's a request, not blackmail. I'll just have to find someone else to help me if you refuse. Well, okay, she said. I guess I'll help you. But you can't talk to anyone about the stuff in my head. And you have to tell me all about your secrets in exchange. Sure, Zorian smiled. Sounds like a fair deal to me. Break. The whole confrontation went off surprisingly well, Zorian reflected. Sure, Amaya had been avoiding him ever since and Curiel was giving him these weird looks, but none of them were terrified of him or anything, just mildly uncomfortable. They were taking the revelation much better than he had predicted they would. And then, of course, was Taven, who was apparently not bothered at all by his admission that he was learning how to read people's thoughts. You ready, Roach? She asked, twirling her combat staff in her hand. I'm ready, yeah, Zorian said, gripping his spell rod tighter. If he knew anything about how Taven thought, and he did, she would immediately go on the offensive. Her battle philosophy basically boiled down to attack hard and you won't have to defend to begin with, though she could defend too, if pressed. He had no way to win a protracted fight with her, even if he was technically a better mage than she was, so he would have to resort to trickery if he wanted to prevail here. It would be nice if he could eke out a win against her. Her face when she lost against little old Roach was bound to be absolutely glorious to behold. A blink and suddenly there were 5 magic missiles homing in on him. He let them crash uselessly against his shield and responded with a somewhat exotic electrical spell. A beam of electricity shot towards Taven, who erected a basic shield of her own to tank it. Halfway towards its target, the beam split into 3 smaller beams, one pivoted to the left of Taven, the other to the right, and the third one straight above it. And then they all changed their paths again and crashed against her from 3 different directions, completely bypassing the shield in front of her. It wasn't enough. Somehow, Taven managed to smoothly transition from a single-direction shield to a full aegis before the beams managed to reach her. Zorian threw a couple of smoke bombs around the training hall to blind her, relying on his mind sense to tell him where she was, and started casting a complicated spell that wasn't etched into his spell rod the moment his location got obscured by the smoke. Taven responded by casting several gusts of wind to disperse the smoke and hopefully catch him in the area of effect as well. She had just about stripped him of his smokescreen when he finished the spell and felt his mana reserves drain almost completely dry. If this doesn't work, then that's it for this fight, he thought. A bright beam of concentrated force shot out from his hand and slammed into Taven's shield. The shield flared at the point of impact, shattering almost instantly, and Taven was lifted off her feet by the impact and thrown violently against the floor. She didn't get up, rendered unconscious by the impact. Oops, Zorian said quietly. I think I overdid it just a little, that could have easily killed her if the wards hadn't worked properly. After casting a few divinations to make sure she was mostly okay and not bleeding internally or something like that, Zorian allowed himself to smile. He would have to work on his restraint, but it was a victory. And she hadn't been any gentler towards him in their previous fights, so she hardly had any right to complain about excessive force. He couldn't wait to see Taven's face when she woke up. Break. Come on, Roach, Taven growled. Find those spiders of yours so we can be done with this mission. I'm getting sick of this place already. Zorian sighed and refocused on scanning his surroundings. This would be going faster if Taven stopped snapping at him every so often. Talk about being a sore loser. Hey, a male voice whispered into Zorian's ear, breaking him out of thoughts. What happened between you and Taven to get her so bothered, anyway? Zorian glanced at Grunt and considered how to answer for a second. He decided to be blunt and truthful. I beat her in a spar, he said. She thinks I cheated. Grunt gave him a considering look. You beat Taven in a spar? Aren't you a third year? Sure am, Zorian agreed, before he noticed a familiar presence on his mental map. Oh hey, there they are. After the initial introductions were done, Taven immediately moved on to the reason they were down in the tunnels in the first place, only to get disappointed. So you don't have the watch? Taven asked. Alas, I'm afraid the next group of attackers managed to break into our treasury and escaped with a great many of our artifacts, the watch we claimed from the thief being among them, the matriarch said regretfully. I do know where their base is, however. This was all a bunch of bullshit, Zorian knew. The watch was indeed somewhere else, specifically in one of the forward outposts that the invaders used to launch attacks on the Urania, but it was there because the Urania had put it there. The idea was for Taven and her group to stumble onto the outpost, realize they're stumbled onto something big, bigger than they could handle, and then report it to the authorities. It was Zorian's job to make sure Taven and her group survived the encounter with the invaders. How convenient, Zorian scoffed, that getting the watch involves taking out one of your enemies in the process. A happy coincidence, the matriarch said easily. We both get something out of it, after all, you get the location of the watch for free, and I get to deal with one of my problems without risking my web. Now, do you want the location of the base or not? Just who are these enemies of yours, anyway? Taven asked. I don't know exactly, the matriarch said. The attackers consisted of a mage controlling 2 war trolls, but the base is guaranteed to have more forces than that. War trolls. Taven blanched. Hell, that is way more than we signed up for. The guy is definitely not paying us enough to confront a couple of war trolls with mage support, Mumble said quietly. Maybe check it out anyway. Zorian tried. Like, from a distance. I may be able to tell how many forces there are in the place. Yeah, Taven said after considering things for a few moments. Yeah, we should check it out at least. No offense to the matriarch here, but a bunch of guys running around the sewers with tamed war trolls sounds a bit implausible. Maybe she saw something else. I suppose it's possible, the matriarch allowed. I haven't actually seen trolls before, and wasn't personally present when the incident occurred, but they sounded very much like the trolls humans speak of. Right, Taven nodded. Where did you say this base was again? Break. The base wasn't actually in the city sewers. That part of the dungeon was somewhat patrolled and monitored, and it would have been impossible to hide a large mass of soldiers there for an appreciable length of time. For that matter, the Urania didn't actually live in the sewers either, although they considered them part of their territory. Instead, both the Iranian home base and the various invader outposts were situated in what was known to Scioria authorities as the intermediary layer. It was not particularly rare for mages to descend into the intermediary layer, but it was not a common occurrence either. The intermediary layer was too dangerous for a casual stroll by an unarmed civilian, but mostly devoid of anything valuable that would attract dungeon delvers and other adventurers. The city hired mercenaries to sweep through the place every few years and get rid of any obvious threats that had set up residents, and they usually also picked the place clean of anything valuable, leaving a great expanse of little value. For those who wanted to challenge themselves against the denizens of the underworld and search the place for riches, there was the hole and its direct access to deeper levels that hadn't been picked clean over the decades. Most of the visitors from the city consisted of an occasional thrill-seeking student and an occasional patrol to keep an eye on things. The invaders chose the timing of their invasion well. The city was so focused on the summer festival and its associated problems that it didn't pay attention to what was happening in the dungeon at all. This would normally not be such a problem, as very few problems could spring out of nothing in a couple of measly months, especially with little to no indication that something big was happening, but now. Holy shit, Taven whispered, peering from behind their cover to look at the camp again. They've got a freaking army there. Get down, you idiot, Grunt growled at her, pulling her down behind the rock they were using as cover. Do you want them to see you? If they notice us, we're dead. There must be at least 100 trolls down there and at least 20 handlers. Sorry, Taven said. It's just, so unreal. Zorian had to agree. He was expecting it, and he was still surprised at the scale of what they were seeing. Then again, this was why the matriarch had chosen this particular base out of the 12 or so she knew of. The others were smaller and much better hidden, but this particular base was situated in a large open cavern and had enough artificial illumination that a human observer could see the whole camp easily from a sufficiently high vantage, like the one they were using, for example. In fact, the vantage point they were using was pretty much perfect for observing the camp. I wonder. He silently ran his fingers against the walls of the tunnel that brought them here. It was bumpy but smooth. Far too smooth to be natural. The rock they were hiding behind was the same. Apparently this was even more of a setup than I thought it was, Zorian thought. I bet one of the Iranian mages made this tunnel specifically so we could find it. It would explain why no one seemed to be paying any attention to this particular entrance, even though the other two are both guarded. They don't even know it exists. Well, whatever, time to do his part in this charade. He pulled out a mirror from his backpack and silently cast a scrying spell on it. The base had a divination ward, of course, but it was based on the idea of stopping people from realizing that the base was there to begin with. Since Zorian knew that the camp existed and where it was, and was in fact right next to it, the entire ward was pretty much useless against him. After 5 minutes of watching the camp through the mirror, Taven decided she had seen enough and motioned him to cancel the spell. "Let's go," she said. "I want to get out of here before our luck runs out." They almost made it out without complications. Almost. As the four of them approached one of the seals between the sewers and the deeper layers of the dungeon, they suddenly came face to face with a duo of hooded mages flanked by 4 trolls. For a moment, both groups halted and tried to make sense of what they were seeing, neither group really expecting to stumble upon each other. Zorian noted with annoyance that their mental presence was somehow muted, no doubt a countermeasure against the Urania, and cursed himself for thinking that his opponents wouldn't have some way of dealing with mind sense. The impasse was broken when one of the mages ordered the trolls to charge. Neither Taven nor her 2 teammates hesitated when faced with 4 war trolls charging at them, raising their staffs to blast the attackers before they could overrun them. Zorian decided to keep the mages busy instead and fired a small missile swarm of 4 piercers, 2 for each mage. Several things happened simultaneously. One of the mages dropped whatever spell he was casting and raised a shield to successfully tank the missiles coming towards him. The other was less skilled and fumbled his shield, both piercers hit him straight in the chest and he went down in a shower of blood. Grunt and Mumble used quick flamethrowers to halt the charge of the trolls, but while 3 of the trolls did flinch away from the flames, the largest, best-armored troll lurched forward, a little dazed but unharmed. Taven hit them all with a battering ram of force, intending to knock the whole group down and give them some space, and for the most part succeeded. The 3 recovering trolls and the surviving mage were hurled deeper into the tunnel and away from them, but that one troll at the front kept its ground. It raised its huge iron mace for an overhead strike and screamed out a challenge, its shout staggering them like a physical blow, acting almost like a lesser version of the battering ram that Taven just cast. Strange, Zorian had always thought trolls had no magic other than their absurd regenerative capabilities. He had no time to consider this, however, as the troll immediately capitalized on the distraction it caused and surged forward. Frantically, Zorian erected a large shield in front of the group, trying to buy time. Sadly, unlike the other trolls Zorian had battled in the previous restarts, this one was too smart to just crash into the shield. It smashed its mace into the shield with great force, once, twice, 3 times. The shield broke and the troll kicked him in the chest, catapulting him backwards where he collided with Grunt and Mumble and interrupted whatever they were about to cast. Taven, on the other hand, managed to finish hers. A vortex of fire surged forward, finishing off the surviving mage and the 3 other trolls that were moving to aid their comrade but leaving the lead troll merely singed. And very, very angry. "Shit," Taven said quietly, as the troll raised its mace for a killing strike. Even though he knew her death wouldn't be permanent, even though he had known there was a chance for this to happen when he had agreed to participate in this plan, Zorian found himself completely horrified at the idea of watching Taven get crushed to death. Killed because of him and his plots and schemes. He reached out to the troll's mind and noticed it was no longer being muted. While Taven's spell failed to incinerate the troll, it seemed to have burned out whatever protected it from mind magic. Rather than try any sort of sophisticated attack, he simply flooded it with meaningless drivel, blasting its mind with random telepathy. The troll flinched in shock and spasmed, halting its attack and dropping the mace it was holding. Zorian immediately threw 2 explosive cubes at its feet. "Taven, get back." She didn't have to be told twice, immediately snapping out of her daze and scrambling backwards out of the troll's reach. Zorian activated the bombs as soon as he judged her out of reach, and the troll was enveloped in a deafening explosion. Somehow, it still survived. It was kneeling and clutching its leg in pain, and bleeding all over, but Zorian could already see its flesh knitting together. Damn it, what was it with this one troll? Was it a super troll or something? And then two ice blue beams impacted directly into the troll's chest, courtesy of Grunt and Mumble, and the creature immediately froze over and went still. Is it finally dead? He asked. I don't know and don't care, Taven said. Let's get lost before we meet another one. Zorian took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded in assent. Then he tried to take a step and winced at the pain in his leg. He could walk, but he just knew he was going to be hurting for the rest of the week. This better be worth it, you damn manipulative spider, he inwardly thought. Break. So it's all done? The matriarch asked. Zorian gripped the stone disc in his hand tighter. Yes. I just said so, didn't I? Thankfully, there were no actual casualties, though it was close. In many ways our close brush with death works in favor of your plan, since Taven is really pissed about these people now and determined to bring them to justice. She is going to report the whole thing tomorrow to the city authorities. I sincerely hope it wasn't you who arranged for us to stumble onto that group, Miss Spear of Resolve, or I'll be very angry at you. Don't worry, I had nothing to do with it, the matriarch assured him. Right, Zorian sighed. Maybe he was being paranoid, but the matriarch's behavior had grown ever more secretive over the past few restarts and he wouldn't put it past her to pull something like that. How about you? Is your task done? Yes, the matriarch confirmed. I have contacted Zack and told him that the Arania are aware of the time loop. 25, The Unexpected. Chapter 025 The Unexpected. Zorian stared at the stone disc in his hand in silent contemplation. It was done. Zack finally knew he wasn't alone in the time loop. True, the other boy didn't know about Zorian being one of the time travelers. The matriarch had presented herself as the time traveler and made no mention of Zorian, but it was only a matter of time now. There was no way that Zorian could fool the other boy for more than a couple of restarts now that the idea of there being other time travelers was no longer totally ridiculous in Zack's mind. Assuming he even wanted to. After all, if this plan of theirs worked and the third time traveler was neutralized, there would be no reason not to introduce himself to Zack immediately afterwards. So, Zorian said. How did Zack react to your introduction? Confusion, surprise and outrage, the matriarch responded. He had pretty much figured out that there was someone else looping beside him. It was the only way to explain all the wide-scale changes that had been happening in the last handful of restarts. He was very confused about how they came to be and why they didn't come to talk to him, though, and was considering doing something eye-catching to get our attention. The idea that the other time traveler is a giant talking spider caught him off guard, but I don't think it will be a problem in the long term. He didn't seem to be arachnophobic or a human supremacist. Anyway, he was pretty angry when I told him there was a third time traveler and that he had been mind-wiped by them, so I cut our meeting short so he can cool off a little. Understandable, Zorian said. I know that Arania consider memory editing to be business as usual, but humans tend to flip out over such things. Do you think he bought your story about you being the other time traveler? Actually, I said there are several Arania time travelers. That I had a way to bring other people into the time loop. Technically true, and makes us look like a bigger threat. Not sure if that was really necessary, Zorian mused. Or even wise. What we have planned already should be sufficient to annoy the third time traveler into confronting you. Making yourself look more dangerous than you already are is just going to make him more cautious and dangerous. You're overthinking things, the matriarch said. We're trying to set a trap, not engage the enemy in battle. Given that our enemy hasn't responded to our provocations so far, I think that getting him to take the bait is a bigger priority than worrying what happens once he does. As you have yourself stated, and as Zack has learned so painfully over the course of this time loop, there is only so much a single mage can tackle on his own. However capable our opponent is, he's not walking off from a well-prepared ambush. Right, Zorian said dubiously. He was far less certain than she was about that plan, but it wasn't like he had a better idea. And besides, maybe having one of her plans blow up in her face would make her more forthcoming with information in the next restart. So do we have Zack's support on this? He will help, yes, the matriarch confirmed. I didn't really have to offer anything to make him cooperate. He even asked for a list of targets so he can help us soften up the invading forces before the actual invasion date. Very earnest and straightforward, that boy. Quite unlike you and your rampant paranoia, I might add. Zorian narrowed his eyes, gripping the stone disc in his hand a little tighter. Was that it? Was the matriarch trying to replace him with Zack? Someone more trusting and easier to manipulate? Was Zorian going to be next on the chopping block once the threat of the third time traveler was gone? That settled it, he was going to reveal himself to Zack sometime soon, regardless of how this ambush turned out. There was an advantage to anonymity, yes, but it was massively outweighed by the danger of allowing the Iranian matriarch exclusive access to Zack. That could end up very badly for Zorian. You've been silent for a while, the matriarch noted. You do know I was just teasing you, right? I was just thinking, Zorian said, thinking about how glad he was they were communicating through the relays at the moment. It made it next to impossible for the matriarch to read his thoughts unless he specifically sent them to her. It wasn't really a safeguard he consciously installed, more like a consequence of their shoddy construction, but Zorian was pleased with the end result all the same. What about the money? I'll be running out of savings soon, you know. I'll be able to get you about 20,000 pieces by the end of the week. Will that be enough? For the ingredients? Sure, confirmed Zorian. If we have to hire experts, though? I'm not so sure. Good experts are expensive, especially if you're hiring them on a tight schedule or expect them to be discreet. Hopefully Kale will agree to help us, or else I'll probably have to hire an alchemist. I'll leave that to you, the matriarch said. You understand the problem far better than I do. There was a brief silence as both Zorian and the matriarch considered what to say next, if anything. Listen, the matriarch suddenly said. Did you know that the Arania sometimes scatter small memory packets into the minds of their males? Zorian blinked. What? What did that have to do with anything? No, said Zorian hesitantly. I can't say that I did. Well, they do, the matriarch said. It's a pretty good way to leave secret messages if you know what you're doing. If you break the message into sufficiently small chunks and embed it carefully enough into the targets, it's virtually impossible for anyone without a key to even find them, let alone piece them together into a coherent whole. Why are you telling me this? Zorian asked. Just in case, the matriarch responded. Arania males are far smaller than female ones and very, very cowardly. They're frightened by fire and loud noises just like any other animal, and most divination spells designed to track Arania do not register them as the same type of creature. Most of the time when an Iranian settlement is destroyed, a lot of males will survive the destruction. Leaving messages encoded in their minds is a good way to leave messages from beyond the grave. Zorian frowned. So the matriarch did acknowledge that the ambush could go wrong, but why would she leave a message for him in such a roundabout, complicated way? Why not just tell me, he asked. It's probably nothing, the matriarch said. And you worry too much as it is. This is really just a precaution in case of the worst outcome. Novelty will give you the key when you see each other next time. Before Zorian could continue the discussion, the matriarch cut the connection. Very mature, Zorian mumbled, throwing the disc on the bed beside him. Still, as annoying as the matriarch was right now, she had been nothing but helpful so far, so he would give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she really did have good reasons for her secrecy. Still, after this restart maybe he should start making his own precautions. just in case. Break. At Scioria's train station, Zorian waited. It would be a while until Kale and his daughter arrived, and in the meantime Zorian amused himself by messing with the pigeons milling about on the platforms. Animal minds were paradoxically both harder and easier to affect with psychic powers than human minds. Harder because simpler minds were harder to sense and pinpoint, easier because their thoughts were easier to discern and subvert once a psychic finally managed to connect to them. The pigeons weren't that hard to sense, not if he had a direct line of sight on one and could devote all his attention on the task, so there was little the birds could do to defend themselves against Zorian's experimentation. He simply sat on his bench and systematically targeted pigeon after pigeon, practicing his skills. Sometimes he simply tried to make sense of their rudimentary minds without alerting them to his intrusion, other times he tried to flat out hijack their senses or puppeteer their body. Neither task was going terribly well, but it was something to pass the time with and he did have some success. After the 50th pigeon or so, he could distinguish a pigeon that was hungry, sick or in pain from those that weren't. He could make a pigeon stumble or freeze up for a second, or frighten them until they fled as far away from him as possible. Actually, that last one was extremely easy. Considering the effect was almost identical to the spook animal cantrip he had learned back in their second year, he shouldn't have been surprised. Though that did give him an idea, mind spells that affected animals weren't restricted as heavily as spells that targeted humans. Hell, some of them were freely available in the Academy library. It might be a good idea to try some in one of the future restarts and compare the results with what he could achieve with psychic powers. For now though, he concentrated on another idea. Rather than flat-out puppeteer the pigeon, he was trying to simply dampen its fear and influence it into approaching him on its own. It was a lot harder than scaring the bird away. The pigeons were already inclined to bolt at the slightest provocation, so it didn't take much to send them running, but having them approach a strange man with no food that kept staring at them went against their instincts. It took him over 20 tries, but he gradually learned how to steer the pigeons towards him. Finally, on his 24th attempt, he found a pigeon fearless enough to play along with his game. It slowly meandered close and then briefly took flight in order to land on the same bench Zorian was occupying. It cooed and stared at him, and when Zorian reached out with his hand and scooped it up it did not resist in the slightest. Success! Zorian reached into his pocket and offered the docile pigeon in his hand some bread. It was only proper to reward such a cooperative experiment subject. And his achievement was just in time too, since Kale's train was arriving at the station. He put the pigeon down on the bench and left to help Kale disembark. Kale Tveranov. I'm Zorian Kaczynski, one of your classmates. Miss Salady sent me to help you settle down and show you around the city. Don't worry about your daughter, I know the value of being discreet. Kale gave him a searching look before nodding. I appreciate the help, Mr. Kaczynski. As well as your silence. Lead the way, if you will. It's no problem at all, Zorian said, creating a floating disk of force and loading the other boy's luggage on the platform. We live at the same place, after all. We do? Kale asked curiously. Well, yes. Or at least we will if you have rented a room at the place Miss Salady had recommended to you. She recommended the same place to me when I told her I'm bringing my little sister with me this year and sought alternatives to academy housing. Your little sister? Asked Kale, shifting Kana in his hands. The little girl studied everything around them with her bright blue eyes but remained resolutely quiet. How come you brought her with you, if you don't mind me asking? Our parents went on a trip to Koth and someone has to take care of her. And, well, that someone has always been me in cases like this. I don't mind all that much, really, and the owner of the place seems to be good with kids. Well, that's a relief, Kale said. To be honest, I had great reservations about coming here, and I was kind of worried Miss Salady overstated her friend's fondness for children in order to get me on board with the enrollment. I don't think you have a lot to worry about. Imaya, the owner of the place, seems honest and friendly enough. And I'm an empath, so I can usually tell. Kale gave him a sharp, questioning look. too sudden?" Zorian asked. "Sorry, but I wanted to get it out of the way first. I know some people can't stand the idea of someone knowing their private emotions, but I don't think I can keep it a secret from someone that I'm going to share a roof with on a permanent basis. If you aren't worried about living with a Morlock, I don't think I have rights to complain about you being an empath," Kale said, shaking his head. He gave his daughter a sad look. "Truthfully, I am sort of jealous. Kana is so quiet most days, I sometimes wish I could peer into her head and see what she's thinking about." Kana immediately wrapped her little hands around Kale's head and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Kale snorted derisively and ruffled her hair, a smile dancing on his lips. "Kana 1, Kale 0, Zorian thought to himself. Quiet she might be, but Kana clearly knew how to deal with her father effectively. A few moments later, when the moment had passed, the two boys resumed their conversation in a much less reserved fashion, the ice having been successfully broken. Break. Amaya's kitchen was crowded. Crowded and loud. Between Zorian and Kiriel, Kale and his daughter, visiting Ilsa and Taven, and finally Amaya herself, the room was as full as it could comfortably be, and there were constantly at least two simultaneous conversations going on at any particular moment. Strangely enough, Zorian felt comfortable being there. In the past, these kinds of gatherings had annoyed him terribly, and he would find some reason to excuse himself and leave as soon as possible. The difference, he realized, was that he was no longer in a gathering of strangers. This was the first time he actually felt he belonged in one of these things, instead of being a barely tolerated intruder constantly scrutinized for weakness and misbehavior. He still remained mostly quiet, of course. But it was a comfortable silence. "And then Grunt and Mumble hit it with polar beams and froze it solid," spoke Taven animatedly. "I don't know whether that really killed it, but it put it out of the fight long enough for us to run for it. Most harrowing experience of my life, let me tell you. I'm really glad Zorian was there. If I had chosen any other third-year student as filler, I don't think I'd have survived that encounter." Zorian fidgeted in his seat, a little uncomfortable at the praise. If it weren't for him, Taven wouldn't have encountered that troll in the first place, so he didn't feel like he had done her any favors. "While it's indeed impressive that Zorian can contribute in such a fight, I'm going to have to insist you refrain from bringing him along to your dungeon delving in the future," Ilsa said with an amused smile. "He's my apprentice now, and it would look absolutely terrible on my record if I let my apprentice be killed by a rampaging troll or some other monsters immediately after signing the contract." Yeah," Taven fumbled. "Well, I have no intention of going down there for a while. I reported the incident to the police, but the cleanup will probably take months, and the place is too dangerous for me and my group at the moment." "A wise decision," Ilsa nodded. She then shifted her attention to Zorian. "And the same principle holds for you. I don't want you taking such risks in the future. I will ignore the issue this once, since you were helping a friend and the situation escalated beyond anything that could reasonably be expected, but from now on consider all excursions into the dungeon forbidden until further notice." Of course, Zorian immediately agreed, having no intention of actually honoring the restriction. "And I want you to consult me before doing anything similarly dangerous in the future," Ilsa warned. "Is there anything else I should know about?" "Not really," Zorian said. Ilsa gave him a hard stare. Maybe he should throw her a bone to distract her with before she starts actually monitoring him. "Well, I'll be meeting my Arania tutor on a regular basis, but she's totally harmless. Wouldn't hurt a fly, despite being a giant spider." "Ah yes, the spiders," Ilsa said with obvious distaste. "Don't worry, Amaya has already told me about your condition. I wanted to speak to you about that, but I'll wait until we can meet in a more private setting." Zorian nodded, appreciating Ilsa's discretion. Kale still didn't know about the full extent of his mental abilities, and Zorian didn't believe this was the time to reveal them. He was kind of disappointed that Amaya had told Ilsa about his condition without asking for his permission. It was by no means unexpected, but still disappointing. "I'm curious," Kale said. "If your teacher wouldn't hurt a fly, what does she eat? I'm pretty sure all spiders are strict carnivores. Mostly rats and stray dogs, Zorian said. Rats? Kiriel asked in disgust. I'm told rats can get pretty big in Syoria, Zorian said. Oh boy, can they ever, Taven confirmed. I swear I once saw one of them stalking a cat instead of the other way around. She's just telling fishermen's tales, and Maya quickly assured the disturbed-looking Kiriel. I've lived here my whole life and have never seen anything like it. How do you know that stray humans aren't also on their diet? Asked Ilsa. According to Novelty, the idea is about as likely as a group of humans hunting an occasional dragon in order to put some meat on the table, that is to say, not very. There is almost always easier prey around, answered Zorian. Not that Arania are harmless, far from it, but if they kill me it's not going to be because they want to eat me. Novelty? Kale asked. That's the name of the Arania tutoring me, Zorian shrugged. Well, technically her name is Enthusiastic Seeker of Novelty, but that's unwieldy and she doesn't mind if I shorten it. That name sounds stupid, Kiriel said. Zorian opened his mouth to tell her that Kiriel was also a stupid name when he thought better of it. For one thing, it was best to reserve immature bickering with her when they were alone. For another, he had just thought up a much more amusing and diabolical idea. Want to meet her? Zorian asked. What? Kiriel asked. Novelty. Want to meet her? Kiriel stayed silent, mulling it over. I don't know. I don't like spiders. They're disgusting. Well, okay, Zorian shrugged. I just figured you'd jump at the chance to meet with a member of a reclusive race of magical creatures that very few humans can boast speaking to. Once in a lifetime opportunity and all that. But I guess I understand dash. Well, Kiriel fumbled. Actually, I changed my mind. She's not going to try to touch me, is she? Of course she was going to try and touch her. Novelty wanted to touch everything. By her own admission, she once stuck one of her legs into an open flame in order to see what would happen. I'm sure she'll keep her distance if you ask politely, Zorian told her. How he kept a straight face after telling her that he'd never know. Sometimes he surprised even himself. The conversation continued for a while after that, but eventually began to peter out. Ilsa and Taven excused themselves and left, while Kiriel amused herself with trying to teach Kana how to draw. Of course, unlike Kiriel, Kana was a typical child with age-appropriate, that is to say, appalling, drawing aptitude, but neither Kiriel nor Kana seemed discouraged by that. Zorian excused himself and went to his room to see if he could get some work done before Kiriel came looking for him. It was not to be, though. Barely a minute after he had sat on his bed, Kale showed up and knocked on the doorframe to get his attention. Am I interrupting something? He asked. No, I was just considering what to do with myself. Did you need something? Asked Zorian. Sort of, said Kale. I just came to tell you that you don't have to dance around the issue of your mind magic anymore. I already figured out you're not just an empath. Kiriel told you, didn't she? Zorian sighed. Not so much told me as gave me enough clues to figure it out. She's a chatty kid. But there is no need to be angry at her. It's not like I'm going to turn on you just because you're learning how to read people's thoughts. Thanks, Zorian said. Although quite frankly, it would be kind of hypocritical of you to shun me for dabbling in forbidden magics, Mr. Junior Necromancer. Kale immediately flinched back in shock and gave him a wide-eyed look. What? There is no way. Zorian gestured him to quiet down and Kale immediately shut up and peered down the corridor to make sure no one had been listening. Zorian knew they hadn't been. He could feel that all of the other residents were still back in the kitchen. His scrutiny done, Kale quickly stepped into the room and closed the door, leaning heavily on it. How? He asked. He sounded more panicked than menacing at the moment, but Zorian knew that could change at any moment if he didn't get a satisfactory answer. Do you know the arcane lock spell? Zorian asked. Yes, Kale said, still sounding rather dazed. Lock the door, then, and I'll make sure we're safe from any stray divinations, Zorian said, and immediately started casting a temporary divination ward at the room. It wasn't anything fancy, but it would ward off simple scrying attempts and hopefully notify him if anything more complex targeted them. Not that he really thought they would need it, but it was good practice and you could never be careful enough. 5 minutes later the room was as secure as Zorian could make it on such quick notice, and Kale looked increasingly impatient. Zorian decided to get on with it. He opened his mouth and began to speak. Let me tell you a story of lost time and a month that refuses to end. Break. Unpaid teenage labor was an age-old tradition among mages. While the ancient apprentice system had largely been replaced with specialized magical academies, and the quality of young mages had improved drastically as a consequence, there were some things that simply couldn't be learned in the classroom. For things like that, a mage needed a mentor, someone to show them the tricks of the trade, teach them unique skills and spells they had developed and did not share lightly with others, or just plain connect them with the right people. Said mentors usually had plenty of work they considered beneath them, ideally of a sort that took advantage of their students' magical ability and prepared them for their future vocation. Ideally. As Zorian trudged towards his classroom, half an hour before any of his fellow classmates, he reflected on the fact that life was rarely ideal. In practice, a lot of work given to apprentices consisted of chores that their mentor thought beneath them or various busywork. The duties of the class representative, for instance, were largely one giant waste of time. In the previous restarts, this fact didn't bother him all that much. The job was fairly easy so long as you didn't take it as seriously as a Koja did, but this time he had so many things vying for his attention that he resented this additional duty being piled up on top of it all. Maybe he shouldn't have talked Ilsa into taking him as her apprentice this restart, but, well, what's done is done. He yawned. He supposed he was just cranky today since he had gotten very little sleep last night. His conversation with Kale literally took hours since the other boy wanted to know absolutely everything and kept asking for details. While Zorian didn't begrudge the other boy for wanting answers and considered the time well spent, he kind of planned to use that time to read through the research assignments he had collected from his classmates on behalf of Ilsa. Assignments he had to give to Ilsa today, complete with corrections and grade recommendations. He had thought his knowledge from previous restarts would make the task a child's game, but apparently something about their massive changes to this restart caused Ilsa to give out completely different topics for research, and he had to actually read everything from scratch. He ended up spending most of the night dealing with those stupid things and then had to get up half an hour earlier than usual too because he was class representative to boot. Peering into the classroom, he saw that Akoja was already inside. He rolled his eyes at her excessive punctuality and marked her down as present on his little attendance sheet. The blackboard was full of horrible drawings, love confessions and other garbage, but he knew better than to wipe it clean right now. A clean blackboard was utterly irresistible to some of the idiots in his class, and they would no doubt make a mess again by the time the teacher finally showed up. Who knew, maybe if he left it alone long enough Akoja would take care of it on her own initiative, as she was sometimes wont to do. The first to arrive were, surprisingly since they weren't normally early birds, Annika and Army, the famous Ashirai twins. The Ashirai family consistently produced soul-bonded twins as their descendants, and the two sisters he shared his class with were no different. Zorian had considered asking them for help back when he thought he was soul-bonded to Zack, or at least questioning them about the mechanics of soul bonds, but eventually decided it would be a bad idea. For one thing, mage families tended to jealously guard their family magics, and it was obvious that the Ashirai family was trying to become an official house with their own magical specialty centered around their soul bonds. Asking too closely about their family style could have ended up blowing up in his face spectacularly, and Zorian hadn't been willing to risk it, time loop or not. A second concern was that the twins were unreliable. Benesek level unreliable. They were giggly little twits who took nothing seriously and wouldn't keep quiet even if he paid them. No, it had definitely been smart of him to stay away from them. Next to arrive was Kale, who apparently couldn't sleep very well after yesterday's revelations, and eventually decided to just come early. They didn't talk much before the Morlock boy decided to retire to his seat, but Zorian could already see there would be more questioning in the near future. Lovely. He had forgotten how inquisitive and interested in the time loop Kale had been the last time he had been aware of it. Brian, Naeem and Edwin were marked down as present next. Brian gave him a wave as he passed by him, his other hand holding his fire drake familiar close to him, while Naeem and Edwin were too absorbed into their conversation to take notice of him. Zorian didn't really mind, it wasn't like he knew either of them all that well. Naeem was a first-generation mage, much like Zorian and Akoja, a child of some soldier that rose to the rank of general in the wake of the disruptions caused by the Splinter Wars. Edwin had golem makers as his parents, and they clearly passed on their enthusiasm for the craft to Edwin. He was always tinkering with various mechanisms and making blueprints, even during lectures or other times during which he should have been concentrating on something else. The next to come was Rainey, the red-headed mystery that transferred into their class in the previous year. She was reserved, polite, extremely attractive, a good student and absolutely refused to tell anyone about her family or origins. The only one who knew anything concrete about Rainey was Kiana, another of his female classmates, and she was resolute in her silence. And so it went, student after student, until the list was complete and he could finally slip inside and try to rest for a bit before class started. He absent-mindedly erased the blackboard with a single alteration spell, causing the chalk to simply peel off the surface and fall to the floor, and sat down to wait. Break. No, Ben, you cannot turn in your assignment a week from now, Zorian growled. The deadline was yesterday. I have to hand them over to Ilsa today. Don't you see the problem here? Come on, Zorian, this is what friends are for, Benesek complained. What good is having your best bud as the class rep if you can't ask him to cut you some slack? You're not asking for a favor, you're asking for the moon, Zorian told him, giving him a flat stare. I cannot help you in this regard. But I really can't get another demerit, Benesek said, giving him a hopeful smile. Tough, Zorian said. I guess you should have thought about that before you decided to completely blow off another assignment from Ilsa. You already know she can't stand students boycotting her homework. She's completely ridiculous. Benesek said. What kind of teacher gives out 3 assignments during the first week of the year? A new voice cut in. Zorian silently offered a prayer to whosoever was still listening on the spirit planes for the interruption. He was seriously ready to strangle Benesek to get him to shut up. This wasn't the first time he was suffering through this conversation, but he usually wasn't so tired when dealing with his, sort of friend. He was honestly rethinking his connection with the boy at this point. As it turned out, the interruption was by Nielu, though Kiana and Jade were also hanging behind her. All 3 were holding a sheet of paper. I know the deadline for the assignment was yesterday, but I was sort of wondering if you could turn it in now. Zorian finished. She nodded furiously and extended the paper towards him. No, Zorian deadpanned. Seriously? Jade piped in. You're going to make a big deal out of this? Yes. Zorian asked rhetorically. Why don't we just leave this here, Kiana said, placing her assignment on his desk, and you can decide whether you want to bother with them when Benesek is done annoying you and you cool down a little. Hey! Benesek protested. Sure, Zorian shrugged. You do that. Zorian patiently watched as the 3 of them left their assignments on his table and filed out of the classroom, waited until Benesek finally gave up on convincing him to write Benesek's assignment for him, he supposed. And then he calmly fished out a pen from his backpack and wrote, "Did not turn in assignment within the deadline," at the top of each sheet of paper before unceremoniously shoving them into his backpack along with the other assignments. There, let Ilsa decide what to do with them. Why are you still here, AKO? Zorian sighed, turning to the last person remaining in the room. Your assignment was flawless, if that's what's worrying you. I'm glad you decided to take the position from me, she said. I don't think I could have gone through another year of it. When I accepted the position back in our first year, the teachers said it was a privilege. That there were benefits for the class representative. That it commands respect. But it was all a sham, and by the time I realized that nobody was stupid enough to take the position from me. Hey, protested Zorian lightly. I'm not saying you're stupid for taking it, she immediately clarified. You accepted it because it was bundled along with the apprenticeship with Ilsa. You were far smarter about it than I had been. More like less naive, Zorian said. She flinched at his remark, apparently he hit too close for comfort. Why did you sink so much effort into it if you hated it? Why not just boycott the whole thing? Because it would be wrong, she said vehemently. You shouldn't shirk your responsibilities. And I had accepted the class representative duties as my responsibility. Zorian gave her an incredulous look. What? She challenged. Defiant. Daring him to tell her she was wrong. Nothing, Zorian said. He didn't want to argue with her. Ever since he had started to develop his empathy, he became increasingly sure she had a crush on him. A small one, but it was there. And while he didn't return her feelings at all, he also didn't want to hurt her emotionally. And he would have hurt her if he started talking to her honestly. They were two very different people, with different worldviews and ideals, for all that Akoja seemed to think they were alike. Listen, Ako, he said, rising from his seat. I spent most of last night reading through the assignments, and I'm not the best person to hold a philosophical discussion with right now. Can we table this for another day? You shouldn't have procrastinated until the very last day, Akoja said. That's almost as bad as what those three did. No, it isn't, Zorian disagreed. He hefted his backpack in one arm and rose from his seat. And it's impolite to preach like that. See you around, Ako. Wait, she said. Zorian could suddenly feel a wave of nervousness emanating from her, and the fact she was wringing her hands under her desk and looking anywhere but in his direction completed the impression. Can we talk? Not now, but... I'd like your opinion with something. Crap. This had never happened before in any of the restarts. What set her off? He really hoped this wasn't a love confession. He couldn't afford that kind of drama right now. Can it wait until next week? He asked. I will be really busy the next few days. Yes, she immediately agreed. That's perfect. I need to gather my thoughts on the subject anyway. I'll tell you when I'm ready. Break. You wanted to see me? Zorian asked as he peered into Ilsa's office. Ilsa gestured him to come inside, too busy sipping on her tea to give a verbal response. Zorian sank into the visitor's chair and promptly handed her all of the assignments he had collected from the students. She took a glance at them before setting them aside and taking another sip from her cup. For a minute or so, she just kept silently scrutinizing him. Finally, she put down her cup and sighed. I wanted to talk to you about your experimentation with mind magic, she said, drumming her fingers on the table. I'm sure you're aware of the rather illegal nature of most mind-affecting magic, but since it's the product of an inborn ability rather than access to restricted spells and literature, some allowances can be made. The Empath Association goes to great pains to make a distinction between empathy and mind reading, and to claim one is just a logical extension of the other is novel. And more than a little controversial. Nonetheless, my discreet inquiries into the subject have discovered there is indeed a known link between the two abilities, so your story holds water. Technically, empathy and mind reading are indeed different. Empathy is a passive skill with no mental intrusion involved, while mind reading requires one to actively invade the mind of another, explained Zorian. It's just that every empath is capable of mind reading with the right training. Oh. Interesting, said Ilsa. I'm surprised more mages haven't stumbled upon the fact, then. I thought about that, actually, Zorian said. The Urania are born with the ability. They speak to each other telepathically as their normal mode of communication, they have telepathic scuffles as kids, they use it to hunt their prey, for just about anything. It's natural that they would refine and build upon the ability, exploiting it to its logical extreme. Human empaths, on the other hand, are rare and isolated, so most of them have to rediscover the wheel alone, so to speak. It doesn't help that few people are willing to let someone read their mind, so any training is almost certainly illegal. So most people who discover their latent telepathic abilities are either going to keep mum about it or become outright criminals. There probably is a fair number of empaths who have discovered the fact, but they certainly aren't going to admit it to anyone. Excellent reasoning, Ilsa praised. And actually, it is the issue of training partners in particular that I wanted to talk to you about. I understand your sister has already agreed to help you with your training, but I am given to understand that having a wide variety of targets to practice on would be preferable, yes? Yes, agreed Zorian. Believe it or not, one of the students has issued a request for someone to help them train their mind magic expertise. Understandably, none of the teachers are eager to have a student mess around with their heads. But simply refusing it is, politically unfeasible. You want me to step in and take a teacher's place, Zorian surmised. It would benefit both of you, Ilsa said. You both want a target to practice on, and you're both more qualified to help one another when it comes to mind magic than any of the teachers the Academy has at its disposal. And if the other student protests this? Asked Zorian. I mean, they may have wanted someone to practice on, but that doesn't mean they're willing to let someone else practice on them in turn. Then it wasn't a simple case of the Academy refusing a request out of hand, now was it? Ilsa said, giving him a conspiratorial grin. But I very much doubt the student in question would make a fuss about that. What do you say? Zorian hummed thoughtfully. While there was a risk that the other side might find out about the time loop from his thoughts, he did possess some rudimentary mental defenses and was familiar with limitations of mind reading. So long as he didn't let the other student trawl through his long-term memories, he should be fine. And he was curious about this other student dabbling in mind magic. Alright, I'll give it a try. Who am I going to be working with? One of your classmates. Tinami Aope, Ilsa said. Zorian blinked. Tinami was, wait, of course it would be her. Aope were rumored to dabble in mind magic, among other things. Not all rumors were malicious nonsense. And it would explain why Ilsa knew about the request in the first place, come to think of it. Besides, didn't he promise to himself to introduce her to the Urania at some point to see what would happen? Yeah, he was totally fine with this. Break. Hello, Tinami, Zorian said, walking into the empty classroom Ilsa had reserved for their lessons. Am I interrupting anything? She fidgeted. I'm actually waiting to meet someone. For mind magic practice, right? He asked. Her eyes widened in response. That would be me. I will be your partner today, if you would have me. I was. I don't want to be rude but I was kind of hoping for an expert. Huh, so Ilsa didn't tell her who was going to teach her. Strange. I'm a natural mind mage, Zorian said. I'm the closest thing the Academy has to an expert on the topic. Why don't we try this and you can leave in a huff if I can't satisfy you, okay? She immediately flushed scarlet and looked away, her feelings cycling between embarrassment and outrage. Maybe he should have worded that better. Bad choice of words, let's pretend I said something else, Zorian said quickly. Anyway, I'm surprised you didn't know who would be teaching you. How much did Ilsa tell you about me? Just that you need someone to practice on, too, Tinami said quietly. I don't really mind. I have enough mental discipline to keep sensitive things from my surface thoughts most of the time. Likewise, Zorian said. And I won't allow you to look into my memories. Alright, she agreed. I mostly just wanted to practice telepathy and mind reading. The spells are not hard to cast, but actually using them takes a lot of practice. Well, feel free to go first, offered Zorian. Just for the occasion, Zorian had memorized portions of a biology book describing various forms of wild plants, and simply recited them in his head while Tinami tried to read his thoughts. Not only did this ensure he wouldn't reveal any sensitive details to Tinami, it actually made her job easier. It was a lot simpler to read someone's thoughts when they thought in concrete words and sentences, as opposed to a confusing stream of consciousness that composed the vast majority of people's thoughts. In fact, the matriarch explained to Zorian that it was simply not possible to read people like a book, unless they were literally reciting text in their heads like he was doing at the moment. There was always a large amount of guessing and extrapolation involved, and no mind reader could completely understand another sentient being. But they could get pretty damn close. Why are your thoughts full of information on plants? Tinami asked with a frown. Apparently, Tinami didn't know that. Aope's style of mind magic training was very crude, and boiled down to throwing a kid into the swimming pool and hoping they didn't drown. A bit disappointing, really. He eventually shifted to reciting sequences of numbers and imagining simple geometric shapes. I guess I owe you an apology for doubting you, Tinami said. You really do know your stuff. Do you want to try now? Zorian nodded and then focused on her, homing in on the glittering star he saw in front of him through his mind sense and connecting with her mind. Are you sure you're ready? She yelped and jumped in her seat. What? Telepathic communication, he explained. But, you didn't cast a spell, she frowned. I don't have to. As I said, I'm a natural mind mage. I can sense all minds in my vicinity and I can connect to them if I want to. Right now I am talking to you telepathically, but if you're ready I will expand my awareness to your surface thoughts. She closed her eyes for a second but then frowned and opened them again. Wait, she said. I don't understand. If you made a telepathic link between us, why can't I use it to talk to you telepathically? I suppose that's how it works if you use a structured spell for it. Well, yes. I mean, there are various sending spells that simply send a mental message to someone, but you need to cast them again and again every time you want to send something to the target. If you want a proper mental conversation with someone, you create a telepathic link between them and yourself. The main issue being that people often don't know how to filter their thoughts well and end up sending inappropriate things over the link. I guess you could say I continually send messages over the link I established between us. I don't know how to establish a two-way link yet, I'm afraid, Zorian said contemplatively. The Urania never mentioned anything about two-way telepathic links, and in retrospect it was obvious why. A psychic could use an established link to reply telepathically regardless of who the maker of the link was. Every Urania was psychic, so why would they bother with two-way links? It was something he would have to figure out on his own, probably. Anyway. Are you ready? Yes, she nodded. Feel free to start. Unlike him, Tinami didn't resort to text or numbers, and instead did her best to imagine a random scene out of her life in as much detail as she could make it. The scenes were wholly unexceptional, one of Ilsa's lectures, an inconsequential conversation between Jade and Nialu as they talked next to Tinami, a walk down the street. It was all very visual, but still very challenging. His little sister was still much harder to read, ironically because she wasn't trying to hide anything from him. Her disjointed, stream of consciousness succession of thoughts was next to impossible to figure out unless he engaged her in conversation and made her focus on one particular issue. Okay, I'm officially jealous, Tinami huffed. I've been practicing this for 3 years with my mother and her friends, and I'm nowhere near this good. Don't feel too bad, Zorian said. I have an unfair advantage. So do I, Tinami said. My family has been dabbling in mind magic for generations, and I have their advice. It's frustrating to realize just how much raw talent can mean in a field like this. Ah, it's not just raw talent, Zorian said. I too have a teacher with generations of mind magic practice. She raised her eyebrow at him. There aren't very many of those, she remarked. I'm pretty sure my mother would know if any of our rivals adopted a new student. Not many human ones you mean, Zorian smiled. Your mother definitely wouldn't know, not unless she keeps tabs on the many colonies of telepathic spiders scattered throughout Altazia. Tinami stared at him in silence for a few seconds, before leaning towards him excitedly. Telepathic spiders? You mean, you have actually met one of the legendary Arania? Legendary? Zorian almost scoffed, but he supposed that the spiders were very good at hiding themselves. While there were humans who knew about them, very few seemed to be willing to advertise their connections to the Arania colonies. Zorian didn't think it was because of intimidation on behalf of the Arania, or at least not just because of that. In all likelihood the mages that were in the know simply wanted to preserve their monopoly on the business with the Arania and didn't want rival mages butting in and demanding their piece of the pie. Her name is Enthusiastic Seeker of Novelty, Zorian said. Would you like to meet her? 26, Soul Kill. Chapter 026 Soul Kill. The temple was just as imposing as it had been the last time Zorian had visited it, the same guardian angels glaring down at him, the same deserted feel to the building and the same creation story carved into the heavy wooden doors. This time he studied the carvings on the door with more interest than he had done the last time, however, since some of the images were rather interesting in light of things he had discovered after his first visit. Specifically, some of the bottom carvings depicted monsters that sprang up from the world dragon's flaking heart, and these monsters were clearly primordials. They had the whole, impossible patchwork creature look that seemed to be the primordial's one defining feature, and they matched the descriptions of well-known primordials he had read about in the books. The unholy cross between scorpion, dragonfly and a centipede was clearly H1H, the locust lord, whose bronze carapace was impervious to just about everything but divinely forged weaponry and whose 4 pincers could tear steel like paper. The ability to release clouds of biting, devouring insects from pores on his body that devastated the countryside for kilometers around the thing, all while the primordial tackled anyone strong enough to stop them, completed the image of a living natural disaster. The cluster of wings hanging above H20H was probably Gatus, who was allegedly a ball made out of multicolored bird wings, and only bird wings, and created storms and tornadoes wherever it went, funneling matter into the center of its sphere where it seemed to just disappear without a trace. The boar/crocodile/porcupine thing was Ushkechko, a beast made out of indestructible black glass that poisoned anyone who so much as scratched themselves on one of its numerous bladed protrusions. And could fire said protrusions like arrows at opponents. The slug-like entity covered in eyes and mouths was. Can I help you with something, young man? Zorian wrenched himself from his scrutiny of the door to look at Batak. The last time he had been here he had asked to speak with Kylie, but this time the man in front of him would suffice. He might even be preferable, considering Kylie was supposed to be a master diviner. He gave the man a nervous smile and spoke. I wanted to have a talk with you, if it's not too much of a problem. Of course, the man said happily, quickly ushering Zorian inside. Zorian recalled from last time that the temple didn't receive many visitors. It must be a pretty lonely existence to serve as custodian of this place. Before long they were both seated in front of a small table in the kitchen-like room that Batak used to receive visitors, a prepared teapot steaming in front of them. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Batak said after some small talk, raising his cup to his mouth and taking a long sip. I wanted to ask about primordials, Zorian said. Batak promptly choked on his tea and spent the next few seconds coughing. Why cough would you want to know about them? Batak asked incredulously. I'm not sure I should tell you. I don't want any trouble. Batak gave him a curious, impassive look, but Zorian sensed a note of worry in his mind. Well, I'm not sure whether you know or not, but there is a rumor spreading around that some people are going to try to disrupt the summer festival, Zorian began. I've heard about that, yes, Batak sighed. Well, a few days ago I went with some friends into the upper levels of the dungeon to do a job for a client. A simple find and retrieve job, but we ended up running into an underground base full of war trolls and nearly died in the process. The police are keeping it very hush at the moment, but I understand their investigation revealed it wasn't the only base down there. Somebody had spent months preparing a beachhead for this attack and they have a lot of assets to burn. After more than an hour of explanations and clarifications, Batak seemed to accept that the attack was something a lot more serious than he had thought and, more importantly, that it was just a distraction for an attempt at primordial summoning. Thankfully, everything Zorian was telling him was totally true, so whatever method of truth detection the man was using returned his explanations as genuine. The fact that Kylie had a prediction blackout around that time probably did a lot to legitimize the claim in the priest's eyes, since the successful summoning of a primordial could be the reason for her divinations failing. Which was actually why Zorian came to this temple in particular, rather than, say, the main temple of the city. I'll notify the church hierarchy, they should be able to spare a squad or two of investigators to check it out, Batak said. Especially if they have solid proof rather than just an anonymous tip. Do you have anything in writing, perhaps? Here, Zorian said, retrieving a stack of documents and notebooks from his bag and handing them over to Batak. This is everything I have about the invasion. I tried to be as thorough and methodical as possible. I'd really prefer if my name was not mentioned anywhere, though. Batak eyed the stack speculatively. I cannot guarantee that. If your name comes up during the investigation dash. It won't, Zorian interrupted. Well, then I don't foresee any problems, Batak shrugged. A bit odd of you to have so much information on this group if you're not a defector from their ranks. Zorian said nothing. All right, Batak said, perking up and shaking his head slightly as if to clear it. Are you still interested in hearing about the primordials, or was that just a ploy to get my attention? I'm still interested, yeah, Zorian said. I'm really curious why they felt the need to organize all this just to summon one. To be fair, I don't think knowing more about the primordials will satiate your curiosity in that regard, Batak said. Anyone who wants to summon one of these things is clearly insane. But no matter, tell me, what do you know about the primordials in the first place? There's some kind of powerful spirit hailing from ancient times, Zorian tried. Like Fae or elementals, only older, weirder and far more dangerous. Batak sighed. I knew you were going to say that. In the future, when you're interested in some aspect of the spiritual world, please consult religious texts first before delving into mage-written works. I know the church can be a little biased about a lot of things, but we really do know our stuff when it comes to the spirits and everything related to them. Ever since the gods fell silent, spirits are the only thing we have left, so we have done some extensive work on them. And we don't hide it much either. Zorian nodded sheepishly. It never even occurred to him to look at religious texts on the topic. He blamed his town priest back in Siren, who was a bigoted old hypocrite that kept making problems for Zorian whenever they crossed paths and consequently soured the church as a whole for him. Batak drummed his fingers on the table for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts. All right. First, let me tell you something about actual spirits. I'm sorry if this is already familiar to you, but I need to get it out there to explain why primordials absolutely cannot be spirits. Zorian motioned for him to continue. Spirits are, from a practical standpoint, divided into two main groups, outsider spirits and native ones. Outsiders spend most of their time in their own spiritual worlds and can only ever enter ours if summoned by someone from this side. Demons and angels are the most famous of outsider spirits, though lumping all demons into a single group is mostly done by humans for human convenience. There is no demonic equivalent to the angelic hierarchy, and two demons are as likely to fight each other as they are to cooperate on a common goal. Native spirits are a multitude of spirits that exist on the material plane by default. You already mentioned elementals and Fae, which are the two most common types of native spirits. It is likely that native spirits were once outsider spirits that gradually adapted to life on the material world, as they share the key feature that all spirits have. Namely, that they don't really have bodies the way humans and animals do. They are disembodied souls that need some type of vessel to contain them and allow them to interact with the world around them. So spirits are soul entities, Zorian mused. Like lichas or body snatchers. Yes, very much like that, Batak agreed. In fact, Some spirits are very much body snatchers and prefer inhabiting bodies of humans and animals. And it's likely that the process of transformation into a lich has been developed by studying spirits and the way they interact with their vessels. Anyway, primordials. Primordials have bodies. Actual, flesh and blood bodies. Most people, even mages, assume they're spirits because of their strange forms and great resistance to damage, but they really have more in common with dragons and other magical creatures than with spiritual entities. Spirits tend to be weird because their bodies are usually just ectoplasmic shells, which they can twist into whatever unnatural form they feel like taking. Primordials are creatures of the material world, just like you and me. But wait, Zorian said. If primordials are not spirits, but some kind of strange magical creature, how are the attackers planning to summon one? Asked Zorian. They don't, Batak said. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but you almost certainly misunderstood something there. Primordials can't be summoned, since they're down here with us already. Bound, forced into sleep and locked away, but still with us. What they can be is set loose. Zorian felt a shiver run down his spine. The primordial wouldn't disappear, he realized. The Abasan invaders thought they were summoning a fancy demon to go romp over their enemies, but that thing was never going back to its home plane on its own. It didn't have one. Why were they sealed away? Zorian asked. Why not just kill them? Primordials don't die the way most things do, Batak said. They are a remnant, a relic of the age when the world was still fresh and the world dragon had only just been bound at the center of our world. They are her original children, the purest expression of her rage and hate, and they have found ways to strike out at humanity and the gods even in their death. They spawn smaller, weaker primordials in their death throes, and often inflict corrupting effects on the area in which they died. Even the gods found the aftermath of one of them dying to be difficult to deal with, so they eventually just contained the lot of them and trapped them in far corners of the earth. And the attackers believe one of them is in Syoria, Zorian stated. Apparently, Batak said. I wouldn't know personally, no one has ever seen one of these prisons within living memory and written records are deliberately vague about their locations. Still, historically speaking, Syoria had effectively been a far corner of the world up until recently. So I suppose it's possible. Strange that no one had ever found any indication of it in all this time, though, considering how many mages delve into the depths of the hole on a regular basis. I see, Zorian said. He excused himself soon afterwards. While interesting, this truthfully didn't change much and his task had already been done. Break. Zorian was feeling pretty pleased with himself for organizing this little event. While setting up Curiel for a meeting with Novelty was done purely for amusement and sheer curiosity at how Curiel would react to Novelty's antics, introducing Tinami to Novelty was, well okay, it was also mostly done for the sake of his curiosity and amusement. But that didn't mean he didn't take advantage of it to gain something from Little Miss Forbidden Magic's Aope. Like, say, getting her to teach him the invisibility spell. He just knew that Tinami had been taught how to cast that spell, restricted magic or not, and he was totally right. So now he had finally completed his list of spells every proper mage should be able to cast, and all it took was promising to do something he had intended to do for free, anyway. And the cherry on top. Novelty loved him for promising to bring her 2 new humans to meet. He didn't need to make it up to her in any way, because she thought he was doing her a favor. Yes, Zorian was feeling very pleased with himself. Now all he had to do was wait with Curiel until their 2 guests showed up and then stand back and watch the fireworks. Novelty would come first and meet with Curiel to start with, since that meeting was bound to be shorter and more casual, and would then remain to greet Tinami when his classmate eventually showed up at Amaya's place. There shouldn't be any problems, but just in case there were problems and they somehow degenerated beyond his ability to handle, Zorian had arranged for a bit of insurance. So Arania are about the size of a dog? Curiel asked. A big dog, Zorian said. But Novelty's not scary at all, and I'm sure you'll get along splendidly. She reminds me of you, actually. a giant spider reminds you of me? Kiriel asked him, sounding surprisingly threatening for a 9-year-old. You'll find out why soon enough, Zorian said, more amused than anything. She's coming over as we speak. He had been devoting only half of his attention to his conversation with Kiriel, trying to train himself to pay attention to his mind sense and talk at the same time, and had thus immediately noticed Novelty when she came in range, despite the fact that she had tried to dim her mental presence to surprise him. He immediately launched a telepathic attack on her and she promptly dropped her attempt at stealth in favor of a short mental wrangle that resulted in Zorian being quickly booted out of her mind. Despite his poor showing, Zorian was pleased. He had been doing such greetings for a few days, ever since he realized that Novelty didn't consider such telepathic play fights hostile, and compared to his initial results, this was absolutely amazing. It was kind of amusing how Novelty refused to actually teach him telepathic combat due to the matriarch's orders, but had no problems helping him practice in such a fashion. In fact, after his first few attempts, she sometimes even initiated such impromptu telepathic combat herself, or tried to stalk and surprise him like she did today. He supposed she didn't think of it as teaching, it was just a game as far as she was concerned. She would be rather cross with him if she ever caught him thinking it, but she really was still a child in many respects. That was barely any better than yesterday, Novelty complained, apparently not sharing his optimistic self-assessment. This is why I think we should have gone with my idea for teaching you. It would have been 1,000,000 times faster than our lessons so far. You are not locking me in one of your hatcheries, Zorian told her. But you'd have left a master of telepathic combat within a week. Novelty protested. Well, master by human standards, anyway. No, Zorian responded. He suddenly became aware that Kiriel was tugging on his shirt. What is it, Kiri? You drifted off, she said. I was just talking to Novelty, he said. She looked at him oddly. Telepathically, I mean. Oh, Kiriel said, her eyes widening in realization. I'm so jealous you can do that. I wish I could talk to people without being overheard. It would have been so helpful around Mom. Don't I know it, Zorian sighed. So many things would have been easier if I could have done that earlier. Though maybe it was a blessing in disguise, a lot of people back in Siren would have freaked out if they started hearing voices in their head, and mind magic abuse is punished very harshly by the Mage Guild. Anyway, let's go introduce you to Novelty. To her credit, Novelty hadn't immediately rushed in towards Kiriel and started to crawl all over her. To Kiriel's credit, she didn't immediately scream in fear and try to hide behind him upon seeing a huge black spider hop into the room. Instead, the two of them faced each other square on, standing a good deal of distance from each other, and carefully scrutinized one another. A mini-human, yelled Novelty telepathically, breaking the standoff. Great web, she's so much smaller than you. Can she even talk yet? What? Kiriel protested. Of course I can talk. I even learned how to read and count last year. What do you think I am, a baby? Oh, you can talk, that's excellent. Excellent. I actually was afraid you were a baby, Novelty admitted, skittering left and right to take in Kiriel from different angles. Not that there is anything wrong with being a baby, but I got assigned as a babysitter for so long and it gets so boring after a while, you know. They're all so needy and grabby and they never know anything interesting. Yeah, Kiriel said. She shot Zorian a suspicious look, but he was maintaining his impassive facade through superhuman will. His lips only twitched into a smirk once she returned her attention back to Novelty. I guess I can understand that. But I'm definitely not a baby anymore. I'm 9 years old, and that's a lot. Wow, that is a lot, agreed Novelty. You're only a year younger than me. How come your brother is so much bigger than you, then? He's older than me. Kiriel tried. Wait, if you're 10, aren't you just a kid like me? No way. Novelty protested. I went through the maturation ceremony last year, so I'm totally an adult of the tribe and no one can say otherwise. Zorian watched as Novelty and Curiel went through a clash of cultures in miniature, gradually coming to an understanding of sorts. They both complained about not being taken seriously by people around them. It was a mystery as to why, no, really, and exchanged some information about their respective species. Zorian actually learned a few new things about the Arania that he had never really thought to ask about. Apparently Arania had a lot shorter lifespan than humans did, with 55 years being considered positively ancient. He knew they could spin webs from before, but apparently the webs weren't at all involved with hunting prey and were instead used exclusively as construction material to make walls, bridges, etc. He had also thought they were fully subterranean in nature, with only Scioria's colony interacting with the surface so heavily, but it turned out they all preferred to hunt on the surface and only used the dungeon to build their settlements in. Eventually, Novelty decided to try her luck and approached Curiel, which resulted in his brave little sister immediately backpedaling and cutting the meeting short. Not that Zorian was very surprised by this turn of events at all. If anything, this went a lot better than he thought it would. Hell, Curiel even indicated she might not be averse to the idea of another meeting in the future. Ah, Novelty wilted, drooping pitifully over the couch she was currently occupying. I scared her away. She did say you could meet her again in a few days, Zorian pointed out. But I wanted to talk some more, Novelty telepathically pouted. Just give her some time to digest the whole thing. And don't try to hug her next time. But humans love hugs. I totally read so in one of your books. Novelty protested. Zorian thought about explaining to her that wasn't universally true among humans. His parents were never really big on physical contact, with any of their children, really, and Zorian didn't remember the last time he was hugged by anyone other than Curiel. Not that he was particularly crazy for hugs himself, mind you. He decided against it. I'm afraid that Arania just don't have what it takes to give a proper hug, Zorian nodded sagely. Sad but true. Do we really look so ugly to you humans? Scary, Zorian corrected. The word you're looking for is scary. You probably shouldn't have spent so much time lovingly describing how your fangs can easily punch through bone and hardened leather or how you kill your prey by driving said fangs into your victim's neck and severing the spine. But cats do the same thing, and cats are cute. You explained so yourself. And then you butted in to note that cats are yummy, thus completely invalidating my attempt to make you seem less threatening, Zorian noted. Novelty sent him an unintelligible telepathic message accompanied by a note of annoyance. Zorian just shrugged and went back to his book while they waited for Tinami to show up. Break. Oh. My. Goddess, Tinami said, staring at Novelty like she was the best thing ever. She's beautiful. Well yes, I don't want to sound arrogant but I have been told I'm quite a looker, Novelty preened, standing a little straighter and trying to look more dignified. And she really does talk telepathically, just like the stories say. Tinami exclaimed. She turned toward Zorian. Wherever did you meet one of them? How did you befriend her? Can I touch her? Do you think she'd teach me her ways if I ask? Do you dash? I don't think I'm capable of pulling off the yes, yes, no, yes routine, so one question at a time, please, Zorian said. Also, most of those questions you should be asking Novelty here instead of me. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful and ignore you, Tinami said, turning back to Novelty. I was just excited and it felt natural to talk to the guy who brought me here. To be honest, I was half convinced this was his idea of a prank and already had a little curse prepared dash. Hey! Zorian protested. That's totally illegal. But I guess it won't be necessary now, and that's probably for the best, Tinami continued blithely, like she was not interrupted at all. She took a deep breath. I'm Tinami Aope, by the way. 30 minutes later, Zorian found himself unceremoniously booted out of the room so they could have some privacy. Ungrateful scum, the both of them. He considered spying on them with a scrying spell, but considering their conversation mostly consisted of Tinami fawning over novelty and the young Urania feeling very smug about the attention, he really wasn't losing much. He remained close by for another half an hour, in case of possible problems springing about, but after a while it became obvious he wasn't needed, nor much wanted, and entered the room to tell them he was going for a walk. The moment he was far enough from Tinami that he could no longer feel her on the very edge of his mind sense, he found a quiet corner and shrouded it in some basic anti-divination wards. "You can come out now," he said to no one in particular. The matriarch promptly stepped out of the nearby shadowed corner, fading into visibility. The trick was somehow less impressive now that he could duplicate the feat and become invisible himself. "So, she is neither a time traveler nor is she connected to the invasion in any way," the matriarch said. "And as far as she knows, neither is her family." Zorian nodded. He had expected that. The Aope were part of Eldamar's ruling elite and tied far too tightly into its power structure to participate in a wild stunt like this invasion, and Tinami was too genuine to his senses to be constantly pretending, but it was nice to have a confirmation. "You had no problems with her mental defenses?" "She had them, but they were of the wrong sort, much like the advanced ones you demonstrated to Novelty," the matriarch said. "I'm certain she hadn't noticed my intrusion, and I've done nothing except look so there should be no traces left for anyone to find." "There is no way for her to have fooled you?" Zorian asked. "I've read plenty of stories where people are pretending to be dominated by a spell cast by the villain, and then surprise him by a stab in the back once they let their guard down. Must be a human mind magic thing. I can't see that sort of thing happening to a psychic." "Well, unless the target has constructed a fake mind on top of their real one and fooled the attacker into thinking it was the target's actual mind. But that almost never happens. Constructing a fake mind that is actually convincing is really, really hard." Zorian blinked. He hadn't even known that constructing fake minds was possible. "Well, sorry I bothered you with this, I guess," Zorian said. "Nonsense, it was a reasonable suspicion and I actually found a number of useful details by trawling through her mind. Not only is her family not at all friendly towards the invaders, they are likely to be quite annoyed about their plans. Scioria is their power base and they don't want it ruined. And since Novelty is back there, charming the young Aope heir, we will have an easy way to get in contact with the head of house. Getting such a prominent noble house on our side will guarantee that the evidence of an invasion plot is taken seriously." "Have you spoken to the priest?" "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "He said the church would send someone to look into it." "Yet another proof of our legitimacy," the matriarch stated with satisfaction. "Hopefully I won't get pulled in for questioning," Zorian said. "I don't think my half-truths and understatements could stand up to professional investigators." "My web is trying to divert any ongoing investigations away from you, so it shouldn't be much of a problem," the matriarch said. "We've already ambushed and killed 3 different investigation groups by the cult of the World Dragon, and we've been subtly redirecting official Sciorian investigations towards us." "You?" asked Zorian in surprise. "It has been decided to turn this restart into something of a testing run," the matriarch explained. "As I've told you before, my web's goal is to eventually reveal ourselves to the city at large and join the population as rightful citizens. While full disclosure would be too disruptive for what we're currently trying to achieve in this restart, we've decided to reveal ourselves to a number of prominent people in Scioria during this restart, both to coordinate the response to the invasion better and to sound out their reaction." "And?" asked Zorian, honestly curious. "It's a mixed reaction, and the fact we're bringing news of an impending invasion doesn't help calm people down. We've overheard several secret meetings that discussed how to deal with us in a hostile manner, thankfully with the conclusion that they should wait until after the summer festival before doing anything, but also a couple of meetings that discuss how to profit from our presence." "Which you have no problems with," Zorian surmised. "Nobody wants to kill the goose that laid golden eggs," the matriarch said. "No offense to your kind, but I trust your greed more than I trust your compassion. I talked to Zack about that issue you wanted to talk about, by the way. You were right. He doesn't remember any restarts being cut short for any reason whatsoever. You dying doesn't seem to reset the time loop. I knew it, Zorian said. Even Zack would have realized something was wrong if he kept restarting every time I was killed before he was. This is more proof that Zack is the anchor of the loop. Zorian had at one point toyed with the idea that there was an actual mind behind the time loop, a god that decided to break the silence, perhaps, or some kind of very powerful spirit. However, there were a lot of little ways in which the situation matched better with the idea of the time loop being a spell of some sort, and none was so clear as the way the spell was treating time traveler detection. Clearly, on some level, the spell knew it was Zack who was the anchor of the time loop and that everyone else was a tagalong. However, at the same time, it could get easily confused, via a little soul blending, into including multiple people into the awareness of the loop. That sounded more like a dumb spell function trying to reconcile incompatible directives with each other than a willful, intelligent mind making a judgment call. The trouble was, a spell implied a human caster. And a human caster shouldn't be able to roll back time once, much less repeatedly. If we manage to provoke the third time traveler into revealing themselves, most of the questions about the time loop should be answered easily enough, the matriarch noted. I suspect they know what the time loop is and how it functions. Yeah, agreed Zorian. Let's hope so. Break. Days passed. When Zorian was not attending to one of his numerous obligations, he'd never try to do so many things at once in the future. He alternated between creating the various traps and items needed for the ambush of the third time traveler and helping the Urania root out the cephalic rats from the city. Picking the ambush site and preparing it had fallen mostly on Zorian's shoulders in the end. The Urania knew how to make traps and ambushes, of course, but most of them were based around lethal force or mind magic assaults. Considering that the third time traveler almost certainly knew how to counter Uranian mind magic and that they wanted him alive, little of it was useful for their purposes. Thus it fell to Zorian to design something that would contain and disable their target, or at least distract them until the Urania could strip them of their mental defenses and do their thing. Kale contributed by helping Zorian make a mixture of powerful alchemical sedatives for disabling purposes, and the matriarch served as his assistant since she was the most capable Urania when it came to structured magic and knew a lot about the local mana flow of the settlement. She would also be the one to lead the execution of the actual ambush with her fellow Urania. So she had to be extremely familiar with how the trap was going to work. In the end, Zorian decided upon a three-part trap, set in the middle of the Urania settlement. The first part was a fairly exotic effect on the floor that turned stone temporarily liquid. The effect would only activate for a moment, immediately shutting off and turning the stone back into a normal solid state once the target sunk to their knees into the rock floor. As far as Zorian could tell, there was no easy way for a mage to get themselves out of the rock once the effect ended. The spell couldn't be dispelled any more than the ashes of a fireball-destroyed book could be dispelled back into a pristine state, and trying to blast the rock off was liable to blow the caster's legs along with it. The only convenient way of getting out was to phase or teleport out, which is why the second part of the trap was a dimensional lock that would shut down most dimensional shenanigans. Finally, the last part involved dousing the combat area with smoke infused with the powerful sedative Zorian made with Kale's help. It was a bit simple, but Zorian had read that the best plans are always simple. Just in case, though, he had built backup traps in several other Uranian caverns. These were a lot less sophisticated ones, though, and boiled down to explosions. A whole lot of explosions. Aside from that, Zorian had made a great deal of combat equipment for the Urania participating in the ambush, shielding discs that they could strap onto their body to shrug off some of the weaker attack spells, stone cubes, and alchemical vials that produced a variety of effects when set off, and some equipment for himself and a handful of mercenary mages that the matriarch discreetly hired as additional muscle during the ambush. Of course, in an ideal scenario Zorian wouldn't have to fight anyone at all and the equipment he made for himself would be a useless waste of time, but really, what are the chances of an ideal scenario? Things had been going a little too well for him as it was. As for the hunt for the cephalic rats, that had actually been his own idea, and he had been pleased that he had thought of something the Urania, with all their connections and psychic might, hadn't. The basic idea was to capture one of the rats and then use that specimen as a connection for divining the location of the rest of the rats. Not quite a novel idea to the Urania, but they thought heavily in terms of mind magic and tried to follow the telepathic links connecting the captured rat to the rest of the hive mind, something that quickly failed, since the main collective promptly cut the connection with any captured rats. Zorian, on the other hand, used good old locator spells, divinations meant to find and keep track of all sorts of things, so long as the caster had something connected with what you're trying to find. A cephalic rat, even if disconnected from the collective, was sufficient for those divinations to work. Zorian ended up following the connections until he located the main bodies of the cephalic rat swarms. There had been 4 of them, as it turned out, and then, with a handful of Urania acting as support and psychic power suppressant, herded them into tight formations that could be wiped out with a single fireball spell. By the end of the month, the cephalic rats had been effectively wiped out. When he was finished torching the 4th rat swarm, one of the Urania assigned as his bodyguard during the operation told him she finally understood why humans were supposed to be so scary and dangerous. Zorian wasn't the only one who was busy. Kiriel persisted in trying to learn magic, more stubbornly and diligently than Zorian had ever seen her. She was doing very well for a complete beginner, but the sad fact was that she was closer to him in talent than, say, Daimen or some other child prodigy. Novelty had become something of an unofficial liaison between the Urania and House Aope, and was as a consequence subjected to a crash course in diplomacy and proper conduct by the matriarch, something she constantly complained about to Zorian whenever they met. Tinami, for her part, was much more interested in her lessons with Zorian once she found out some details about what being psychic means, and appeared to be working on some kind of personal project that consumed most of her free time. Zorian suspected, from the snippets of thoughts that briefly bubbled into her consciousness during their lessons, that she was trying to somehow artificially make herself psychic. Which struck him as crazy dangerous, since it meant messing with your own mind and all, but that was House Aope for you. Kale was also pursuing some kind of personal project that he refused to elaborate to Zorian, though it apparently had something to do with spell formula because he kept borrowing Zorian's books on the topic. Zorian left him to his work. Kale had been incredibly helpful throughout the month, taking it upon himself to help Zorian as much as he could for some reason. Zorian didn't think it was just generosity and hadn't forgotten just how fascinated with the time loop the other boy was last time, so he wondered when the other boy would approach him about what he really wanted from Zorian. Apparently, the answer was, just before the summer festival. "Hello, Zorian," Kale said. "Are you doing something?" "Not really. I'm just waiting for a Koja to show up so that I can go to the dance," Zorian said. "There is no point in starting anything since she's bound to show up absurdly early." "What is it?" "Ah, a Koja." He still wasn't sure why he had asked her to be his date for the evening. Probably because she gave every indication she wanted him to and he didn't want to make her sad for no reason. Not that she had actually come out and said it, though, hell, she even chickened out on the meeting she had arranged with him and made it look like she wanted some school advice instead of, well, whatever it was she had really wanted to talk about. Hopefully she would be a little less pushy this time around and the evening wouldn't end in as big of a catastrophe as it had the last time they went out for the evening. "I have a gift and a request," Kale said. Zorian mentally translated it as a bribe and a demand. "First, I have been thinking about your stories of previous restarts and couldn't help but notice the presence of a powerful lich on the side of the invaders. Those are very hard to deal with, especially with classical magics." "But not with soul magic," surmised Zorian. "Well, sort of. It's not easy, even with soul magic, but there are some tricks you could pull on a lich if you knew how to mess with souls. The thing you need to remember is that a lich's soul is automatically pulled back into their phylactery when their physical form is destroyed. This is because destroying their body severs the link between their soul and their body, obviously, since there is no body to speak of anymore. Still, if you could sever the link between the soul and the body, something that is a lot easier to do with creatures whose soul is artificially connected to the body through magic, then their souls would immediately be wrenched back to their phylactery, even if their body is technically intact. They'd be effectively banished, Zorian concluded. It wouldn't kill them, but the process of possessing a new body is not that fast for a lich. They need a whole day at the minimum, and that's assuming they already have a new body ready to go. Banishing the lich back to its phylactery is as good as killing it, at least for your needs. You're telling me you can teach me a spell to do that? Asked Zorian excitedly. Well no, said Kale, promptly popping Zorian's bubble. And it would be of dubious value even if I could. The spell requires you to touch the target. Zorian winced. Yeah, I don't see myself getting within touching range of the lich. So I got you this, instead, Kale said, handing him a small silver disc, reminiscent of a particularly large silver coin. Closer scrutiny, however, quickly made it clear it was some kind of a spell tool, being covered in spell formula instead of typical imagery common to currency. I don't have to touch the lich. Zorian realized after thinking about the coin for a few moments. I just have to make sure the coin touches him. Yes, Kale said. I noticed your fighting style seems to be based around items, so I've imbued the spell into that disc. It should work, but I make no guarantees, so use it at your own risk. I tried to make it as small and non-threatening as possible, but there is no way to be sure the lich will let it touch him, Zorian finished for him. Trying to keep a strange item thrown by your enemy from touching you is common sense. I don't suppose that hitting the target's shields is sufficient, is it? I'm afraid not. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Thanks anyway. What about your request? Well, the truth is I want a favor in exchange for helping you. I know you're almost certainly going to make further use of me in future restarts, and I have no problems with it, except I want to get something out of it too. I'm not sure what I can do for you that won't be rendered hollow by the restart, but okay, shrugged Zorian. What is your wish, oh great Kale? I want the same thing you're already doing, to use the time loop to improve my skills, said Kale. In case of magics that require shaping skills and the like, this is clearly next to impossible without being brought into the time loop, but there is a magical discipline that is far less dependent on shaping skills. One that I happen to be quite good in. Alchemy, said Zorian. Exactly. Now, practicing alchemy on my level involves a lot of experimentation, testing the effects of your brews, improving them and designing original concoctions. These things take a lot of funds and a lot of time, but once you have a recipe for a potion. You want me to help you design finished potion recipes and then give you the result in subsequent restarts, thus allowing you to refine your recipes further and then take those results and dash. Exactly. Kale said. And then, when the time loop ends, you're going to give me the fruits of this labor and I will have saved myself months, possibly years of my work. It will require you to delve more deeply into the intricacies of alchemy than you did currently, but I don't see that as being a big problem for you. You're clearly going to need it if you intend to rely on items so much. As it turned out, Kale had spent most of the month running various experiments and promptly brought him a notebook with the results. There was a lot of text there, but Kale explained he only really needed him to memorize the last 2 pages, which listed which avenues of research were dead ends and outlined a partially finished recipe for some kind of anti-fever potion. Kale explained that giving him those results in the following restarts wouldn't just help Kale improve his craft, but would also allow Zorian to convince the other boy he was really a time traveler far faster than would otherwise be possible. And would also make Kale more willing to help, sooner, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, do you get it yet? Not seeing the harm, Zorian spent the rest of the wait memorizing the results and then leafing through the rest of Kale's research notebook. It wasn't every day that a mage got to scrutinize another mage's research methodology, after all. And Zorian could use some pointers for the future. Zorian, your girlfriend is here. Kiriel called, trying to sound teasing but just ending up mocking and annoying in the process. Coming, said Zorian, closing the notebook and going out to greet Akoja, who was trying not to look too awkward in front of Amaya and Kiriel. And failing miserably, as she seemed completely at a loss how to deal with his sister's light-hearted teasing and Amaya's advice on what to do if Zorian got too grabby during the evening. Kick him in the crotch, seemed to be the gist of it. After a few minutes, he decided to have mercy on her and drag her away from those two so they could be on their way. It was time to get this show on the road. Break. The evening had been going splendidly. Akoja was still rather frustrating, but with the date not being a mission from Ilsa this time around, she wasn't nearly as insistent on dragging him along to pointless introductions and the like, and instead settled for criticizing him every 5 minutes and in general being far too self-conscious and high-strung for what was ostensibly a casual dance. As for the invaders, they were doing incredibly poorly. Zorian kept monitoring the situation through the telepathic relays he had left with the Urania, and it was obvious that the whole invasion had unraveled at the seams. While the city didn't believe the invasion was of the scale described by the Urania and vastly understaffed their response forces, though as far as Zorian understood the city's reaction was considered a huge overreaction by a large portion of the leadership, they were prepared to respond to some kind of invasion, and the attackers were a mere shell of their usual strength. Due to the lack of forward bases and a whole lot of assassinated leadership. There was no initial bombardment because the artillery mages had been ambushed before they could do their thing. The academy had opted to change their warding scheme so the attackers couldn't just teleport wherever they wanted to go, and their invasion routes were being actively contested by defending forces that continually swelled as the city realized the scope of the invasion and drew on all the combat assets available to it. So saying that, Zorian was surprised when the door to the dancing hall was suddenly and violently blown into bits, showering the unfortunate guests who stood too close to the entrance with a rain of splinters and concussive force, would be a vast understatement. A few moments later, before the dust had a chance to settle and screams died down, 3 people strode into the hall. At the center of the 3-man formation was the Lich. It was just like Zorian remembered it, an imposing skeletal figure, its bones black and vaguely metallic looking, wearing a crown and a suit of metal armor. In its skeletal hands it held a scepter, completing the royal-like appearance. To the left of the Lich strode forth a woman clad in black clothing reminiscent of a military uniform, simple pants, a plain jacket with some kind of crest sewn in on it. It was too far for Zorian to see clearly, but it seemed to feature a skull as a prominent motif. Who the hell actually puts a damn skull on their crest, and heavy leather boots? All very bland and utilitarian, if somewhat sinister looking due to its black color. She strode purposefully forward, gripping a sword strapped to her belt, her expression stony and severe, and Zorian couldn't help but notice that her pale skin and coal-black hair, currently tied into a tight ponytail, made her seem somewhat vampire-like. She was a vampire, wasn't she? Gods, every time he thought the Abasin force couldn't possibly look any more sinister, they pulled something out of their closet to show him that they totally could. The final part of the triumvirate was a person in a blood-red robe which covered him from head to toe. His face was invisible behind a patch of darkness that seemed to fill every open portion of the robe, obscuring the wearer's features. Unlike the Lich and the vampire girl, who did their best to look dignified and imposing, Red Robe, which is how Zorian promptly named him in his head, walked carefully and scanned the shocked crowd with interest, his cowled head swinging left and right in search of something. Or someone, as it turned out. The moment his eyes locked onto Zack, he immediately stopped and spoke. Him, Red Robe intoned, his voice magically distorted and resonant, pointing his staff at Zack. As if to punctuate the statement, a small stream of war trolls and brown-robed mages suddenly poured into the dance hall through the broken door, and everyone snapped out of their daze and realized they were under attack. All chaos broke loose. Break. The plan Zorian and the Urania matriarch had made assumed that the third time traveler would attack Zack, overpower him and then pull the information about the Urania out of his mind. Zorian was not sure about a lot of these steps, but a big one was the idea that Zack could lose against the third time traveler so easily. For all his flaws, the other time traveler seemed to be a capable combatant. It did not take long for Zorian to understand that Red Robe was the third time traveler, and the way he intended to beat Zack was immediately obvious, by not coming alone. Zack seemed to have problems tackling the Lich on its own, and with Red Robe and the vampire girl joining the undead mage, the outcome was never in question. Admittedly, Zack was in a room full of mages who also fought against the three attackers, but the other forces they had brought with them served their purpose as distractions and tied down most of them. Kirin tried to help, as did a couple of others, but they just weren't on the level of their opponents. But they certainly tried. Kirin summoned some kind of glowing whip of force that severed the arm of the vampire girl at the shoulder and then used the same whip to fling her sword, which was clearly magical, burning with strange purple fire that ate through force fields, out of her reach. It was this that finally confirmed his suspicions that she was some kind of undead, as her severed stump didn't bleed at all and the sudden loss of an arm only seemed to inconvenience her. She promptly pulled out a knife with the other arm and returned to attacking people again. Red Robe was actually bloodied by one of the students when they managed to overpower his aegis with a coordinated barrage of magic missiles, but sadly enough that stunt just about wiped them all out and he was sufficiently well after it ceased to take them down in response. As for the Lich, he was utterly unfair, nothing seemed to scratch those bones of his in the slightest. Zack actually managed to blow his shiny armor to bits with some kind of black bolts and even knocked the thing's crown off its skull, but nothing ever made a mark on the bones. What the hell was that thing made of? Zorian reluctantly didn't involve himself. The plan didn't call for it, and quite frankly he was likely to end up dead if he tried. He did help put down a couple of war trolls and disposable mages that ventured too close to his position, but other than that he just watched uneasily as Zack was slowly taken apart by his 3 opponents. But things never go as planned. Eventually Kirin finally got tired of the one-armed vampire girl butting in on his fight with the Lich and blasted her away. She landed next to Akoja. He had gotten separated from Akoja earlier in the attack and decided not to go after her, since she was clearly terrified and would want him to stay away from any danger while he personally didn't intend to completely stand on the sidelines while people died. Now, however, the vampire girl suddenly decided to go after Akoja instead of rushing back into her original fight. Why? Hell if Zorian knew, maybe she wanted a hostage. In any case, Zorian immediately threw a low-yield explosive cube under her feet to halt her in her tracks and then poured most of his mana into an incineration beam aimed straight at her chest. Beam spells weren't Zorian's ideal form of combat magic, they dealt a lot of damage, but they were also very mana-intensive and it was easy to waste most of the beam's power on the surroundings if you couldn't keep the beam constantly on target. And in a room packed this tightly with panicky civilians, surroundings often meant innocent bystanders. Zorian knew that he needed to kill the vampire girl quickly, however, as she was extremely fast and her blades could cut through force fields with ease, meaning he'd get his throat slit the moment she got close to him, so he had to use the most damaging spell in his repertoire. Thankfully, she was sufficiently dazed by the explosion that Zorian didn't have any problems keeping the beam on target and he knew from watching her fight against Zack and Kirin that she was vulnerable enough to fire. He kept the beam on her for a full 5 seconds, reducing her to a little more than a heavily charred skeleton and a pile of ash. Akoja seemed to be in shock, both at the sudden lunge towards her by a crazed undead woman and the brutal method of her destruction. The other students around him were watching him with a mixture of fear and awe, and Red Robe continued his fight against Zack without reacting. The Lich, though. Oh crap, the Lich was staring at him. Indeed, the Lich took one look at the smoking corpse of the vampire girl and then locked its hollow eye sockets with Zorian, its gaze seeming to look right through him. Kirin used the moment of distraction to launch another one of those glowing whip things that severed the arm of the vampire girl like it was paper, but instead of moving out of the way the Lich simply snatched the whip out of the air with one of its skeletal hands, its finger bones closing around the thread of severing light with no ill effects that Zorian could see, and pulled. Kirin let the whip dissipate almost immediately, but not enough to maintain balance. The Lich promptly fired an angry red beam of jagged light and drew a line between Kirin and Zack. They both went down in a spray of blood. "Watch it!" Red Robe yelled. "That could have killed him. I told you I need him alive." "I grow tired of this," the Lich responded. "He is alive enough for your purposes, and this way he'll struggle less. And you should watch your tone, little whelp, you're not in charge here and I could kill you whenever I want without anyone batting an eye. Enough of your information has turned out to be incorrect that your value is being questioned." "I told you, we have a leak," Red Robe said. "That's why I need Zack intact." "You don't need him intact to rip the information from his mind," the Lich said. Do your thing and be quick. There are already reinforcements from the city on the way here. Red Robe seemed to want to say something, but the Lich had already returned to scrutinizing Zorian some more and eventually simply bent down to Zack's motionless form and started casting some complicated spell before placing a hand on Zack's head. Zack's motionless form suddenly blurred into action, as Zack revealed himself to have just been pretending to be unconscious and tried to punch Red Robe in the face. Sadly, while Zack wasn't totally unconscious, he wasn't in top form either, and Red Robe deflected the attack before slamming Zack's head into the floor several times until he went limp and then repeating the spell. The Lich chuckled hollowly. Now who's being too rough? You could have cracked his skull with that stunt, you know. Living beings are such fragile things. The Arania? Red Robe said after a while. I can't believe it, I'd never have thought those thrice-damned bugs would be, no matter, I have to go. Time to go tie some loose ends. The Arania were never part of the dash, began the Lich, but Red Robe already teleported away. Humph. I am killing that fool when I meet him later. He's more trouble than he's worth. He turned back to Zorian after a few moments, and people around him edged away from him. I hated her, you know, the Lich said conversationally, pointing at the smoking remains of the vampire girl. She thought she was so much better than little old Quatakikl. I was a relic, she said, while she was the next generation of undead or some bilge like that. Now look at her, killed by a precocious student with a simple fire spell. Still, while I find the situation amusing, I can't exactly let you get away with it, you know. She was kind of important, much as it rankles me, and I can't just go back home and say, remember that Zoltan house heir you told me to take care of? I kind of lost her. The head of house will at the very least want your head for this, if not your soul. Crap, crap, crap. So he ended up killing some kind of house heir now? On the other hand, it was nice to have confirmation that the Lich was Quatakikl. Quatakikl was male, wasn't he? He could stop referring to the Lich as an it now. Now if only he could get out of this with his soul intact. I don't suppose you would accept a bribe to pretend you couldn't catch me, asked Zorian with as much calm as he could muster, taking out the silver disc Kale gave him and flinging it towards the Lich. Thankfully, amazingly, the Lich reacted just as Zorian expected him to. He extended his hand and snatched the coin out of the air. Zorian had figured the Lich would do that instead of knocking it aside with a shield or something, as he seemed to consider himself invulnerable, not an unwarranted assumption considering those weird bones of his. In any case, the moment the Lich's skeletal hand closed around the silver disc, he froze in place for a moment before collapsing to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. What? One of the students behind him asked. What happened? What the hell did you do to him? Zorian ignored him. Instead he rushed towards Kieran and Zack and started examining their injuries. A few seconds later he was pulled away by a girl who looked a few years older than him and who claimed to be a trained medical professional, so he let her do her thing. Instead he pulled a telepathic relay out of his pocket and closed his eyes in order to contact the Arania and see what was happening on their front. Break. It had started so well. The red-robed intruder, presumably the third time traveler, walked blithely into the trap, his confidence buoyed by the familiar layout of Iranian defenses near the entrance, as well as several victories against the sentries that the matriarch had purposely sacrificed in order to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. The moment he was near the center of the room, the floor turned to liquid and he sank into it before it froze solid again. The Arania and the human mercenaries the matriarch had hired for the evening attacked immediately, dousing the area in sedatives and disabling spells. But something was wrong. The sedatives didn't seem to have any effect on the robed man and many spells also failed to have any effect. Even stricken immobile, the man somehow managed to defend himself effectively, exploiting any openings to fire off strange purple beams that slew anyone they hit instantly. They were slow to cast and only targeted single opponents, so their losses were light, but it was still frustrating. Finally, one of the purple beams hit one of the human mercenaries and his companions lost their nerve, responding with a barrage of glowing lances that tore straight through the robed man's shield and impacted his chest. For a moment, the matriarch was afraid that they had killed the man, making all her preparations and plotting meaningless, but the reality turned out to be far worse than that. Instead of erupting into a shower of blood and gore, the robed man simply turned into smoke. The opponent they had been fighting hadn't been the third-time traveler in person. It had been merely an ectoplasmic shell infused with some of his skill and magic. A simulacrum, meant to test the waters and distract them. A cone of purple light washed over the room, instantly slaying all of the human mercenaries and scores of her loyal Arania. Damnation, their opponent had taken advantage of the distraction their simulacrum had provided and set up an ambush of his own. She turned to sound a retreat to break. Zorian jolted awake from his trance as his connection to the matriarch had been violently severed at the end. Watching the events unfold from her perspective had been strange and mildly unpleasant, and Zorian would have to talk to the matriarch later about doing stuff like that without asking for permission, but considering the sudden end of the transmission, the matriarch was probably dead. And the rest of the Arania would probably soon be as well. They failed. All that preparation and they had still failed. Damn it. Zorian, a raspy voice from the floor near him broke him out of his thoughts. It was Zack, who was apparently conscious again, a heavy bandage wrapped around his head. You with us again? You kind of drifted off for a while. Yeah, Zorian breathed out. I'm fine. They say you killed the Lich, Zack said, pointing weakly towards a pile of black bones some distance away from them. A couple of braver students were clustered around the fallen body of the Lich, whispering and pointing. How the hell did you manage to do that? I severed the connection between his soul and his physical vessel, thereby causing it to snap back into his phylactery. He's not really dead, just banished. Oh, Zack said. Still, that's... I never managed to do anything even close to that. How is it that you knew how to do that? You. I need to go, said Zorian, rising to his feet. Hey, wait. Zack said, trying to rise up before wincing in pain and giving up on that idea. You can't just ignore me and go, Zorian. Zorian ignored Zack, as well as Akoja's questions about where he was going. He just continued towards the exit, mentally plotting the path to the nearest sewer entrance. Nobody moved to stop him. Zorian, you ass. I swear I'm going to punch you in the face the next time I see you. Zack shouted behind him. Sorry, Zack, Zorian whispered to himself. But this takes precedence. Break. By the time Zorian had arrived to the Iranian settlement, the whole place was dead, and Red Robe had moved on somewhere. Probably to hunt down any fleeing Arania that had scattered into the city. Zorian knew that a number of Arania were above ground at the time the ambush had been taking place. Whatever the reason, Zorian thanked his good fortune and started examining the place for additional clues about what had happened and for any surviving male Arania. The fight had been fierce, but Zorian couldn't help but notice that most of the damage to the settlement had been inflicted by the Arania themselves, as they futilely tried to halt Red Robe's advance through the use of the spell cubes he had gifted them and their own traps. Red Robe killed incredibly cleanly, leaving no mark of damage on the bodies of the fallen. It was those strange purple spells obviously, but why was he taking such pains to kill all the Arania so bloodlessly when he could just chuck a fireball and fry the lot of them? He was thorough, though. Zorian didn't know whether the man was unaware that the Arania males were not intelligent or simply didn't care, but quite a lot of males ran afoul of his desire to kill as many Arania as possible. This thoroughness was another strange thing. The man hadn't seemed hysterical or furious back in the dance hall, so why was he so insistent on getting every last Arania before the time loop was done? He even wiped out the children's creche, for God's sake. Yes, obviously killing them all would ensure that he got any time travelers amongst them for sure, but still, they would all be back in the next restart anyway. Disturbing. Even though the emotional impact of seeing an entire settlement butchered down to the last child was blunted somewhat by their obvious non-human anatomy, Zorian was still sickened and disturbed by the cold-hearted brutality of the third-time traveler. Well. Maybe the matriarch's message from beyond the grave would provide some answers. With the help of his divination compass and his mind sense, he slowly tracked down the surviving males one by one and extracted the pieces of the message they held. There were two parts of the message, Zorian soon realized. The first was a simple narration, a voice message left to him by the matriarch explaining her actions. The second was a detailed map of Scioria's underworld, with several locations marked as important. Both messages were incomplete, due to the thoroughness with which Red Robes hunted down the Urania, and the matriarch seemed to prioritize the map as more important, since several males had redundant copies of some of the sections of the map. As the time loop inexorably inched towards its end, Zorian took stock of what he had managed to piece together. Missing, mean things went awry. I know you think I had it coming by rushing into this, but... Missing, simple, the time loop is degrading. I can't tell how long it will be before. Missing, can leave at any time. Thus, stopping him was. Missing, can only ever be one winner in this game. I am truly. Missing, hope it won't be necessary, but just in case I put in a map too. Missing, whole other continent. I didn't think it was possible, even with the help of. Missing. That was it. The map was also full of holes, although Zorian noted he still currently had what was an incredibly accurate map of Scioria's underworld by commercially available standards. Before he could really consider the message at length, the loop ended and everything went dark. Break. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good M-dash. Kiriel began, only to get cut off as Zorian immediately shot upright into a sitting position, sweeping Kiriel into a crushing hug. The suddenness of the motion shocked Kiriel into a few seconds of silence as Zorian took several deep breaths to calm himself down. What's wrong? Kiriel asked, wriggling inside his grip but not really trying to break free of his hold. Zorian promptly let her go and tried to think of a good answer. He failed to think of any. And nothing, he exhaled. It's just a nightmare. I'm sorry for worrying you. And it really was a nightmare. All their manipulation and preparations, all his combat practice, all the tricks he had thought of, and they still lost. They lost miserably. The Urania, they had been hunted down like stray dogs and massacred. Why? What could the third time traveler hope to accomplish with such pointless brutality? And the message the matriarch had left him didn't explain much of anything, either. Like I was really worried, she huffed, giving him a sharp poke and jumping away from him. Mother wants to talk to you, so you better hurry down. Right, Zorian said, getting up and making a motion towards the door. Predictably, Kiriel sped away to occupy the bathroom, and Zorian immediately locked the door to his room once she was gone and started pacing around like a caged tiger. He needed to warn the Urania, and he needed to warn them as soon as possible. He wasn't going to bring Kiriel with him this time, and the moment the train disembarked in Scioria he was, no. That was too slow. Far too slow. Considering Red Robe's actions in the previous restart, and the fact that he knew they were time travelers now, Zorian wouldn't put it past him to butcher them all at the start of the restart this time. The Urania needed to be warned right now, not by the end of the day. He would have to teleport directly to Scioria. He mentally apologized to his mother and Kiriel, since they were going to have a fit when they realized he had gone missing from his locked room, and started casting. He couldn't teleport straight to the Uranian settlement. The Uranias had actually warded most of their settlement against teleportation, and in any case the Urania lived deep underground. Teleporting underground was a bad idea, between the sheer amount of rock in the way and the magical interference created by heightened levels of ambient mana, which only got worse on a mana well like Scioria, there was a good chance he'd end up killing himself. As much of in a hurry as Zorian was, killing himself in a teleportation accident was even worse than being late, and he had no mana to waste either. Teleporting to Scioria's teleport beacon was going to be hard enough on its own for a mage of his meager capabilities in the field. Teleportation had a reputation of being dangerous among most mages. This was because, at its core, the classical teleportation spell wasn't a pure dimensionalism spell, it had a substantial divination component that divined the exact coordinates of the location the caster was trying to reach, and if the caster set up the divination wrong, well, all sorts of weird and unpleasant things could happen. Then there was the fact that some people really didn't like people teleporting into their home and territory and set up wards that didn't just cause teleportation to fail, but to fail catastrophically. Such wards were illegal, but used by a certain type of people anyway. Other than that, though, teleportation was a fairly safe and convenient method of transportation. So long as your destination wasn't behind wards. Or underground. Or somewhere you've never set foot in. Yeah. Whatever, the point was that it could get him to Scioria in mere moments. Scioria thankfully had a teleport beacon in the city that funneled travelers into a central location and simultaneously made teleportation easier, and less mana-intensive, for the mage doing the teleporting. That meant that Zorian wasn't going to spend most of his mana on the teleport, which was a very good thing. His world shifted unpleasantly, he still wasn't good enough with the spell to produce a smooth transition like Ilsa could manage, and suddenly he was at Scioria's teleport redirection point. He promptly ran into the city proper and went about preparing himself. As tempting as it was to immediately descend into the dungeon and seek out the Urania, he had to think of his own safety first. The Urania could be saved in some other restart, but if he got captured by the third time traveler, all would be lost. He had to wait half an hour or so until his mana reserves regenerated enough that he would feel safe descending into the dungeon, so he set off in search of a store to buy some equipment at, as there wasn't enough time to make his own. Well, finding a magical store in Scioria wasn't too difficult. Unfortunately, their selection of spell rods legally available to someone like him had been very underwhelming. He bought a shielding bracelet and a rod of magic missiles, but everything else required permits he didn't have. I hate to sound like a crazed killer or something, but don't you have something more lethal in your selection? Asked Zorian impatiently. Well sure, but I can't really sell them to you without getting into trouble, can I? The merchant said with a radiant smile, not at all disturbed by his question. The Mage Guild keeps a close eye on the sale of spell rods and such, and I don't really want to get into trouble for a handful of coins. Sorry. He then gave him a shrewd look. But you know, if it's lethality you're worried about, may I suggest a somewhat unorthodox choice? He reached beneath the counter and withdrew a plain wooden box, placing it on the counter. With great fanfare, he opened the box and showed its contents to Zorian. Zorian stared at the contents for a few seconds, thinking it over. It was unorthodox, yes, but... I'll take it, he said. The man gave him a knowing smile and started to write up a bill. Break. He knew something was wrong the moment he approached the Uranian settlement without being intercepted by the sentries. He should have been intercepted by now, especially since he had been deliberately inflating his telepathic presence to be as noticeable as possible. But no one came to confront him, and no one answered his vocal greetings. It was unnerving, and as Zorian got nearer and nearer to the Urania settlement, an undercurrent of dread began to seep into his mind. Was he too late? But he came here as fast as reasonably possible. He finally encountered one of the Urania after a few minutes, followed by another one 30 seconds later. Dead, both of them. There was no sign of physical damage Zorian could see either on the dead Urania or the environment, and he could detect no magical residue to indicate heavy spellwork. It looked eerily like the aftermath of Red Robe's attack in the previous restart. He promptly stopped to cast 3 different protective spells on himself, non-detection to stop simple divination, invisibility to hide from sight, and a spell to increase his natural spell resistance. He didn't know what those purple spells were, but they looked like direct effect spells rather than simple projection attacks, so spell resistance should work against them. Finally, he took out a cheap scarf he had bought back on the surface for this very purpose and wrapped it around his head to hide his identity. He was currently invisible, yes. But that was going to get disrupted the moment he cast a spell, and it wasn't something to rely on. Then he proceeded more carefully into the settlement proper. It was a graveyard. Everywhere he looked there were dead Arania, silent and motionless, legs curved inward and glassy black eyes staring at nothing in particular. The terrifying thing was that there was absolutely no sign of struggle anywhere he looked, no spell damage, lingering mana concentrations or groups of corpses piled together as they attempted to delay the attacker at some choke point. In fact, most of the Arania seemed to have simply dropped dead in the middle of some mundane activity, such as feeding on a rat corpse or making some kind of sculpture out of webbing. After 30 minutes of trying to piece together what happened, Zorian was tempted to conclude that the third time traveler enacted some kind of wide-scale area of effect ritual that duplicated the effect of those purple beams of his and killed every Arania in the settlement in a single moment, before they even realized what was happening. The problem was not every Arania had died. Some of the males had survived whatever spell wiped out all of the females and roughly half of the males. And them being simply outside of the settlement when the spell took effect didn't sound relevant, since the forward guards he passed earlier on the way to the settlement had also been dead and they were pretty far from the settlement proper. After capturing several males and delving into their minds, he was starting to notice something. All of the males he captured felt familiar to him. He had delved into their minds before, in the previous restart when he was retrieving the matriarch's message from them. No. It couldn't be. The Arania weren't time travelers, so why would? A sizzling sound accompanied by a flash of light heralded the opening of a magical portal somewhere behind him, and he immediately whirled around to confront the newcomer. Hopefully it would be Zack and... Of course it was the third time traveler. For 2 whole seconds, the two mages stood in silence, staring at each other in surprise. The third time traveler was in the exact same getup he had used in the previous restart, a blood-red cloak that covered every inch of his body and wreathed in some kind of protective spell that left his face as an empty, featureless patch of darkness beneath the hood. Zorian was technically invisible and the other mage shouldn't be able to see him, but he knew from the way the other mage was looking straight at him that the spell was not having any effect on the other mage. The moment was broken when the red robe whipped out a spell rod in a fast, practiced motion and fired a swarm of 5 magic missiles at Zorian. Caught off guard, Zorian could do little except soak the hit with his shielding bracelet. Thankfully the shield held, but he knew he wasn't going to win any fights with a guy that bested Zack. He managed to set off a disintegration spell at the floor of the cave between them, throwing clouds of dust into the air and allowing him to disengage from battle. He ran. Break. He didn't get far. You are shielding yourself from divinations, Red Robe said in his distorted voice. Good. At least you're smarter than that fool Zack. Can you believe that even after all these decades in the time loop he still hasn't learned how to hide himself from the most childish of locator spells? You, on the other hand, have been in the time loop for, what? 3, 4 years. And you already know how to shield yourself from my soul perception. Zorian said nothing, trying to sink further into the crack he was hiding in and racking his brains for a way to lose the man. It was fortunate that Kale had taught him how to shield himself from soul sight, because Red Robe was apparently a motherfucking necromancer. He was just fortunate he figured out how the man was seeing him, or else he'd be already dead by now. They're permanently dead, if you're wondering, Red Robe continued. He didn't seem to be able to pinpoint him with his soul protection active, but he clearly could tell he was around. And he was slowly getting closer to Zorian. When I killed them in the last restart, I didn't just kill their bodies. No matter how many times the time loop repeats itself, the Arania will always start the time loop dead, their bodies present but their souls forever gone. Soul magic is so fascinating, isn't it? Even though he had been suspecting it, Zorian still felt his heart drop at the admission. The Arania were dead permanently. That's... He felt a storm of outrage and guilt building up in him and ruthlessly crushed it. Now was not the time. There would be time for breakdowns and self-recriminations later, but now he had to make sure that there would be a later. But I'm not as violent and unreasonable as I might first appear, you know. Red Robe said conversationally. If you tell me the names of other people the Arania have brought into the time loop, I promise I will leave you alone. I might even teach you a thing or two. Zorian blinked. Is that why Red Robe hadn't flooded the whole room in fire to flush him out? Because he thought there might be more time travelers beside him? Ha! In retrospect, that seemed like a reasonable conclusion. The matriarch did claim such to Zack, after all. Suddenly Red Robe surged forward and snatched him by the shirt. Before Zorian could do much, the other mage slammed him into the rough wall of the Arania cavern several times, causing Zorian to see spots and hover on the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to break free, but he was never particularly gifted in the physical areas, and Red Robe's strength was utterly superhuman and completely out of proportion with his size and build. How many others have the Arania brought into the time loop? Red Robe asked menacingly, dropping all pretenses of politeness and friendliness. Someone else might have been tempted to try and lie, but Zorian knew it was best to stay quiet. A statement could be divined for hidden meanings and veracity. You could not divine the meaning of silence. Oh fine, have it your way, Red Robe said with a dramatic sigh. I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your mind like I did with Zack. Regardless of what those arrogant bugs told you, the Arania aren't the only ones capable of mind magic. Zorian felt the other mage trying to connect with his mind, but he immediately realized the attempt was incredibly crude and simplistic. Zorian was better and he knew it. Not willing to let this mistake on the part of his opponent go to waste, he promptly clamped down on the connection and blew Red Robe's telepathic attack to bits before counter-invading his mind. Knowing he had no experience with subtle attacks, he simply proceeded to blast the Red Robe's mind with an undirected telepathic scream. Red Robe flinched back and tried to terminate the connection. When that failed, he reached for his spell rod, but Zorian caused his hand to spasm and it promptly slipped between his fingers and clattered to the floor of the cave. After several seconds Zorian realized that, while the other mage was no match for him when it came to telepathic combat, he wasn't defenseless either. He couldn't overpower Red Robe mentally, and the moment his concentration dropped the other mage was going to sever the connection and beat him to a pulp in the physical world. He tried to commandeer the Red Robe's limb to release its grip on him so he could flee, but the hand remained resolutely wrapped around his neck. Well, fine then. Zorian reached to his belt and retrieved the revolver he had bought from the merchant, emptying the entire will into Red Robe at point-blank range. He lost concentration as the gun fired, the bang surprising him with its volume, but as the first two bullets impacted Red Robe's chest he immediately released Zorian in favor of erecting a hasty shield around himself. The last 4 bullets splashed uselessly against the plane of force the other mage had managed to raise in front of him, but the damage was already done, as the first 2 bullets had already struck true, tearing through whatever protections the other mage had on his robe and drawing blood. Zorian took advantage of the aftermath to flee, hoping that Red Robe's fresh wounds would inhibit his pursuits. The lack of footsteps following him told him he was correct. A disintegration beam narrowly missing his head also told him that his opponent wasn't out of the fight yet. You shot me, the Red Robe's voice yelled hysterically behind him. What kind of mage uses a gun? Zorian didn't grace this with a response and instead opted to keep running. The idea of simply activating his bombs, the only item he bothered to make before coming down here, and killing himself was tempting, but he realized that would be a horrible idea. His opponent was a necromancer, suicide wasn't going to protect him from Red Robe, not in any way that mattered. It wasn't like the time loop was going to reset itself when he died, it only did that for Zack. No, he had to find a way to kill himself in such a way that Red Robe could not recover his body afterwards. After racking his brains for a second, he accessed the map of the underworld the matriarch had left for him and searched for something, there. That tunnel led to a long vertical shaft that ended in a giant underground lake marked as dangerous. That probably meant there was something living there, ready to eat anyone who ventured into the waters. His body would likely be eaten long before Red Robe could recover it. He sped off towards his destination. He narrowly avoided the next 2 spells, Red Robe's constantly on his toes, not nearly as crippled by his wounds as he should have been. He shot him in the chest, for God's sake. Twice. What the hell did he do to himself to get that kind of resilience? Some kind of forbidden ritual, maybe. Red Robe seemed to finally lose patience with him and flooded the entire corridor in a vortex of crackling blue lightning that immediately caused Zorian's muscles to lock up and washed all his thoughts in a sea of pain. He was too late, though, because Zorian had already stepped over the edge of the hole leading into the vertical shaft, and inertia caused him to promptly tip over and fall in. Zorian tumbled through the air, for some reason thinking it was funny he was doing his damnedest to kill himself while the third time traveler was trying to stop him. He had the presence of mind to activate the explosives in his pocket just before he hit the surface of the water, and his world ended in light and pain. End of Arc 1. 27, Cast Adrift. Chapter 027 Cast Adrift. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother," an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. "Morning, morning, morning." Relief immediately flooded his mind, closely followed by despair. He did it, he kept his soul safe from the third time traveler and survived the encounter entirely unscathed. But his allies. "Zorian? Are you alright?" Zorian stared at his sister for several long seconds, a million thoughts racing through his mind. She looked uncomfortable with his blank stare and silence, but Zorian couldn't really bring himself to care at the moment. His mind was still stuck on his desperate escape from Red Robe. On the fact that he almost got captured by a mass-murdering psychotic necromancer with an untold amount of time-looping experience. On the fact that said necromancer now knew there were other human time travelers running around and could be coming after him this very moment. On the fact that the Urania were dead. Dead and never coming back. He absent-mindedly pushed Kiriel off of him, put on his glasses and started pacing around the room. Killing a soul was impossible. They could not be destroyed, only modified. Everyone said so, the teachers, all the books he had read discussing the topic, Kale the amateur necromancer, hell, even the goddamn Lich had said so in one of his offhand comments back when Zorian was first brought into the time loop. How, then, did Red Robe manage to kill the souls of the Urania? He supposed the simplest explanation would be that Red Robe simply found out something that normal mages hadn't. He was a necromancer with a huge amount of time and an easy way to avoid the usual consequences of various grisly experiments. Perhaps he succeeded where other necromancers had failed. Zorian didn't think this was likely. The Lich seemed to be a better mage than anyone he had met thus far, Red Robe included, and he certainly considered a soul-killing spell impossible, but that just might all be wishful thinking on his part. He didn't want the Urania to be gone for good. Damn it, he had grown to like the stupid spiders. Sure, they'd had their disagreements, but he had really never wished them ill, and he didn't think they had wished him ill either. Novelty certainly hadn't, and she couldn't lie to save her life. If he was being perfectly honest with himself, he had practically thought of Novelty as a second little sister. But now she was gone, just like the rest of the Urania beneath Scioria. And the worst thing? He let it happen. He had spent the whole evening gathering the matriarch's last message, oblivious and uncaring to what was really happening, while Red Robe was hunting down the Urania across the city. He had known he was dealing with another time traveler, and he had never once considered that the man might have developed countermeasures against others of their kind. Gods, he felt so stupid now. Although it was strange. First of all, if Red Robe could permanently get rid of anyone who bothered him with a spell like that, why hadn't he used it more often? Surely the invasion would be a lot easier if he got rid of a couple of key stumbling blocks. Yet Zorian never heard of any notable people waking up dead at the start of each restart, and he had access to the extensive information network maintained by the Urania. There was an obvious answer to that, of course. There could be a significant cost associated with the spell which Red Robe was unwilling to pay. But the fact that he had gone out of the way to remove every single Urania in Scioria made Zorian doubt that. If there was a serious cost associated with it, he would have made sure to investigate more thoroughly and soul-kill only those he had to. Secondly, the Urania weren't actually time travelers, so the spell shouldn't have worked. Zorian was quite sure that the time loop didn't pull every soul back in time. if that was the case, every mage would feel the difference after a dozen or so restarts as their shaping skills miraculously increased overnight. Plus, there are normal, necromantic killing spells that forcibly banish the soul from the body to kill people, and Zorian had occasionally seen them in use during the invasion. If every person whose soul was banished from their body ended up dead at the start of the time loop, the number of inexplicable corpses showing up at the start of the time loop would have started to pile up quickly, and everyone would have realized something was very wrong by the time Zorian was brought in. So all in all, clearly the souls of regular people who were not time travelers weren't affected by anything that happened to them in previous time loops. The fact that Red Robe's spell affected normal people in future time loops was strange, to say the least. Zorian stopped pacing and frowned, idly noting that Curiel had left the room at some point. He was getting the feeling that Red Robe was exploiting the very nature of the time loop to somehow get the desired effect. Zorian himself had no idea how the time loop really functioned, but presumably Red Robe did. Without that knowledge, he was probably never going to figure it out. Like always, he needed more information. Except his main source of information, the Urania, had been utterly wiped out by the enemy, leaving him with nothing except a cryptic, incomplete dying message. Damn it. Break. Over the next few hours, Zorian simply went through the motions, trying to hide the frustration, shame and panic he was feeling and to appear as normal as possible. He had failed to keep his inner turmoil strictly to himself, if Mother's worried questions were any indication, but in the end she accepted his explanation of being slightly shaken from a recent nightmare and stopped bothering him, so he took that as a win. And what a nightmare it was! Aside from losing the Urania, there was a non-negligible chance that Red Robe managed to figure out his identity and was going to assault the house at any moment now. True, he had managed to hide his face behind a scarf and had never spoken, but there were ways nonetheless. He didn't even think about trying to immediately leave the house in panic, though. The first and main reason for that was that if Red Robe had identified him and was coming to Siren, then his family was in danger of being permanently killed, just like the Urania, and he wasn't willing to let that happen. Kiri had grown on him over the course of the time loop, and while he didn't like his mother very much, he wouldn't let some psycho murder her. No, it was bad enough that the Urania had paid the ultimate price for his mistakes. He'd be damned if he'd leave his family to save his own hide. The second reason was that, while it was certainly possible that his identity had been compromised, it was just that, a possibility, not a certainty. Yes, it would be easy to track him down by noting which students from Zach's class were missing and then checking them out one by one, but it was entirely possible that Red Robe wouldn't think of it. After all, as far as Red Robe was concerned, the mysterious human time traveler was associated with the Urania, not Zach. There was no reason to search for him among Zach's classmates. And while Zach probably knew that Zorian was a time traveler by now, Zorian strongly suspected he would be out of Scioria when Red Robe came knocking. If Zach had even a smidgen of common sense, not a certainty, admittedly, he would skip town first thing in the morning upon starting a new restart. Considering Red Robe thoroughly trounced Zach during the invasion by bringing the Lich as his backup, and that Zach actually remembered it happening this time, Zorian felt that even Zach wouldn't be crazy enough to stay where the clearly superior enemy could find him. That was a lot of assumptions to rely on, but what else did he have left? He was backed into a corner. All he could do was wait and hope Red Robe wasn't a master detective on top of being a scarily good necromancer and gods know what else. In any case, his plan was quite simple at the moment: go board the train as normal, then promptly disembark upon leaving Siren. He had no intention of going back to Scioria in the near future. Red Robe was bound to pay attention to Scioria for a while, trying to catch any time travelers the Urania may have brought in, so going there so soon would be just begging for trouble. Any minor misstep could blow his cover, and he didn't trust himself to be able to lay low for multiple restarts at a time. No, best if he avoided the city for a while. He would have to return there at some point, of course, but he had to be a lot stronger and a lot better informed before he could show himself in the city again. Aside from his determination to avoid Scioria at all costs, his plans were virtually non-existent. He was feeling rather lost at the moment. All emotional attachment aside, the Urania were also his best allies in this messed up event, and losing them effectively pulled the rug from under his feet. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The conclusion he settled on was that he needed some time to calm down and come to terms with what happened. Think up a new way forward. He would probably end up just wandering around the country for a restart or two. Or maybe a dozen restarts. Yes, now that he thought about it some, the time loop was the perfect time for him to go on a countrywide, maybe even a continent-wide tour. Just, exploring and sightseeing. Very relaxing. Admittedly, the matriarch's last message mentioned something about the time loop gradually decaying, but she named no concrete deadlines in the fragments he had managed to piece together, and he believed she would have put greater emphasis on that part if the timetable was particularly tight. No, that statement was there just to let him know he did not have an infinite amount of time to work with. He had some fairly large, but very much finite number to look forward to, and time was steadily ticking. At least he hoped. He was quite doomed otherwise. Large but finite, he could work with, but if he had only a handful of restarts left. It didn't bear thinking about. Mr. Kaczynski? Ilsa said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Just as well, his thoughts had taken a dark turn again, and he was tired of feeling depressed. Are you listening to me? I'm listening, Zorian lied. He wasn't really listening, of course, but that was because he'd had this conversation with Ilsa a million times by now. Right, Ilsa said dubiously. As I was saying, you can pick up your badge when you finish school since it's so expensive and dash. What if I want to pick it up now? Zorian interrupted. His savings should be enough to fund a month of aimless wandering, so he probably didn't need the badge for work, but he didn't like the idea of keeping his spellcasting abilities a secret lest some overzealous policeman report him to the guild and ultimately bring the academy in. Having a badge to prove his certification and membership would allow him to do as he pleased for the most part. You can pick one up at any of the Mage Guild offices scattered around Eldamar, Ilsa said. Most large cities and regional centers have one. Oh good. He had feared he could only pick one up at the academy or something. Eventually, Ilsa left, her parting words being that she looked forward to seeing him in class. That was new. Did she suspect he intended to blow off school to do his own thing? Well, whatever, even if she did, it did not matter much. The academy always had a rather anemic response to students who didn't show up for class. They would send a letter to his parents informing them that he wasn't attending his classes, and that was it. And fortunately for Zorian, no one would be at home to read the mail by the time the letter arrived, since his parents were going to Koth to visit their precious Daimen. Satisfied that his course had been set for the moment, he picked up his things and set off towards the train station. Break. As the train departed from Siren and started its journey towards Syoria, Zorian began to relax somewhat. Part of that was that train rides always made him kind of sleepy and therefore sapped the tension straight out of his body and mind, but a great deal of it came from the fact that Red Robe was nowhere to be seen. Hours had passed, enough time to prepare and mount an attack on the Kaczynski household several times over for someone of Red Robe's abilities, and no hostile force had struck against him or his family, so chances were that Red Robe wasn't coming at all. That meant his identity was probably safe for now, which was a major relief. If he hadn't discovered Zorian's identity in the previous restart, he probably wouldn't discover it at all. A month was ample time to track him down if Red Robe knew where to look. He wouldn't really relax fully until several restarts passed as peacefully as this one, but this was an encouraging sign. He just had to make sure he didn't make any more stupid mistakes in the future. The train stopped for a moment and then continued onward toward Syoria. Zorian opted to stay on the train for now, despite his initial intention of getting off the train on the very first station after Siren. The first stop after Siren was an even smaller village that gravitated towards Siren and had nothing notable to recommend it to anyone. Him disembarking there would be noted and remarked upon by the inhabitants, and there was a chance that someone might recognize him and report him to his family before they could leave for Koth. And that was the kind of drama he really didn't need at the moment. And besides, what the hell would he do in a tiny unfamiliar village like that? No, it was far better to wait until Nigelvar and then travel on foot to Teshingrad. Nigelvar was also a small town of little note, but it was an important enough transport junction that no one would find a traveler who disembarked there on the way particularly strange. Teshingrad was a regional capital. It couldn't hold a candle to Eldamar, Korsa or Syoria, but it was big and influential enough that newcomers were normal. Teshingrad also had a mage guild office, so he could pick up his badge there. He disembarked at Nigelvar without complications and immediately set out towards Teshingrad. Unfortunately for him, the storm that invariably hit Syoria on the first day of every restart was apparently a more wide-scale phenomenon than he first thought, because he found himself in the middle of a raging rainstorm halfway there. His rain shield thankfully held out long enough for him to reach one of the roadside inns and take shelter there. He ended up spending the night there, slightly annoyed at the delay despite not having any concrete plans for the restart. It did not help that the food was terrible and the people kept giving him funny looks. It was probably his clothes, the ones his mother made him wear were clearly a bit fancy and out of the price range of most commoners, and he didn't have the chance to change before entering the inn. He made sure to put a basic warding scheme on his room to deter would-be thieves and attackers. But thankfully no one tried anything while he slept. Having survived the night at the inn without incident, Zorian departed the place early in the morning and reached Teshingrad a few hours later, only to get unpleasantly surprised when he tried to pick up his badge. As it turned out, Ilsa had not been exaggerating when she said the badge was expensive. It would cost him half of his savings to have one of those made. It was a highway robbery in Zorian's opinion, but the man he spoke with in the Mage Guild office wouldn't hear anything about lowering the price. Instead he pointed Zorian at a nearby wall where a job panel stood. It was similar to the job panel posted at the academy in Syoria, only the jobs were much more reasonably priced, since the town did not have the same glut of amateur mages that Syoria did. It would take 2 days for Zorian's badge to be ready for pickup, so he figured he may as well earn some money while he waited to replenish his money stash. It wasn't like he had something better to do. The job list was, rather more eclectic than he hoped. He was sure that 2 chickens and a bag of flour was a fair price for fixing up a broken wall, but it was of no use to him personally. And the couple of job postings that did not define any concrete payment sounded very suspicious to him. Even so, he still found plenty of things to occupy his time with. Thus, for the next 3 days, Zorian helped with a bunch of repairs, tracked down a missing goat, carried a stack of stone blocks from one end of the town to the other on one of his floating discs, helped the local alchemist harvest her herbs, and eradicated a particularly nasty rat infestation in one of the private granaries on the edge of town. None of it was particularly difficult, but Zorian would be lying if he said he didn't learn anything in the process. It was a lot different knowing a spell academically and trying to use it to solve concrete problems. Well, there you go, the man behind the counter said, handing Zorian his badge. It was quite unexceptional in appearance, though Zorian could feel a complex spell formula embedded in it when his fingers touched the surface. He would have to take one of these things apart someday to see what that was about. You can apply to any job you want with that, not just unofficial ones like the ones on the job board. Nice work, by the way. It's been a while since someone went through the town and helped out the townsfolk like that. I didn't really do it out of charity, Zorian grumbled. Oh, I know, the man said. But there are a lot of mages who would consider such petty jobs to be beneath them and refuse to do them out of principle. A lot of them look like something the civilians could do on their own, Zorian admitted. And no offense, but why don't you help if it's something that so desperately needs doing? I kind of doubt the guild would place a non-mage as their representative for the area. Ha, the man laughed, not at all insulted by the accusation. I do in fact help, when I find the time. This position is a lot busier than it appears, trust me on that. And while those jobs are admittedly not very desperate, most of them would take great efforts and a lot of time to accomplish without magic, whereas even a baby mage like yourself can solve them in less than an hour with a handful of spells. So yeah, maybe you didn't save the world in the past few days or whatever, but the people you helped are certainly glad you made their lives a little easier. The townsfolk saved some time, you got some easy cash to spend, and I got rid of some of my more annoying obligations. Everyone's a winner, no? Said Zorian noncommittally. So, do you have a specific job already waiting for you or are you in search of one? The man asked. Nothing specific, Zorian said. I was going to wander around for a while and see what catches my eye. Ah, I see. Well, I can recommend a few neighboring sites if you're interested in checking them out. Sure, shrugged Zorian. It can't hurt to check things out, I guess. Alternatively, if you're looking for a better paying version of the sort of one-off jobs you've been doing for the past few days, I recommend you go north, towards the Sorokian Highlands. Always plenty of work at the frontier, whether it's in infrastructure building or hunting monsters and whatnot. Much more dangerous than hunting overgrown rats, of course, but also a lot more profitable. An interesting idea, Zorian said. The only problem was that Scioria was the main springboard for the expansion efforts into the highlands. From what Zorian could figure out from the maps, it was very hard to bypass Scioria when going that far north, and he didn't want to be anywhere near the city for the foreseeable future. You know, I can't help but notice that the Mage Guild is pushing the settlement of the Sorokian Highlands pretty aggressively. What's up with that? Ah, well, it's the whole thing with the splintering, you see. Successor states are always looking to one-up each other and searching for advantages that could let them overcome their enemies. Eldamar has a nice big access to untamed wilderness to the north, so it would be a bit silly not to take advantage of it. It's a place rich in natural resources, I hear, both magical and mundane. Zorian spent an hour with the man, discussing the region and his options. He didn't really want to settle down in any place in this particular restart, but he supposed he might want to try out some of the options presented by the man in the future, and in that case it might be convenient to have visited the location already and thus be capable of teleporting there directly. So for the next 2 weeks, Zorian walked around the region, visiting various workshops, libraries, alchemists, herbalists and so on. Or just plain sightseeing and doing odd jobs for the villagers and townsfolk he encountered along the way. He did not stop his magical training, but in the absence of any sort of clear goal or a convenient repository of spells like the Academy Library had been, he defaulted to the most basic of advancement methods, shaping exercises. It helped that most of the rural mages he met on his journey had some private shaping exercise they were willing to show him, and unlike Svim, who simply told him the end result he wanted and refused to elaborate, they actually had detailed instructions about what to do and in what order. By the end of the time loop, Zorian had learned how to peel the surface of a marble away, layer by layer, how to do the same to an apple and other fruit, how to cut paper by dragging his finger along the cutting line, how to induce a gentle ripple in a pool of water without touching it, how to levitate a blob of water and shape it into a perfect sphere, then freeze that sphere, and finally, how to telekinetically draw geometric shapes in the dust. None of those were really mastered in the Svim sense of the word, but luckily Svim wasn't anywhere near him this time so he could simply move on to the next exercise when he felt he had absorbed it to his liking. Shaping exercises were a lot less annoying when he didn't have to keep doing them until they could be done flawlessly, he found. He also continued practicing his mind powers. They were extremely important, he felt. If it weren't for them, he would have never survived his altercation with Red Robe intact. At some point he planned to seek out other Iranian colonies and execute his exploit the time loop to slowly leech Iranian magic from them plan, but right now he couldn't do it. It was too soon, his memories of Irania and their demise, and the role his obliviousness and carelessness played in it, too fresh in his mind. So instead he simply used his empathy on every person he spoke to and practiced connecting to the minds of various animals. He particularly liked walking near streams and ponds and taking control of the dragonflies flitting about in order to make them perform dizzying acrobatics around him. Insects had such rudimentary minds that taking total control over them was exceedingly easy, though figuring out how to puppeteer them effectively took some doing and he still couldn't keep control over more. Then 3 dragonflies at the same time. Time passed. For the most part he managed to keep himself busy enough that he didn't have enough time to be depressed, but all his worries and feelings of powerlessness returned in full force every evening as he prepared himself for sleep. Every plan he tried to make seemed hollow, doomed to failure. He wasn't powerful enough. He didn't know enough. Red Robe had years and years of experience over him, and that was never going to change. As the end of the restart approached, his mood only turned darker. He had avoided another confrontation in this restart, but what about the next? Would he wake up next time to eerie silence, only to find out that Red Robe got to his family after he had left and left them lifeless, soulless husks for him to find? On the last night of the restart, Zorian didn't sleep at all, simply watching the night sky from a small, isolated hill he had found in his travels, idly using his mind powers to deflect mosquitoes away from him as he stood consumed in his own thoughts. Break. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Hey. Kiriel yelped as Zorian enveloped her into a strong hug. What the hell, Zorian? Let me go, you brute. Still the same Kiriel as ever, Zorian sighed dramatically, a weak smile on his face. Now get off of me before I hug you some more. His family was all right and, just like in the previous restart, Red Robe was nowhere to be seen. Thus, a much happier Zorian once again boarded the train and disembarked at Nigelvar. He didn't bother picking up his badge this time, though, it really was very expensive, and no one had actually asked to see it anyway. Instead he simply teleported himself to the last place he'd been at in the previous restart and continued his wanderings. Being a mage out there in the periphery was a lot different than being a mage in Scioria, Zorian mused. Without the massive quantities of ambient mana gushing out of the hole, conserving mana was actually a noticeable issue. Even shaping exercises tended to deplete his reserves after a couple of hours, whereas back in Scioria his main limitation had been his patience and existing obligations eating into his free time. That was another reason why Zorian focused on shaping exercises in preference to any actual spellcasting while traveling. He was also starting to miss the Academy Library. He had thought its reputation was way overblown for a while now, but now that he could no longer hit its vast shelves every time he ran into some issue he realized just how damn convenient it really was. It had a lot of holes where really exotic topics were concerned, but its selection of basic spells and books on common topics was second to none. Out here in the periphery, finding a spell book that had the exact spell you needed was damn hard. They existed, but they had only the most basic of things, and if you wanted anything exotic you were directed to some other settlement or private collection or whatnot. He also found out that magic detection spells were a lot more useful than he had first realized. Outside of Scioria, magical items and creatures actually stood out when exposed to such scrutiny. Back in Scioria, most general magic detection spells just returned false positives all the time. You had to narrow your divination criteria down to something specific to get results. All in all, he was starting to understand why mages tended to flock towards Scioria and other cities situated on top of mana wells. Those kinds of places provided a whole lot of resources that were hard to acquire elsewhere in one convenient location. But Zorian's journey continued. He was determined to visit every large city in the country, if nothing else then so he could teleport to any of them as he pleased, and he was seriously considering a journey around the continent as well. The only thing stopping him was that international travel was bound to be a hassle, and he was doing all this traveling to relax, not argue with border officials about authorization. When another restart passed and Red Robe still failed to show up, Zorian finally allowed himself to more fully relax. It had been 3 restarts, and Red Robe still hadn't tracked Zorian down. He was pretty sure that meant he never would, then. Not a master detective then, that was good to know. Buoyed by the knowledge that he dodged the bullet this time, Zorian seriously considered what to do next. He needed to contact Zack, but it wasn't a priority. Zack likely didn't have any crucial information that would help Zorian figure out how the time loop functioned, and Zorian didn't know how to find the other time traveler anyway. They were bound to meet again at some point, and Zorian wasn't going to play dumb again when they finally encountered one another, but he saw no need to waste his time on looking for a boy who probably didn't want to be found right now. It wasn't like he didn't have anything to do in the meantime. He absolutely needed to master a number of skills before he considered going back to Scioria and looking for Zack. He needed to find out more about soul magic, he needed to hone his mind magic into a proper tool and weapon like the Urania had done, and he needed to raise his combat skills to a level where he could meaningfully counter Red Robe in open combat. The first priority was pretty obvious. He needed to know how to at least counter soul magic if he wasn't going to get blindsided again when dealing with Red Robe. Preferably he also wanted to figure out what Red Robe really did to the Urania and, if possible, reverse it. He still had Kale's list of people who could help him in that regard, and all of them were conveniently outside of Scioria. The second was just as crucial. Whatever knowledge about the time loop the matriarch gained behind his back, she almost certainly did it by ripping it out of someone's mind. Someone who wasn't Red Robe, probably a handful of normal people not aware of the time loop but still holding a small part of the puzzle. If he could identify these key people and read their minds, he could find out what the big secret was. In other words, he needed to develop his mind magic, ethics be damned. He didn't think he could do this on his own, so he would have to seek out other Urania webs for this. Lastly, he was embarrassingly powerless against Red Robe in their last encounter, and if the other mage hadn't made some big mistakes when handling him he would have lost utterly. He needed better traps and ambush tactics, better combat skills in order to not be utterly doomed when said ambushes fail, and better movement magic to retreat and escape when said combat skills prove insufficient. As far as he could tell, the only effective way to improve here was simple practice, in other words, going around and looking for trouble. The only problem with this was that this went against pretty much every instinct he had. It would have to be done, though. He figured that delving into the dungeon and taking a few restarts to visit the untamed wilderness to the north should do for a start, and he would figure out later where to go from there. In line with those goals, he decided that his third post-Urania restart was going to be a bit more systematic than his previous wanderings. After marking down the locations of Kale's associates on a map, he chose a medium-sized town called Nyazov Dveri as his next destination. The town was close to the northern wilderness and had a notable dungeon access, so there should be plenty of opportunities to practice his combat skills. It was situated on top of a rank 2 mana well, which was fairly anemic as far as mana wells went but was nonetheless better than nothing, and finally, it was roughly in the center of a diffuse cloud of Kale's associates scattered throughout the region, so he would have easy access to the rest of them should the one in the city prove to be a dead end. It was, as far as Zorian could tell, an ideal place to start at. The next day he teleported to the nearest town he could reach with his teleport spell and set off towards his target. 28, Cauldron. Chapter 028 Cauldron. Life takes you to all sorts of unexpected places, Zorian mused, once again taking the knife to the winter wolf's corpse. If someone had told me, back in my first year at the academy, that I would need to know what the best way to skin a winter wolf was, I would not have believed them. Then again, he technically didn't need to skin the animal, he just felt it would be a horrid waste not to, since winter wolf pelts fetched a pretty high price back in Nyazov Dveri. If he was going to venture into the wilderness, looking for monsters and dangerous animals to fight, he might as well earn some money doing it. Finally, the bloody work was done. He was sure a real hunter could have done it in a quarter of the time and hassle, but he didn't care, a success was a success. He placed the pelt in his bag and went off in the direction of the stream he had encountered earlier, intent on washing the blood and grime off his hands and clothes. At some point he intended to use spells to do these sorts of things, but since harvesting spells were based on animation they were sort of useless to him right now. Animation spells worked by embedding a portion of the caster's mind into the spell, so until Zorian knew how to properly skin an animal the old-fashioned way, he couldn't hand it off to an animation spell. As he walked towards the stream, he kept an eye out for the reason he was in this particular section of the forest in the first place, a small cottage of an old witch called Silver Lake, who was one of the possible sources Kale had named in his list. So far, Kale's prediction that he wouldn't be able to find the place on his own and that he would have to loiter around the area until she approached him herself had been entirely correct. No divination could track the cottage down, and he hadn't stumbled onto it by simply wandering around the place. If he didn't have Kale's assurance that someone lived here, he would have given up long ago. The only reason he even managed to pinpoint the area as well as he had was because the old witch had a habit of harvesting all of the alchemically useful plants and mushrooms in the area, and Kale warned him to be on the lookout for suspiciously picked clean areas like this one. With a sigh, he plunged his hands into the stream. The recent rains had caused it to swell into a small muddy river, but the water was good enough for washing his hands in and cooling off. That done, he crouched next to the water and idly studied his reflection. He looked like a mess. He felt like a mess too. While he wasn't entirely out of shape, and this wasn't the first time he ventured into a forest, there was a difference between taking a 2-hour stroll through the semi-tame forest near his town and spending most of the week in the great northern wilderness, hunting winter wolves and dodging snakes and other dangerous wildlife. Thank the gods he had the foresight to put that anti-vermin ward on himself, or else he would have been covered in ticks and leeches by the end of day one. And that was assuming the mosquitoes hadn't driven him mad before that. And the worst thing about it all? He would never get used to it, because any muscle growth and body adaptation would be wiped out when this restart ended. He made a note to himself to look into the possibility of getting enhancement potions or rituals to improve strength and stamina, because spending the first week of every restart with every inch of his body tense and hurting wasn't a fun prospect at all. Or at least a potion to ease the weight. Was the bottom of the stream moving? He managed to throw himself back just in time to avoid the huge brown shape that jumped out of the muddy water and tried to envelop his head with its massive jaws. He quickly backpedaled as the huge lizard-like creature tried to haul itself onto the shore and sent a small missile swarm consisting of 3 piercers straight at its head. Thankfully, the lizard thing was actually pretty slow, its surprise attack notwithstanding, so all 3 missiles found their mark. The creature's skull promptly exploded from the impact, showering bits of tissue everywhere, and it immediately slumped dead where it stood, its lower half still submerged in the stream. Zorian immediately turned on his mind sense and scanned the creek for the possible presence of more such monsters, and then, having discovered none, slowly approached the corpse to inspect it. It was a salamander. A huge brown salamander with a massive triangular head and beady black eyes that probably couldn't actually see anything. It was a miracle that something that big could actually hide in a stream this shallow, but the muddy water provided it with just what it needed to surprise him. Damn, that would have been humiliating, killed less than a week in by a giant salamander. Then again, he nearly fell into a ravine on his first day here, and there was that assassin vine that tried to choke him yesterday. Is there anything here in this forest that isn't going to try and kill me the moment I take my eyes off of it? Zorian asked out loud. He didn't expect anyone to answer, since he was alone and all, but he did receive an answer. Sort of. What do you think you're doing, feeling all sorry for yourself? A harsh female voice answered him. There was no one present as far as Zorian could see, and his mind sense detected only animals, but he still managed to detect fairly quickly where the voice was coming from. The source of the speech was the raven perched on a nearby branch. Well, don't just stand there and stare at my familiar, boy, the voice said, cutting in through the silence. Quickly, haul it out of the creek before the stream washes it away. Do you have any idea how valuable giant salamanders of that size are? This is the find of a century. Zorian was tempted to point out that this find of a century nearly killed him, but decided not to. If this was who he suspected, he needed to stay on her good side. According to Kale, asking the old witch for help was a bit of a long shot, but likely to achieve very good results if he could convince her to seriously try and help him. Silverlake was very powerful and skilled, but also very annoying to deal with. She wouldn't kill him or do anything overtly hostile to him without provocation, but she was capricious and prone to wasting people's time. Zorian figured it was at least worth a try to approach her for help. You would be Miss Silverlake, I presume, guessed Zorian. The raven answered him with a burst of laughter. It was really strange to see a bird laugh like that. Miss, am I? Well, aren't you a polite one? Don't get too many of those, these days. Why, maybe I'll even listen to whatever silly request you came here for, the bird finally said. Now why are you just standing around? didn't I give you a task to accomplish? With a sigh, Zorian turned away from the bird and started casting a levitation spell to haul the giant amphibian out of the water. Break. Silver Lake, no last name, and he shouldn't ask about how she ended up without one. Kale was very firm on that part, was not like Zorian had expected her. She was old, yes, but for a woman of 90 years she was incredibly lively and spry. In fact, Zorian had a feeling she had an easier time moving through the forest than he did. She wasn't particularly unkempt either, despite living in the middle of the wilderness. Her pitch-black hair was devoid of a single white strand, she probably dyed it regularly, and the simple brown dress she was wearing was unremarkable but immaculate. If it weren't for the wrinkles, he would have pegged her as less than half her age. Was this a consequence of some sort of potion regimen, or was she just lucky that way? Well, no matter. Zorian followed her back to her cottage, the giant salamander floating behind him on a disc of force, where she promptly started to butcher the beast with practiced ease. Her hands didn't tremble at all as she handled the various knives and heavy jars at her place, and Zorian became even more certain she put herself through some kind of enhancement regimen to ward off the effect of aging. She was a potion master according to Kale, and alchemy had always been one of the best ways to prolong your life and keep yourself healthy. "Don't think I didn't notice you faffing around the area for the past few days," she suddenly said, never taking her eyes off the salamander corpse. "Rather annoying, that. Also worrying. Means that someone told you where to find me. I don't suppose you could shed some light on that, could you?" "Kale told me where to find you," Zorian readily admitted. "It wasn't a secret, really." "Kale?" she asked, before frowning. "No, wait, don't tell me. I'm sure I heard that name oh. Now I remember, he's the little rascal that knocked up Freya's granddaughter. But I heard he ended up marrying her afterwards, so I guess that's not so bad. Actually, I recall that Freya had been quite happy about that. She had been afraid the girl would never find herself a husband." "Why?" asked Zorian curiously. Silver Lake shot him a judging look, her brown eyes boring into his own, before returning to her work. "I mean, if it isn't impertinent to ask. You don't have to dash." "Relax, boy," Silver Lake snorted derisively. "I am a lot of things, but I was never very tactful. If I'm bothered by something you say, I will tell you. If you ask something impertinent, I will tell you to go screw yourself. I'm just thinking. Let's see, as you probably suspect by now, Freya, Kale's mother-in-law, is a witch like me. There are some nasty rumors circulating about witches and their daughters, about how they sacrifice male children, have orgies with summoned demons, poison their husbands for inheritance, how they're too lazy to work around the house and other ridiculous bilge. It makes a lot of men reluctant to marry the daughter of a witch." "I see," said Zorian. He had never heard about that particular issue, but it sounded plausible enough. Witches had a really bad reputation for dabbling in various unethical and forbidden magics. "It's been years since I last seen Kale and his wife," Silver Lake said. "Or Freya, for that matter. I guess I should have been a little less harsh the last time they visited, but, well, what's done is done. It's strange the Morlock saw fit to send you here when he himself dares not show his face to me." Zorian frowned. "I think you're misinterpreting the situation somewhat. I don't know what happened between you and them, but the reason they haven't visited you is because they're dead. Freya and Kale's wife both contracted the weeping and died. As for Kale, he had been too busy grieving and taking care of his daughter to go on a trip like this. You are rather isolated." For the first time since he met her, Silver Lake seemed taken aback by his answer. "Dead? Freya is, and all this time I thought," she mumbled, before halting and giving him a considering look. "Wait. You said Kale and his daughter. I see, Silver Lake spent the next few minutes considering something. Zorian took the time to observe and study the cottage next to them. It looked rather flimsy and old, but it shone like a lighthouse to his senses when he discreetly cast a magic detection spell on it. How the hell hadn't he noticed the thing earlier when he was searching for it? Those must be some powerful divination wards she placed on it. He couldn't figure out how she was powering them, though, wards that strong needed a powerful source of magic, and this place wasn't a mana well. There was no way Silver Lake could be powerful enough to provide enough mana for the entire edifice, could she? Kale did mention that she was extremely strong and skilled in magic of both Icosian and Witch origin, and that he should never underestimate her, but this was still beyond what he was expecting. Aside from the impossibly complex and powerful warding scheme, though, the cottage looked unremarkable. There were several racks next to it where various herbs and mushrooms were drying in the sun, but it wasn't unknown for hunters and lumberjacks to have a side business of gathering herbs to sell in the nearby city, so hardly something that would raise warning flags all by itself. Silver Lake snapped her fingers in front of his face, spraying droplets of salamander blood and other bodily fluids all over his glasses and breaking him out of his inspection. Despite his resolve to be polite to her, Zorian couldn't help but glare at her in response. She just grinned at him, showing him 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Apparently in all of her 90 years of life she hadn't lost a single tooth. Yes, definitely magic. If you're done gawking at my home, we can continue our discussion, she said. I have a request for you. You have a way to get in contact with Kale, yes? Of course, said Zorian. We're friends, he and I. Or they would be, once he returned to Scioria in one of the future restarts. Then I would like you to deliver a message to him, she said. It's nothing urgent, but I want him to know that I regret how our last meeting ended and that I would very much like it if he came to visit me with his daughter sometime in the future. Oh, and that I want to teach his daughter the secrets of my magic. She is a descendant of a proud line of witches stretching back to time immemorial, and it is her birthright to continue it, should she want to. Got all that? Sounds simple enough to remember, Zorian said. And, could I now trouble you with the reason I came here for? No, she snorted. What, you think that just because you know a couple of people close to me and agreed to help me with a simple request like this that I'll jump into whatever crazy problem you need help with? You don't even know why I'm here, Zorian pointed out. Nobody ever comes to me for help with the little things, she said with a grin. If Kale sent you to me, that means he's truly stumped for a solution. I suppose I can't argue with that, Zorian admitted. You see, I don't want to hear it, Silverlake said, pointing her bloody palm towards him to shut him up. Until you make it worth my time, I don't want to listen to your sob story. If you want my help, you're going to have to earn it. How do I even know you can help me at all, then? Asked Zorian. I could end up paying you for nothing in the end. You could, Silverlake grinned. You will have to risk it. Damn witch. She was probably just wasting his time, but... Fine, he sighed. What do you want from me? If anything, her grin just got wider. Break. Space blurred around Zorian, and then he was back in Nyazov Dveri, in one of the less traversed streets where he was fairly sure no one would see him teleporting in and out. It wouldn't be a huge problem if it got out that he could teleport, but at the same time it would be notable and would attract attention to him. Few mages would be willing to teach the spell to a 15-year-old, and even fewer 15-year-olds would be capable of learning it. It would be best if he were discreet about it for now. Seeing how his arrival appeared to have gone unnoticed, he promptly exited the street and went towards the town square to grab something to eat, only to get distracted by the newspaper boys shouting. Shocking news, the boy yelled. A Scioria mercenary company found dead to a man in their homes. Monsters stalked the streets of the city. Coincidence or conspiracy? Read all about it in today's edition. Shocking news, shocking news. Well, that sounded interesting. Zorian wordlessly shifted his course towards the boy and bought the newspaper in question. He then found a quiet corner to lean on and started to read. Like he suspected, the mercenary company that was found dead was the one he and the Urania hired to participate in the ambush. There was a picture of the man who led the group next to the article, and Zorian would recognize the man anywhere thanks to the distinctive scar he had above his right eye. Apparently they were all found dead at the start of the restart, with little clue as to who killed them and why. Naturally, that immediately produced a lot of interest from anyone, since it clearly wasn't natural. The obvious conclusion, that someone managed to off an entire group of experienced battle mages in the span of a single night, not all of which were asleep at the time of death and some of whom were under heavy wards, was highly disturbing, but there were very few alternatives. Another complication was that immediately after that discovery, there had been a stream of incidents involving various monsters moving out of the dungeon and into the sewers, and sometimes then even emerging into the streets of the city. The experts were baffled as to why this was happening now, and the city leadership was hastily organizing an operation to descend into the dungeon in order to bring the situation under control before the summer festival. Well, that certainly put a damper on the invaders' plans. Zorian wondered how they would deal with that. In retrospect, it wasn't hard to explain why monsters were invading the sewers and the streets of the city. The invaders were putting pressure on them from below, so they went upwards as a response. In the past restarts, the Urania were there to act as an unwilling anvil to the invaders' hammer, preventing the inhabitants of the dungeon from breaking into the upper levels. But the Urania were dead now, and with them gone a whole layer of Scioria's defense that most people hadn't even known about had collapsed. Zorian couldn't suppress a nasty grin at the thought that maybe Red Robe ended up shooting himself in the foot when he enacted his soul-killing tantrum. Interestingly, the mysterious murders and the monster attacks seemed to have had an effect on the academy too. There was a short sub-article next to the main one about the families who withdrew their children from schools in Scioria, including his own academy. Jade, one of his classmates, had been pulled by her parents from the academy. She was listed among the names of notable students who opted to leave the city for their own safety. Her father was a high-ranking member of House Whittleson, while the other notable names included him. Yes, there was no mistaking it, Zorian Kaczynski, younger brother of Daimen Kaczynski, was listed in the article as one of the students pulled from school by his parents. He wondered what that was based on. He was certain no one had managed to contact his parents before they left for Koth, so either the academy or the newspaper had decided to interpret his absence in light of current events and trends. Zorian shook his head and closed the newspaper before continuing on his way. Break. After spending a week in Nyazov Dveri, Zorian had decided he kind of liked the town. It was a busy, lively place where the arrival of a newly minted mage like him was unremarkable and raised no eyebrows, yet not so large and prosperous that people like him were common and underappreciated. Thanks to the town's position as a regional center and the presence of both a notable mana well and a dungeon access attractive to dungeon delvers, the town was full of shops catering to mages or requiring mage employees, and thus offered plenty of employment opportunities for a young mage, enough so that people sometimes offered him employment without him even asking about it. He didn't accept any offers, since a regular job would eat up a lot of time and would just distract him from his real quest, but it was something to keep in mind if he ever got out of the time loop. Why, hello there. Mind if I join you for a bit? Zorian peered up from the map of the surrounding region he was studying and took a good look at the man who interrupted him. He was middle-aged, had a prominent mustache and a pot belly, and had a wide smile plastered on his face. Despite the fact that Zorian took several seconds to study him in silence, the man's smile never faltered. Judging by the clothes he was wearing, he seemed to be one of the more well-off residents, a small-time merchant, perhaps, or one of the craftsman mages that had stores in the town. He was probably going to get another job offer, then. Sure, Zorian said, gesturing towards the empty chair on the other end of the table. Help yourself. He thought for a moment whether he should get rid of the map while he talked to the man, but then decided not to bother. There was nothing incriminating on it anyway, a couple of marked-down locations that would mean nothing to the man without some kind of context and some equally unhelpful notes scribbled on the margins. Silver Lake had given him a task of gathering rare magical plants all over the damn forest, but gave him only the vaguest clues about where they could be found, so he was reduced to deciphering her statements and consulting the local herbalists for more information. And the local herbalists weren't terribly cooperative. He had a feeling this was only the start of her demands, so he was trying to finish it quickly. Don't mind if I do, don't mind if I do, the man said happily, plopping down onto the offered spot. These old bones just aren't what they once were, I'm afraid. Standing around does terrible things to my knees. I guess the years caught up to me, eh? The pot belly probably doesn't help, Zorian thought inside his head, though outwardly he remained silent, waiting for the man to tell him what he wanted of him. I have to say, this looks like a nice place to relax in, the man said, idly looking at the sheet of paper that listed the prices of some of the meals and beverages. A little pricey, but quiet and out of the way. Private. Anyway, you don't mind if I order us a drink, do you? I don't drink alcohol, said Zorian with a shake of his head. And he didn't trust any of the non-alcoholic beverages in a place like this either. It wasn't that upscale of an establishment, regardless of what the man said. I'm going to have to decline. Now that's just unfair, the man said. Oh well, I guess I'll have to drink alone then. Forgive the impoliteness, but I'm rather parched and it just feels wrong, having a conversation in a tavern without a mug of beer to sip on occasionally. A few minutes later, the man took a swig from his mug and got to the point. Ah, that hits the spot, he said. With that out of the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Guri Quilly, of Quilly and Rafulton Equipment. Though I'm sad to say old Rafulton passed away 2 years ago, so I'm the only owner now. I kept the name as it is, though. Tradition. Zorian resisted the urge to tell him to get on with it. Anyway, I see you're a busy man, so I'll get straight to the point. I've heard you've been going out into the forest to gather alchemical ingredients and hunting winter wolves. And also that you've been selling magic items on the side, too. Yes, what of it? Asked Zorian. Nothing he did was in any way illegal. The winter wolves had sizable bounties for every pelt brought to the nearest guild station for the express purpose of encouraging people to hunt them, as they tended to prey on the livestock, children, and lone travelers, and selling magic items and alchemical ingredients was hardly a crime. Some places had arcane restrictions about what could and could not be sold and by whom, but those were usually the consequence of regional monopolies granted to someone, and Nyazov Dveri was under no one's monopoly. He'd checked. I'm a certified mage, if that's what's bothering you. He even had a badge to prove it. It was pricey, but he interacted too often with mages in the town to risk getting caught doing business without a license. Especially since he had gotten an impression that a couple of shop owners resented the competition he represented and would love to report him to the guild if they could find an excuse. To put it bluntly, I want you to sell your alchemical ingredients and magic items to me instead of my competitors, the man said. Don't think this is some kind of threat or blackmail, though. I'm willing to pay you extra for the privilege. Zorian blinked. He didn't expect that. An hour later, the man had hashed out some sort of agreement with Zorian. The extra money didn't mean all that much to Zorian, but the man did have something he wanted, a fully equipped alchemical workshop that he wasn't using all the time. In exchange for the right to use said workshop from time to time and the right to consult the man's private library for botanical books, Zorian agreed to offer all his products to the man before he did to anyone else. The man seemed pretty pleased with himself at having closed such a deal. Honestly, so was Zorian. The local library had a miserable selection of books on plants and herbs, but Guri claimed his own private library was not nearly so limited. Having access to a proper alchemical workshop was also convenient, and not something he could easily get elsewhere, unless he was willing to teleport to Corsa every time he wanted to make something. And he really didn't have that much mana to burn. How come there is such a demand for potions and magic items here, anyway? Asked Zorian. This city seems a little too small for the amount of magic shops. I understand the workshops since they can always export their products elsewhere, but how do shops like yours achieve such volume on the local market? Oh, that's easy, Guri said. Travelers. Or more accurately, settlers and adventurers. You see, this city is one of the last stops for settlers going further north as part of the Great Northern Push, as the government likes to call it. As one of the last centers of real civilization on their journey, we get a lot of demand for critical supplies of all sorts. Great Northern Push? Asked Zorian. Not a regular reader of the newspapers, I take it. It's the whole thing with colonizing the Sorokian highlands that the government has been pushing so hard lately. You must have noticed the posters around advertising free land and tax exemptions and whatnot. It's part of Eldamar's current strategy for achieving supremacy over Solimnon and Falkrinia. The idea is that by taming the northern wilderness the country will get a major population and resource boost. All countries that have a border with the wilderness do this to a greater or lesser degree, but Eldamar has really invested a lot into this endeavor. Not sure whether it will be really worth it in the end, but I sure don't mind the traffic it gives me. Now that he thought about it, there were traces of that even back at the academy. It was nothing horribly blatant, but textbooks and class assignments often worked in mentions of the Sorokian highlands far more than one would expect, considering their low population and current importance. In any case, the man soon left and Zorian returned to staring at his map. Goddamn witch. Break. I don't suppose that now that I have brought you the plants you asked for. Don't be silly, boy, Silverlake said, snatching the bundle of plants from his hands. You don't really think a silly little fetch quest like this is all it takes to get my help? Think of this as an elimination round. You were horribly slow, anyway. Slow, Zorian repeated incredulously. It took me only 3 days. The only reason I could get them all so quickly at all was that I could teleport from place to place. Not to mention the danger involved, you never even told me those red bell mushrooms of yours exploded into clouds of paralyzing dust if handled improperly. Well, that's just common knowledge, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Everyone knows that. Here, grind these snail shells for me, please. Zorian looked at the small leather bag full of colorful red and blue snail shells and frowned. He knew that species of snail. They were used in production of certain drugs, and were very much illegal to harvest. More important than that, their ground-up shells were a powerful hallucinogen, and inhaling even a handful of dust would leave him delirious and incapacitated. He threw the annoying old woman a brief glare before simply casting a dust shield spell on himself, the same one he used to protect himself against the paralyzing mushrooms, before grabbing a mortar and pestle and getting down to work. After he was done with that, the old witch promptly handed him the very bundle of plants he had spent 3 days gathering, rattled off a series of brief instructions and pointed him towards an old cauldron leaning on the wall of her cottage. Wonderful, apparently he was going to be making a potion the old way. He had been tutored by another witch as a child, so he wasn't totally lost here, but the potion she wanted him to make now was unfamiliar to him. Not to mention that there was a reason why traditional potion making was considered obsolete compared to modern alchemy: it was harder, less safe, and usually gave worse results to boot. Hopefully the potion she was having him make wasn't the sort to explode in his face or poison him with fumes if he didn't get it right. Oh, who was he kidding? Of course it was. Frankly, if it weren't for the time loop and the resulting immunity to simple death, he would be leaving at this point. As he suspected, he botched that potion. Thankfully, every time he was about to make a particularly disastrous misstep, Silverlake stopped him. He just wished she found a better way to warn him he was about to make a mistake than hitting him with a willow branch. She could have poked his eye out with that thing. He never thought he would say this, but he was starting to miss Svim and his marbles. His old mentor was a saint compared to this crazy old woman. Well, that's no good, said Silverlake, peering into the cauldron and idly stirring the foul-smelling purple gunk that Zorian ended up producing. It was supposed to be a viscous, sweet-smelling, totally transparent liquid. She gave him a bright smile. I guess you'll have to go gather a whole new batch of ingredients before you can try again, won't you? Zorian stared blankly at the grinning woman, feeling her anticipation through his empathy. She fully expected him to explode at this and was looking forward to it. Sadistic bitch. Unfortunately for her, she was about to get disappointed. He wordlessly reached into his backpack and withdrew a fresh bundle of ingredients. Her smile never faltered, but Zorian could feel her disappointment regardless. It made him smile inside, though he maintained his poker face. You gathered extra, huh? She asked rhetorically. I have plenty of experience with abrasive teachers, Zorian said simply. I have another bundle besides this one, too. Good. You'll need it, Silverlake said, knocking on the rim of the cauldron. This was terrible. I don't think 2 attempts will be enough. Hell, I'm skeptical you can get it in 3. Go empty this crap you've made in the neutralization pit over there and start over. Zorian sighed and levitated the cauldron onto a disk of force before marching off into the direction of the neutralization pit. It was really just an open pit that had been lined with stones and painted over with alchemical resin so that alchemical compounds poured into it didn't seep into the ground or nearby water supply. His alchemy teacher back at the academy would have been horrified at the mishandling of alchemical waste, but if the Great Silver Lake thinks an open pit is sufficient for disposal of alchemical sludge, then who was Zorian to disagree? That done, he placed the cauldron back over by the fireplace and started over. Silver Lake was probably right that he wouldn't get it right in the next 2 times either, though. The potion clearly required fairly delicate temperature management, but that was a very hard variable to control when using wood burning in a regular fireplace. An old witch with lots of experience like Silver Lake probably knew by instinct how to control the fire, but Zorian didn't have the faintest idea of how to do it. That was generally the main problem of traditional alchemy, as it was sometimes called. It relied heavily on the ability of the practitioner to adjust their methods on the fly to produce a usable product. Unlike modern alchemy, which relied on standardized equipment and exact measurements, traditional alchemy was all about eyeballing it and improvisation. Expressions like a handful of leaves, a slow fire, and a moderate amount of time were extremely common in traditional alchemical recipes. Zorian knew because he once broke into his grandmother's recipe cabinet to see if he could learn something from them. A pinch of salt apparently meant very different things to him and his grandmother, if the results of his secret potion attempts were any indication. A further problem for him was that he was only really proficient in producing potions one by one, and the cauldron method was designed for producing batches of potions. There were some very important differences between production methods for single potions and for batches, but hell if Zorian could remember what they were at the moment. Who taught you? Silver Lake asked suddenly. Huh? Zorian mumbled. What do you mean? You want to know my alchemy teacher? I want to know your potions teacher, she corrected. You're still pretty terrible, but you're not nearly as clueless around the cauldron as I thought you would be. Who taught you? That would be my grandmother, I guess, Zorian said. A witch or just a housewife that picked up a few recipes? Silver Lake asked. A witch, said Zorian. Though not a particularly dedicated one, I think. She gave me some lessons when I was a kid, but it didn't last very long. My mother didn't really like her teaching me. Actually, Zorian was pretty sure his mother didn't like his grandmother, period. Mother and daughter did not get along, in their case. Zorian always found it kind of hypocritical that mother spent so much time preaching to him about the value of family when she herself couldn't stand her own mother if her life depended on it. Huh. Interesting. Don't expect to get any fuzzy feelings out of me just because of that, though, Silver Lake said. Wouldn't dream of it, Zorian said lightly. Good. You'll be happy to know I've decided on the price of my help for you. Oh, said Zorian, suddenly perking up. Yes. You see, a little birdie told me you've been wandering around the forest, picking fights with the wildlife. So this should be something right up your alley. Tell me, have you heard of something called the Grey Hunter? 29, The Hunters and the Hunted. Chapter 029 The Hunters and the Hunted. Considering the reputation the Great Northern Forest had among people living in more southern, civilized territories, one would expect the place to be a giant death trap, with every animal and a good portion of the plants trying to kill you at every turn. The truth, Zorian had found, was a little more complex. While yes, the forest was full of dangerous creatures, even the deer were kind of aggressive and had tried to gore him a couple of times instead of fleeing from his approach, it was entirely possible to spend an entire day without endangering your life if you knew what you were doing. Granted, Zorian had a somewhat unfair advantage in the form of his mind sense, which let him sense a lot of the dangers before they had the chance to detect him in turn. Furthermore, the region he was frequenting was a border area, thus a little friendlier to humans than the deep, untouched wilderness in the far north. Still, he was confident that even a skilled civilian could move through the forest unmolested, much less a mage. Hell, he was doing just fine at the moment, despite having less than a month of experience. Usually, Zorian wouldn't have wanted to move through the forest undetected. The whole point of going here was to get combat experience, so avoiding danger was kind of missing the point. This time, however, sneaking around was more or less mandatory. He really didn't want to get distracted around a threat on the level of a Grey Hunter, and he definitely didn't want to alert the monster that he was coming by engaging in a loud, flashy fight right next to its lair. He slowly circled the area around the Grey Hunter's lair, checking it for threats and hostile terrain that might inhibit him should he choose to retreat in any particular direction. In several places he carved clusters of explosive glyphs into the trees and exposed rocks. He doubted they were powerful enough to seriously hurt a Grey Hunter, but they might buy him a few seconds he needed to teleport away to safety. He almost succeeded in reaching the lair without a fight. Thankfully the trio of fly-mosquito whatever things that tried to ambush him were very easy to dispatch, they burned beautifully, and the fight didn't raise enough ruckus to attract the monstrous spider's attention. Zorian picked out a rather tall tree close, but not too close, to the Grey Hunter's lair and levitated himself to the upper branches, where he promptly took out the binoculars he enchanted earlier for the purpose and started studying his target. The location was actually kind of picturesque, a small rocky gully surrounded by forest, with some pretty sediment lines crisscrossing the stone and a few strategically placed clumps of grass growing between the cracks. On one of the walls stood a perfectly circular hole that served as the entrance to the cave. It was pitch black and surprisingly unremarkable and unthreatening. If Silver Lake hadn't told him it was there, it was entirely possible that Zorian would have missed it entirely if he had ever stumbled into the place in one of the restarts. It would have been the last mistake he ever made, at least in that hypothetical restart. Grey Hunters were crazy good jumpers and possessed downright surreal speed. Zorian would bet anything that the one inside that cave could jump straight from the cave entrance to the other side of the gully in a single leap and close in before Zorian could so much as realize what was happening. The Grey Hunter was fundamentally a very simple monster. It was a grey, furry spider the size of an adult man, and it also happened to be incredibly fast, strong, durable and spell-resistant. It could run faster than a hasted mage, jump incredible distances, shrug off regular firearms and lower-level attack spells like a duck shrugging off water, outright ignore most direct effect spells and bite through steel. Oh, and it had a very nasty poison that, instead of destroying tissue or wrecking the nervous system like most poisons, utterly disrupted a mage's ability to shape and control their mana instead. Once bitten, you wouldn't be casting anything for a while, and it would take weeks for the poison to fully flush out of your system. Apparently it was a type of poison adapted specifically to bring down magical beings that were the Grey Hunter's typical prey, but it was just as effective against human mages. Basically, if you were fighting against a Grey Hunter alone and got bitten, you were done for. These things were known for chewing through entire groups of battle mages sent specifically to get rid of them. Quite a feat for what is ostensibly an animal-level creature. Most non-sapient monsters, no matter how impressive, were too easy to lure into traps to pose such a huge danger to a prepared hunting group. Naturally, Silver Lake wanted him to tangle with said mage-killing super spider as her price for her help. The good news was that she hadn't asked him to kill the thing, something that Zorian suspected might be beyond him at the moment. The bad news was that her request was only a smidgen easier than that. She wanted him to confront the female Grey Hunter who laired in the cave he was currently observing and steal some of her eggs. The life cycle of Grey Hunters was a total mystery, as they were considered too dangerous to study through anything other than post-battle reports and vivisection, but Zorian was willing to bet that Grey Hunter mothers were fiercely protective of their spawn. Getting even a single egg was likely to be quite a challenge. In all likelihood, the mother would be reluctant to go far from her egg sac for any reason, so waiting for the chance to simply swipe some may be impractical, or even futile. For all he knew the female sat on her egg sac all day long and lived off her fat reserves until the young hatched. Zorian placed the binoculars back into his bag and started jotting down notes in one of the notebooks he brought with him. The question of how to acquire the eggs without getting horribly murdered in the process was ultimately a question for another time. He was currently here just to scout out the situation and see if the task was even possible. As much as he wanted to prove the shriveled old witch wrong by completing her impossible quest, dying here would be incredibly stupid. He was on a time limit. A long time limit, but repeatedly dying because he decided to take on opponents way over his level would be an unforgivable waste. Every restart cut short was a restart he wasn't using to its full potential. If he couldn't think of a way to get the eggs that he was absolutely sure would work, he wouldn't do it. And even if he could think of a way, he would only try it out near the end of the restart, when the most he would lose was a couple of days. "All right," he mumbled, snapping the notebook shut. "Let's see what I'm dealing with." The first thing he did was try to locate the Grey Hunter female to make sure she wasn't outside her lair at the moment. He had no way of tracking down Grey Hunter specifically through divination, as he had never seen one before and lacked any Grey Hunter body parts, but a simple locator spell searching for a giant spider pointed him straight at the cave. Since the other two giant spider varieties that lived in the region, giant tree spider and giant trapdoor spider respectively, didn't live in caves, the conclusion was obvious. He then tried to scry the spider, which immediately failed. Well, the spell technically worked, but the cave was totally dark. There were no glowing crystals or ember moss that occasionally lit natural caverns, just an ordinary cave full of impenetrable darkness that hid everything. Damn, he hadn't thought of that. Racking his brains for a spell combination that would allow him to scout out the lair without having to go back into the city and hit the books, he decided to combine two different spells. First he cast the Arcane Eye spell, creating a floating ectoplasmic eyeball through which he could see remotely. He then created a floating ball of light, functionally identical to the simple, floating lantern spell, except he altered the spell parameters so it would follow the ectoplasmic eye around instead of himself. He then sent the eye into the cave, closing his real eyes and connecting his sight to his remote sensor. There was a chance that the light would aggravate the Grey Hunter mother, but he doubted she would run out to confront him just for that, or that she could track him down on his tree for that matter. As it happened, the Grey Hunter was either very, very bothered by his floating lantern or perhaps saw it as prey, because the eye had barely advanced into the cave, floating lantern in tow, when a grey blur slammed into it and Zorian's awareness was violently wrenched back into his body. Blinking in surprise at his sudden perspective shift, Zorian was then treated to the sight of the Grey Hunter leaping out of the cave and skittering around the area in search of something. After 10 seconds or so of looking at the spider, Zorian noticed two things. First, the Grey Hunter female didn't have to sit on her egg sac all day long, because she was freaking carrying it on the underside of her abdomen. That was so freaking unfair. He withdrew everything he said about Silver Lake's task being easier than killing the thing. This was actually way harder, since he was only getting the eggs by taking them from the Grey Hunter's cooling corpse but had to be careful when killing her not to damage the, likely much frilier, egg sac. The second thing he noticed was that the spider was steadily getting closer to his location. It wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather than immediately making a beeline towards him, the spider shot off in a random direction for a second, stopped for a moment, as if reorienting herself, and then shot off in a seemingly random direction again. It repeated the same stop and skitter routine second after second, and though the movement seemed random at first, Zorian noted with dread that it was steadily getting closer to his tree as time passed. So the murder spider also had hypersensitive senses, now. This was such bullshit. How the hell had it noticed him anyway? He'd even taken the time to set up some camouflage spells and silencing wards around himself just to prevent stuff like this from happening. True, they were fairly weak, in order to conserve mana, but that shouldn't have. He frowned. That was it, wasn't it? The Grey Hunter was tracking him through the wards. Its natural prey was said to be other magical creatures. It had a poison specifically designed to counter magic. It probably had some kind of innate magic sense that let it sense its prey over great distances. Rather than shielding him from the Grey Hunter, the wards he set up were revealing his location to it. The fact they were so weak was probably the only reason it hadn't divined his location instantly and was instead reduced to stumbling all over the place in an attempt to locate him. If so, he was in trouble. He couldn't do nothing, as the monster would eventually sniff him out. On the other hand, the moment he tried to teleport away, his location would almost certainly be completely blown. 10 seconds later, with the spider getting ever closer and no solution in sight, Zorian decided he would just have to work fast and pray for the best. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he started casting the teleport spell as fast as he could. As he feared, the Grey Hunter reacted instantly. The moment the first word of the chant left his mouth, the spider surged towards him, abandoning its previous jerky, uncertain advance. As it sprinted towards him, it angled away from the explosive glyph cluster Zorian placed on one of the rocks in its path, somehow aware of its existence and function, and launched itself sideways into the air. It landed vertically on the trunk of a nearby tree and immediately launched itself sideways again, bouncing from tree to tree and gaining altitude with each jump, until at last it was both close and high enough to reach Zorian's location. Zorian finished the teleport spell and was whisked away in the nick of time. The terrifying vision of a giant spider sailing through the air towards him, front legs extended and huge black fangs poised for a strike, would haunt his nightmares for days to come. Break. Following his almost lethal encounter with the Grey Hunter, Zorian decided to put Silver Lake's quest on indefinite hold. There were plenty of other people that Kale listed as possible help, after all, and maybe if he talked to her in some other restart and tried again she'd send him on a less suicidal quest. It was very frustrating, though. The thought of how thoroughly he had been outclassed by what was fundamentally a dumb beast brought to mind the memory of that final restart in Syoria when he clashed with Red Robe in the ruins of the Iranian settlement. The fact that the Grey Hunter was a giant spider, just like the Urania, further brought to mind uncomfortable parallels. Despite the fact that he knew intellectually that there was no shame in losing to a creature that even famous mages would balk at facing, and that he should in fact be happy to even be alive, he found himself very bothered at his ineffectiveness. He spent the next day by tracking down giant trapdoor spiders, which were of similar size to Grey Hunters but brown-colored and a hell of a lot less dangerous, before smoking them out of their holes and then killing them in a variety of painful fashions. Their eyes and venom glands sold a lot better than winter wolf pelts, too. He should do that more often. Still somewhat in a foul mood, he set out to see if any of Kale's other contacts were able and willing to help him. When he arrived in the village where his first candidate lived and was informed by the locals that the man hadn't been seen in the past 2 months, he was unconcerned. The man was a retired mage fascinated with familiars, he had 6 of them as well as a great number of more mundane pets, and was always looking to add another exotic creature to his menagerie. An absence of 2 months was a bit unusual, but not something to immediately raise an alarm about. But then other disappearances started piling up. The old herbalist lady that also sometimes removed curses was simply gone, and her neighbors had no idea where she went. The 2 brothers that lived in a tower they built away from civilization and secretly studied soul magic were not present at their home, the gate to their tower broken and the inside stripped bare of anything worthwhile. The priest in the nearby town dedicated to studying the undead and ways to fight them had been found dead in his home 4 days ago, cause of death unknown. He was young and had no known medical problems or addictions, so foul play was suspected. An alchemist specializing in transformation magic was torn apart outside his village by a pack of unusually aggressive boars. And so on. Only the priest and the alchemist were actually confirmed dead, the others having gone on sudden business trips or just plain gone missing one day. And the disappearances were in a sufficiently large area that no one seemed to have connected them in a single pattern, but Zorian knew this was not accidental. Someone was deliberately targeting anyone who had some sort of knowledge on soul magic. The only question was whether the missing people were dead or just kidnapped for some purpose. Thankfully, he finally managed to locate one of the people Kale mentioned to him. Unfortunately, the man in question didn't actually know any soul magic. Vani was just a scholar, and according to Kale could probably point him towards someone who does. Probably. The only trick was that Vani liked to talk, meandering from topic to topic as he pleased, and he would refuse to help anyone who was in any way impolite with him. Thus, anyone seeking him out for advice had to be very patient and ready for frequent digressions. Zorian could do patient. He knocked on the door to the man's home and was promptly ushered inside by Vani, a cheerful older man with a receding hairline who was not at all surprised that someone sought him out for advice. The inside was packed. That was the only word that fit, really. Almost every inch of the house was filled with boxes, shelves and pedestals that held books, statues big and small, plants and animals preserved in bottles, glass cases that held tiny models or buildings and other such things. Where the walls were visible, they were usually filled with paintings and drawings. As Vani led them both into his study, Zorian's view fell on a particularly large and lifelike statue of a naked woman with some rather bountiful assets, and he quirked an amused eyebrow at the man. "It's a goddess of fertility sort of thing," the man hastened to explain. "Just a temporary thing, a friend of mine sent it to me for safekeeping, and you know how it goes. Fascinating stuff. Anyway. Don't think I don't know who you are, young man, you're the one who has been killing all the winter wolves in the region lately." Is that a problem?" Zorian asked. "Problem?" the man laughed. "Just the opposite. Finally someone did something to cull those awful beasts a little. They're not too bad right now, but come winter they get aggressive and start assaulting travelers and outlying communities. There's been a number of child disappearances the last few winters, and everyone knows it's probably the winter wolves at fault. Damn things get bolder with every passing year." "How come nobody organized a hunting party yet, then?" asked Zorian. "The Mage Guild was pretty much founded to respond to situations like this, after all. It snows pretty heavily here in winter, and whole towns can sometimes get cut off from the rest of the world for days, so it's hard to marshal a response in time. Most of the time no one even finds out there was a crisis until days afterwards, when nothing can be done." Vani tapped the table with his fingers contemplatively, as if considering something. "Or at least, that's what the hunters and the authorities like to say. Personally, I just think they're afraid of the Silver One." "Silver One?" asked Zorian curiously. "It's a rumor. A few years back, when the winter wolves first started acting up, there was an attempt to organize a wide-scale cull and a large hunting party was organized. It ended poorly. According to stories, several winter wolf packs worked together to lure the hunters into traps, separating them into smaller groups that were then defeated in detail. They acted more like an army than a group of wild animals, and survivors claimed they were led by a huge winter wolf with a shiny silver pelt. The Silver One, an alpha of alphas, as smart as any man and with the power to direct his lesser brothers against humans. There was an official attempt by the Eldamar's Mage Guild to locate and eliminate this winter wolf, but they found nothing, neither the silver wolf nor any evidence of multiple packs working together. A lot of the locals are still convinced he exists, though. They say that anyone who goes after the wolves ends up getting confronted by it sooner or later." "I see," frowned Zorian. "And what do you think?" "It's possible, I suppose," admitted Vani. "We live in a crazy world, and you can never really say that something is impossible. It could be a runaway experiment made by some crazy mage in the forest. It could be a new species originating from the heart of winter. It could even be a polymorphed mage on some deranged crusade to protect the bloodthirsty monsters from those terrible humans. All I know is that I'm glad someone is not getting intimidated by all the scaremongering floating around." It took another 15 minutes till Vani decided to even ask what Zorian came to him for. "Kale sent me," Zorian said. "Or rather, he listed your name as a possible source of advice." "Kale," Vani said happily. "Oh, I remember him. Shame about what happened to his wife and mother-in-law. The weeping took so many great people from us. He still has his daughter, though, doesn't he?" Zorian nodded. "Good. Children are the greatest treasure. Tell him I said that. He helped me write a book, you know." "Did he tell you that?" "He did," Zorian confirmed. Kale had warned him that Vani was a little vain and loved discussing his books, and that it might be a good idea to read one or two. Zorian took this advice and read two of them. The first one, the one that Kale had helped the man write by gathering the accounts of various people in the region, was about the recent history of the region and was mostly a collection of anecdotes, some interesting and amusing and some of them mind-numbingly boring. If it weren't for Kale's advice, he never would have gone past the first chapter. I even read it, as well as one other book. Oh. It was titled, History of Pre-Icosian Altazia, Zorian said, considering whether to tell the man the truth or to simply flatter him. He decided to go with the truth for now. It was kind of interesting, but I don't really agree with the lot of it. My principal complaint is that you keep talking about pre-Icosian tribes living on Altazia as if they had lived in total vacuum, when the reality was that the entire southern coast of Altazia was dotted with Icosian colonies and forts stretching back for at least 1,000 years. Icosians were hardly the total aliens to Altazia that you portray them as in your work. But the historical evidence clearly shows that the cultural influence of those coastal states didn't extend very far inland, pointed out Vaughn triumphantly. That may be strictly true, but Icosians were vastly more technologically advanced than Altasian tribes in most areas, and I think you're greatly underestimating the effect of simple technological diffusion on people's culture. Yeah. This was probably going to take a while. Break. Thank you for that, Vaughn said. They had been talking for several hours at that point, and Vaughn seemed surprisingly pleased to have met someone who disagreed with his conclusions and was willing to talk about it. Zorian also found out that the man was incredibly well read and seemed to have memorized half a dozen encyclopedias, because he was a font of various trivia. Whatever he thought about the man's conclusions, he clearly hadn't arrived on them on a whim. It's been a while since I had this kind of discussion with someone. Usually the kind of people willing to talk to me don't know enough to challenge me, and the ones that do know enough aren't interested in talking. You flatter me. I don't really think my opinions have the same weight as yours. I certainly haven't done even 1/100th of the research you did, Zorian said. Never hurt to butter people up a little. But I really shouldn't waste your time for much longer. I came to you because I wanted your advice on how to find an expert in soul magic. Soul magic? The man asked with a frown. It's a personal issue that I'd rather not talk about, Zorian said. Suffice to say I have been hit by a soul magic spell of unknown effects and want to talk to someone about finding out what exactly has been done to me and how to protect myself against any further such events. Vaughn hummed. And Kale sent you to me? You were on the list of people he said could help me. However, you were the only one I could actually locate. The others were, well, it's very disturbing. Let me tell you about my last couple of days. Vaughn listened to Zorian's description of disappearances with growing unease, writing down the names and facts that Zorian uncovered on a piece of paper. That is indeed very disturbing, Vaughn agreed when Zorian was finished. To think that such a thing could happen without everyone realizing it for so long. I will bring this matter to the attention of proper authorities, have no worry about that. It does make me wonder who I can recommend to you when so many of the obvious choices have become, unavailable. Let me think about this a little. 5 minutes later, Vaughn managed to think up a solution. Tell me, he asked. What do you know about shifters? That they're people who have the ability to turn into animals. Zorian tried. Shifters are people with two souls, Vaughn said. Long in the past, the ancestors of the shifters enacted rituals that fused their souls with the souls of their chosen animals, allowing them to take the forms of the animals in question and even access some of the abilities of said animals in their human form. It is a very old form of magic that predates the Icosian invasion of Altazia, and I'm sad to say that most shifter tribes have lost the knowledge of the original rituals they used to create their kind. These days, they grow in numbers purely through mundane reproduction, with children of shifters inheriting their parents' dual soul. There exist, however, tribes that retain the knowledge of ritual magic and soul mechanics necessary to perform the ritual in the modern age. While the purpose of such expertise is to turn regular humans into new members of the tribe, it may very well be general enough to help you with your issue. I see. And where can I find these shifters? Zorian asked. That, Vana said, spreading his arms in a helpless gesture, I do not know. Shifter tribes have a checkered history with the, shall we say, civilized communities. They rarely want to be found. But I do know that there is a fairly powerful wolf shifter tribe living in this region, a tribe that definitely has the expertise you seek. I do not know who you need to talk to in order to meet with their leadership, but I do know that the leader of the tribe sent his daughter to Cyoria to get an education in more modern forms of magic. Rainey is her name, I think. A redhead. Quite the looker, I'm told. Perhaps you can start there. Zorian blinked. Rainey is a wolf shifter. That, wow. Yeah, now that he thought about it, there were some things that could point that way. Well, said Zorian rising from his seat. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you for your time. Think nothing of it, Vana smiled. Go kill a few more winter wolves for me, is all I ask for. Wouldn't a tribe of wolf shifters kind of dislike me for killing so many wolves? Zorian asked. They're wolf shifters, not winter wolf shifters, Vana said. I'm pretty sure they don't like each other much. Winter wolves have a habit of killing their more mundane relatives and invading their territory. Zorian left after that, unsure how to proceed further in the restart. Break. Back already? Silver Lake asked him, not bothering to look up from her bundle of herbs while addressing him. I'm not seeing any egg sac on you, though. That's because Spider Mommy is carrying her eggs on her underbelly, he said. The task is impossible. Why would you even send me on such a fool's errand? Kale said you were eccentric, but ultimately harmless. This isn't harmless. I almost died. If I thought you were the sort to rush in half-cocked and get your fool ass killed by something like that, I never would have sent you on that errand, Silver Lake scoffed. And anyway, isn't it a bit premature to declare failure after less than a week? I'm patient. I waited for years, I sure as hell can wait for a few months more till you think of something. You're a smart boy, I'm sure you'll figure out a way. Zorian opened his mouth and then closed it. Suddenly, her logic sounded a lot more reasonable to him. She didn't know he was on a month-long time limit, after all. As far as she was concerned, giving him a task that would take several months to complete was perfectly logical. Where was the hurry? As for the suicidal nature of the task she gave him, apparently she had more faith in his skills than he himself did. Did he really give up too soon? A few months is too late, he said. Anything that happens after the summer festival might as well not exist for me. Silver Lake finally stopped fiddling with the herb pile and gave him a hard look, her eyes glowing brightly for a moment. You're not dying, she stated. Not out of sickness, anyway. Someone hunting for you? Zorian hesitated, the image of Red Robe dancing before his eyes, and opened his mouth to say, yes. Silver Lake cut him off, though. No, not really, she stated, going back to her herbs. You have an enemy, but then again who doesn't? Zorian exhaled in irritation and rose up, deciding to leave before he lost his cool and attacked her. He'd probably get stomped into the ground, anyway. Just before he teleported away, though, a thought struck him. To hell with it, he thought. Why not? Hypothetically speaking, he said. If you were visited by a time traveler who claimed to know your future self, what would you ask of him as proof? Hypothetically speaking, she said, her mouth stretching into a cruel grin, I would have asked him to retrieve a grey hunter egg sac for me. Throwing his hands in the air in defeat, Zorian teleported back to his inn in Nyazov Dveri, the cackling of a sadistic old woman echoing behind him. Break. In the safety of the room he rented at the inn, Zorian was sitting on the bed, dismantling a rifle he had bought earlier. It was kind of amusing how easy it was to procure a firearm compared to high-level combat magic aids, despite them being just as lethal, but there you had it. They were especially easy to procure here in Nyazov Dveri, which was so close to the wilderness and its dangers. In any case, he was trying to see how the things worked and, more importantly, how they could be enchanted. Firearms were notoriously tricky to enhance with magic. Like all ranged weapons, they had the problem that you could only enchant the device to be more accurate and durable, and if you wanted the projectile to have any sort of magical effect upon striking the target you had to enchant the projectile itself. Bullets were unfortunately very hard to enchant, being much smaller than arrows and crossbow bolts and usually made from some very magically unsuitable materials. You also couldn't touch the bullet to channel mana into it once it was already in the gun, though maybe if he installed some crystal mana channels into the gun via alteration. While he studied the device in front of him, Zorian idly considered ways to off the Grey Hunter from earlier. He had no intention of actually trying any of them, as they were each more implausible than the last, but there was no harm in coming up with scenarios. Grey Hunters had known weaknesses. First of all, they were purely melee opponents. If you could keep them at a distance, there was nothing they could do to you. The trouble was that they were really, really good at closing in on their target. Secondly, they were ultimately just magical animals, so they could be lured into prepared traps and kill zones fairly easily. The problem here was that they were fast and tough enough to probably survive such a blunder. The magic sense the Grey Hunter demonstrated in Zorian's first encounter with it probably also helped it avoid the most blatant of such traps. He could think of several ways to trap it, but most of them required knowledge of spells that he didn't have. If he knew how to make a simulacrum and open portals, he could simply send in his simulacrum as bait and then open a portal leading to wherever he set the trap up. Hell, simply knowing how to make a simulacrum would make things a million times easier since he could test his ideas without endangering himself. If he knew large terrain alteration spells, he could simply seal it off in its lair and wait for it to suffocate. If he knew the spells to manipulate large amounts of water, he might be able to drown it. And so on, and so on. He also considered poisoning the thing or putting it to sleep or otherwise using some kind of alchemical concoction that would cripple or kill it, but anything potent enough to kill such a beast was heavily restricted, made out of super rare ingredients and expensive as all hell. He didn't know how to make anything like that, and couldn't get his hands on something that valuable and forbidden through trade. He could try for brute force and build a golem to take the spider down. Since they were machines animated by magic, they were immune to poison and could be extremely strong, strong enough to crush the stupid spider in a head-to-head fight. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to build a golem. Any golem at all, let alone one good enough to go toe-to-toe with a Grey Hunter. The art of golem making was complicated enough that several houses were dedicated to mastering it, and not something to dabble in for a week or two. Or even a month or two. Furthermore, even if he knew how to build it, the process of building would take at least a week and probably more, require a specialized workshop and consume a lot of expensive materials. He would likely bankrupt himself before he was even halfway finished. Which brought him to firearms. The revolver worked well enough against Red Robe when his spells had failed him, after all. No regular firearm would do against the Grey Hunter, though. He needed something stronger than that. Unfortunately, higher calibers were usually reserved for the military, and he would need to raid a military base and steal one if he wanted to go down that route. That could end very badly. Who knew what kind of defenses a military base had, and being captured and interrogated by military investigators while drugged out of his mind on various truth serums was almost as bad as being discovered by a hostile mind mage or a necromancer. Plus, he was pretty sure they had a couple of mind mages and necromancers on the payroll anyway. Oh, and even if he did find something suitable under a lax enough security, there was the matter that it would almost certainly still have to be enchanted, and he couldn't even figure out how to effectively enchant a simple rifle at the moment. Probably wouldn't by the end of the restart either. A knock on his door woke him up from his musings, and he quickly put the rifle into its box and hid it under the bed. Him owning the rifle wasn't illegal, but he'd still rather not let whomever was looking for him see him tinkering with it. He made sure his shielding bracelet was on, just in case, and then opened the door. It was Guri, which did not surprise Zorian all that much. The man had been dutifully buying off any of the various alchemical ingredients and assorted body parts Zorian had gathered in the forest and allowed Zorian to use his workshop when he needed to make some of the trickier potions and magic items. The man had already commissioned a couple of magic items from Zorian, so he expected Guri's arrival to be about another commission. As it turned out, Guri had another kind of deal in mind. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, he skipped straight to the point. I want you to help me rob my rival. 30. A Game of Shops. Chapter 030 A Game of Shops. I want you to help me rob my rival. Zorian blinked in surprise before giving the man an incredulous look. What? And, why the hell would I do that? He asked the man curiously. Guri grinned triumphantly. I knew I was right about you, he said. You didn't even pretend to be outraged at the question. Zorian frowned. I'm just not a very excitable person, that's all. It doesn't mean I'm going to actually help you rob someone, he shot back crankily. In fact, I can scarcely imagine a situation where I would agree to such a thing. I was just curious what possessed you to broach the topic at all. This isn't some kind of attempt at blackmail, is it? Oh no, I'd have to be pretty stupid to try and blackmail a man who hunts winter wolves and giant trapdoor spiders for a living, Guri assured him quickly. Not that I have anything worthwhile to blackmail you with, anyway. No, I just felt I had an interesting deal for you and that I had nothing to lose by making an offer. You don't seem like the sort that would get all high and mighty on me just because I employ a few shady business practices. I figure the worst you do is say no. Zorian was silent for a moment. He supposed that Guri had him there. Even if Zorian actually cared to turn Guri in, it would still be his word against Guri's. Proving the man's guilt would be a hassle. Guri would likely get a mere slap on the wrist even if convicted, and it would lead to far greater scrutiny of Zorian's activities by nearby powers than he was comfortable with. All in all, it would mean an entire restart wasted on a pointless crusade that had no meaning inside the time loop and would quite possibly attract the attention of the Academy authorities. Previous restarts had made it clear they were very quick to involve themselves when one of their students had a brush with the law or the police, and he was still technically enrolled there. And if the Academy found out about his whereabouts and activities, it was entirely possible Red Robe would also find out about it through cephalic rats or his other spies. No, even if Guri was planning to murder someone, Zorian would not intervene. A simple theft, well, he wasn't sure he would actually care all that much even if he wasn't stuck in the time loop, and he certainly didn't care at all now. Well, the answer is definitely no, said Zorian finally. I know that wanderers like me have a reputation of being opportunistic, but I'm afraid my ethics aren't quite as flexible as that. I'm not going to stoop to banditry or burglary or whatever it is that you have in mind for this deal of yours. I don't think you quite understand what I'm talking about here, Guri said. You think I want you to steal something physical and that I'm offering you money in exchange, yes? Zorian raised an eyebrow at him. Nothing could be further from the truth, Guri shook his head. I know better than anyone that you're raking in too much money at the moment to be tempted by petty burglary. Ethics aside, that's too much risk for too little gain. No, if this operation goes off without a hitch, and I think you're capable enough to pull it off, there will be nothing missing and no indication that a crime has occurred at all. He leaned towards Zorian conspiratorially and whispered the next part. You see, what I'm trying to steal is not material wealth, but secrets. Oh. Well, that changed things considerably. He still didn't want to have anything to do with Guri's deal, but he at least understood why the man felt comfortable discussing such an offer with him. Spying on other mages was technically illegal, but everyone knew it was a common and universal practice. Hell, according to some stories, every noble house worth its name had its own division dedicated just to that. You just had to make sure that you weren't caught. Even the Academy, which generally tried to give students a very rose-tinted version of mage culture, admitted that such professional espionage occurred all the time. Some of it was entirely legal, such as analyzing a rival's products and spell work with divination spells, or poring over publicly available documents to see if they'd let something sensitive slip by without noticing. but such legal methods were usually very limited and mages often resorted to shadier methods. Bribing assistants and apprentices into selling out their master's secrets, hiring burglars to raid archives and research notes, dedicated scrying campaigns, seduction plots, the possibilities were endless, and new ones were devised every day. As well as countermeasures for such. Zorian recalled a particular fable that spoke of two mages that spent years devising ways to steal each other's secrets and thwarting the other's attempts to do the same to them. Eventually, after a decade of back and forth, they both succeeded in reaching each other's inner sanctum at the same time, only to find out that neither had any secrets worth stealing. They had spent so much time and effort trying to one-up each other that they'd never gotten any actual work done. Well, that was an obvious exaggeration, but it honestly wouldn't surprise Zorian to find out that every magical business, and probably quite a few non-magical ones, in Nyazov did do at least a little bit of illegal espionage as a matter of course. The world of business was a cutthroat environment. Zorian knew from his parents' stories that even seemingly simple and honest farmers were willing to renege on their contracts if they thought they could get away with it. To someone like Guri, this sort of thing was probably just business as usual. But it wasn't business as usual for Zorian. And frankly, Guri was completely right when he said that the whole thing was a huge risk for little gain. He opened his mouth to give Guri a firm, but polite, refusal, but was interrupted when Guri pushed a brown, leather-bound book in his hands. Zorian looked at the book in surprise for a second, idly wondering why it had no title, before giving Guri a searching look. The man motioned him to open it. Zorian did, and promptly found himself leafing through pages of handwritten notes and complicated diagrams. It was a journal of some sort. That's why the book had no title or markings. A research journal of some mage, if he had to guess. "What is this?" he asked, giving Guri a suspicious look. "A sample," Guri said with a grin. "As I said, I know it would be foolish of you to do something like this for money, well, for the sums I am able to pay you, at least, so I came up with something that will hopefully be more attractive to you. Feel free to peruse that thing at your leisure and then come see me in my store tomorrow to give me an answer. Just remember, there is more where that came from." Guri then immediately left, leaving Zorian alone with the mysterious journal/thing. Curious, he opened the book at the beginning so he could see if it perhaps had a title written on the first page. The first few pages were blank, but he did reach the title page in the end. "Breaking and Bypassing Wards and Other Magical Defenses," it said. By Aldwin Rafulton. Rafulton? That would be Guri's deceased business partner, wouldn't it? Intrigued, Zorian sat down on the edge of his bed and began to read. Break. Having read through Rafulton's book, Zorian had to admit he was feeling a little underwhelmed. It wasn't a bad book by any means, but by the way Guri had presented it, he'd expected more. As it was, the most useful thing he found inside was the step-by-step instruction of how to build your very own magic analysis goggles, complete with a spell formula blueprint. That was convenient, as he had been meaning to build one of those for a while now and there were no publicly available creation manuals on the topic that he could find. The spell formula blueprint alone probably saved him a restart worth of work. Other than that, there was little of real use in there, but perhaps that was what Guri had been aiming for. It was a sample, as he said, meant to entice Zorian into cooperation by alluding to the possibility of granting Zorian access to the rest of Rafulton's books. If Guri's old partner had 5 other books like that, and each one had just one useful thing like the goggle thing, that was a couple of months of saved time right there. And if Guri was keeping the good stuff for the end like Zorian suspected, tempting. Far more tempting than he'd thought this would be. Shaking his head at his own greed, he locked his room behind him and set off in the direction of Guri's shop. He would have to check with the man what exactly he expected of him, but chances were he was going to say yes. In truth, this sort of thing wasn't that far off from what he had been planning to do on his own at some point. Chances were that he was going to have to learn how to break into people's homes and spy on mages sooner or later. Gathering information about the time loop, red robe and soul magic was bound to require it at some point. At least this way he would get some guidance from someone who'd done it before, get a chance to practice his skills on what was probably a far less difficult target, and get paid for it to boot. Realizing he was in no hurry to actually confront Guri, Zorian eventually slowed down and decided to take the scenic route to the place. He idly observed the people and buildings as he wandered the town, suddenly aware that he knew very little about the place, despite living in it for a while now. He had been so busy with other things that actually exploring Nyazov very sort of slipped his mind. He didn't even peruse the town's dungeon access, though that one was intentional. He had decided to hold back on doing that until he had a chance to judge how much of his time and attention his other tasks in this restart would take, and ultimately decided to leave that for some other restart. The dungeon wasn't going anywhere. In any case, now that he had taken the time to explore the town a little, he could say with some certainty that he hadn't missed much. He had already visited most of the shops to determine what the best price for the ingredients he was gathering was. And aside from that, the town was fairly average. It was similar to Syoria in the sense that it was clearly a city that had experienced rapid growth in recent times. The old core of the city was easily recognizable by the single-story buildings painted in the traditional yellow color that usually signified Eldamar's native architecture, while subsequent layers radiating from it had newer, multi-story buildings. Other than that, he hadn't noticed anything particularly noteworthy, though he would have to set aside some days for exploration just to be certain. Finally, he reached the building that proudly proclaimed it housed a business establishment known as Quilly and Rafulton Equipment and walked inside. The little bell attached to the door rang out as Zorian entered, notifying Guri of his arrival, a solution surprisingly devoid of magic, for a magic store, and the portly man soon poked his head from the back room he was currently in to see what he was dealing with. His eyes lit up immediately when he recognized Zorian. "I'll be with you in a second," the man yelled before getting back to whatever he was working on in the back. Zorian took the chance to study the shop a bit while he waited. Just like the first time he had been here, he was once again struck by how diverse the products sold by Guri's store were. He offered everything from wilderness-appropriate attire to the various magic items, potions, survival guides, dried herbs and other magical materials used by alchemists and artificers, and so on. And actually, it was even more impressive than it first appeared. Zorian knew from his previous talks with the man that Guri actually offered a great deal more than what was displayed at the shelves of his store, so long as the customer seeking them was properly vouched for or knew how to ask the right questions. Guri once told a story about a customer who tried to buy the decorative potted plants he strategically placed around the shop to liven up the place, and while Zorian understood Guri's mirth at the incident, he also understood how someone might have decided they were for sale. With all the other things Guri was selling, it really wouldn't have surprised Zorian to find out that he dealt in potted plants as well. "Ah, Zorian, my friend," said Guri, walking out from the back and approaching him. "Did you read it? An interesting book, isn't it?" he prodded. "It was, somewhat useful," said Zorian noncommittally. "Not much on its own, but if there really are a couple more where that came from, it might actually be worthwhile for me to work with you on your problem." Guri frowned, apparently expecting him to be more impressed with his partner's work. He opened his mouth to speak, but Zorian interrupted him. "Before we discuss this any further, I'd prefer if we move to somewhere more private. Do you have a room I could set up some basic privacy wards in?" "I have better," Guri said smugly, quickly shaking off his previous disappointment. "I have a room with privacy wards already present, and not just the basic ones, either. Follow me." He led Zorian to a small, inconspicuous room with a single desk and 2 chairs, a room whose walls, floor, and ceiling were full of magical glyphs and geometric shapes made out of crystallized mana. Guri placed his hand on one of the circles and the whole complicated spell formula pulsed twice in bright blue light before becoming seemingly inert. Zorian wasn't fooled though, those pulses signified the more mana-intensive portions of the ward scheme becoming active. Much like many powerful warding schemes, the one he was looking at had 2 modes, the normal, mana-conserving one that could be powered indefinitely from its mana source and the advanced, supercharged one that burned through mana faster than the ambient mana levels could provide it with but was far more effective for the time it was active. The sound of Guri clearing his throat jolted him out of his thoughts and he realized he had been studying the wards for quite a while now. Oops. Is this one also, somewhat useful? Asked Guri with a smirk when he realized he had Zorian's attention again. No, this is quite impressive, Zorian admitted. Is this also made by your former partner? Yes, Guri nodded. He was quite good at this. Setting up wards, I mean. Also breaking and bypassing them, but I understand those two are related. Learn how to make a ward and you're 90% there to figuring out how to defeat it. That's the conventional wisdom, yes, agreed Zorian. He decided not to dance around the issue any longer. So. I'm guessing your former partner was your go-to person for these kinds of deals in the past, and now that he's dead, you need to find someone else to do your dirty work. You're direct, Guri laughed nervously. But you've hit the nail on the head, more or less. You see, magic was never my thing, as strange as that may sound from an owner of a magic shop. That was always Aldwin's thing. He was the one that worried about the spellcasting part of the business while I was always more comfortable on the more mundane, civilian side of things. Making contacts, closing deals, finding new business partners, that kind of thing. I'm a really terrible mage when it comes down to it. I can barely cast anything at all. Zorian gave him a curious look. I'm pretty sure I saw you manipulate mana plenty of times, and activating the greater privacy mode of this room couldn't have possibly been a matter of just channeling mana into that circle. Oh, I was always very good at using magic items, Guri said. You don't need to be a proper mage to do that. Lots of practice and some specialized shaping exercises and you're set. If you're fairly wealthy like me and live on a mana well, you can even commission items that draw power from the ambient mana instead of from my own minuscule reserves. But we both know there are severe drawbacks to such items, and this sort of job really needs a proper spellcaster. Zorian nodded. He had been considering the possibility of using self-casting magic items to make up for his below-average mana reserves for a while now, but there were a lot of problems with it. The core, inescapable issue was that souls of spellcasters were pretty damn good at spellcasting, while even the best-made magic items weren't. Making an item that allowed the caster to skip some of the steps during spellcasting was simple enough, but creating something that was capable of casting a spell entirely on its own upon command? Hard. Possibly very hard, or even impossible, depending on what spell you were trying to imprint into the item. Warding schemes and one-use magic items like his suicide explosive cubes got around the issue by having the maker cast the spell during creation, after which the spell formula simply stabilized it and kept it from degrading, but that workaround wasn't very useful for the majority of spells. And then there was the issue of powering said items. Not every place had much in the way of ambient mana, and even places that did often couldn't provide the amount necessary for the spell at once. That meant that most self-casting items needed an internal mana battery, which brought a whole host of problems of its own. No battery was totally efficient and reliable, they all leaked mana in varying amounts, and could easily blow up if overcharged or poorly constructed. And that was without even getting into the number of actual combat spells that were specifically designed to make mana batteries blow up from internal pressure. All in all, the creation of self-casting items was something that Zorian put squarely into the probably not worth it category. He wasn't nearly good enough with spell formula currently to pull it off, and even if he were, it was still a very difficult subfield of magic item creation that gave very dubious gains. Though he did eventually intend to track down a blueprint for a blasting rod, probably the simplest of self-casting items that blasted whatever it was pointed at with a torrent of barely constrained energy, usually fire. A fittingly named item, and one of the few self-casting items that was known to be reliable and effective in actual combat, at least at close range. It was not a priority, however, such an item would be more of a last resort, sidearm sort of weapon than something to build his skills around. I'm not as useless at this sort of cloak and dagger stuff as you might think, though, Guri said. As I said, Aldwin was the spellcaster, but I was the one who identified the targets. You can't spy on a threat unless you know they are a threat, after all. And I was always very good at spotting who our competition was and keeping an eye on their activities. People underestimate how much information you can get simply by being well connected and giving a few expensive gifts to people. You mean bribes, said Zorian. Zorian, my friend, you have much to learn, Guri said, shaking his head. Bribes are illegal. There is no law against generosity. Giving that bottle of expensive wine to your drinking buddy or inviting someone to that fancy annual dance that they've always wanted to attend is just being nice and no one can prove otherwise. Right, Zorian sighed. I guess I shouldn't talk, since I'm willing to go along with your plans. And speaking of which, why don't we get back to the reason we're here in the first place? What exactly do you want from me and what are you offering? Very well. I presume you know about Vazen's general store. The biggest magic-related shop in town, asked Zorian. That one, yes. Quilly and Rafulton Equipment was once bigger and able to compete with them on a more equal footing, but since the death of my partner 2 years ago those days have passed. Recently they have closed a deal with another company from Scioria, but they have been silent about the contents of the deal. Everyone knows they have bought a bunch of spell formula schematics, alchemical recipes and production licenses, so it's obvious they intend to seriously branch out into the production side of the business, but the exact details have been successfully kept secret. That is a problem. Depending on what Vazen intends to produce, some things are going to decline sharply in value, while the price of the raw materials used to make them goes up to a similar degree. I see. You need to see what your rival will release so that you can prepare for the impact it will have on the market, mused Zorian. Well, that and so that I can see if it is possible to counter his move in some fashion, Guri said. I suppose you know where I can find that information? Zorian asked. Not in the shop itself, I hope. That place is bound to be heavily warded. It's not nearly as warded as you might think, some basic counters to stop teleportation and divination, and that's about it. But the place is always manned, even during the night, so you're right that they're not something you'd want to tangle with. Fortunately, you don't have to. In the end, Vazen's own paranoia is his undoing. I have found out that instead of keeping the documents in his heavily guarded shop, he has brought them into his much less protected home. Apparently he doesn't even trust his own employees. How protected is his home? Asked Zorian. Well, my information might be a little outdated since I got it 2.5 years ago, from my then living partner who scouted the entire building, but I doubt much has changed. It has an anti-divination ward and all the doors and windows have intruder alarms and that's it. The documents themselves are kept in a safe, though, and that is bound to have much more serious defenses. Not too bad of a setup, to be honest, Zorian said after thinking about it for a minute. The divination ward stops casual espionage and makes it impossible to just scry and teleport inside, while the alarms on entrances make it impossible to simply sneak inside without magic. Covering only the entrances with the wards was a common mannequin-serving measure. True, it made the wards useless if the attackers could phase through walls or were willing to make their own entrance by blowing a hole in the building, but thieves capable of phasing through solid matter had bigger fish to fry than robbing small-time shop owners, and blasting holes in the walls would kind of defeat the point of trying to acquire the information undetected. You can teleport, though, right? Asked Guri. I mean, I'm sure you can, the speed of movement over large distances that you've demonstrated pretty much requires it, but how good are you at it? I can teleport, Zorian said hesitantly. He didn't think he was making it that obvious, though he supposed he couldn't keep leaving in the morning and coming back before the sun set with things only found deep in the forest without someone questioning just how he was doing it. I'm getting pretty good at it, in my opinion. It takes me a while to shape the spell, but I can consistently pull it off. Excellent. The intruder alarms shouldn't be much of a problem, then, Guri said with a grin. Aldwin had this neat trick where he could turn an item into a teleport beacon of sorts, and then simply teleport himself to its location without having to have been there in the past. I'm sure I can get some innocuous-seeming thing through the door, you just have to cast the spell on it. I don't know how to cast the spell myself, but Aldwin did write it down in one of his journals. Spell, you say? No spell formula involved, asked Zorian curiously. No, spell of recall, I think it's called. It's a 2-part spell, you first cast a personal teleport beacon on an item, and it immediately forges a connection between you and it. You can then cast the second spell at any time, causing yourself to be recalled at the location of the item. According to Aldwin, it was meant to be used for rapid escape. You cast the first spell on a retreat point and then use the second spell to teleport there if you end up in a bind. Why not use a regular teleport for that, frowned Zorian. Sounds like a lot of trouble when a normal teleport will suffice. After all, you've already been to the location you're teleporting to if you're setting it up as a retreat point. I really don't know. You will have to find that out yourself if you're interested, Guri said. So assuming this spell works as advertised and you can smuggle something in like you said you would, I just have to defeat the protection on the safe to get to the documents. Yes. That part will be all you, since I have no idea where it is or what protections it has, confirmed Guri. Zorian stared at the man for a while before taking a deep breath. Lovely. Unfortunately for you, I am not the professional ward breaker you seem to think I am, he told Guri. When you said you wanted my help with this, I had thought I would just play support or something. Something like this is, to put it bluntly, out of my league. I'm sorry, but unless there is something you're not telling me, there is no way I'd be able to pull this off. Guri leaned forward and gave him a conspiratorial grin. Even if I gave you Aldwin's spell book and his notes on how the spells are meant to be used? Zorian blinked. What? 2 hours later, Zorian left Guri's shop with 3 new books under his arm. They had agreed to make the attempt at the documents 3 days before the summer festival, ostensibly to give Zorian the time he needed to practice the spells in Aldwin's spellbook, but also because that way, should the whole thing go pear-shaped, Zorian would only lose 3 days of the restart. Zorian hummed to himself in satisfaction as he walked back to the inn. It was nice to catch a windfall from time to time. After the whole annoyance with Silver Lake and the mysterious disappearance of soul magic practitioners, he had begun to think that this whole restart had been a giant waste of time. Now, well, at least he'd gotten some shiny new spells out of it, ones of the sort that he could never have acquired through any legal avenue. Things were looking up. Break. After his talk with Guri, time passed quickly. It was difficult to practice the spells found in Aldwin's spellbook, as most of them only interacted with wards and required an actual warding scheme as a target. Thankfully, Zorian had managed to find a warded house whose owner had left on a trip, allowing Zorian to practice on it to his heart's content, provided he kept out of sight of the main road. He also occasionally warded objects himself for practice purposes, usually when practicing the more destructive spells, but that just wasn't the same as interacting with an unknown ward. Surprisingly, Guri was also willing to have Zorian practice the spells on his shop's warding scheme, so long as he didn't do anything permanent. Zorian wondered about that. All things considered, Guri was being far too accommodating to him. He suspected that the portly man thought of him as an investment and hoped to turn him into a more long-term asset, and as such was rather more generous to Zorian than he otherwise would have been, but he had no way to be sure. There did not seem to be anything malicious about it, so he mostly ignored it and tried to be simply grateful for his good fortune. There were essentially 3 ways of dealing with wards. The first one was to starve the ward out, depriving it of mana until it simply fell apart. The second was to identify a way to disrupt its structure, causing it to fail on the spot. And finally, the third one was to trick it into not activating in the first place. Siphoning, breaking, and bypassing were the terms used in literature for the 3 methods. Each one had its advantages and disadvantages, but for the task Guri entrusted him, he would have to rely on bypassing the wards on the safe. Siphoning had the advantage that it always worked. Every ward could be siphoned to death with enough time and effort, it was just a question if the attacker was willing to devote the necessary resources for the task. Some wards could last for months after being isolated from their power sources, even when actively drained of mana during the isolation. Unfortunately, it required that the attacker have complete control of the area around the ward, as siphoning operations were difficult to set up and maintain. Anything less than total control made it too easy for the defender to wreck the setup. It was mostly used for sieges and bringing down legacy wards that had outlived their usefulness. Breaking was the fastest method of neutralizing wards. Just disrupt the structure of the ward and let it collapse on itself. Unfortunately, many wards collapsed explosively or had other unpleasant side effects if simply broken, often resulting in the destruction of the warded thing and sometimes the one doing the breaking as well. A lot of wards were also simply too powerful to be broken by a single mage, or even a group of mages, unless the attacker had identified a particularly glaring weakness. So all in all, breaking a ward was often not possible, and, even more often, not desirable even if the possibility existed. Still, if one wanted to get rid of a ward quickly and had power to spare, breaking the ward was the way to go. Finally, there was bypassing the wards, the preferred way of dealing with them, if at all possible. If the attacker knew how the ward functioned, either because he had been given access to the schematics of the warding scheme or because he had analyzed its structure via divination spells, they could take care not to activate any of the triggers that made the ward recognize there was a problem to be countered. Depending on how the ward functioned, it might even be possible to put additional layers on top of it to neutralize it completely. If an attacker wanted to keep their intrusion secret, bypassing the wards was a must, as it was the only method that left the wards intact after they were done. Since the idea was to leave no trace of his home invasion, he obviously couldn't break or siphon the wards on the safe, he had to trick his way past them and leave them intact. There were lots of ways to do that in the books Guri had given him, since Aldwin was primarily interested in that sort of solution to the wards himself, but until Zorian took an actual look at the safe he couldn't tell which ones he should use. So he settled on simply practicing all of them. As the date of the summer festival approached, Zorian decided to visit Vani one more time to see if the man had any news on the missing soul mages. He didn't, though he admitted he hadn't tried to find out anything about that very hard. It was a matter for law enforcement, Vani had claimed, and getting involved would just paint them as suspects. He was probably right, and Zorian knew there was no point in snooping around now that the case was being investigated by the police, but he definitely intended to launch a personal investigation in future restarts to see what was going on there. Vani had asked him whether he had found the Shifter tribe, but Zorian admitted that he sort of gave up on that. He couldn't go to Rainey, as she was in Scioria, and nobody else could direct him where to go. Or maybe they could, but didn't want to, the result was the same in either case. Besides, he was skeptical in regard to how much they could actually help with his issue. Finally, the day had come. Guri had managed to get a small plaque inside Vazen's house by stuffing it inside an envelope and mailing it to the man along with some ridiculous advertisement. Zorian couldn't believe that had actually worked, but it had, and now they just had to wait for the man to go to work before he could teleport inside and search for the safe. Vazen was a 40-year-old bachelor, so there was supposed to be no one in the house with him gone, but Zorian had prepared a set of concealing clothes for himself anyway, that he intended to throw away immediately after the operation, and was willing to teleport out at the first sign of trouble. After an hour of waiting, Vazen left the house and Zorian teleported inside. Guri remained outside under an invisibility field, acting as a lookout. If he spotted Vazen coming back, he would press a button on the stopwatch Zorian had given him, which would cause a ring on Zorian's hand to heat up. The house was, thankfully, completely empty, but also completely lacking in safes, warded or otherwise. Even after he'd added an additional layer to the wards in order to exclude the inside of the house from the anti-divination ward, his spells still gave no results, probably because the safe was itself warded against divinations. Frustrating. It was obviously hidden behind something, but Zorian couldn't figure out where. There were no hollow walls, secret hatches beneath the carpet, places where the floor was scraped due to constant movement of furniture, and so on. Just as Zorian was about to give up and hit the books for an exotic divination spell that could work despite the ward, he finally found it. It was in the fireplace, of all things. If he hadn't noticed how relatively clean it was, and reminisced about how much he hated cleaning the one back home in Siren, it would have never occurred to him to look there. The fireplace was not built for convenient access, so interacting with it was rather annoying. The safe was positioned to the left, making it impossible to actually see the lock without the use of a mirror. Still, that was just an inconvenience, not a real obstacle. He began casting analysis spells at the ward that protected the safe, trying to find a way past them. He had just enough time to register that there was a very weak, localized ward present in the fireplace before he was forced to jump back and erect a shield in front of him. A deafening explosion erupted from the fireplace, enveloping the whole room in blinding, choking ash as the ward triggered the explosive trap in response to detecting his analysis spell. His shield protected him from the blast, but the ash cloud was hell on his lungs. He teleported out, grabbed Guri and then teleported again, this time away from Vazen's house. The operation was a bust. Break. In the aftermath of the botched operation, the whole idea had been scrapped. Security was bound to go up now that Vazen knew there was someone after the documents, and Zorian didn't fancy going against the new and improved defenses when even the old ones nearly killed him. Guri was, if anything, even more shaken about the whole thing than Zorian was. He apologized profusely for the whole episode and ranted about how such lethal traps were illegal and how he couldn't believe Vazen would employ such a thing, which Zorian found more than a little amusing. It helped explain why Vazen seemingly didn't bother to report the break-in to the police, though. Personally, Zorian was feeling pretty annoyed with himself. Despite what Guri seemed to think, this was all on him. He really should have checked the fireplace for traps. Hell, he should have checked the whole house for those. Just because Guri had said there were no other defenses didn't mean he should have taken it for granted. The man had even said his information was outdated. Well, no matter, he got some nifty spells out of the whole thing and he knew what to watch out for in subsequent restarts. He thought about confronting the Grey Hunter at the end of the restart, but then decided against it. He would have just died messily, and he'd had enough brushes with death in this particular restart. He went to sleep and woke up with his sister wishing him a good morning. 31, marked. Chapter 031 marked. Zorian stared at the grinning face of his opponent, his own face a blank, expressionless mask. This was it. This last round would decide who the victor was, no question about it. His opponent thought he had Zorian backed into a corner, but Zorian had a secret weapon. He had already peered into the man's thoughts and knew that he had already won. The rules of the card game were pretty clear, after all. 12 of pumpkins, Zorian said, placing his last card on the table. The man's face instantly lost its grin. Zorian tried to keep a cool facade, but he probably smiled at least a little. Motherf, how are you this lucky? The man cursed, slapping down his own card on top of the stack, a measly 7 of oaks, not nearly enough to win, and taking a swig from the glass of hard liquor next to him. He drank way too much in Zorian's opinion, his thoughts steadily growing more and more muddied to Zorian's mental probes as time went by, and while that did make him harder to read via psychic powers, it also made him progressively worse at playing the game. He probably didn't even need to cheat to win the last 2 games, but cheating was kind of the whole point. He joined the card game to practice his mind-reading skills in a real environment, not to win money off hapless victims. Well, this is it for me, Zorian said, standing up. It was fun and all, but I really have to get going now. Hey, you can't just leave now, the man protested, frowning at him. That's not how it's done. You have to give me a chance to win my money back. Orinus, you're drunk, one of the other men at the table said. The 2 of them dropped out 3 games ago, but they still stuck around to talk, drink, and act as judges and money holders. You didn't lose anything. It's the kid who just got back the money he lost to you in the previous game. Nobody has to pay anyone anything. Yeah, the last 5 games have basically been for nothing, the other man piped in. Zorian nodded. Even with mind reading on his side, some hands were just unwinnable. Besides, he purposely threw a couple of games so as to not arouse suspicions of cheating in his partners. We're both even at this point, and I really have to get going, so it's a perfect place to stop, he said. Still, if you're that desperate for a rematch, I can always relieve you of your money some other day. I'll be staying in the town for a whole month anyway. You relieve me of my money, ha. The only reason you haven't ended up in your underwear is that you're immune to my secret technique. Orinus half shouted. The other man snorted in amusement. Getting the newbie drunk is a secret technique, now. Hey man, don't reveal all my tricks to outsiders, what kind of friend are you? Orinus protested. After a few more minutes of bickering and refused offers of alcoholic beverages, Zorian finally managed to excuse himself. Ignoring Orinus's muttered questioning of Zorian's masculinity due to his refusal to drink anything remotely alcoholic, he left the inn and started searching the streets of Nyazov Dveri for an out-of-the-way corner he could teleport from without being seen. The game had been both unexpectedly fun and useful for his mind magic training, but he hadn't been lying when he had said he had to get going. Timing was crucial for what he intended to do. In the previous restart he learned that most of the soul mages on Kale's list had disappeared or died recently. That was, of course, highly suspicious. There was a good chance the whole thing was somehow connected to the time loop, which meant he had to know more about it. Sadly, during the last restart he had made the mistake of telling Vani about the disappearances, and he had raised enough of an alarm to have the police crawling everywhere around potential clue sites. Consequently, Zorian had been forced to set the issue aside and wait for the next restart to conduct his own investigation. Which is exactly what he did, the moment he woke up in Siren and could leave without making Mother and Kiriel throw a fit. As he suspected, virtually all of the soul mages had been already gone, even on that very first day. Whatever had happened to them had been going on for far longer than the time loop existed, it seemed. There were only two exceptions. The two mages that were confirmed dead in the previous restart were alive and well at the start of the new one. The first one, a priest named Alanik Zosk specializing in fighting undead, had simply been found dead with no obvious cause a few days into the restart. The second one was Lukav Teklo, an alchemist specializing in transformation magic. He had been killed by boars not far from his home, on the evening of the second day of the restart. Naturally, Zorian intended to talk with both of them, which necessitated saving their lives. The alchemist was a priority, as he died sooner and the cause of death was known and easily preventable. Thus his hurry to leave the game, if he timed things correctly, he would arrive at the man's home an hour or two before his fateful stroll outside the village. If he mistimed things or his actions somehow caused the alchemist to accelerate his schedule, well, there were always future restarts. It's not like the man would die for good. He could have contacted the man sooner to warn him, he supposed, but how would he explain his knowledge of the attack? He'd just make himself look suspicious. And besides, he actually wanted the attack to happen. He doubted those were regular boars that attacked him, so he wanted to examine them up close, and also, the man was bound to be a lot more helpful if he met Zorian as a savior who protected him from a vicious pack of boars than if he just showed up at the man's door with no warning. After teleporting just outside the man's house and making sure the alchemist was still in his house, Zorian settled in for a wait, making sure to keep out of sight of any windows. If there was anything that tiny villages like this one never had a shortage of, it was nosy old people who had nothing better to do except watch the streets for anything out of the ordinary. Honestly, some of the old women back in Siren spent practically every waking moment glued to their window sills, making note of everyone that passed through their domain. He lost count of the number of times they got him into trouble with his parents when he had foolishly forgotten to account for their presence. He didn't have to wait long. Barely half an hour after he had settled in to wait, the alchemist left his house. It was a good thing he had come early, then. Zorian promptly cast an invisibility spell on himself and then started following after the man some distance away. Hopefully he remained far enough that the man would not find it suspicious when Zorian burst onto the scene at the first sign of trouble, but that couldn't be helped. He didn't feel comfortable putting even more distance between the two of them, lest the man be killed before he could come to his aid. Depending on how oblivious and combat-capable the man was, he could get overwhelmed in seconds. And the attack itself was bound to happen any moment now. The report he saw in the last restart said the man was killed just outside the village, and Lukav had immediately made a beeline towards the main road leading to the next settlement. Cautiously, Zorian drew his spell rod and strained his mind sense to the limit in order to find the attackers before they could strike. He found nothing out of the ordinary, and was thus just as shocked as the alchemist when a bunch of boars burst out of the tree line and charged the man. They both froze for a second, and before either could react the boars had already closed half of the distance to the alchemist. Embarrassingly enough, the alchemist reacted first. With a practiced movement, he threw a bottle of some sort into the path of the approaching horde and immediately dropped on the ground. Lacking the alchemist's reflexes and thinking himself too far to be affected by the bomb, Zorian opted to simply drop invisibility and erect a shield in front of him as a precaution. That turned out to be a mistake, as the deafening explosion of light and sound left him dazed and blinking spots out of his vision for the next few seconds. When he did recover, he saw that the bomb's effect on the boars themselves had been underwhelming. They had been thrown about by the blast, as had the alchemist himself, having misjudged the distance somewhat in his panic, and the leading boar that had been caught in the center of the blast had been blown to bits, but the others were already up on their feet and converging on their target. Even the one with a broken leg was stubbornly stumbling towards the dazed, bleeding alchemist, undeterred by what should have been excruciating pain. They made no sounds, they were unafraid of loud sounds and bright light, and completely ignored severe injuries like they were nothing. So much for the idea that they were ordinary animals. Oh well, he kind of suspected it was something like this. Acting quickly to stop them from killing the other man, he cast a swarm of 5 magic missiles at the boars closest to the downed alchemist. Smashers instead of piercers, if he was right about what these things really were, holes in their bodies wouldn't even slow them down. The missiles were there just to knock them away from their target and give Zorian time to cast another, more unorthodox spell that he didn't put in his spell rod. Oh, and possibly shift their attention towards him instead, though he didn't think anything could make them switch targets. They were clearly sent to kill a specific man. The smashers hit the boars in their flanks, sending them tumbling. As he suspected, they immediately scrambled to get up as if nothing happened, and the other 4 kept running towards the alchemist. He had finished his spell before they could reach him, however, causing a large shining disk of force to materialize between his hands. The severing disk was a powerful cutting spell that was surprisingly mana efficient and allowed the caster to pilot the disk, changing its flight path at will. Taven had not thought much of it, as it was not a fire and forget sort of combat spell, requiring constant concentration from the mage to keep existing. And it moved pretty slowly for a magical projectile, too. According to Taven, competent mages would dispel the disk before it could reach them or otherwise evade it, and the caster is something of a sitting duck while directing the disk. But the boars couldn't dispel it, and had no ranged attacks to take advantage of his lack of shields. At Zorian's direction, the disk shot forward, flying close to the ground, at the height that Zorian judged to be around knee height for the boars. Zorian's fears that he had overestimated the power of the disk and that it would not be able to cut through the bones of tough animals like the boars proved completely unfounded. The disk encountered the legs of the first boar and simply passed through with no visible resistance. In its wake, the boar fell apart, its legs separated from its torso. Directed by Zorian, the disk continued towards the rest of them. In the end, it was a close thing. On one hand, the boars didn't even try to dodge, charging in straight lines that made them easy to intercept with the disk. On the other hand, Zorian had not practiced the spell in question particularly heavily, so he missed 2 boars on his first pass. Thankfully, the alchemist had recovered by this point and helpfully dealt with the 2 stragglers by causing an arc of spear-like spikes to erupt from the ground in front of him with some kind of alteration spell. The boars were so insistent on getting to him as fast as possible that they impaled themselves on the makeshift rampart and got stuck. Zorian let the disk dissipate with a sigh. That was a win, yes, but he wasn't satisfied with his performance. He'd frozen at the start, and his mastery of the severing disk spell left much to be desired. But what was done, and at least he achieved what he came here to do. Time to face the music. He set off towards the alchemist, who was kneeling on the ground and alternating between staring at the approaching Zorian and at the still twitching, legless boars not far from him. He frowned at them as he approached. They had no minds, he realized. That was why he didn't detect them until they attacked. As far as his mind sense was concerned, they didn't exist. Coupled with the fact they were still alive with their limbs cut off and that their wounds didn't bleed at all, the conclusion was obvious. His hunch had been right, they were definitely undead. As far as he knew, the only beings that counted as mindless for the purposes of mind magic were oozes, golems, creatures under the mind blank spell, and the so-called mindless undead. The boars were clearly neither golems or oozes, and he doubted mind blank was involved. It would also explain why they seemed to have no blood and felt no pain or hesitation. "Are you all right there? You kind of took the worst of that blast," said Zorian, shifting his attention towards the man he came here to save. Now that he was close to the man, he could see that Lukav Teklo was a fairly handsome middle-aged man, sporting long black hair, a carefully sculpted beard and rather muscular physique. Zorian was a little surprised by this, as he had expected someone wilder. After all, his fellow villagers had told him that the man disdained human contact and preferred to spend his time in the wilderness. Yeah, I'm all right," the man said, rising to his feet before swaying dangerously. Zorian quickly caught him and helped him regain his balance. "Damn it. Hoisted on my own petard, literally. Didn't even accomplish anything with it. Totally ignored my patented animal repellent. That's some compulsion they were under." "I'm pretty sure they're undead," Zorian said. "What, really?" Lukav said, squinting at the closest boar. "My vision is a little blurry right now." Is it really trying to wriggle towards me still?" "I think so, yeah," Zorian confirmed. Lukav barked out a stream of words in some Kusky language that Zorian didn't recognize. He was pretty sure they were swear words, though, so maybe it was better that way. "I'm sorry," the man said after a few calming breaths. "I don't mean to be rude. I want to thank you, young man. I was lucky you happened upon me when you did. I surely would have died otherwise." "Well, it wasn't entirely luck," Zorian said, causing the man to give him a hard look. "You are Lukav Teklo, yes?" The man nodded. "I have been looking for you based on the recommendation you received from one of my friends, one Kale Tveranov." "Ah, Kale." Lukav immediately brightened. "Great kid, shame he stopped coming when he got engaged to that witch girl. I was hoping to recruit him as an apprentice, but I'm afraid Freya got to him first and unlike her, I didn't have a cute daughter of my own to tempt him away with. Talented alchemist, that boy. I'd ask you how he's doing, but we can do that in my house, when I calm down a little." "That would be fine," Zorian said. "Though I want to take a look at these undead boars that attacked you, first. I'm pretty sure someone just tried to murder you. I don't think undead boars arise on their own." "Oh no, definitely not," Lukav agreed. "Minor undead like that are basically flesh golems, only with an enslaved soul or spirit placed inside instead of an automation core. The only naturally arising undead are ghosts and other soul entities. Alanik was always very clear on that. Not sure who would try to kill me, of all people, but apparently I pissed off a necromancer somewhere. Just my luck. I'll report this to the guild and have them deal with this, but feel free to examine these things as much as you want in the meantime. I'm kind of curious myself, but divinations were never my thing so." Zorian nodded and got to work, using an alteration spell to bind the legless torso of the nearest boar so it wouldn't thrash and move around before moving to analyze it. As he feared, he didn't find out anything particularly useful and was forced to leave the scene to the guild investigators. At Lukav's advice he resummoned the severing disc and chopped all of the downed boars except one into smaller pieces that no longer moved. Lukav claimed that one undead boar was enough for the guild investigators and he didn't want to risk the attacker picking them up, sewing the legs back on and sending them after him again. The last intact boar was buried deep into the soil via another alteration spell from Lukav, there to wait for guild investigators to arrive. Zombies, skeletons and other undead are not nearly as easy to make as stories make them out to be, Lukav explained as they made way towards his house. Easier and cheaper to make than golems, sure, but still a significant expenditure of alchemical ingredients and time. Losing a dozen zombies like that has got to be a major loss for whoever is targeting me. No sense in letting them recuperate losses by leaving the zombie boars in fixable condition. Alanik told me to always destroy any disabled undead after the battle, just in case their maker is around to fix them back up. I didn't think I'd ever be in a position where that advice would be useful, but there you go. Forgive me, but is the Alanik you're talking about Alanik Zosk? Zorian asked. Why yes, Lukav confirmed. I suppose Kale recommended him too? Yes. He actually gave me a pretty long list of soul mages. You were just the first name on the list. He wasn't really, but it hardly mattered. The man motioned him to continue. I need your help with a piece of soul magic I got hit with. I don't feel comfortable talking about it here in the open. I hope you'll hear me out when we get to your home. Fair enough. But unless you got hit by a transformation curse, I don't think there is much I can do for you. Alanik is actually a better bet. He's no curse-breaking specialist, but he knows the basics of the field at least. Of course, it would have been even better to seek the help of the guild, but I'm guessing you have a good reason for not wanting to get them involved. I do, confirmed Zorian. And while I realize that the chance of you being able to help me is slim dash. Hey now, those are fighting words, Lukav warned. I still hope you will hear me out and try to help me. It's entirely possible that you hold a crucial key to solving my problem, even if you are unable to give me a total solution. My problem is not a curse, exactly. It is exotic enough that Kale recommended Silver Lake as a possible solution if all else fails. Say what? Lukav asked incredulously. He recommended that crazy old witch as a solution for something. I know, Zorian sighed. I heard from a reputable source that she asked for a Grey Hunter egg sac from the last guy who asked her for help. Now that's just ridiculous, Lukav snorted derisively. Someone is pulling your leg. Not even Silver Lake would do that. Anyway, I'll see what I can do. It's the least I can do for someone who saved my life. Break. After they had reached Lukav's house, the man penned a quick report to the nearest Mage Guild representative and paid one of the village boys to deliver it to Nyazov Dveri while they talked. Apparently the kid was a very good runner and had done such things for Lukav in the past. Regardless, it took a full hour for Lukav to tackle Zorian's problem, during which Zorian explained Kale's rather tragic situation to the man and Lukav gradually calmed down and waited for the potion he ingested to take care of his concussion. Horrible. I thought that hearing about Kale would cheer me up after this whole ordeal, but it only makes me feel even more depressed, Lukav said. Zorian stayed silent, content to wait for Lukav to continue. After a few seconds of being lost in his thoughts, the man shook his head with a sigh. Well, I think the potion did its work by now, since staring into the lamp no longer hurts my eyes and my head no longer feels like it's been stuffed with wool. Do you think you could tell me more about your problem now? The house has some basic wards to shut down scrying, but it's not professional work, just something I had a friend make for me. The village doesn't have enough ambient mana to support anything substantial in terms of permanent wards, anyway. I guess we could go to Nyazov Dveri and hire a private room in one of the more expensive inns, but that would cost a pretty penny and I'm kind of averse to spending money like that. It's fine, said Zorian. He had already analyzed the man's warding scheme as practice and found it adequate. Slightly worse than Zorian could manage with a full day's work or so, but far better than a hastily erected privacy scheme that had been his original plan. After a few seconds to collect his thoughts, he began to talk. Telling the man about the time loop was absolutely out of the question, of course, but that didn't mean he had to be totally vague about his situation. He told him how he stumbled upon a fight between a lich and an unknown mage, and was caught in the crossfire, getting hit by an unknown soul magic spell in the process. The other mage dispelled it, but the damage had already been done. After spending several weeks sick, he seemingly recovered, only to find out later that the spell had left its mark on him after all. Here Zorian went a little vague, refusing to state what the consequences he noticed were, simply insisting that the issue was private. Difficult, Lukav said unhappily when Zorian was finished. Knowing what the consequences were is a pretty crucial clue as to what the spell actually was, you know. You are sure it has nothing to do with transformation? Absolutely, Zorian confirmed. Not even partial transformations? The man asked. Remember, not all transformations are total or involve obvious physical changes. The vast majority of magical enhancements are actually transformation, even if they only do things like increase your strength and agility. They all call upon attributes of some other creature to do their thing, transforming the user in some non-obvious way. I didn't know that, Zorian admitted. But no, it's still not a transformation effect. It's actually more of an out-of-body experience, with my soul periodically leaving the body and then snapping back to it. So magical augmentations are generally transformation magic. Is that why they always seem to ask for animal parts and the like? Astral projection? Lukav asked. Makes sense. Some soul magic spells definitely weaken the links between the soul and the body if used incorrectly, and you said the spell the Lich cast on you had been botched. Not that letting the spell run its course had been a good idea, mind you, but some of the necromantic arts are just as dangerous if dismissed incorrectly as they are in their raw form. You're definitely right to seek help over this. And yes, the parts of animals and magical creatures are there to provide an example of what you want to the transformation spell. Eagle-Eye spell literally gives you the eyes of an eagle, for instance. Transformation magic is very useful for such augmentation because it is very easy to reverse. It is? I thought transformation was dangerous, said Zorian. That was what they were taught in the academy. Well, maybe a little, the man admitted. But compared to the alternatives, it is incredibly safe. You see, when you cast a regular transformation spell on yourself you are essentially putting clothes on your soul. Don't look at me like that, it's what it is. Yes, the official term is transformation shell, but they're basically like soul clothes. You can put them on, see, and you can take them off. Even if you mess up the spell and can't turn back or you get locked into an alternate form by a malicious opponent, you are still just a dispel or a curse-breaking session away from returning to normal. Your soul is still intact and unchanged beneath the transformation shell, and once the spell is gone you revert to your base form. The problem is that sometimes people overreach and end up transforming too far, so you end up with a mage, say, transforming into a troll in both mind and body and killing his entire family before the spell runs out of mana and he reverts back to normal. Or they attach the transformation shell too firmly to their soul and can't change back, and are then stuck in the form of a sparrow or something and can't talk to people or meaningfully interact with their environment. That's why a lot of people don't do transformation via invocations and rituals anymore, and just buy transformation potions from people like me who know what they're doing. No chance of messing up, just drink a potion made by an expert and you're golden. Ah. On the other hand, when you're literally messing with your body chemistry and using alteration on your flesh, you're usually doing something totally irreversible, Lukav continued. The human body is a complex thing, and I don't think anyone really understands enough about it to meaningfully improve it. Most potions that aim to enhance the real body with some exotic concoction are basically stimulant drugs with addictive properties or cause hard-to-cure damage if used often. And alteration spells that aim to alter the flesh directly have heavy drawbacks that make them hardly worth the effort and are often a total bitch to undo. I should know, I got called in often to help out with the fallout created by such magic. But we're getting off track. Come with me and I'll see if I can do something about your problem. Lukav led him into his basement, past several locked doors, until they reached a spacious underground chamber. The huge spell formula on the floor in the form of two circles, one large one and one small one, each of which was ringed by lots and lots of magical glyphs, was a dead giveaway that this was some kind of ritual room. The fact that the room was perfectly cubical, with identical dimensions in all directions, was a further confirmation. Flawless geometric shapes were always better for holding magic than anything remotely irregular, which was why Icosian artifice featured a lot of circles, triangles, cubes, pyramids, cylinders, domes and so on. Other than the ritual circle on the floor, the room was empty and featureless, likely to minimize magical interference from anything else. Zorian hoped he would not have to get naked for this. He had heard some of the more delicate magical scans were actually bothered by clothes and the like, and wasn't at all enthusiastic about that possibility. Thankfully, Lukav's instructions didn't turn out to be that bad. Alright, leave any magical items on your person outside the room and then step into the center of the big circle, right into that big empty space, he told Zorian. Zorian was more than a little apprehensive about leaving his magic items behind, since that would leave him totally defenseless. Especially the 3 innocuous-looking steel rings he had hanging on a necklace tucked into his shirt. Those rings were the latest iteration of his explosive suicide device that he had been steadily refining throughout the restarts. Anyone could make an explosive device with a bit of spell formula knowledge, of course, but making them stable enough not to go off by themselves yet capable of going off on a moment's notice whenever he gives a signal. Shrouding the explosive mana core with enough divination blockers to make the bombs invisible to wards designed to detect those very kinds of devices, thus allowing him to take those things literally everywhere he went, including the tightly warded academy facilities. Making them small and convenient enough that they weren't a chore to carry around. Not everyone could do that, he was sure. In the end he decided to remove everything except the necklace. Getting killed by betrayal would suck but ultimately just be an annoyance, whereas getting stuck in some kind of soul mutilation ritual without means of suicide would be irreparably catastrophic. He just didn't trust Lukav that much, even if his empathy was telling him the man was honest enough and harbored no hostile feelings towards him. He quickly put his spell rod, shielding bracelet, bag of small explosive cubes, kept for offensive purposes, and the experimental automation core he had been fiddling with in his spare time into a small pile next to the door and walked inside. Lukav was already sitting inside the smaller circle, which also had an empty space in the center of it that could accommodate him easily. Zorian copied the man and promptly sat down on the stone floor inside the larger circle. He had a feeling this could take a while. Apparently Lukav's magic couldn't detect the necklace, because he said nothing about it. You don't have any kind of soul shell on top of your soul, Lukav decreed after 15 minutes of examination. I kind of expected that. The sickness you said followed the spell that hit you strongly hints that part of your actual soul was affected. Let's see if I can detect any foreign bits in your soul then. Now this was the part that Zorian definitely cared about. He had been wondering for quite some time how big of a chunk of Zack's soul did he end up with and whether it was having some kind of effect on him that he was unaware of. Hopefully Lukav would be able to shed some light on that issue. After more than half an hour of spellcasting and lots of frowning, Lukav was finally ready to give his report. Weird. You definitely have something woven into your soul, but it's not like anything I've ever seen. Actually, you have 2 somethings. One is some kind of complicated bit of spellwork woven incredibly tightly into your soul, definitely not soul stuff but not something I recognize either. Very weird that something so complex could result from a botched spell. Not calling you a liar but it doesn't make sense to me. The other something, well, it's definitely a piece of foreign soul stuff fused into your own soul, but I don't think you have to worry about that much. It's not a spirit or some soul parasite, and it seems to have all but dissolved into your own soul. In a year or 2 it will be gone entirely, completely assimilated. What kind of consequences will that have? Zorian asked worriedly. None, I think. Your soul appears to be converting it into just another piece of itself rather than trying to keep it distinct. So there shouldn't be any major personality shifts and you probably won't get any nifty abilities from whomever or whatever it was that donated a part of their soul to you. Though, I guess it is possible that the fragment had affected your personality to an extent when you first got it, before your soul had the chance to assimilate it sufficiently, and such influences may linger still. Do you think and act radically different ever since the incident? Zorian frowned. To be perfectly honest, yes, I am quite different from how I used to be. But I'm not sure how much significance to attach to that. The incident was very traumatic, and so much has happened ever since then. I understand, Lukav nodded sympathetically. Your life has taken a completely different course after your fateful encounter with the darker side of magic. You would have changed anyway, and any changes caused by the soul fragment would have been lost in the noise. If you want my advice, you should not worry about it. You are who you are right now, and the fragment is all but gone. If shifters can claim to be the same person after stapling an animal's soul to their own, then I'm not sure why a little nudge from a soul fragment should worry you. It's in my nature to worry, Zorian said. Though admittedly the fact the fragment will be gone soon does make me feel better. Well, said Lukav, rising to his feet with an audible pop of his joints. I'm glad to have allayed at least some of your fears, but this is as much as I can personally help you, I'm afraid. For the strange spell work in your soul, you will have to talk to Alanik. He tends to be very suspicious of strangers and unannounced visitors, but I'll accompany you to smooth things over since you did save my life and all. Is there anything else you wanted my help with? Well, not really, said Zorian. But if I can trouble you some more, what can you tell me about shifters? You mentioned them several times while we talked today. Are you in contact with the local wolf shifter tribe by any chance? No, not really, said Lukav, shaking his head. I mean, I could locate them if I had a week or so, but I'd really rather not. Talking to them is annoying, and they don't like me very much ever since I tried to buy the shifter ritual off of them that one time. Ah, said Zorian with some disappointment. It's just that I also talked to Vani, the local scholar in Nyazov Dveri, and he recommended I try to contact the local wolf shifters for help. Do you think the idea has any merit? In terms of whether their soul magic expertise could have helped you? Maybe, though I wouldn't bet on it, said Lukav. But I really doubt they would agree to help you. The shifter tribe he speaks of, the Red Fang tribe, is fiercely protective of their special magic and suspicious of anyone who takes an interest in it. Hell, they don't even talk to other shifter tribes about it. Having nigh-exclusive access to shifter magic is very prestigious for them, and they don't want to share it with anyone. Then why did you offer to buy it off of them? Asked Zorian curiously. Well, I didn't know that then, did I? How the hell was I supposed to know these things when they barely talk to anyone in the mage community, groused Lukav. Okay, yeah, I may have been a little too insistent, but they could have explained things to me politely instead of making such a big deal out of it. I see, said Zorian carefully. Lukav probably wasn't the best person to help him contact the shifters, it seemed. Just as well, since he had a much likelier lead right now in the form of Alanik. He agreed he would drop by tomorrow in the evening to pick up Lukav, and that they would then go meet Alanik together. The two men were old friends according to Lukav, and Alanik would be easier to deal with if he was there to vouch for Zorian's character and honesty. Zorian hoped that the priest would be as useful as Lukav claimed he would be. Break. The next day Zorian spent an entire morning practicing the severing disc to make sure he could actually control it properly the next time he used it, switching to various levitation exercises when he got bored or ran low on mana. As evening approached, Zorian teleported to Lukav's village and spent an hour or so in idle chit-chat with the man. Zorian wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that the man had hinted at the possibility of teaching Zorian some of his secrets. Of course, there would probably be an apprenticeship contract involved if he wanted to take Lukav upon that offer, but with the time loop in place, such entanglements wouldn't be permanent in nature. Perhaps he should set aside a future restart or two to see what the man had to offer, but transformation magic simply wasn't a priority right now. He needed information and defenses against soul magic before anything else. Eventually, they both got on their way. Lukav had wanted to walk to Alanik's residence, but Zorian had vetoed the idea, arguing that would be a waste of time when he could just teleport them next to the man's house instead. Admittedly, his only experience in teleporting others had been when he had retreated from Vazen's house with Guri in tow, but he was confident he could replicate that success. And as it turned out, he was right about that. I'm surprised someone as young as you can teleport, Lukav said conversationally, looking at their new surroundings to determine where exactly they ended up at. They were not far from the temple that Alanik worked at and which also served as his home, but Zorian opted not to teleport too close, as Lukav indicated that the man could be somewhat trigger-happy about such things. You're, what, 16? I guess I finally met one of those kid geniuses people talk about. You're not that Kaczynski, are you? No, I just happen to have the same last name as Daimen, Zorian lied. Figures, the man said. You must get that question a lot. You have no idea, Zorian sighed. Thankfully, Kaczynski wasn't that rare of a last name and no one had accused him of lying when he denied any connections. Whatever Lukav had been trying to say next was promptly drowned out by the unmistakable sounds of explosions coming from the house in front of them, immediately followed by angry shouting in an unknown language and sounds of gunshots. Zorian quickly drew his spell rod and scowled. He had been afraid of this. Whoever was behind the disappearance of the soul mages had noticed their assassination of Lukav had failed and decided to throw subtlety out of the window and move fast to eliminate their remaining target. They no doubt knew that Lukav and Alanik were friends and that Alanik would soon know all about the assassination attempt. He cautiously advanced forward, Lukav trailing after him. There were no undead this time, probably because the target was a well-known undead hunter and was thus bound to be good against them. Instead, the attackers consisted of 15 men armed with rifles, probably non-magical mercenaries, and 2 mages acting like spell support. They were hesitant to simply storm Alanik's house, for some reason, and instead waited outside for something to happen. Unwilling to charge into a group of riflemen like idiots, both Zorian and Lukav settled in behind some trees to observe the group. They're trying to bring down the wards before they move in, Zorian realized after a few seconds. The mage on the right is trying to collapse the entire warding scheme, the one on the left is protecting him from all reprisals while he's busy and the riflemen are periodically shooting at the windows to keep Alanik from raining down offensive spells on them at will. A ray of fire punctuated his whispered statement by erupting from one of the second-story windows, aiming for the mage who was dismantling the wards. The other mage immediately shielded his companion from the attack, and the rifleman responded with a withering barrage of bullets at the offending opening. "We have to help him," Lukav said firmly. "The only option I see is waiting for a good opening," Zorian said. "I don't see a way to get involved right now that wouldn't immediately get us both killed. Can you deal with the 2 mages if I take care of the gun-toting idiots?" Lukav asked. Zorian gave him a curious look. How did he intend to do that? Was he one of those idiots that still underestimated the effectiveness of guns even after the huge death toll they racked up against combat mages in the Splinter Wars? "Well?" Lukav asked, a little more harshly. Deciding to take some risk, Zorian skimmed the man's surface thoughts for a moment. He promptly realized that the man beside him cared deeply about Alanik and couldn't bear to see him killed if he could do something, anything about it. He was ready to move in with or without Zorian, but he honestly thought he could prevail against the riflemen. He was far less sure whether he could survive against them if he had to deal with the mage support as well, though. "I can deal with them, yeah," said Zorian. "Wait for 2 minutes before you charge in." He then promptly cast invisibility on himself and walked off in the direction of the 2 mages. He wasn't walking for the sake of being dramatic. The invisibility spell he was using was a very delicate optical illusion that required his conscious attention to maintain. Any sort of distracting activity, such as fighting or casting spells, immediately unraveled it. He couldn't even run without turning into a shimmering humanoid outline that was far more attention-grabbing than simply walking up to the mages with no cloaking attempts. But a fast walk turned out to be sufficient. He was practically on top of the 2 mages when Lukav finally grew sick of waiting and charged into the fray with a battle cry. At least he thought the creature that came charging in was Lukav. The huge bull covered in dark green, fish-like scales, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light, seemed like something a transformation expert would use, and it sure as hell wasn't aligned with the attackers. The beast let loose a loud bellow that was laced with some kind of magical fear effect. Zorian ignored the mental attack easily enough, but 3 of the riflemen weren't as fearless and immediately fled screaming. The rest were shaken enough by the fear effect that they gave the bull a few crucial moments to close in before they started firing. As Zorian expected, those scales weren't just for show, and the bullets didn't do much. The 2 hostile mages beside him seemed to realize their forces weren't going to fare well against this new threat because the defender suddenly started to cast a spell and the ward breaker sped up his work. Deciding that the defender was the bigger threat, Zorian decided to forego any fancy spellwork and simply pulled out a knife from his belt and rammed it harshly into the man's neck, dropping his own invisibility in the process. The other mage didn't react fast enough, too shocked at Zorian's sudden appearance, and received a swift kick in the groin a moment later. He immediately collapsed on the ground with a keening wail. After checking to see if any of the riflemen were gunning for him, they weren't, as they were too busy being trampled by the bull beast that Lukav had transformed into. Zorian reached into the mage's mind and blasted it with a crude telepathic assault. The man went unconscious like Zorian had been hoping he would, out of the fight. Before Zorian could decide whether he should get involved in the fight against the riflemen, it seemed unnecessary, and he wasn't largely immune to gunfire like Lukav was. A trio of flaming projectiles rained down from the second floor and incinerated 3 of the riflemen that had been trying to rally the others. The bull beast let loose another fear-laced bellow at this, and the survivors promptly fled. Zorian watched them go, ready to erect a shield around himself if one of them decided to let loose a few parting shots. None of them did. The bull beast let out a derisive snort and kicked the ground a few times before suddenly, folding upon itself, for the lack of a better word, and becoming a man. Specifically, Lukav. Man, transformation was more useful than he had figured it was. He understood why Lukav had been reluctant to engage the attackers without someone to take out the mages though. Without hands, the alchemist could not cast any defensive spells himself, and was very vulnerable to hostile magic. Any conversation was postponed when a short, bald, muscular man literally dropped out of the sky in front of them. It took Zorian almost a second to realize that this was probably Alanik Zosk and that he had jumped down from the freaking 2-story window. He looked unaffected by the fall, but still. "Al, you idiot, I told you not to do that shit." Lukav yelled. "I almost firebombed you before I realized it was you." "You, boy," Alanik said to Zorian, completely ignoring Lukav's anger. "Why did you let those men go? You could have picked them off as they fled." "I didn't think it was okay to kill fleeing opponents," Zorian said, surprised at being put on the spot like that. "I don't know, it just seemed too bloodthirsty to just shoot them in the back while they ran." A short silence ensued as Alanik gave him a blank look. His mind, though unshielded, was incredibly disciplined and gave Zorian no insight to the man's personality and mood. He idly noted that one of the man's eyes was blue, while the other one was brown. There was a horrid vertical scar over his blue eye, which really looked like it should have destroyed it as well when it was made. "I see," he said finally. "You're young. What has that got to do with anything?" Zorian protested, annoyed at the man's attitude. "They just saved the man's life, for God's sake." "You haven't been fighting for long," he simply said. "You're inexperienced." "Yeah, well, you're an asshole," thought Zorian. But outwardly he just frowned instead. Yeah, Zorian could already see Alanik would be one of those people. He really had the damnedest luck. Break. Alanik Zosk turned out to be pretty calm about the full-blown assault on his temple by 24 gun-wielding mercenaries, refusing Lukav's demand that they go and report the thing to the nearest guild station right away with a dismissive statement that it was too soon to involve them. He even had the unconscious mage that Zorian had disabled transferred to the dungeon in the temple's basement. Why exactly did a temple have a dungeon, Zorian wondered but was afraid to ask, openly admitting he intended to have the man interrogated later. In the meantime, he wanted to know what Zorian and Lukav came to him for. No, he didn't need time to calm down. Why do you ask? Zorian had to admit he admired the man's composure, even if he was a rude ass. Interesting, Alanik said after Zorian repeated the story he told Lukav. Very well, I will see what has been done to you. Lukav, please leave the room while I examine Mr. Kaczynski here. Just like that? Apparently yes. Unlike Lukav, Alanik didn't use any fancy ritual rooms, and the examination took all of 5 minutes before the man had pronounced his verdict. You have a marker stamped into your soul, Alanik told him bluntly. A what? Zorian asked. A marker is a combination of a beacon and an identification tag. It allows certain spells to find the marker very easily across great distances and unambiguously identifies whatever is tagged by the marker. They are often used by shopkeepers in fancier shops to track stolen wares, by high-security prisons and spies to track movements of marked individuals, and in construction of certain wards that allow people to be keyed in and therefore free of some or all of the restrictions that all other visitors labor under. Among other things, they are usually placed on items, as placing permanent markers on people is iffy and requires tattoos and such. Yours, though, is stamped directly into your soul. Zorian remained quiet, his thoughts churning. A marker. That was why he ended up caught in a time loop along with Zack, wasn't it? The spell wasn't keyed into the originator's soul or some such, since those things were ambiguous and could fail. The original looper could end up with his soul damaged or slightly altered, much like what happened to him and Zack in the end, and then the spell could glitch and fail to loop them back like it's supposed to. No, the makers of the loop instead stamped Zack's soul with something unchangeable and unmistakable. And then Red Robe and Zorian inherited it, because the makers of the loop were a little too smart for their own good. Removing the marker dash, Alanik began, oblivious or uncaring about Zorian's obvious state of deep thought. I don't want it removed. Zorian immediately protested, broken out of his thoughts. Alanik gave him a considering look. I suppose you are fortunate then, because I do not think I could remove it even if I wanted to, Alanik said. It is unlike anything I have ever seen. The marker is woven incredibly tightly into your soul, suffusing every corner of it. It is as if a chunk of your soul was replaced with it and it then grew to fill every nook and cranny it could find to root itself in as firmly as possible. Oh hell! He rose from his seat in agitation, pacing around the room. Alanik watched him impassively, silent and expressionless, until Zorian calmed down a little and sat back down. I need more information, he said. And I need a way to protect myself from things like this in the future. Can you help me? Alanik nodded. But tomorrow, he added. For now I have a prisoner to interrogate. 32, Alternatives. Chapter 032 Alternatives. Despite Alanik's proclamation that he was going to interrogate the prisoner, he did not immediately descend into the temple dungeon. Instead he started rummaging through a nearby cabinet full of potion bottles while Zorian slowly absorbed today's newest revelations, opting to remain in the room for the moment. He was not in the mood for answering questions that Lukav would have for him once he got outside, and Alanik seemed like the sort of person who would warn him if he was being bothersome. Since Alanik said nothing about his continued presence, Zorian felt he had tacit permission to stay. He had a piece of propagating, self-repairing magic lodged in his soul. Part of him marveled at the magical expertise of the person or thing that created the time loop system, but the greater part of him couldn't help but wonder what exactly was crammed into said wonder of magical spell design. Alanik's description, as well as Lukav's inability to identify the spell despite his advanced-looking ritual, painted a picture of something far too complex and lifelike to be a mere identification tag. This was important, he could feel it, he needed to know how the marker functioned as soon as possible. For one thing, if there was some kind of hostile contingency woven inside it, ready to screw him over once he tripped over some esoteric activation condition, he wanted to know about it. Not to mention that this particular piece of magic could very well be a key clue to understanding the time loop. What kind of secrets were locked inside of it? Kale had speculated that whatever spell had been placed on Zack to initiate the time loop had all sorts of safeguards and contingencies woven into it, and while the marker clearly wasn't the source of the looping magic itself, it sounded like the perfect place to put those safeguards in. Maybe it had the time loop instructions manual encoded somewhere in its structure. Well, probably nothing so convenient, but still. There was one thing that still bothered him greatly. If he had a marker in his soul that uniquely identified him as a time looper, why the hell hadn't Red Robe tracked him down by now? His enemy was a proficient soul mage, after all. Zorian found it difficult to believe he was ignorant of the marker mechanism. With that in mind, he should have had little trouble locating every single time looper, Zorian included. But he didn't. Why was that? Mr. Zosk. Zorian spoke up. Could you spare a moment, please? Call me Alanik, the priest said, stopping his inspection of the cabinet with an annoyed huff. Zorian got the impression the annoyance was directed more at the cabinet than at Zorian, though. What is it? I know you said we'd speak tomorrow, but I'd just like to know how difficult it is to locate a marker like mine. How hard would it be for you to track me down with the best magic at your disposal? By tracking your marker. Almost impossible, Alanik immediately stated. I'd need the original keystone from the maker of the spell to define the search criteria properly. That thing is far too complex for anything else. Zorian frowned. Wouldn't having my own copy of the marker sidestep that? He asked. Well, yes, but that would require you to be right beside me and serve as a willing focus of the spell. A tracking spell that requires you to be right next to the target is functionally useless, wouldn't you think? He suddenly gave Zorian a shrewd look. But what you're really wondering about is not you tracking down the person whose soul fragment gave you the marker, but them tracking you, aren't you, Mr. Kaczynski? Call me Zorian, he said. If the man wanted Zorian to be casual with him, he should show the same courtesy. And yes, that is basically what I'm worried about. How easy would it be for another holder of the marker to track me down? Alanik quickly walked over to a nearby bookshelf, plucked a plain brown book from its shelf and handed it to Zorian. The spell you want is on page 43, Alanik told him. Zorian quickly leafed through the book until he reached the indicated page. The spell in question was not an invocation, but rather a 10-minute ritual. It allowed the caster to locate a specified marker based on the copy of the marker in the caster's possession, and it had a downright jaw-dropping range. If Zorian was reading this correctly, it could locate any and all copies of the marker over a circular area that extended well beyond Eldamar's borders. Yeah, it was not cheap in terms of mana use, it required enough mana that Zorian wouldn't have been able to cast it at all before the time loop, and even now, after 3 years of restarts, it would take a sizable chunk of his reserves. But still, for a nationwide search spell it was shockingly accessible. He supposed its very narrow search focus allowed it to be hyper-efficient about mana use. Really, the only possible deal-breaker was that the spell assumed the caster had a keystone imprinted with the copy of the marker, and would have to be slightly modified to switch the reference target of the spell from a stone held in the caster's hand to a marker stamped on their soul. Zorian sincerely doubted Red Robe was incapable of making such minor alterations to spells, though. I could be tracked from one end of the country to another, Zorian mumbled disbelievingly to himself. Yes, Alanik agreed. Possibly even further. I don't claim to have comprehensive knowledge of tracking spells, so there may be a version with even greater range. Your insistence that the marker must stay on was quite surprising. I hope you have a good reason for leaving a giant target painted on your soul. Ugh. I'm not happy about the situation, but I do. I really, really do. I'd also like to cast this tracking spell myself to see how many other people turn up in results, but we can deal with that tomorrow. I've already kept you from your interrogation long enough. Unfortunately, I seem to have run out of truth potions, the priest said unhappily, throwing a glare at his potion cabinet. Annoying. You can't buy those on the open market and it takes days for Lukav to make a batch. It seems I won't be interrogating anyone today. Oh. He agreed with Alanik, that really was annoying. He wanted to know who the guy was working for just as much as the priest did. He thought about offering his services as a mind reader to the priest but quickly shelved that idea. Aside from the very likely possibility he would make Alanik too suspicious of Zorian to help him with his soul magic problems, there was the fact that he wasn't sure how much help he would be anyway. His mind-reading skills were still very unreliable at this point. He'd feel pretty stupid if he outed himself as a mind mage and then failed to achieve anything of note. Better try that in some later restart, after he gave his telepathic abilities some polish. No matter. I will figure something out. I'm afraid I'll have to postpone our meeting for a day or two because of this, though. I'll send a message through Lukav once I have sorted my business in order. Agreeable? Sure, Zorian shrugged. Just don't die before we meet again. Whoever wants you and Lukav dead can clearly throw a lot of resources at the problem, so they're unlikely to stop now. The same goes for you, young man, Olenek scoffed. You seem to have an uncanny ability to be in the right place at the right time. Suspicious, that. If I were in the attacker's place, I would definitely make sure to get rid of you before trying again. And no offense, but you look like a much softer target than me. Not having much to say to that, Zorian simply bid the man goodbye, had a brief conversation with Lukav outside the room to inform him of everything, and then went back to his room at the inn. He would sleep on things before making any decisions. Break. With the next several days freed up for his own activities, Zorian decided to go visit Silver Lake and see if the capricious old witch was in a better mood to help this time. The trouble was, he could no longer find her cottage. His memory was extremely good, and he remembered exactly where it was in relation to surrounding natural landmarks, but when he physically got to the location there was nothing there. No cottage, no witch, no nothing. As far as Zorian could tell, it wasn't an illusion, and there was no ward in place messing with his mind to stop him from noticing it. He detected no mental tampering, his area-wide dispels revealed no optical flickering, and he physically passed through the area that the cottage stood on in the previous restart and met no resistance whatsoever. How the hell did she do that? Dimensional shenanigans, maybe? Like a pocket dimension that can intersect with reality under some circumstance or something? Whatever the exact mechanics, he clearly wasn't going to reach Silver Lake's place without her inviting him first. Considering that last time it took him several days of wandering around and almost dying to get her attention, he decided to not bother with that and find something else to do. Namely, investigating the rest of the disappeared soul mages. While it was true that Olenek seemed to be his best clue at the moment, it wouldn't hurt to check the other locations as well. Thus, while waiting for Olenek to contact him again, Zorian proceeded to break into the homes of each of his targets before combing through them with every divination spell in his arsenal. The knowledge he picked up from Guri's little escapade was quite useful here, as a number of those homes were warded against entry and divinations, and that would have given him quite a bit of trouble in the past. What he found out wasn't much, but it did put at least one question to rest: the attackers had indeed been active long before the time loop started. 2 of the houses showed signs of a struggle, and forensic spells dated those signs about a month to a month and a half before the start of the time loop. In addition, the house of the old curse-breaking herbalist lady looked pristine on first glance, but Zorian easily detected evidence of repair magic used on furniture and sloppily erased blood splatter on the walls, both dated 3 days before the start of the loop. Zorian silently thanked Hazlush for his divination instructions. Without them, he would have never been able to tell such things with any degree of certainty. He also made sure to search the houses for anything personally interesting while he was at it, and here he had greater success. The herbalist lady had intact notes about her curse-breaking side business. Zorian pocketed those, even if he wasn't able to make use of them at the moment. She also had a pretty extensive journal that listed where to find rare plants in the nearby forest as well as detailed some of her rare recipes. Zorian left that alone for now, but made a mental note to show it to Kale at some point and see if it was worth something. The ransacked tower turned out to have been imperfectly ransacked, and Zorian managed to find 2 different secret compartments that the attackers missed. One held a trio of high-quality combat staffs and a stack of blasting rods. The other held a bunch of spellbooks containing combat spells, specifically, the sort of combat spells you couldn't buy legally anywhere because they were far too effective and lethal for the Mage Guild's tastes. Naturally, Zorian swiped all of it for his personal use. He found more interesting stuff in other houses, but nothing he felt like taking at the moment. The familiar-obsessed guy, for instance, had mountains and mountains of books and journals dedicated to soul bonds, magical creatures, and familiar-related magics. It was interesting, but not something he needed at the moment. In the end, it was 5 days before Olenek finally contacted Zorian again. If Lukav didn't insist that his friend was alive and well, just unusually occupied with something, Zorian would have feared the attackers got him. Regardless, Zorian soon found himself seated in front of Olenek, ready to finally discuss things. I apologize for the wait, Olenek said. I'm afraid that the confessions I managed to force out of the prisoner had far more far-reaching consequences than I had initially suspected. Oh. I don't suppose you could tell me what those are, asked Zorian. I'm afraid not. It's not something you should concern yourself with, Olenek said, leveling him a mild glare. Fine, fine, I get it, Zorian said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Truthfully, it did not matter much because he already knew what Olenek had found out. While the priest seemed to have some sort of natural mental defense, his friend Lukav didn't. Zorian had simply pestered the transformation expert about the prisoner and read the man's thoughts wherever he refused to answer. Basically, the mage Zorian incapacitated was hired by none other than Vazen, the man who Guri wanted him to rob, well, spy on, in the previous restart. Worse, the man appeared to be just an underling himself, with the real ringleader being someone more highly placed in the local hierarchy. Someone capable of interfering with the police and guild investigations. It was certainly an interesting piece of information, and Zorian had some suspicions of his own about Vazen now. The man had concluded some kind of deal with a company in Scioria, so it was entirely possible he was connected to the invaders somehow. He had intended to have another go at those documents anyway, but now they acquired a whole new importance. Good, Olenek nodded. What did you want to start with? Well, first of all I'd like to know if you could help me defend myself against soul magic in the future, said Zorian. Why wouldn't I be able to help you with that, asked Olenek curiously, cocking his head to the side slightly. I was told that spellcasters without some measure of soul perception can only cast the most rudimentary of soul magic, said Zorian. And from his attempts to duplicate Kael's spells, he knew that to be largely true. The only spell he managed to learn from Kael was the one that cloaked him from the soul perception of other necromancers, and Kael claimed that was baby stuff. Ah. You've been talking to a necromancer, I see, Olenek said. Zorian winced. It seemed like a logical course of action. I had a soul magic problem, and he was a soul mage. Humph, necromancers, began Olenek, taking pains to stress the word, have a habit of targeting others with their spells, so of course they consider soul perception to be absolutely essential for their craft. If you just want to cloak your soul in some protective effect, it is hardly necessary to go to such lengths. Oh, is that why he could cast Kael's soul sight invisibility spell but not the rest of his arsenal? Even for other things, it is possible to use lengthy rituals to get around that requirement. I believe you've already experienced an example of such a ritual when Lukav tried to determine what is wrong with you. Don't be fooled by his lack of skill. Lukav is but a dabbler in this branch of magic, and if you dedicate yourself to the discipline you could end up much more impressive than he is. But I'm never going to progress beyond unwieldy ritual setups without soul sight, am I? Guessed Zorian. Olenek sighed. Yes. But soul sight is too much of a temptation. It makes soul magic too easy. For the sake of your immortal soul, I implore you to turn away from that path. It is not necessary to go that far just to protect yourself. I see, said Zorian. Out of curiosity, do you have soul perception? For the first time since Zorian met him, Olenek looked uncomfortable. Yes. But that's different. Of course it is, Zorian thought. Do as I say, not as I do, just like it always was. But he didn't say that. Instead he asked Olenek what exactly he was willing to teach him. There are two ways I can see this going, said Olenek, quickly regaining his composure. Option 1 is that I teach you how to perform a plethora of protective rituals to foil hostile soul magic. They are, as you say, cumbersome, casting times can be up to 2 hours long in some cases, and setting up a ritual isn't easy. They last a long time, though. Weeks if you perform them correctly. The advantage of this path is that you get a way to defend yourself right away. I'm fairly certain you could do the beginning rituals as you are now. Also, some of the rituals will allow you to affect souls other than yours, though none of the rituals I'm willing to teach you can be used on an unwilling target. And the disadvantage is that if I'm ever caught unaware by the enemy, I'm screwed because there's no way to shield myself on a moment's notice, finished Zorian. Exactly. That's where option number 2 comes in. With the help of some meditation exercises and special potions, I can teach you how to feel your own soul. If you hone the skill to a required level, this skill will allow you to cast any soul magic that has you as its target. You'll be able to shield and analyze your soul with invocation spells, and it might even allow you to passively notice when someone is messing with your soul in some fashion. I like that option, Zorian said. I figured you might, Alanik scoffed. The problem is that this option isn't some quick power-up. It will take you months to reach usable levels in this skill, and that's assuming you have the patience and willpower required to perform the exercises every single day for months on end. I do, said Zorian curtly. We'll see. I should also mention that until you master the skill of sensing your own soul, this option will leave you just as helpless to soul magic as you are currently. Yeah, that's a little dangerous, Zorian admitted. Still, the second option sounded way more useful and functional than the first one. Maybe if he wasn't stuck in the time loop he would blanch at the idea of spending months of his life like that, but right now it was looking like a bargain. I suppose there is a reason why I can't learn both at the same time. They're both demanding skills in their own way, and I don't trust you to be capable of juggling them both effectively, Alanik said, his tone brooking no disagreement. Fair enough, Zorian said. He was going to visit the man in future restarts anyway, so he could potentially just pick different options on different restarts. How about this? You teach me the very basics of the soul rituals, the things I can pick up well enough as I am now, and then we immediately switch to the personal soul awareness project. I suppose I can live with that. You should note that the basics of soul rituals won't do much for you, Alanik noted. That's fine. I'm mostly interested in option number 2 anyway. The reason I want the basics of soul rituals is because I still want to cast that marker tracking ritual you showed me, and modifying it to work with the thing attached to my soul is probably going to require some working knowledge of soul magic. Probably, Alanik agreed. Well. Now we come to the make it or break it question, Zorian sighed, fixing a weary gaze at Alanik. What exactly are you asking of me in exchange for all this? Alanik rolled his eyes. Don't be so dramatic, boy. Teaching people how to defend themselves against necromancers and hostile spirits is a part of my calling, as far as I'm concerned. I'd take a whole class to teach if people were actually interested. Unfortunately, such threats are considered something of a minor issue in the aftermath of the Necromancer's War. So while yes, I do intend to send you on an errand or two, it isn't going to be anything too onerous. Lukav tells me you can teleport. I can, yes. Excellent. I was thinking of sending you out as a courier from time to some of my more distant contacts. Nothing difficult or dangerous, just delivering some letters and packages for free. Half an hour later, Zorian had managed to hammer out some kind of agreement with Alanik. Overall, Zorian felt the priest had been quite generous in his terms. His principal demand was that Zorian had to show dedication, or else Alanik would unceremoniously terminate the lessons and kick him out. Specifically, he had to show up at the temple every evening like clockwork, and show diligence and enthusiasm for the lessons. Right. Oh, and there was the whole business with him being a courier from the priest on occasion, which was of little concern to Zorian. He thought of it as teleportation practice more than anything. Well then, Alanik said, leaning back in his chair. Now that this is all done, we can begin with our first lesson. What, now? Zorian asked in surprise. Is there a reason to postpone things? No, I'm just surprised. Most of my previous teachers have been, well, no matter. What are we starting with? Break. Over the next 2 weeks Zorian continued studying the other disappearances while attending Alanik's lessons. He absorbed the basics of soul protection rituals in a few days and then moved on to the meditation exercises needed for personal soul sight, only to find out 2 things. First, the meditation exercises were incredibly, mind-numbingly boring. No wonder the man was worried about Zorian's dedication. He could easily imagine someone dropping that after only a few days. But no, Zorian was stronger than that, and besides, he really needed that skill. Secondly, those special potions Alanik mentioned. What the priest hadn't clarified at the time, and indeed, hadn't explained before Zorian actually drank one, was that they were extremely powerful hallucinogens. Almost immediately after downing one, Zorian was assaulted with a cacophony of strange, incomprehensible sights and smells, sounds become distorted and unrecognizable, and his thoughts degenerated into a chaotic mess. It was a profoundly unpleasant experience, and once Zorian finally came to his senses and stopped drooling all over the floor of the temple, the jerk could have at least put a pillow under him. He felt a powerful desire to punch Alanik in the face. The man had effectively drugged him helpless and was completely unrepentant about it too, claiming that without the help of those potions the entire process could take years. He would have to drink one of those once a week, apparently. Which was all well and good, but it still didn't explain why the man hadn't warned him what would happen when he drank that potion. Personally, Zorian suspected schadenfreude. Aside from the whole potion incident thing, there was one tiny little detail he had failed to consider when he decided to accept Alanik as his newest personal tutor. Alanik was a priest. Priests were, generally speaking, very religious people. It stood to reason, then, that they'd be very bothered by people who don't care much about their own religion or have some gaping holes in their understanding of religious dogma. And with Zorian spending every evening in the temple, it really was too much to expect that Alanik wouldn't notice just how lacking Zorian's religious credentials were. The good news was that Alanik wasn't going to get rid of him because of this. The bad news was that he took it upon himself to correct this glaring deficiency. Thus, not only did Zorian have to suffer through boring meditation sessions every evening, they were now interspersed with long-winded lectures about the gods, angels, spirits, and man's place in the natural order. Heaven help him. Or not, he supposed. He doubted the angels would have a lot of compassion for someone in his position. And thus, with the evidence that the gods have fallen silent no longer possible to ignore, and the unescapable fact that no more miracles would be forthcoming, the Holy Triumvirate decided to loosen the limitations on soul magic, a decision that did much to soften the blow of the silence, but one that would have far-reaching negative consequences. But I can see that you are starting to lose focus, so we will continue this tomorrow. Thank the gods. Zorian quickly vacated the temple before the man could have a chance to change his mind. He was barely out of the temple gates when he realized he was walking into an ambush. It was a crow that tipped him off. It looked normal enough, though it was curiously brave in not fleeing at his approach. He had, however, gotten into a habit of automatically scanning the minds of every animal he saw as telepathic practice, and the crow in question didn't have any. That immediately raised an alarm in his head and he stopped, expanding his mind sense to maximum range. In the next second he threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding a hail of bullets that ripped through his previous location. Almost reflexively, he fired 2 force missiles in quick succession, one at the undead crow that had taken flight while he dodged. He didn't need that thing pecking his eyes out while he was busy elsewhere, and another one straight into the air, seemingly at nothing. That one was what Taven called a screamer, a missile that produced a loud, shrill scream as it flew through the air. Zorian hoped that the noise would give pause to the ambushers, at least for a moment, but the real purpose of it was to attract Alanik's attention and tell him there was a fight going on outside of his temple. You know, just in case the gunshots weren't clear enough on that. The first bolt collided with the crow, causing it to erupt into a shower of feathers and fleshy bits, but no blood, but the second one didn't have much effect on the attackers. Zorian was forced to immediately erect a shield in front of himself to tank a powerful beam of shining force, and was then pinned in place by a withering hail of bullets. He had to pour half of his mana reserves into strengthening the shield, but it thankfully held. Also thankfully, the attackers had a piss-poor sense of tactics. Apparently the entire force wasted their ammo on the initial barrage, and thus couldn't provide any further fire to keep him pinned in place while they reloaded. Zorian promptly took advantage of this to take cover behind a nearby tree, become invisible and then vacate the area as fast as he could without breaking the optical cloak. It was a good thing he did, because the tree he had been hiding behind soon became a target of a massive fireball that reduced it to charcoal and did horrible things to everything around it. These people really didn't pull any punches, did they? Tracking his attackers' movements with his mind sense, Zorian could tell they weren't fooled with his maneuver. They knew he wasn't dead, and they were coming after him. Welp, time to exercise the better part of valor and teleport away to safety. A few seconds later, he sighed in resignation. Of course they erected a teleport ward around the area. Well, if that's how they wanted to play then so be it. Closing his eyes, he located the nearest gunman with his mind sense, connected with his mind and then hit him with the best telepathic attack he could manage. He felt the target stop immediately, but apparently he'd failed to knock the man out. No matter. He disconnected from the man's mind and moved on the next one and repeated the procedure. He grinned nastily when he felt the man's mind shut down from the strain, the gunman falling unconscious. Then he moved on to the rest of the ambushing force, attacking their minds one by one. 2/3 of them were strong enough to weather the attack, though they would likely be dazed for a while and suffer a nasty headache for the rest of the day, but a full third found Zorian's telepathic attack too much for them. Sadly, the mage that supported them figured out what was happening and shielded his own mind against the tactic. Still, even if he didn't get them all, he succeeded in taking away their momentum and slowing them down. It cost him, though. His telepathic powers, exotic as they may be, were still magic, and like all magic, they used mana to power themselves. His empathy and mind sense didn't seem to cost him anything that he could detect, and establishing a telepathic link with another was trivial in terms of mana expenditure. Even for him, it was so minute as to be unnoticeable. But these telepathic attacks he had been doing, they were incredibly cheap, especially considering their effectiveness, but he had performed a lot of them in quick succession. He was almost spent. He sure hoped Alanik got off his ass sometime soon, preferably before the mage could rally his forces and come after him again. Suddenly, just as Zorian was about to start booby-trapping the place like crazy, another group of people teleported in and his heart sank. Well, that just wasn't wait, they were fighting the first group. Ha! It seemed Alanik had called for the cavalry. The sound of gunshots and flashes of spellfire filled the air again, but this time Zorian wasn't the target. Zorian wisely decided to sit this one out, being mostly out of mana and not wanting for one of the newcomers to confuse him for an enemy and put a bullet in his head before he had a chance to explain. 10 minutes later, the noise quieted down and Zorian made his way back to the temple. There he found Alanik talking with a mixed group composed of a 4-man group of guild battle mages and a small contingent of Eldamar soldiers. He was questioned on his role in the battle, but the fact that Alanik vouched for him kept the man in charge of the group from dragging him back to the guild station for questioning. Apparently Alanik had quite a lot of pull with the mage guild. He was worried the attackers would blab about Zorian's telepathic abilities, but apparently they were under the impression Zorian cast some kind of area-wide knockout spell rather than assaulting their minds directly. The leader of the guild force even commended him on his restraint when faced with deadly force. Alanik gave him a severe look though. Zorian wasn't sure if he did that because he figured out there was something fishy about the whole story or because he disapproved of Zorian's soft approach. He knew from previous conversations with the man that Alanik firmly believed in tough justice and striking back at threats as effectively as possible, so he might just be annoyed that Zorian had not used something more lethal. Eventually he was given permission to leave, though warned not to leave his current accommodations in Nyazov Dveri for the foreseeable future, and beat a hasty retreat back to his room. Break. When Zorian reached his room, he felt totally drained and wanted to do nothing more than to crawl into his bed and sleep until tomorrow. That had been intense. He thought he'd have gotten used to having his life targeted and being in life-and-death situations, but he apparently wasn't anywhere near that mindset yet. The questioning that followed wasn't really pleasant either, and he suspected he had overextended his mind a bit with his last stunt because his thoughts felt slightly more sluggish and fuzzy than they should, even taking his tiredness into account. But no, he couldn't go to sleep yet. Today was significant in that he had finally finished modifying the marker tracking spell with Alanik's help, and he wanted to test it right away. His mana reserves had recovered by now, so he was good for a try. He quickly fished out one of the wakefulness potions he had made over the last week and downed it in one go. His head cleared out almost immediately, and so he promptly started creating the ritual circle with the handful of salt and powdered quartz. After the circle was made and triple-checked for faults, he slowly went through the ritual, mindful not to mess it up since it would take a large chunk of his mana reserves whether it succeeded or failed. The moment he spoke the last line of the ritual, Zorian was suddenly given a sense of the location and distance of all markers within the range of the spell. All two of them. One was in the very center of the search area, that was him, obviously, and the other was far to the south, somewhere along Eldamar's southern border. Zorian freely admitted he had not expected that. He had expected the ritual to locate either 3 markers or just one, himself. How can there be just 2? Was one of the other time travelers out of range? Did he misunderstand something? He would have to repeat the ritual at different intervals to see if another marker popped up at some point. On the very beginning of the next restart, certainly. But if the number of markers remained stubbornly at 2, then that would mean that at least one of the time travelers didn't have the marker. Probably Red Robe, because Zorian was sure that Zack had one. It would explain why Red Robe didn't just make a beeline for Zorian when he realized he existed, and why he felt the need to ask Zorian how many other time travelers there were and who they were. But that would mean that Red Robe became a time looper through some other mechanism than Zorian did, wouldn't it? Nothing can ever be simple about this, can it? He sighed, rubbing his eyes. No matter. His immediate goals remained unchanged by this new complication: learn how to protect his soul, become a better fighter, and polish his mind magic into something usable and reliable. His mind drifted to the battle he was caught in today and he nodded to himself. His performance wasn't flawless, but he got out of it alive and the growth of his skills was undeniable. Despite all the issues he encountered, he seemed well on his way to achieving his goals. 33. Gateways. Chapter 033 Gateways. Standing still in the empty living room inside Vazen's house, Zorian stared unhappily at the splatter of green gunk in front of him that was currently eating through the floor with an audible sizzle. One could hardly tell that, not too long ago, the acid slime in front of him used to be a stack of important documents stored in Vazen's safe. The merchant really didn't want anyone to take a look at these, it seemed. The operation started well. Everything started well. Not seeing the point of reinventing the wheel, Zorian used his past method of entering Vazen's home, then began dismantling the protections on the safe. Aside from the already familiar explosion trap, he also found a sleep trap which aimed to knock any prospective thieves unconscious the moment they touched the safe. He disabled both traps and, having found no further spellwork protecting the safe, immediately tried to remove the documents. He promptly triggered a mechanical mechanism that dumped some kind of powerful acidic mixture on top of the safe's contents. The good news was that he managed to avoid getting any of the gunk on his hands. Considering what the stuff was doing to the floor at the moment, it would have probably eaten right through his bones before he managed to get it off of him. The bad news was that he failed to salvage any of the safe's contents before the gunk ruined it. He managed to levitate the contents out of the safe, yes, but the gunk was almost like glue in the way it clung to the papers. He was unable to separate it from the surviving documents before it ate through them all and then happily continued to dissolve the floor beneath them. He shuddered. He was really glad he managed to yank his hands away in time to avoid getting any of that stuff on them. Once again, Zorian was forced to leave Vazen's place empty-handed. He was sorely tempted to rig the entire place to explode in Vazen's face the moment he came back home as revenge, but that would be petty and stupid. A murder of such an influential man would attract a lot of attention, plus Alanik was probably paying very close attention to the man. And he had tried to rob the man after all, so he had no right to be particularly outraged anyway. Still, Zorian was now absolutely certain that Vazen was involved in some very shady things, and he wasn't talking about tax fraud or industrial espionage. There was no way that Vazen would rig his safe to destroy things like business contracts and production blueprints in the event of discovery. The sheer amount of money he'd lost doing that must have been exorbitant. There had to be something more in there among those papers. Something incredibly illegal and incriminating, to the point where Vazen would rather lose everything than be discovered possessing it. He was definitely coming back in the next restart. Maybe the man's misdeeds were unconnected to the Abasan invaders gunning after Syoria or the group targeting soul mages around Nyazov Dveri, but somehow Zorian doubted it. It cost him nothing to check, in any case. Well, unless Vazen had even more horrifying surprises waiting for him should he overcome the second layer of his defenses. Next time he was bringing a 10-foot pole with him, because there was no way he was putting his hands into that safe anymore. Break. The day after he had survived the failed ambush just outside Alanik's temple, Zorian arrived at his next meditation session feeling more than a little bit apprehensive. And not just about the possibility of another ambush. He did not like the looks Alanik had been giving him when he was giving his statement, and Zorian was worried about what that meant for him. However, the lesson that day had been wholly unremarkable. There had been no second ambush, and Alanik gave no indication he was upset or suspicious of him. Thus, he put it out of his mind and decided to follow Alanik's example by carrying on as if nothing happened. Now, 3 days later, Zorian could safely say that had been a mistake. Being dragged into the temple courtyard for a test of his combat skills sounded suspiciously like punishment to his ears. As an aside, why did a temple have a battle arena in its courtyard instead of a nice, peaceful garden or something? Between that and the dungeons in the basement he was starting to get really dubious about this building's spiritual credentials. Not that I don't appreciate your help in shoring up my modest combat capabilities, but we really should be focusing on getting my inner soul sight functioning, said Zorian, shuffling uncomfortably in place. You told me yourself that this skill requires total focus for me to master correctly. Alanik simply continued staring at him, silent and impassive, from his corner of the arena. And then he gestured with his staff at Zorian and threw a fireball at him. Zorian was not surprised at the attack. He had been expecting something like that, to be honest. What did throw him for a loop was that he chose that particular spell to open combat with. Fireball wasn't something you threw at a junior mage to test them, it was far too lethal for that. Even a stunted one was capable of killing a human on a direct hit, and a regular shield spell could not protect against it. No matter how powerful, it was still just a disk of force in front of the caster. The expanding sphere of fiery energy would just flow around it and envelop the caster behind it. The shock lasted for but a moment, however, and then he immediately erected a dome of force around himself, not just a shield, but a full-blown aegis that protected him from all sides at once. The fireball hit the dome not long after, and Zorian's view was momentarily blanked out by a blanket of fire. When the fire cleared, he found himself standing in front of Alanik again, the priest as silent and unmoving as he had ever been. His apprehension at the situation dropped slightly. The fireball had been a very weak one. He knew because one of the retired mages he'd helped in his aimless wanderings prior to his arrival in Nyazov Dveri had taught him how to get feedback from his defensive spells, and his aegis had held strong against a spell that should have taxed it to its limit. Zorian was sure the man in front of him could have done much better than that if he had wanted to. The fact he hadn't immediately followed up on his fireball with something to finish him off enforced the idea that this really was some kind of test. A very messed up, dangerous test, but he was kind of used to such things at this point. He sent a single magic missile towards Alanik. He could see the man scoff as he lazily raised his arm to block the puny attack, and suppressed a smile. Though it looked like a magic missile spell, the projectile was anything but. It didn't so much smash into things as erupt into a spherical wave of force, much like a fireball that used force instead of fire. A force ball, if you will. Alanik will almost certainly use a regular shield instead of a full aegis against a puny magic missile, and then the force ball will. The space in front of Alanik suddenly warped and shimmered, and Zorian's force ball promptly winked out of existence. A dispelling wave of some sort, if he guessed correctly. Damn it. Then Alanik decided it was his turn again, and Zorian was too busy dodging bolts of fire and incineration rays to focus on internal cursing. Zorian quickly learned that Alanik loved fire spells. Even after Zorian switched from all-purpose shields to variants specifically designed to tank fire magic at the expense of performance against other damage types, he persisted in using them. After his initial barrage of weak, fast casting, numerous fire projectiles failed to overwhelm Zorian, he switched to trying to steamroll him with gigantic, slow-moving spheres of fire that didn't explode and instead simply tried to envelop him in their flames. After Zorian managed to dispel them, he responded with more fireballs, and this time he wasn't holding back. Zorian tried to counterattack whenever he spotted an opening, but all of his attacks were neutralized with contemptuous ease. Trying to kick up dust and other visibility obstacles failed because Alanik could somehow cause a gust of wind to disperse such attacks away from him without making a single gesture or visibly exerting himself. Items were useless because he could telekinetically hurl all projectiles away from him with a simple sweeping gesture, and any magical projectiles were blocked, intercepted or dispelled. Even after Zorian started launching projectiles in complicated parabolic, zigzagging or spiral trajectories, the priest seemed to have no problems tracking them and responding. Finally, Zorian was nearly out of mana and decided to go out with a bang. He put most of his remaining mana into a ray of force that he promptly fired at Alanik's face. The attack would have killed the priest had it really connected, though Zorian knew it would never connect. Sure enough, the man simply sidestepped it and Zorian collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, his arms raised in surrender. "I give up," he panted. "Whatever point you wanted to make to me, you've done it. Though if this was all for the sake of showing me I'm not the biggest fish in the pond, you needn't have bothered. I'm well aware how screwed I'd be in a face-off against a veteran battle mage. The point was seeing how long it would take before you started resorting to lethal moves," Alanik said, walking up to him and offering him a hand. Zorian internally debated the merits of casting the Shocking Grasp spell and electrocuting the jerk, but in the end decided to be a bigger man and simply accepted his help in getting up. "It probably wouldn't have worked, anyway. I'm rather disappointed it took until you were on your last legs to go for the killing blow." "Oh screw you, Alanik," snapped Zorian. "What kind of nutjob tries to kill their opponent in a freaking spar? You." Alanik tried, a smirk dancing on his lips. "You did try to kill me at the end, didn't you? That's. I knew it had no chance of actually succeeding." "Yes, and I'm certain you realized that a minute or two into the test. You should have stopped holding back at that point, or at least followed my lead in what is an acceptable level of force." "Actually, let's refocus on that issue instead," Zorian said. "What if you had ended up killing me? Some of those spells you tried to hit me with would have put me into a hospital for months if I hadn't tanked them. Possibly kill me outright. The skills I used to survive your test aren't something you had any right to expect of me." "I can control what my fires burn," Alanik said matter-of-factly. Zorian was honestly stumped at that. That kind of thing was possible. "I also have a divine artifact that can heal any burns so long as the victim is still alive. Regardless of how things look to you, you were in very little danger. Still, you clearly thought I was being excessively aggressive and you still held back against me. That kind of hesitation will get you killed someday. As it almost did a few days ago." "I knew this was about those riflemen I disabled," Zorian mumbled. "Yes. Disabled. They tried to kill you, with an ambush, no less, and you went out of the way to simply knock them out. There is being merciful and there is being stupid." "Are you sure you're a priest?" grumbled Zorian. "A warrior priest," Alanik clarified. "Not every religious order is about peace and forgiveness. And even those that are usually make exceptions for self-defense, in practice if not in theory." "Fine, fair enough," Zorian conceded. "But why do you care? Why is this so upsetting to you?" "That's a stupid question. I don't want you to die, that's why." Zorian paused, momentarily stumped for a response. What the hell was that supposed to mean? He really wished Alanik wasn't so utterly unreadable to his empathy. Look, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't really being merciful. You're misreading the whole thing. I simply attacked them in the best manner I had available. Please, Alanik scoffed. I know very well how difficult it would be to take down a group that large non-lethally. Do you really expect me to believe that was the method of attack least dangerous for yourself that you had available? Well, yes, Zorian said. I guess it would help to know that I'm a natural mind mage. I sense all minds around me, regardless of physical obstacles or line of sight, and I can launch a crude mental assault on them if I so wish. Using that, I could knock them out outside of their shooting range, before they could pinpoint my position. Actually killing them would have entailed entering their attack range so I could cast something more deadly at them. Which I felt was rather suicidal at the time. Alanik gave him a curious look. An interesting ability. I note that not all of the attackers had been disabled by the time the guild task force had arrived. Did you simply not have time to go through them all, or? It's a weak attack, said Zorian. It's not hard to resist. Alanik nodded. Zorian hoped the priest would not question him on the exact mechanics of his ability, as he was not sure he could deceive the man convincingly. Thankfully, it did not seem he would push the issue at the moment. What would you have done if no reinforcements had arrived? Alanik asked. Tried to lure them into a minefield, Zorian shrugged. So yeah. I was fully prepared to blow them up into tiny pieces if they continued to go after me. There's a lot you can accuse me of, but being suicidally merciful isn't one of them. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not so sure about that, Alanik grouched. But it does seem I have misjudged you somewhat. Walk with me. Alanik walked back into the temple proper and Zorian followed him. He soon found himself sitting in a small kitchen that he had never seen before, though that wasn't saying much. He had never really explored the site, fearful of drawing Alanik's ire if he stepped foot in some private sanctum that non-clergy were supposed to never witness. Most temples had at least a couple of those as far as Zorian knew. Misunderstandings aside, the test was quite real, said Alanik once they were seated. I really did want to see what you were capable of combat-wise. And? Asked Zorian curiously. You are better than I thought you'd be, said Alanik. Zorian preened at the praise. Alanik didn't seem like the sort to hand it out lightly. But it's clear to me you're no legend in the making. I estimate that your natural mana reserves are average at best, perhaps even below average, and your spells have the feel of a mage who has practiced a lot rather than those of a talented beginner. Zorian scowled, his earlier pride forgotten. A mage as young as you should not have experience in fighting that extensive, continued Alanik. Oh. I had suspected it for a while now and now I am certain, you are not some recent graduate going for a round of wandering before settling down. Or a traveling mage who stumbled onto something way over his head. You are someone who actively looks for trouble. Had been looking for trouble for a while now. Zorian said nothing. He was about to claim that it was trouble that looked for him, not the other way around, but when he really thought about it, that wasn't really true at the moment. He really was looking for trouble right now. It was one of his core goals in Nyazov Dveri. He had a good reason for it, but still. I'm not going to ask you to tell me who you are. People who start fighting as young as you must have started to get as good as you are aren't usually the trusting sort. You'd never tell me, and truthfully I have no reason to push you in that regard. No, what I want to know is what your immediate goal is here. I don't believe that you really stumbled upon Lukav's encounter with the boars accidentally, or that the soul marker stamped on your soul is really unconnected to the enemies after our heads. Considering how helpful both me and Lukav have been to you in this past several weeks, I believe we both deserve a little more honesty from you. What is really going on here, Zorian? Regardless of what you may think, my reasons for coming here were exactly as I told them to you, Zorian said. I really did get caught in the aftermath of a soul magic spell. I really did come to Lukav, and by extension you, because I wanted to understand what had happened to me. None of those were fabrications. But... Yes. Alanik prompted. I had done some research on the people behind my attack, the original attack that resulted in the marker on my soul, and uncovered some pretty heavy stuff. They are connected to Sayoria's leadership somehow, and have links to the local branch of the Cult of Dragon. As far as I can see, they are Abasan in origin. One of the reasons I had for coming here, aside from seeking out your help, was that I wanted to get out of their territory. And you think our attackers belong to that group, surmised Alanik. Considering how large and organized the Abasan group was, I wouldn't be surprised if they had some kind of organization branch here. And the fact both groups make use of undead and soul magic is kind of indicative to my eyes. But I don't actually have any proof, and I'm far from certain. Zorian wasn't comfortable about sharing everything with Alanik. For instance, telling him about the invasion or the primordial summoning plot was out of the question, as Alanik would no doubt insist on notifying the Sayoria authorities about those, and that could alert Red Robe about Zorian's whereabouts. He did, however, tell him about a lot of other things, like the other disappearances in the area. His own investigation into them had pretty much stalled for the moment, so he had little to lose by telling him about them at this point. After several exhausting hours of back and forth, Alanik all but threw him out of the temple, claiming he had to think about things. Zorian was glad for that, as he was thoroughly sick of the entire conversation by that point, even if there was a good chance Alanik would want to have nothing to do with him by tomorrow. Oh well, even if the man refused to see him after this, there was always the next restart. There wasn't that much time left in this restart anyway. Break. Zorian was in the process of affixing a left arm to the wooden golem he was building when a human mind suddenly appeared in his room. He would like to say that he reacted immediately and decisively, but the truth was that he was momentarily paralyzed by surprise and fear, spent several moments fumbling for a response, and then realized that his mysterious attacker was actually Alanik. He glared at the priest that had just teleported into his room without warning, trying to set him on fire with his eyes. Sadly, that ability wasn't one of the things in his repertoire, and Alanik was completely unfazed at his glare. Note to self, find a spell that lets you set whatever you're looking at on fire. What the hell do you think you're doing, Alanik? Zorian snapped. I could have shot you if I hadn't realized who you were in time. Alanik glanced at the half-disassembled rifle on Zorian's bed and raised an eyebrow at him. Well, not with that, obviously, Zorian groused. You didn't turn up for your evening lesson, Alanik said with disapproval. I felt it prudent to check up on you. I kind of thought I should give you some time, Zorian said defensively. You seemed pretty annoyed yesterday. I was disturbed, not angry, Alanik said. I needed some time to think. If I wanted you to skip on your lesson I would have said so. He looked at the half-finished golem and raised his eyebrow at Zorian. A curious choice of materials for a golem. It's a prototype, Zorian said. I don't expect much from my first golem, so I wanted to make it out of something cheap and easy to work with. Alanik shook his head. It doesn't matter, really. I suppose I can give you a day off from lessons for one day. Tell me, though, is there anything else you forgot to mention to me yesterday? Not really, no, said Zorian. Nothing except things he had purposely kept to himself, anyway. Although I'd like to ask you a question, if I may. As a soul magic expert, do you think it's possible to kill a soul? No, Alanik said immediately. What kind of question is that? Do I need to read you passages from the Book of Ezekiel again? No. Zorian protested. No, that will not be necessary. Yes, I know that's what the books say, but, the necromancer I told you about, the one who killed my informants? Alanik nodded, indicating he knew what Zorian was talking about. In truth he didn't know the half of it. For one thing, Zorian had never explained to the priest that those informants had been giant talking spiders. Still, Zorian had told enough of the story for Alanik to follow along. He claimed to have done more than just kill them. He said he killed their very souls to ensure they were never coming back. An empty boast. He was just trying to demoralize you, Alanik scoffed. Souls are unkillable. Corruptible certainly, but you can't destroy them. Even if he had effectively unlimited time to figure something out. Zorian pressed. He did mention he spent decades within a time dilation field while he was ranting at me. Necromancers have been trying to destroy a soul for a millennium without much luck, Alanik said. Finding a way to crack open the indestructible core of the soul to see what makes them tick and if it can be manipulated and duplicated has been the goal of many a necromancer over the ages. And many of those necromancers spent centuries pursuing their grisly work with little regards to morality or pity for the people they experimented upon. I sincerely doubt this one mage can do what 1,000 years of necromantic tradition has failed at just because he spent a couple of months in a time dilation chamber. Provided he made use of such facilities at all, that is. Personally, I find it much more likely he's making things up. What if it's more than just months, though? Zorian pressed. Years, even decades. You mean like that old drivel about black rooms that various organizations supposedly have? Asked Alanik. Those rumors are almost certainly false. They are not impossible in theory, but much harder than they sound in practice. The logistics of time dilation chambers is very complex and requires more than just capability to speed up the passage of time in an area. And that's especially true for things like necromantic experiments, which require a constant stream of victims to serve as experiment subjects. Unless your boasting necromancer has access to something like the Sovereign Gate, his claims are laughable. Sovereign Gate? Asked Zorian. Never heard of that story? Alanik asked. Zorian shook his head in negative. Well, do you at least know who Shurutarana Ilkesh was? How could I not? Zorian scowled. My history teacher made us all memorize the first 3 chapters of The 13 Cities of Salah by heart. That would be the last king of Ecos, yes. The man who conquered all of the city-states around the Umaniri River and created the Icosian Empire. What does he have to do with anything? The Sovereign Gate is an artifact supposedly dating back from his time, Alanik said. Like many great rulers, Shurutarana has a great many fanciful stories and grandiose claims associated with him, and this particular one claims he either made or found a doorway into another world. Having found he did not age at all while on the other side, he spent 11 lifetimes there, learning their secrets and honing his skills. Eventually, he grew homesick and decided to go back home. Once he was back in his own world, however, he found the doors forever barred to him. He stored the Sovereign Gate in his royal vault, there to wait for a worthy successor who would repeat his feat and usher the empire into a new age with the wisdom gained from the other side. Or, well, resurrect it, since it is thoroughly dead at this point. An interesting story, Zorian said. But probably just that, a story, said Alanik. It would have probably remained half-forgotten in some decaying tome as one of the many obscure tales surrounding the first emperor, but Eldamar's royal family is very fond of it, since they claim to have the Sovereign Gate in their possession. Oh. Yes, though in all honesty I'm not the best person to ask about that topic. Personally, I think the whole thing is fabricated drivel which Eldamar royals thought up to give themselves some additional legitimacy. They never mentioned the gate or any of the other Icosian artifacts they apparently had until they had their ambitions and reputation dashed in the Splinter Wars. They probably just swiped one of the Bakura gates from somewhere and are trying to pass it off as a genuine Icosian artifact with fanciful stories. You should probably find an actual historian for a proper discussion on the subject. Fair enough, said Zorian. I was just curious. What are Bakura gates, though? Also something you should ask a historian about, said Alanik. To put it simply, they are some kind of ancient teleportation network that predates Icosian civilization by a fair margin. No one knows much about the Bakura, since they only left their gate network and a handful of other artifacts behind, but their reach was vast. The gates can be found all over Mycena, Altazia and even Blantyre. Sadly, the art of actually activating the gates has been lost to the sands of time, or maybe their magic simply broke down a long time ago and they no longer work. Regardless of the truth, they are mostly just historical curiosities now, modern mages have their own teleportation network up and functioning, so most of the interest in the Bakura gates has dried up, at least on the mage side. After reminding Zorian not to skip the lesson tomorrow as well, Alanik decided to leave in the same manner he arrived, by teleporting out. Zorian shook his head to clear it of fanciful tales of ancient artifacts and continued working on his golem prototype. He would go ask Vani about the Sovereign Gate and the Bakura Gate network tomorrow, though he didn't expect that to go anywhere. While the story about the first emperor of Icosia could be sort of interpreted as an account of the time loop, it made no sense that an artifact that was supposedly stored in the capital would cause an effect centered around Zack and Scioria. Oh well, it hurt him nothing to ask. It was only half an hour later that Zorian realized that Alanik had teleported inside his room despite the fact he had warded it against teleportation. Frowning, Zorian wrote down a reminder for himself to tear down his current ward scheme in the coming days and put up something stronger. And a second reminder to ask Alanik how the hell he had done that. Break. Zorian had been worried that Vani might not welcome him into his home the way he had the last time they'd spoken in the previous restart. After all, he hadn't spent the month visibly culling the winter wolf population like he had last time, and that seemed to have had great influence on him. As it turned out, he need not have worried. The man was as friendly and helpful as ever, though also just as talkative and prone to digressions. "Ah, Ulquanabesa, the Isle of the Exiles," said Vani. "A fascinating place and a fascinating topic. I wrote a book on the Necromancer's War, you know. Not an easy topic to write about in an objective manner, since so many are ready to dismiss them as monsters and criminals out of hand." Zorian made a sound that could be possibly interpreted as agreement, though really, his opinion of Abasins couldn't possibly be lower. Perhaps if he hadn't repeatedly witnessed all the killings and destruction in Scioria he might have felt some pity for them, but as it was, they really were dangerous scum in his eyes. Unaware of Zorian's inner musings, Vani launched into a protracted explanation of the causes behind the Necromancer's War. He spoke of succession disputes in several prominent houses and royal families that developed when their leaders turned themselves into liches and vampires and their heirs realized they would never inherit their birthright because their parents would never die of age alone. He spoke of the common people, who hated necromancers with a passion, and resented being ruled by the undead. And finally, he spoke of Eldamar's desire for supremacy, and how they were all too happy to prove their authority over all of Altazia by getting involved in every dispute they could find in order to place people more sympathetic to them in leadership positions. Finally, it all came to a head when the kingdom of Solimnan, back then in a personal union with Eldamar, rose in rebellion against their king, supported by Rhea and Namasar. When they lost said rebellion, they were forced to issue a blanket ban on necromancy by the king of Eldamar, or else forfeit their lands to the crown. The ban, if enacted, would gut the entire military of Solimnan, which made great use of undead in their army at the time, as well as force a number of prominent aristocrats to hand over their titles to their children and go into exile. The necromancers in Solimnan refused to accept the treaty and raised an army of their own, bolstered by the part of the Solimnonian military that still felt they had a chance to win if they continued fighting. Soon, they were joined by other forces that resented Eldamar's growing power, the remaining Kuski tribes that still retained some military might, the remains of which covens, the undead aristocracy of other countries that saw the way wind was blowing and wanted to overrule the precedent that would see them similarly disposed of, as well as a number of opportunistic actors that felt they had more to gain by siding with the necromancers than with the king of Eldamar. The necromancers' war had begun. The necromancers soon showed themselves to be cruel and merciless opponents, and the atrocities they committed against captured villages and defeated soldiers shocked the continent. Any sympathies or support they had from neutral parties that wanted to see Eldamar humbled quickly evaporated. Instead of serving as a rallying force against Eldamar domination, they handed the growing kingdom exactly the sort of war they needed to cement their authority and legitimacy. When Eldamar's general Fert Oriclo defeated the necromancers' army led by Quadakekal, thereby destroying them as a coherent force, the continent sighed in relief. The kingdom of Eldamar rewrote the map in their favor, and were seen as heroes for it instead of tyrannical aggressors, and the surviving parts of the necromancer's army fled to the frozen island in the north that would be henceforth known as the Isle of the Exiles, Oquinabesa. The king of Eldamar graciously agreed not to pursue them to their new home. No doubt that was because of his great mercy, rather than unwillingness to send soldiers to some worthless ice-swept land in order to pursue a broken enemy. Then again, considering it took more than 100 years before the exiles started making trouble again, Zorian supposed he couldn't blame him for his reasoning. Hell, he still wasn't certain what the Abasins hoped to gain with their destruction of Scioria. He supposed if their leadership was composed out of immortal undead they might have personally participated in the Necromancer's war and were still bitter about it. Well, I hate to interrupt such a fascinating story, but I was really hoping to ask you about some historical artifacts, Zorian said when he finally spotted a lull in Vana's discussion. Oh. Vana said, perking up. Yes, I'd like to know if you have some sources about the Bakura Gates and the Sovereign Gate. The Sovereign Gate is nothing, Vana said dismissively. The royals won't even let anyone see it, much less examine it. I have doubts whether it exists at all. The Bakura Gates, though. Vana promptly started digging through his stacks of books, and continued to do so for another 15 minutes or so. Finally, he found what he was looking for in some forgotten corner. He leafed through the book until he found the correct page and then shoved it into Zorian's hands while pointing at the illustration stamped on it. The Bakura Gates did not look anything like Zorian had imagined. When Alanik had described them to Zorian, he figured they were something like stone arches or rings or something like that. Instead, they looked like hollow icosahedrons assembled out of some kind of black bars. Not very gate-like in Zorian's opinion. It's hard to study the gates, since no one has witnessed one in actual operation for quite some time, but from the writings found inscribed into their pedestals and preserved written records, we know they function similarly to a teleport platform, Vana said, waving his finger over the illustration for some reason. Only they open a dimensional hole that connects one gate to another instead of teleporting people standing inside. It is probably not a good idea to stand inside the gate while it activates. Zorian gave the man an incredulous look. Well, I mean, it could have some kind of safety feature to abort the activation procedure if someone is standing inside, Vana defended himself. Anyway, the bars are likely stabilizers, making sure the rift stays open long enough for people to step through. They sound really powerful and exotic. I'm surprised there's so little interest in them, said Zorian. Most people think they were not nearly as efficient as modern teleport platforms are, and they are bound to be exorbitantly expensive and difficult to make. The gate spell is almost certainly reverse-engineered from Bakura Gates, back when people still knew how to activate them, and it is pretty much the pinnacle of dimensional magic that very few mages can cast safely. Teleportation magic, on the other hand, is relatively accessible and cheap. In the end, it all comes down to the fact they are currently inert and nobody knows how to use them. If, indeed, they can be used at all in modern times. They are the oldest magical artifacts that we are aware of, it is possible they broke down a long time ago. How many of them are there? Zorian asked. Hundreds are known, Vana said. Only gods know how many more remain undiscovered in some distant jungle or mountain peak. The Bakura really loved placing those gates all over the place, it seems. I actually think I have a map of all the recorded gates in Altazia. It took more than half an hour for Vana to find the map in the mess that was his house, but he did produce it in the end. Zorian studied it curiously, immediately noting one particular location. Scioria has a Bakura gate, he asked incredulously. How? Where? I've never heard anything about that. Oh, that. Vana snorted. I almost forgot about that. That gate is deep within the lower levels of the dungeon beneath Scioria, very far into the dangerous levels. It would be suicide to go there for most mages, so nobody studies that one to my knowledge. Researchers interested in the gates have safer locations to set up camp at. After studying the map for a while and failing to find anything really notable, Zorian thanked Vana for his time and left. The Bakura gates were kind of interesting, but he didn't see how they could be connected with the time loop. Another dead end as far as he was concerned, but at least he didn't waste too much time on this one. Break. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother," an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. "Morning, morning, morning." Zorian gave Kiriel an incredulous look. What? Why was he here? The summer festival was still days away, and the last thing he remembered was peacefully falling to sleep. Did Zack die prematurely again, or was he killed in his sleep without even realizing it? He was broken out of his thoughts when Kiriel kicked him, apparently unhappy that he was ignoring her. He expertly stabbed his finger into her flank, causing her to lose her grip on him with a squeal of indignation, and then took advantage of her moment of weakness to throw her off and rise to his feet. "I need to cast a spell," he said, looking at her. "Please give me some time alone." "Can I watch?" she asked. Zorian raised his eyebrow at her. "Do you think you can keep quiet for 10 minutes? She placed her palm over her mouth, mimicking the sign of silence. "Right. Go lock the door then so Mother won't be disturbing us," he ordered. "I need utmost concentration for this. Also, Mother would go berserk if she found him pouring salt and quartz dust on the floor, so it was best if she were kept out until he was done." Thankfully, he had both materials available in sufficient quantities, so he would be able to perform the marker tracking spell without delay. 10 minutes later, Zorian was once again given a sense of where all the marked individuals were in relation to himself. 2 of them again, one representing him, and the other one in the direction of Syoria. Less than a minute later, the other marker abruptly shifted positions to the southeast of where it had originally been, and then shifted south again not long afterwards. Teleportation. The owner of the marker seemed to be in quite a hurry to get away from Syoria. There was no third marker. The other marker was almost certainly Zack, Zorian felt. His classmate definitely began restarts in Syoria, and it made sense for him to have the marker since Zorian had to have got it from somewhere. That left Red Robe, then, either he did not start the time loop in the vicinity of Siren, managed to teleport outside Zorian's detection radius in the 15 minutes or so it took him to set up the tracking ritual, or he flat out didn't have a marker. He would repeat the detection ritual every couple of days and see if the third marker ever popped up. "That spell is lame," Kiriel complained, poking him in the flank and disrupting his concentration. Apparently this was as far as her patience went. "There is nothing to see at all." "Here, have a swarm of butterflies," sighed Zorian, conjuring a tiny swarm of glittery, colorful butterflies. It was actually a pretty hard spell to pull off, despite the totally useless effect. It took a lot of skill and practice to make that many animated, solid illusions and make them halfway convincing. Still, the spell's ability to distract and fascinate Kiriel was every bit as great as he had hoped it would be. It took her a full minute to realize he had slipped out of the room. Worth every minute he had spent on learning it. Break. "All right," mumbled Zorian to himself, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "I have temporarily shut down the house's warding scheme, neutralized both the explosion trap and the sleep one, blocked the acid mechanism and destroyed the alarm beacon disguised as the document seal. This is it. 3rd time's the charm." And with that, Zorian commanded the small wooden golem in front of him to go fetch the papers for him. No way was he going near that safe personally. The wood golem, version 2, slowly stepped forward. Its movements were awkward and jerky, but it did not stumble or sway drunkenly, which was a vast improvement over the wood golem version 1. It would be useless in battle, but this task was something he felt his creation might actually pull off. If not, he had a collapsible 10-foot pole in reserve. Amazingly, the whole thing went off without a hitch. The golem reached into the safe and pulled out a stack of documents without some horrid trap mangling it in the process, and then walked up to him and presented him with his prize. It was only when he tried to take the documents from the golem's hands that disaster struck. He foolishly assumed that the golem would automatically let go of the paper stack when Zorian tried to yank them out of his hands, but of course the wooden doll had no such instincts. It was too slow to release its grip, and ended unbalanced when Zorian unwittingly yanked it forward. Before Zorian knew it, the entire stack of papers was sent tumbling through the air and ended up strewn all across the floor of Vazen's living room. Zorian half expected the papers to suddenly burst into flames out of sheer spite, but they thankfully remained intact. Just, completely scrambled out of order, probably requiring him to spend hours sorting them out. "Ah, screw it," Zorian said, quickly scooping up papers into an unruly pile and stuffing it into his bag. "I'll just take the whole thing with me and sort it later." He picked up his klutz of a golem and teleported out of the house. Minor annoyances aside, the mission was a success and he could finally find out what was so important about these documents. 34. Unreasonable Things. Chapter 034 Unreasonable Things. He didn't bring the papers to his room, of course. He was confident that there was no tracking spell on anything in the stack, but he was also confident that Vazen would try to divine the location of the papers the hard way once he noticed the theft. He might even succeed, in which case Zorian didn't want them to be near anything that would automatically implicate him in the theft. No sense in taking that risk when he could simply store the papers elsewhere. Elsewhere, in this case, meant outside Nyazov Dveri, that way the papers would be out of range of virtually every divination spell cast from inside the city. Thus, after teleporting around randomly a couple of times to confuse any theoretical trackers, Zorian's last jump took him deep into the forested wilderness to the north of the city, to a location that had a small, convenient cave nearby. He had found the place in an earlier restart, while he had been tracking down ingredients for Silver Lake, and he had felt even then that it would be a nice place to set up camp at. It just needed some touch-ups here and there to make it suitable for his purposes. He conjured a glowing lantern to light his way in the gloom of the cave and got to work. After a quick casting of an area-wide spook animal spell to drive away all the bats and vermin that had taken residence in the cave, he set about using alteration magic to clean the place up and make some shelves and reading surfaces out of the rock. A while later, after he tested things for comfort and stability, he decided that stone chairs perhaps weren't the best idea and instead constructed some basic furniture out of the fallen branches he found in the surrounding forest. They're good enough for his purposes. Now comes the hard part, he spoke to himself. It was time to start constructing the warding scheme for the place. 3 hours later, Zorian had layered every single divination ward that he felt could be useful and a few that he didn't, and had rechecked the whole thing twice to make sure everything was stable and worked correctly. Truthfully, he wasn't satisfied. He had an insufficient collection of different anti-divination spells to set up a proper, iron-tight warding scheme, and too little experience to properly judge what was crucial and what was not. In addition, if it took him this long to set up even this mediocre thing, how long would something more complex take? He really needed to get better at warding. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. He needed to get better at a lot of things, but he had to prioritize. Defense against soul magic, then combat skills, then Iranian mind arts. Those 3 things were urgent and couldn't be put off. Everything else was secondary for now, even the mystery surrounding Vazen and the documents. If stealing the documents resulted in his early death, despite the many precautions he took, well, he would just have to set the whole thing aside until he was done with his current main goal, wouldn't he? No, his current defenses would have to be enough for now. He placed the papers he stole from Vazen on the nearby stone table he'd made from the cavern floor, sat down on a chair he'd fabricated from wooden detritus he'd dragged into the cave and began to read. Hours later, when he was finally done reading and organizing the whole thing, he seriously contemplated burning the whole stack down and scattering the ashes in the wind. Safer that way, and probably more than a little cathartic. He had expected to find something heavily incriminating, but this was something else entirely. Why did the man keep all of his incriminating correspondence in one convenient place, anyway? If it had been Zorian in his shoes, he would have destroyed all the letters once he read them so they couldn't be used against him. Was Vazen keeping them as possible blackmail material or something? If so, that was kind of ballsy of him, considering what kind of person the man was dealing with. Said person being Sudomir Kandriai, the mayor of Nyazov Dveri. Because of course it was the goddamn mayor that was behind everything. No wonder that telling the police about the disappearances never went anywhere. Even if somebody had seriously looked into it, they would have been told pretty quickly to drop the case by their superiors. Local governors in peripheral areas such as these were basically tiny tyrants that could do as they pleased, so long as they made sure not to piss off the wrong person or stir up trouble. Not that knowing who was responsible for the disappearances shed any light on the man's motives. When all was said and done, Vazen was merely the guy supplying Sudomir with various illegal materials and occasionally hiring shady people in Sudomir's place so the mayor couldn't be implicated in the deal. The merchant didn't even know about most of the disappearances as far as Zorian could see. In fact, Vazen's shady dealings with the mayor seemed to have been much more benign until about 3 months ago, when the man suddenly upped the game and started demanding much riskier merchandise, in far greater quantities, as well as started arranging full-blown assassinations like the ones directed against him and Alanik. One could tell from the letters that Vazen was getting progressively more disturbed and annoyed at his customer for escalating things like that, especially since Sudomir refused to elaborate on what had caused this sudden change. The deal that Vazen made with a company in Syoria, the one that Guri was so interested in, was basically a bribe that Sudomir had arranged for Vazen to calm him down and keep him cooperative. The blueprints and recipes contained in the documents looked kind of interesting, but there was nothing there that Zorian found really notable or sinister. The names of the 3 businesses that provided the documentation were something he recognized, however, they were run by people that the Arania had identified as members of the cult of the dragon. So, the mayor of Nyazov Dveri had some kind of connection to the cult of the world dragon. Significant enough that he could arrange for them to hand over extremely valuable documentation to one of his agents for a mere pittance. Well, the idea that this whole thing was connected to a basin invaders just got a lot more credible with this, though it was not Vazen that had links to them like he originally suspected. Still, the question of why he was after the soul mages around Nyazov Dveri remained. Why bother? What did the Abasins get by doing that? Some of these people could only loosely be described as soul mages to begin with, and most of them weren't a serious threat to the Abasin force, or anyone really. He sighed. Like always, every answer he found seemed to bring up 2 more questions in its wake. He placed the papers on a nearby shelf carved into the walls of the cave, opting not to destroy them just yet, and then went back to his room to get some sleep. Break. After he had gotten some sleep and had a chance to think about things, he decided to put off the investigation of Sudomir's activities for some other time. No sense in stirring up the hornet's nest further when he could just wait for some future restart in which he never stole Vazen's documents and nobody knew they were even being threatened by someone. However, as days passed without incident and nobody ever tracked down the documents to his little forest hideout, he began to relax. He didn't restart the investigation or change any of his plans, but he figured this would be a nice, relaxing restart where nothing of real note happened. He slowly absorbed Alanik's lessons in personal soul sight, fiddled with his Wood Golem, version 3, in his free time, and made sure to cast the marker detection spell at least once per day. No change, the spell never showed anything except 2 markers. And then, 2 weeks into the restart, he woke up in the middle of the night to see a black-clad figure with an obscured face and a knife in their hands standing over his bed. Later on, he would wonder what had tipped him off that he was in danger, but in that moment he simply reacted. Without bothering to structure the magic into any real spell, he reached out to the blanket covering him and flung it at the assassin in a crude burst of telekinetic force. The man, probably, the build suggested a man, stumbled back as the blanket collided with him, not really hurt but surprised at the maneuver and disoriented by the sudden blindness. Zorian scrambled to his feet, barely managing to get upright before the assassin succeeded in throwing the flimsy fabric off of him and lunged towards him. 3. It was official, after this battle, regardless of outcome, he was going to cast magic missile non-stop whenever he had free time and mana to make it fully reflexive. He couldn't afford to be this defenseless when deprived of his tools. If I die I will blow us both up. Zorian yelled, and meant it. The suicide necklace, at least, was always with him. Maybe he should put something other than explosives there for situations like this. The man hesitated for a second at the proclamation, but then moved to attack again. That second was enough, though, suddenly given a moment to concentrate, Zorian blasted the man's mind with telepathic noise. The assassin flinched, aborting his attack, but he didn't go down. Not yet, anyway. When Zorian took advantage of his momentary dizziness to smash a nearby paperweight into his face, though, he went down in a spray of blood and didn't get up again. A minute later, after he had calmed down a little, and confirmed that the assassin, while still alive, wasn't going to get up any time soon, he decided he couldn't go to the police with this. They were effectively the mayor's underlings, and Sudamir was likely the one who ordered the man bleeding on the floor of his room to kill him. Or had someone else arrange it for him, more likely, considering his behavior from Vazen's letters. The fact that the assassin apparently had a key to his room, which was how he had bypassed Zorian's intruder alarm, didn't help his paranoia any. Regardless, he only really knew one person he could go to with this. Already wincing at the lecture he was going to get, Zorian picked up the assassin's unconscious body and teleported to Alanik's temple. Break. Like Zorian hoped, Alanik readily accepted his explanation that the bleeding man he was carrying was an assassin sent to kill him and agreed to take him off his hands. He even gave Zorian a fast-acting healing potion to deal with the cuts and gashes the man inflicted upon him in their brief life-and-death struggle, and those weren't exactly cheap. Unfortunately, he also decided that Zorian was now going to move permanently into the temple with him. According to Alanik, he had been expecting something like this to happen ever since Zorian stopped his and Lukav's killings earlier in the month, and this was all the proof he needed that Zorian wasn't safe out there. Who's to say the attackers won't try again and succeed? No, as far as the warrior priest was concerned, Zorian had to be under constant guard until the situation was resolved. Zorian really hated that idea, as it meant being effectively under house arrest for the remainder of the restart, but Alanik made it clear there was no way to blow him off without also losing his help in mastering personal soul perception. So that was that. Despite his misgivings, however, it turned out to be something of a blessing in disguise. Since there was not much to do in a small, boring temple, Zorian found himself spending most of his time endlessly casting magic missile in an effort to make it faster and more reflexive. He did make a promise to himself, after all. In any case, those efforts attracted Alanik's attention, and he agreed to give Zorian advice on how to improve his combat magic. Admittedly, Alanik couldn't help him much in his self-imposed goal of making magic missile reflexive, that was just a matter of sufficient repetition. Instead, most of his help centered around squeezing the most out of fire spells, which appeared to be his specialty. Thus, whenever Zorian got sick of repeatedly casting magic missile, he worked on mastering the plethora of minor fire spells whose mastery Alanik claimed would increase his ability to wield fire in combat. One made a thin ring of fire around the caster, making the prospect of melee difficult for enemies unless they were willing to get burned. Alanik claimed a skilled caster could increase and decrease the radius of the ring from moment to moment, cause it to split into several weaker rings for better coverage, as well as move the center of the ring's alignment up and down along the caster's body. The second conjured a small flock of fully autonomous, sparrow-sized birds made out of fire to harass the enemy. That one was supposed to be practice for weaving animation magic into fire spells, as the usefulness of the spell depended entirely on how well animated the birds were. And so on, and on, and on. Alanik knew a lot of minor fire spells. Only 20. Alanik asked. Come on, kid, I know you can do better. Zorian ignored him, patiently herding the 20 marble-sized fire orbs into gentle orbits around himself. Casting the spell itself was super easy. Controlling the 20 conjured fire orbs simultaneously was not. I don't want to tire myself out too quickly, Zorian said, testing his control over the orbs by having a couple of them fly out of formation. He had already given himself a nasty burn the last time he used the spell by accidentally slamming one of the fire orbs into the back of his hand and was not looking forward to a repeat performance. The ability to direct the orbs as you wish was an interesting advantage, but that also meant there was little in the way of safety features inherent in the spell. I'll run out of mana too quickly if I start summoning 50 fire orbs all at once. You shouldn't be casting the spell a lot anyway, Alanik said. Sustaining the orbs is by far cheaper than constantly recreating them. The point is to take control of them, and recasting the spell doesn't help you with that. You're just letting your fear of getting burnt control you. Well yeah, I don't want to accidentally burn my eyes off or something, protested Zorian. Alanik sighed and shook his head. You're too tense for this. Take a break and we'll continue this tomorrow. Zorian immediately dropped the spell in relief. No matter what Alanik said, he did not like that spell. Still, Alanik was the fire magic expert here. Can I ask you something? Asked Zorian. Alanik casually waved his hand, telling him to get on with it. Is it true you can selectively burn targets with your spells? That is, flat out exclude people from being damaged by your fireballs and the like. Ah. I suppose Lukav told you about that, Alanik mused. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Yes, that is something I can do. More than that, actually. It is nothing you would care to learn, however, it is a difficult skill that requires a lot of specialized training. Years of it. Unless you intend to specialize in fire magic, and you strike me as a generalist mage, to be frank, I would not recommend worrying about it. He smiled. Besides, by the time you mastered something like that, the pocket meteor spell you are currently struggling with would be a joke to you, so it's hardly a shortcut to not getting hurt with that. Figures, Zorian said. But you know, a simple fire ward would make that spell a lot safer to practice. Why can't I use it on myself before casting the spell again? Danger sharpens the spirit, Alanik said airily. You'll learn faster and take things more seriously with the threat of horrific burns hanging over your head. But mostly I just wanted to see how long it would take you to remember you can do that. Ugh, Zorian grunted. You're evil. There were no further attacks for the rest of the restart, and this particular one ended right on schedule instead of being cut short like the previous one was. The marker detection spell never displayed a third marker in its detection radius, despite Zorian casting it several times a day towards the end. Break. For the next 3 restarts, Zorian deliberately avoided making any ripples and focused on growing his skills. Not a very exciting time, but by the end of it he was finally able to cast Magic Missile quickly and easily without any external aid. He had also mastered personal soul sensing well enough that Alanik started teaching him his arsenal of protective soul magic. In addition to that, he learned a plethora of new fire spells, made some improvements to the wooden golem design he was exploring, and practiced the rest of his combat arsenal on the monstrous wildlife living in the wilderness. Unfortunately, Alanik had been becoming ever more suspicious of Zorian as his skills rose with each restart. No doubt the fact that he recognized quite a few of those skills as his own had a big hand in it, and had almost refused to teach Zorian at all in the latest restart. Zorian had eventually managed to talk the man into helping him by promising to tell him everything after the summer festival, but he suspected that pretty soon even that was not going to fly. By his estimation, he had at most 2 more restarts before Alanik refused to teach him anything without a damn good explanation, which he would be unable to provide. But that was fine. By the time that happened, Zorian would no longer be defenseless in the face of hostile soul magic, so the first of his goals would be achieved. He never really expected Alanik to teach him everything, anyway. In the next restart, Zorian decided to lift his self-imposed ban of snooping around Sudamir and his activities. As cautiously as possible, he tried to find out more about the man. Sudamir being a well-known and public person, it wasn't hard to get people to talk about him, but most of the information he got was either useless or highly suspect. The most interesting piece of information he found was that the man was often absent from Nyazov Dveri on various official errands, and that those errands had become especially frequent in the last few months. This was in line with Vazen's letters, which also claimed the man had changed his patterns radically in the last few months. When simple questioning failed to produce any new results, Zorian decided to be a little bolder and investigate the link between Vazen and the mayor. He didn't want to deal with Vazen himself, but fortunately there was no need to. Vaesen wasn't a one-man operation like Guri, he had other employees, and those other employees didn't have the same paranoia and level of security that Vaesen did. They brought stuff home from work to look over later, left their keys cunningly hidden behind nearby flower pots, and rarely had any sort of magical defenses. One of them even kept a detailed daily journal with all sorts of interesting tidbits and remarks. Probably the most interesting thing he found out from Vaesen's employees was that he regularly sent mysterious packages to a place called Ayaska Mansion, a place that his employees were pretty sure didn't actually exist. The place the packages were delivered to didn't exist on the maps, save as a random section of the uninhabited forest far to the north of the city. Further into the wilderness than Zorian ever got, in any case. After consulting some maps, Zorian realized that he had no idea how long it would take him to reach the spot in question. Weeks? Months? Damn, those two really picked an out-of-the-way spot for their exchanges, didn't they? This was going to be such a chore. He went to Lukav for help. The transformation specialist was noted to be an outdoorsman type, so he should have some advice on reaching out-of-the-way places like that one. Maybe there was some kind of enhancement potion that could help. No, I don't think enhancement potions would be of much help in this, Lukav told him while staring at the map Zorian provided. They don't last long enough, and it would take you at least 2 weeks to reach the place on foot. Tricky. Maybe it's just my bias showing, but have you considered simply shape-shifting into a bird and flying there? I haven't, said Zorian, surprised. The idea never occurred to me. How complicated would that be? Not complicated at all, but perhaps a bit pricey, Lukav admitted. You would probably need to waste a potion or two to grow accustomed to flying and moving in your new form. Maybe more, depending on how fast of a learner you are. Birds are very different from humans. He handed Zorian his price chart, and quickly pointed out the bird section. I recommend the eagle, personally, Lukav said. Good flyer, excellent eyesight, and big enough that few things will dare attack you. Plus, it's an eagle, what's not to like? Not like you need to be inconspicuous where you're going. Zorian looked at the price tag attached to the eagle transformation potion. It was doable. He could buy 3 of those if he had to, though he hated using up most of his savings like that. Even though he knew they would be back at the beginning of his next restart, it just felt wrong to fritter them away. He spent years saving that money, damn it. Besides, what if he needed those savings later in the restart for some reason? I guess I could try that, Zorian said. Incidentally, do you pay money for some rare animal that can be found deep in the forest? Ha, no. If it can be found in forests around here, I'm more than capable of getting it myself, Lukav said. Sorry. Though if you are willing to risk your life in the local dungeon, there are a few things I would be interested in paying good money for. Break. Gliding upward on an updraft of warm air, Zorian surveyed the landscape around him with impossibly sharp eyes. The experience was impossible to describe, everything was full of color and detail, like a veil he didn't know he labored under had been lifted off his eyes. It reminded him of the time his parents had brought him to the doctor for an eye checkup and he was told he had to wear glasses. His father had been so disappointed about that, but the moment Zorian had donned the little pieces of glass on his face he knew he never wanted to take them off. This was just like that time, only even more extreme. If he tried, he could discern individual leaves on a tree from a mile away. The houses in the distance that would have been nothing but blurry blocks to his human self were instead rendered with perfect clarity, right down to that old tomcat hiding in the shadow of a chimney on that one house. Being an eagle, Zorian decided, was awesome. Weird, but awesome. He flapped his wings a couple of times to change directions, wobbling dangerously for a moment. He still wasn't much of a flyer, truth be told, and the less told about his landings the better. Thankfully, big birds like eagles spent most of their time in the air gliding and catching air currents, so he could get by. He fixed his eyes forward, in the direction of where Ayaska Mansion was supposed to be, and set off into the wilderness. Flying over trees got boring pretty fast, though, even with ridiculously enhanced eyesight, the leafy canopy of the forest obscured the surface from scrutiny pretty effectively, so there was nothing to see for the most part. He could see snow-capped mountains in the distance, the infamous winter mountains that dominated the landscape of central Altazia, which were said to be the source of all ice and snow by some, an icy, merciless heart of winter that woke up once a year to cover the land in frost until it was inevitably beaten back by the forces of summer, winter giving way to spring. Zorian would like to call that superstition, but for all he knew there could actually be a kernel of truth in that, like an insanely powerful ice elemental living there or something. There was very little known about the mountains, largely because of how dangerous they were. Exploring them was about as safe as trying to map lower reaches of the dungeon, and not nearly as rewarding. Finally, Zorian approached his destination. He had been worried he would miss the spot, since he didn't have a map and everything sort of looked the same to him from his vantage point, but he needn't have worried. Ayaska Mansion was very obvious and easy to spot. It wasn't, like he suspected, some inconspicuous clearing or standing stone that Vazen and Sudamir used as a drop-off point. It was, in fact, an actual mansion. Zorian circled around the building a few times, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. The mansion gleamed white in a sea of green, somewhat worn down by the ravages of age and nature but clearly livable and cared for. Aside from the mansion, there was also a small warehouse attached. The warehouse appeared to be of much more recent construction, however, it had no moss on the roof, there were no cracks on the walls that his enhanced eyes could see, and it was far blockier and utilitarian in construction. Zorian had no idea why somebody would build this thing here. If it was a fort or an observation tower, he could understand, but who would want to build a luxury dwelling this isolated and exposed to the dangers of the north? Sadly, his contemplation was interrupted when the crows that dotted the trees around the mansion took exception to his presence and 100 angry caws filled the air. Zorian focused on them momentarily. Though the birds were small and distant, the eyes he currently possessed had no problem in discerning their features. They weren't crows. They were larger, and their pitch-black feathers had small red decorations and an almost metallic sheen to them. Iron beaks. The hellbirds of the north. Zorian didn't fancy his chances against one of those in this form, much less against the huge flock stationed around the mansion. Though now that he thought about it, he could probably cast magic missile in this form now, couldn't he? He might be able to bring down a couple of them before the rest tore him apart, then. That wouldn't get him anything, though, so he stopped circling around the mansion and put some distance between himself and the iron beaks until they finally stopped making noise and threatening gestures. He wondered what he had done to upset them so much. He supposed they just didn't like a large predator circling menacingly around them. Well, no matter. Landing right next to the mansion would have been a poor idea anyway. Very exposed, and probably warded too. He searched the surrounding area for an open space he could land at without breaking his neck. Transfer of injuries between real and shape-shifted forms was weird and inconsistent, but Lukav assured him that being killed in one form means you're definitely dead in the other as well, and finally found a clearing some distance to the west of the mansion. A little bit farther than he had hoped for, but beggars can't be choosers. After a frankly embarrassing landing that saw him faceplant into the grass, Zorian transformed back into human form and spent several minutes memorizing the place so he could use it as an arrival point for future teleports. That done, he set off towards the mansion, hoping to get a closer look. He already missed the eagle's awesome eyesight, but some things were better done from the ground, and this way he would actually be able to teleport away from danger and make himself invisible. As far as he knew, iron beaks had no magical senses, so an optical cloak should be enough to evade their attention. He was right, the iron beaks took no notice of him while he inched closer to the mansion, cloaked in an invisibility spell and an aura of silence. Before actually scouting the place, however, a pack of winter wolves burst into the scene, led by a particularly huge specimen. Unlike the rest of the pack, the alpha didn't have a white pelt. His was silver and shiny, and his mind felt different from the rest. Stronger, deeper, more complex. Sapient. Zorian stood frozen, watching the group with dread. 22 winter wolves led by an unknown superspecial sapient variant. Fuck, He just had to push his luck, didn't he? No way would they be fooled by his spells, considering how sensitive canine noses were. Except, they kind of were fooled. At one point the silver one suddenly stopped and started scanning the tree line, and Zorian's heart skipped when its eyes briefly passed over Zorian's location, but then the moment was gone and the pack moved on and disappeared somewhere on the other side of the mansion. A minute later, when he was sure they were gone, Zorian slowly retreated into the surrounding forest and teleported away. Break. Zorian decided to leave the Ayaska mansion alone for the moment. He was virtually certain they were connected to the Abasan invaders now, and definitely intended to get to the bottom of that place at some point. However, he had a feeling that investigating the mansion as he was now would probably involve a lot of dying. Plus, he had a hunch that the mayor was a necromancer, and definitely had one under employ even if he wasn't, so losing a battle there might have more serious consequences than a premature restart. No, if he wanted to go there he had to finish Alanik's lessons first and greatly increase his combat skills, at minimum. Instead, now that his time with Alanik was coming to an end, he had to step up his effort to improve his combat magic so he could go talk to the other Arania tribes and learn the secrets of their mind arts. There were a lot of reasons why that was important, but the one that drove him the most was the possibility of unlocking the matriarch's memory packet that still remained in his mind. The memory packet wouldn't last forever, Zorian knew. It was stable for now, the matriarch having pulled out all the stops to make it as resilient and durable as possible, but it would unravel and fail in time, and all the memories locked within would be gone. If Zorian wanted to fill in the blanks left in the matriarch's last message and understand what made her reach the decisions she did, he had to gain access to that knowledge. He had no delusions it was going to be easy. For one thing, the other Iranian tribes were in no way guaranteed to be friendly, and even if they were, there was no reason for them to actually teach a random human their secrets. And even if he could secure their cooperation, the memories of something as alien as the Arania were bound to be a chore to interpret. And even if he could master that, he still only had one shot at unraveling the memory packet without ruining the content or triggering whatever defenses the matriarch installed to prevent him from doing just that. But that was a matter for the future. Right now he didn't feel very confident walking into a possibly unfriendly Iranian hive. Since he didn't feel like testing his mind magic against the masters of the craft, his current plan for dealing with hostile or treacherous Irania basically boiled down to quick casting Mind Shield and burning everything in sight via more conventional magic. Better combat skills were a must for that plan to work, though. As it happened, he had something that should advance his combat skills, as well as make up for the money he lost to Lukav when he bought those 2 Eagle Transformation potions, dungeon delving. He had basically ignored the dungeon entrance at Nyazov Dveri due to being sidetracked by the disappearance of local soul mages and Alanik's lessons, but there was no reason to continue to do so anymore. Most of the wildlife around Nyazov Dveri had ceased to be a challenge at this point, anyway. Thus, 2 days after his hasty retreat from the Ayaska mansion, Zorian walked over to the official entrance to the dungeons beneath Nyazov Dveri and requested a permit to descend into its depths. It didn't cost any money, thankfully, and it was really nothing more than a formality to make sure you understood what you were getting into. Just remember, this part of the dungeon has never been pacified properly, the man behind the counter told him, handing him a permit card that he had to show to the guards to be let through. It means there are greater riches to be found down there, but also that things are much more dangerous. People disappear down there all the time. Nobody is going to look for you unless you join one of the local Delver guilds. Which I personally recommend to young mages such as you. Zorian gave the man a noncommittal hum and left, descending below on a long spiral staircase until he reached a small natural cavern that housed a small town. The inhabitants of the city above called it Delver Village, though officially it was just an extension of Nyazov Dveri. Not many people actually lived here. The buildings consisted mostly of guild houses and businesses catering to dungeon delvers. He had no intention of joining any of the guilds. Last time he checked, they didn't let new members like him out in the field for at least several months after they joined, which made them pretty much useless to someone in his situation. He did understand the logic of it, you didn't want your new, inexperienced members to get horribly murdered out in the tunnels, and very few mages were particularly capable at his age, but that didn't make them any less useless to him. He also didn't have any money to buy anything from the shops, so he didn't remain in the settlement for long. The people there were jerks anyway, asking for money just to answer basic questions or demanding that he join their guild before they would divulge any secrets. Thank the gods he could just read the answers out of their mind anyway. Break. Zorian stared at the patch of glowing mushrooms at the corner of a largish cave he encountered in his wanderings through the cave system under Nyazov Dveri. It appeared to be a normal patch of giant glowing mushrooms, little different from the ones he encountered elsewhere around here, but he knew better. He wasn't fooled. His mind sense clearly told him there was an animal mind behind that mushroom. No wait, the mushroom itself had a mind. An illusion? Or some weird intelligent mushroom? Deciding that it didn't matter, Zorian leveled the combat staff he'd made for himself and fired an incineration ray at the mushroom. If he had learned anything in the 2 weeks he had spent down here, it was that absolutely everything wanted to kill and eat him, and not necessarily in that order. The rock mites, for instance, wanted to paralyze you and lay their eggs into your still-living body so their larvae could eat you alive from the inside out. Anyway, the point was that striking first was common sense with these things, and he had no intention of getting closer to the mushroom impersonator. Sure enough, the moment it was hit by the ray of fire, the mushroom immediately unraveled into a large tentacled form of the tunnel octopus. Figures. The ability of those things to mimic both the color and texture of their surroundings was as impressive as it was annoying to deal with. This one was out of luck, though. Caught off guard by the devastating fire attack, it flailed its tentacles about briefly in panic before collapsing dead on the floor of the cave. Zorian threw a rock at it to make sure it was not faking it, and then relaxed. He would have probably died to one of those by now if he didn't have his mind sense. It was, without a doubt, his main advantage compared to the other dungeon delvers. Thanks to it, he was able to evade the javelin worm ambush sites, tunnel octopuses and other hidden dangers to reach the richer, less exploited lower areas like this one. No wonder Taven had been so excited about having someone with that ability in her team, back when she had first found out about it. He instructed the floating spheres of light around him to scatter around the cavern and slowly inspected the walls for any sign of crystal and strange minerals. In general, crystallized mana seemed to be a much better moneymaker than hunting creatures for parts, at least if you could access virgin areas like this one. Crystallized mana also had the benefit of being, well, static. If he found some in a particular place on this restart, it stood to reason that it should also be there for every subsequent one as well. That meant that, if he could map out where they were over several restarts, he should be able to blitz through a bunch of known sites in just a few hours and get an enormous cash infusion at the beginning of every new restart. Especially if he learned how to filter through dungeon interference and became able to teleport while inside it. Sadly, his inspection found nothing in this cavern. Looking at the charred tunnel octopus corpse, Zorian considered the possibility of just harvesting its brain and beak, the most valuable parts of it by far, and returning to the surface. He had already found 2 large lumps of crystallized mana and several small ones, so this trip was already a smashing success, and continuing further would mean going deeper into the dungeon, with all the danger that implied. He continued on, not like he was ever really in danger thus far, so even if the danger jumped up a notch he should be. Zorian rounded a corner and came face to face, so to speak, with some kind of floating pink ooze covered with eyes. It glowed, threads of light dancing throughout its smoky, translucent bulk, and its form writhed and shifted chaotically, ripples and pseudopods growing and retracting from moment to moment. For a moment it appeared to have not noticed him, its countless eyes, each its own color and shade, blinking and swiveling in their sockets with no rhyme or reason. But that moment passed quickly and its many eyes turned towards him, some of them extending on pseudopods so the creature could focus them on Zorian properly. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother," an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Zorian looked at his grinning little sister incredulously. What? But he was just. Oh, come on. Zorian groaned, burying his face in his hands. That's it. It just looked at me and I died. What kind of absurd ability is that? Kiriel said. Forget I said anything, Zorian said, giving Kiriel a brief hug before rising to his feet. Kiriel refused to let go, clinging to him like a barnacle, so he just carried her around as he walked to his bookshelf and retrieved his Compendium of Dungeon Denizens, Volume 4, and began leafing through it. I was just having a dream, that's all. What kind of dream? Kiriel asked curiously. I was going to be rich, and then I got killed by an beast. Zorian said, as he looked at the description in the book. Even the name was stupid. Ugh. Oh, Kiriel said. A nice dream that ends in a nightmare. I hate those. Me too, Kiriel. Me too, Zorian said, snapping the book shut and placing it back on the shelf. The description in the book told him nothing useful about the damn thing. Beware its deadly eyes indeed. He thought about casting the marker detection spell again, but what would be the point? It never detected more than 2 markers in existence. Or less for that matter. At this point it was obvious that this was all it was ever going to show. Whatever way Red Robe used to get into the time loop obviously wasn't identical to the one used by Zack and Zorian. As for Zack, his movements indicated that he always opened the time loop by hightailing out of Scioria. The direction was not consistent, though, and he seemed to wander randomly around Eldamar during each time loop. He wondered what that was about. Clearly the boy was avoiding Scioria, just like Zorian was, but beyond that he could not figure out what Zack's goal was. Zorian had tried placing the locations Zack visited on a map and found no pattern he could see in it. Whatever. Zack will be Zack. He had his own, more pressing problems to worry about at the moment. Right. Kiri, could you perhaps let go of me now? 35. Mistakes have been made. Chapter 035 Mistakes have been made. The beginning of the restart is always the most annoying part of the time loop, Zorian mused quietly, standing on one of the arrival platforms in Siren's train station. He pulled a watch out of his pocket and inspected it for a minute before putting it back with a sigh. The train was late. The train was always late, because this was less than a day into the restart and there hadn't really been time for anything important to diverge yet. It was in times like these that he wondered why he even bothered going through this charade in every restart when he could just teleport out of his room at the start of every new loop and be done with it. It would save him hours of frustration, and he knew from a couple of previous restarts that nobody threw a manhunt after him if he did that. He'd basically get an extra half a day each restart. That would add up to something significant pretty quickly, wouldn't it? But, just as they always did when he considered that option, his thoughts turned to what the reaction of his mother and Kiriel would be at such a move. He never eavesdropped on them during those restarts where he hightailed out of the house at the earliest opportunity, but he couldn't imagine either of them taking it well. He didn't get along with Mother all that well, but he knew she cared for him in her own infuriating way, and Kiriel. He looked at Kiriel, standing sullenly some distance from him. The downside of his increasing empathy skills was that he knew just how devastated Kiriel was at not getting to come with him to Scioria. If that was so upsetting, he couldn't even imagine how she would react if he did his disappearing trick immediately after he chased her out of his room. There was no way he could do that to her, no matter how much sense it made. He was feeling guilty enough about her as it was. He walked up to her and ruffled her hair, which caused her to snap out of her funk temporarily in order to slap his hand away and give him a fierce glare. Or at least what she thought was a fierce glare, anyway. "Don't be so gloomy, Kiri," he said. She said nothing, but the spike of anger and resentment he detected in his empathy was answer enough. "Damn it. Look," he told her. "I'll bring you with me the next time I go to Scioria, okay?" She gave him a startled look as her mind processed what he just said and then looked away with a pout. For a moment he thought she wouldn't say anything, but then her mind stopped cycling between different emotions and settled on faint, suppressed hope. "You promise?" she finally mumbled after a few seconds. "Yes," he said seriously. "I promise." In the back of his mind, Zorian realized he really meant it, too. When he finally decided to go back to Syoria, he was bringing Kiriel with him. It wasn't sensible in the least, it would cost him considerable time and attention to keep an eye on her, and she would be in far greater danger than if he left her behind, but he was going to do it anyway. Not just for Kiriel's sake, either. He kind of missed living at Amaya's place with Kiriel, Kale and Kana. He had to take a step back to regain his balance when Kiriel rammed into him, wrapping him in a hug and burying her face in his stomach. "You better not lie," she said, looking up at him with suspicious, narrowed eyes. "I'll never forgive you." Yeah, Zorian scoffed, pulling at her nose until she let go of him. A loud whistle pierced the air, signifying that the train had finally arrived at the station. "I have to go now. We'll talk about this when I come back." 15 minutes later Zorian watched a much happier Kiriel waving enthusiastically at him as the train departed from the station. Zorian responded with a much more restrained wave of his own and smiled. Maybe it hadn't been the smartest decision to make, but it was the right one nonetheless. Break. Zorian spent the entirety of the short train ride to Teshingrad trying to perform a head count of his fellow passengers using his mind sense, a surprisingly difficult endeavor due to the anti-shaping ward placed on the train. While not remotely able to actually stop him from sensing minds, the minor magical static produced by the ward compounded quickly with distance, effectively cutting his range in half. It was uncannily reminiscent of the similar magical static that suffused the dungeon, which had much the same effect. Now that he thought about it, that was probably what had inspired the ward in the first place. Did that mean that practicing magic inside a ward like this one would help him learn how to filter out the dungeon static? Something to think about, in any case. Making a series of progressively stronger disruption wards to practice on sounded like a lot better idea than his original plan, which mostly consisted of trying to brute force things by practicing teleportation in the dungeon until he got it right. Once he disembarked from the train, Zorian teleported to Nyazov Dveri and immediately descended into the local dungeon, where he proceeded to pick up every single piece of crystallized mana he had discovered in the previous restart before his unfortunate encounter with the Eye Beast. When he tried to cash them in at the Delver village shop he used for the purpose, however, he ran into problems. Apparently, there was a huge difference between going into the dungeon a couple of times and returning with a handful of crystals each time, what he did in the previous restart, and going in there once and returning with an entire bag of crystallized mana after a few hours. Not only did the shop not have enough money on hand to buy the whole batch off of him, the fact he had brought back such wealth after a single foray into the dungeon caused far more of a stir than Zorian would have ever guessed. After all, you just don't do that kind of stuff unless you have some kind of secret method that is better than everyone else's or you were lucky enough to hit some kind of motherlode. Either possibility automatically made him a person of interest to every dungeon delver in Nyazov Dveri, as well as quite a few other people as well. Any sort of plan he had for the restart immediately crashed and burned. There was just too much attention focused on him, which made it impossible to pursue tasks discreetly or talk to people as a relative unknown. His divination wards got an extensive field test due to the incessant magical spying he had been subjected to ever since, and while Zorian thought they held up admirably in the face of foreign assault, he couldn't actually be sure they were never bypassed. One enterprising spy actually painted spell formula onto living moths and turned them into semi-autonomous voice recorders. If Zorian hadn't tried to chase them off with telepathy and found it curious they kept getting back towards him regardless, he probably would have never noticed. How many others had done similar things without him figuring out what they'd done? Of course, not everyone went with the cloak and dagger stuff. A lot of people simply wanted to talk to him about their amazing offer and whatnot, and few of them took his no thanks quietly. At least one group outright attacked him when he told them to get lost, though thankfully they weren't all that good at actual fighting and were sent running easily enough. There was also at least one attempt to break into his room, which ended with a would-be thief electrocuted for his trouble and earned Zorian a stern talking to by the law enforcement regarding excessively lethal security measures. Finally, after a week of dodging aggressive recruitment efforts and repelling the myriad magical probes directed at him, Zorian decided to admit defeat and leave Nyazov Dveri. He failed to save Lukav and Olenik anyway, due to all the scrutiny he was under, so there was little reason to stay in the town and every reason to leave. He simply picked up all of his belongings, including a handful of bigger mana crystals he'd never managed to sell, and teleported as far south as he could manage. Live and learn, he supposed. The next time he tried to pull off that trick, he should sell it outside of Nyazov Dveri and probably not all at once in the same shop. It was probably smartest to go to Korsa and Eldamar, since they were big cities that probably saw far more traffic in mana crystals and had plenty of shops to sell to. Though Scioria would probably be even better in that regard, once he was ready to go back there, it was not only big, but also the magical center of the whole continent. But no matter, the restart was still salvageable, there were plenty of things to do outside of Nyazov Dveri. For instance, finding the Iranian webs to trade with. He knew they existed all over the continent, but other than the destroyed one under Scioria, he didn't really know the exact location of any of them. Even if he wasn't ready to actually deal with them properly yet, it wouldn't hurt to spend a restart or two just locating every single web he could find and see just how friendly and receptive to trade each of them was. If Spear of Resolve was to be believed, they were unlikely to attack him outright just for contacting them. Modern Arania were descendants of Arania who grew in power after trading with humans, after all, so most of them should be at least mildly receptive to the idea of doing it again. New goals set, Zorian teleported to Eldamar, the kingdom's capital, to visit the Cartographers' Society library. As far as map collections went, theirs was without equal, and it was largely free for perusal as well, so long as you never destroyed anything, you only had to pay for maps you wanted the library to copy for you. Zorian had spent a few days there the last time he had visited the capital, just browsing the shelves for any map that caught his fancy, and swore he would visit again when he had the time. This seemed as good an excuse as any. "I dearly hope that's not one of our maps you are writing on, young sir," the voice behind Zorian's shoulder said. "As far as the library is concerned, that would undisputedly be destruction of our property." Zorian jumped in surprise at the voice, too absorbed in his research to notice the librarian sneaking up at him. He looked at the map in front of him, heavily annotated and fighting for desk space with several stacks of map cases, travel journals and atlases, and then shifted his attention to the old, bearded librarian behind him. "It's not," he told the man. "It's the cheapest map of Eldamar I could find in a store I found on the way." Would you object if I ask you what you are working on? It is rare to see such a young man here, especially one who is so absorbed in his research." "I'm trying to find an Iranian colony," said Zorian, not seeing the need to lie. "And those are?" "Magical talking spiders." "Ah. Sounds like an intriguing project," said the old librarian. "I'll leave you to it. As friendly advice, I will note that it would have probably been cheaper to just have the library make a few copies of the maps you were interested in. The Cartographers' Society is not a profit-seeking organization and we try to keep the prices down as much as possible." "I'll keep that in mind," said Zorian. "Say, since we're on the subject of copies, do you think I could learn how to copy documents like that from someone? Or is it some big secret of yours?" "It is no secret," the librarian said. "The official policy of the society is that maps should be as widely disseminated as possible, and we do not have a monopoly on that type of magic." "Oh, good," said Zorian. He knew a few ways to magically copy documents, but they relied on animating writing instruments to transcribe the contents. That didn't work all that well on non-textual content, and was slow even for written works. The spell used by the Cartographers' Society made perfect duplicates of any given map, down to every detail and shade, with only a single spell. "So does that mean you're open to teaching me how to cast the spell?" "I'm afraid that isn't one of the services offered by this library. However, if you visit the main offices of the Cartographers' Society, you can sign up for some basic classes in map-related magic, map making, map handling, and map-related research like you're doing right now, the librarian said. The prices are very affordable and it would probably help you in your quest to find these Arania as well. Zorian hummed speculatively. I guess I'll check it out, he said. He certainly had no shortage of money, thanks to his ill-considered stunt at the start of the restart, and he was going to have to spend a few days in Eldamar one way or the other. The librarian soon left Zorian to his own devices again, and he considered the map in front of him. He didn't have anything concrete yet, but he had several likely places to look for an Iranian web. Korsa, Jatnik, Gazd and Padina were all large cities that had dungeon access and would be easy to reach from Syoria, the source of the Iranian expansion wave. One of them was bound to have the Irania living close by, and they might be willing to give him the location of nearby webs if he asked nicely, or bribed them sufficiently. Korsa was especially suspicious, since the city had an extensive textile industry, including one dealing in special clothes made out of spider silk. They got most of their raw material from Syoria, unsurprising, as it produced the lion's share of the stuff, but at least some of it was gathered locally. From a mostly harmless breed of giant spiders native to the region. Yeah. Totally not an Iranian colony. Zorian made a small note in his notebook to track down every settlement that produced spider silk in any significant amount and decided to end the search for the day. Break. Zorian spent 5 days in Eldamar, though in all honesty he got everything he could about possible Iranian sites on day 3. The other 2 days were mostly so he could relax a bit and mentally prepare himself for what was to come. The idea of an impending meeting with another group of Irania left him in a depressed mood, since it reminded him of what happened to the previous group of Irania that had gotten involved with him, and that wasn't exactly the best mindset with which to go and meet a bunch of telepaths. He did his best to distract himself by sightseeing around the capital and browsing various magical stores he encountered. He only browsed, though, never actually bought anything. Eldamar was a terribly expensive place to live in, he'd found. Everything, from room and board to already expensive magical reagents had higher prices in the capital than anywhere else Zorian had stayed at. Higher quality demands higher payments, the merchants assured him. What a load of crap. He suspected the average citizen in Eldamar was simply richer than those in the rest of the country and could thus pay more. The large number of theaters, art houses and music halls present in the city certainly indicated that the inhabitants had plenty of money to burn. That aside, the city was nice. Orderly. The royal quarter was walled in and off-limits to uninvited commoners like him, but that didn't mean that the government left the rest of the city outside their little bubble to rot. There were no obvious slums that Zorian could find, all of the buildings were well cared for and the streets free of trash and decay. Police patrolled everywhere, and were even joined by a group of well-armed soldiers at one point. Asking around, he found that security was always tight. Eldamar had been a favorite target for saboteurs during the Splinter Wars, at least one of which managed to set the entire city ablaze. The fire consumed many important buildings, including both of Eldamar's magical academies and its central library. By the time the city had recovered and rebuilt, most of the mages and their attendant facilities had already moved to Syoria, cementing its rise as a magical nexus of the continent. Eldamar's citizens still seemed bitter about that, harboring a fair amount of resentment over the fact. In any case, security was upgraded immensely in the aftermath of the fire, and never really went away. Even their underworld was thoroughly purged and resculpted into something more manageable. Dungeon delving was forbidden within city limits. Instead, the royal family sent the army into the depths several times a year to get rid of anything remotely dangerous they could find. Basically, he could cross Eldamar from the list of possible candidates to have an Iranian colony. If it ever existed, it was almost certainly wiped out or chased away at this point. It also helped explain why the invaders targeted Syoria instead of Eldamar, even though Eldamar contained the royal palace, treasury and most of the government buildings, much juicier targets if one intended to collapse a country and destabilize the continent. The city was too well guarded for such a large-scale attack to take them by surprise. He ended up taking the classes offered by the Cartographers' Society. More accurately, he paid extra to have an instructor assigned to him for individual lessons, so he could save some time. Zorian was pleasantly surprised by the mage they sent him in response. The young man assigned to him was polite and straightforward in his teaching methods. A welcome reprieve from Zorian's usual luck with teachers. He only attended 3 sessions with the man, but that was enough to give him a plethora of mapping spells, not all of which dealt with classical paper maps. Zorian's personal favorite in that bunch was a spell that created a miniature illusionary replica of the caster's surroundings above their palm, that had been fun to play with. It was tempting to just spend the rest of the restart goofing around with maps and visiting various curiosities in the capital, but he didn't. He had a task to do, and an invisible time limit counting in the background. At the end of the 5th day, he gathered up his things and set off for Corsa to find the Urania. Break. Corsa was a big city, the 3rd biggest city in the kingdom, to be precise, right after Scioria and Eldamar. Even though Zorian was certain the Urania were in there somewhere, he knew it would take him ages to find them if he searched for them by exploring the local dungeon. So he didn't even try. Instead he approached the textile manufacturer that produced spider silk products and flat out asked him to introduce him to the Urania. The man refused, claiming he had no idea what Zorian was talking about before throwing him out of his store with a warning to never come back again. Harsh. Still, Zorian never actually expected his request to be granted. He just wanted the man to inform his Urania trading partners that there was this strange kid going around town asking people about them. If the local Urania were anything like those in Scioria, that would get their attention in a flash. He wouldn't have to look for them because they would be looking for him. It took less than 2 days for the Urania to track him down. It was late in the evening of his 2nd day in Corsa when Zorian felt an Uranian signature enter his radius. Considering he was currently sitting on a small hill on the outskirts of Corsa, surrounded with a lot of grass and fields and nothing of any importance whatsoever, he felt confident that it was here for him. Greetings, Zorian sent telepathically. I am Zorian Kaczynski. I have come to trade. Uranian minds were still too strange for him to recognize their emotions easily, but he felt sure the Urania was thoroughly shocked when he spoke to her. You are open? The Urania asked after a few seconds. Yes, Zorian confirmed. He decided not to mention the Sciorian Urania and his connection to them for now, for all he knew they might have been mortal enemies or something. May I know who I am talking to? I am Seeker of the 8 Universal Paths, of the Sword Diver's Web, the Urania sent. You can simply call me Seeker. Seeker then. I would like to start by apologizing for the way I attracted your attention, but I didn't know how else to contact you. I hope I haven't caused too much of a stir, Zorian said. I hope we can work with each other despite this somewhat rough start. I'm afraid I am not qualified to negotiate on behalf of my web, so I cannot make any firm promises. My task was only to find you and report my findings to the web, Seeker responded. Translation: she was supposed to trawl through Zorian's memories to see what his deal was, but him being psychic kind of made that impractical. That said, I'm sure a small incident like this one can be easily smoothed over if you refrain from scaring us like this in the future. Just so I know what to report to the matriarch, what kind of trade are you proposing? I want to trade for knowledge and training, said Zorian. Specifically, I want your help in learning how to wield my psychic abilities. You already seem fairly proficient in them, though, Seeker pointed out. She sent a weak psychic probe to worm its way through Zorian's defenses but promptly retracted it when Zorian harshly slapped it down. Not many humans can use telepathy so smoothly, and even fewer would have noticed that probe. You flatter me, but we both know I am but a rank beginner when it comes to mind arts, Zorian said. I wish to move beyond bare basics in the field. At the very least I want to get a better grasp on telepathic combat and develop memory manipulation abilities. Seeker produced a burst of uncertainty and surprise over the link that Zorian didn't quite know how to interpret. Some kind of Iranian curse, maybe? You are certainly ambitious, young human, Seeker said. I hope you realize that this is not really a small thing you are asking for. I don't believe the leadership will be happy with that idea. What exactly do you offer in return? I have a number of magical items that I believe would be very useful to Urania, including one that allows telepathic communication over vast distances. Since I am the inventor and maker of such devices, I am open to requests in regard to their modification to suit your needs better. Since I am also a capable mage in general, I can help you out in any task that would benefit from human-style magic. And finally, I have access to important news that I would rather not discuss at this time, and which I suspect would greatly interest you. There was a short pause as the Urania absorbed this, after which it responded with a note of tentative acceptance. I see, said Seeker. As I said, I am not in a position to agree to any deals, but I shall present your case to the matriarch and we'll see the result. Is there anything else you wish for me to note? Not really, no. I would like to know how I can contact you properly in the future, if you don't mind. Seeker was silent for a few moments before sending him a mental map of Corsa's lower sewers with 3 distinct locations marked with a tiny blue sun. You can contact us by going to any one of these 3 places, but please don't be impatient. It will probably take a couple of days before we're prepared to talk to you again, and impatience isn't going to endear you to us. Fair enough, Zorian said. He had no intention of staying inside Corsa for days while they deliberated on whether to give him the time of the day or not, but fortunately he didn't have to. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone by giving them means of contacting him wherever he may be, while also providing a tangible example of what he was offering to them. He removed a large wooden disc out of his jacket and placed it on the ground before him. This is a telepathic relay, Zorian told Seeker. Anyone touching it will be able to get a hold of the person holding the matching pair, regardless of distance. In this particular case, that someone is me. I'm not going to be in Corsa for long, so use this to contact me when you've reached your decision. I'm not bringing a possible bomb into the settlement, Seeker said. But I guess there is no harm in dragging it off to some forgotten corner where no one will stumble upon it until we come back for it again. Farewell, Zorian Kaczynski. Events permitting, we shall meet again in a few days. Break. Zorian wasn't idle while the sword divers deliberated whether to accept his offer or not. He left Corsa to continue searching for more Iranian colonies. Sadly, none of the other colonies were as easy to find as theirs, despite living beneath much smaller settlements. By the time the sword divers contacted him again 8 days later, he only found 1 more colony. Illustrious gem collectors lived under a small village near Tiklin and, although perfectly friendly and polite, immediately informed him that they had an exclusive contract with the leaders of the village to only engage in trade with them and none else. Unfortunate. That said, they were perfectly willing to tell Zorian the locations of 5 other webs in their vicinity that might be more open to the idea, so that was still a win in his book. Before Zorian had the chance to check out any of them, however, he finally received a call from the sword divers that they were ready to make a deal. At this point the restart only had a week and a half left in it, so Zorian doubted he would get much out of the agreement, but he went to meet with them regardless. When he reached the designated meeting place, however, he found only 2 Urania waiting for him, which was very suspicious. His experience with the Urania, limited as it may be, told him there should have been a minimum of 3, 1 negotiator and 2 guards. More realistically, it should have been even more of them. The Siorian matriarch had been fond of carting at least 4 honor guards along with her, and that was when meeting with little Oldhim that she knew for a fact was no threat to her. Illustrious gem collectors sent a total of 8 Urania in their greeting party. His suspicions were confirmed when the 2 Urania revealed they were just guides, meant to take him where the real meeting was to take place. Zorian was instantly alarmed, and his paranoia was not assuaged in the least when the 2 Urania proceeded to lead him deep, deep into the dungeon beneath Corsa. Too deep for his liking. Okay, we're stopping here. This is as far as I'm willing to go, said Zorian out loud, purposely not bothering to communicate with his guides telepathically. His voice resonated unnervingly in the large cavern they were in, and the 2 Urania flinched at the harsh sound of his voice. Please, be patient, one of them said nervously. We're not far from the meeting place. It will only take a little while to reach it. Well, Then it shouldn't be too big of a problem for you to go fetch them and tell them to come here, Zorian said. The exact place shouldn't matter much unless you are trying to lead me into an ambush. The sudden stiffening of their bodies told Zorian everything he needed to know. He had just enough time to channel mana into the Mind Shield spell inscribed on the medallion he wore under his shirt for the occasion before two mental attacks slammed into his newly erected barrier like a pair of sledgehammers. He immediately fired an overpowered magic missile at one of the Arania in front of them, crushing her like a grape. Her mind instantly winked out and disappeared from his mind sense. The other Arania, realizing it would never batter down his mental shield fast enough, jumped straight at him, fangs bared. It bounced back harmlessly off the shield he erected in front of himself. Zorian drew his spell rod out of his belt and pointed it at her. "Why do this?" Zorian asked her. "Tell me and maybe I won't just incinerate you on the spot." Zorian asked her. She didn't answer. After a second, Zorian realized with some embarrassment she couldn't, seeing how his mind was totally shielded from her at the moment. He dismissed the shield for the moment, but kept the spell rod trained at her. "Please, I don't know anything," she mentally whined. Zorian kept alert for any surprises she might send at him over the telepathic link, but she didn't even try. She seemed completely overcome with terror. "I was just supposed to lead you there, nobody told me the reasons. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die." Zorian growled before shoving the suddenly glowing spell rod at her. Her fear spiked for a moment and she let a terrified screech, curling upon itself in preparation for her demise, and then suddenly stopped when all that happened was a bubble of force springing into existence around her. Just then Zorian felt two additional Iranian signatures speeding towards him from the direction his two guides had been leading him to. Then another, and another. Shit. The two must have sent a warning to the main ambush force. He gave the surviving guide a brief glare, causing her to curl up inside her force cage, and then started running towards the surface. He knew for a fact that humans were way faster than Arania, so it should be possible to simply outrun the pursuers and... There were 8 more Iranian mines in front of him, blocking off his path of retreat. Zorian cursed his rotten luck and he skidded to a halt, trying to think of a way out of this. His mind shield wasn't going to last long against 16 Iranias. No, 18, 2 were just slow runners apparently. 6 telepathic attacks slammed into his mind shield, failing to break it but causing him to stagger drunkenly as his vision swam and his balance went haywire. He wondered for a moment why only 6 of them had attacked his mind when so many more of them were in range before he remembered his talks with Novelty about telepathic combat. Battering down mental shields like this one too vigorously could easily destroy the mind underneath. 7 attacks this time. His mind shield still held, but only just barely, and he collapsed on his knees in response regardless. They weren't trying to kill him. Of course not, what would have been the point of that? No, they were aiming to capture. Zorian almost lost consciousness as 9 attacks slammed into his mental shield, crushed it like an egg and then ripped straight into his unprotected mind. The pain was excruciating, blanking out all thought and making it impossible to concentrate on anything. There was something he needed to do, he was sure, but for the life of him he couldn't remember what exactly it was. He felt his muscles lock up as an alien mind seized his motor control away from him and started rooting in his head for facts and memories. He had to do something, had to. Suddenly an image flashed before him, of 2 necklaces hanging from his neck, one of them inscribed with the defensive spell that ultimately failed him and the other that contained. His mind suddenly snapped back into place, his course of action clear. Activate the suicide rings, that's what he had to do. He felt the alien mind panic as it realized what he was going to do, and felt 3 more attacks rip through his thoughts. They were far weaker than the ones that broke through his shield, but his mind was unprotected now and they felt like hot knives driven into his brain. He held on to the thought, though, the idea that he had to activate those rings no matter what. He forgot what the rings really did when the mental knives hit, forgot why they mattered or where he was and what he was doing, but he still knew what he had to do. Had to. A weak, gentle pulse of mana poured into the rings around his neck and the world suddenly became awash in light and heat. Then there was only darkness. Break. Like many times before, Zorian woke up in his room back in Siren. However, there was no Kiriel jumping on him to wake him up this time, and it was late in the evening instead of early in the morning. Also, he had a blinding headache. Can't forget about that part. Suddenly the door cracked open and a familiar head peeked inside tentatively, as if afraid what it would find inside. Zorian squinted, his vision blurry without his glasses, and gave Kiriel a searching look. Her eyes immediately widened in surprise for some reason. He reached out to her mind in order to understand what was going on and... "Ow," he croaked painfully. Okay, apparently he wasn't supposed to do that. Mother. He's awake. He woke up. He woke up. Kiriel shouted, thundering down the stairs. Zorian winced at the sound and tried to remember what happened. How the hell did he mess himself up this badly so early in the restart? The last thing he remembered was... Suddenly his memories came rushing back in, along with a fresh wave of pain, and he remembered everything. Well, not literally everything, his memories of everything after he confronted the guides were fuzzy and jumbled out of order, but enough of it to understand what happened to him. Those treacherous, motherfucking slimes. Zorian. Zorian jerked in surprise at his mother's voice, broken out of his recollection. I'm sort of fine. Zorian mumbled. My head is killing me, but I don't think it's anything serious. Can you hand me my glasses? His vision cleared immensely with his glasses on, allowing him to see just how worried Mother looked as she stared at him. He winced internally. He was pretty sure he knew what the problem was, but better feign ignorance. What happened to me? He asked. You wouldn't wake up, Mother said. You scared Kiriel like you wouldn't believe. She came running down this morning, bawling her eyes out, saying she killed you. Well, you obviously weren't dead, but nothing we did could shock you awake either. We summoned a doctor, but he couldn't find anything wrong with you. As far as he could tell, you just suddenly fell into a coma for no reason. He nodded slowly. That sounded about right. The sword divers really did a number on H. Wait, what was that first part? Killed me? He asked incredulously. I didn't say that. Kiriel protested, suddenly entering the room and carrying a bowl of soup in her hands. Mother is just making things up. It's just that Relax, Kiri, Zorian sighed. There is no way you jumping on top of me could have caused this. The silence that followed clued him in that he'd made some sort of mistake. What did he? Oh. Oh damn. How'd you know I did that? Asked Kiriel. Because, that's what you always do. Zorian tried, his mind still a little fuzzy and unresponsive. Probably why he made that kind of stupid mistake in the first place. Hey, how about that soup, huh? Is that for me? Not always, Kiriel huffed sullenly, thrusting the bowl at him. Phew, one bullet dodged. Mother was still giving him suspicious looks, though. Zorian considered things as he practically inhaled the bowl of soup in front of him. The arania may have scoured his mind, but there was nothing wrong with his stomach and he had not eaten for an entire day. This whole restart was probably a bust. The headache was bound to stay with him for weeks, only gradually going away, and he would be pretty useless while it lasted. On top of that, he wasn't sure if Mother would even let him go to the academy after an episode like that, so it might be impossible to leave the house without flat out running away. It might be best to just spend the entire month recovering and making sure his attackers didn't saddle him with any nasty surprises or permanent consequences. He glanced at Mother and Kiriel, who were both still giving him concerned looks, as if expecting him to fall apart at any particular moment, and then the empty soup bowl in his hand. So, he said. You wouldn't happen to have more of this stuff, would you? Break. Like he expected, Mother didn't want to even hear about him going back to the academy so soon after his inexplicable coma and insisted he remain at home to recover. However, she and Father had arranged for their trip to Koth in 3 days' time, and she was clearly loath to delay it. Since the last thing Zorian wanted was to spend any more time around his parents than necessary, even though Mother had been surprisingly nice to him at the moment, he knew the effect would wear off after a few days. He was fully on board with her going through with their original plans and leaving him alone at home to recover. In the end, Mother and Father did not need too much convincing to leave for their extended visit to Daimen. Zorian just had to promise to stay home for at least a month before heading back to the academy, with neighbors occasionally checking up on him to make sure he was keeping to his end of the bargain. Oh, and take Kiriel off their hands, but he no longer considered that such a chore as he once did. Interestingly, this was the first time since he got stuck in the time loop that he had spoken to his father again. It only took a single snide comment about his weak, fainting son for him to remember why. If he was lucky, this would be the last restart he had to interact with the man. The month passed in quiet recovery. Kiriel was initially enthusiastic about nursing him back to health, but it took her all of 2 days before she got bored of playing nurse and dumped all of the cooking and household chores in his lap. He was fine with it, really, she meant well, but he wasn't a big fan of burned steak and half-cooked eggs, which was just about the only thing she knew how to make. That seemed to signify to her that he was okay, though, because she began pestering him for magic lessons soon after. Not having anything better to do with his time, he agreed. She showed much more patience for that than she did for cooking, at least. As the restart gradually dragged to its close, Zorian breathed a sigh of relief. The attack had no lasting consequences he could detect. The headaches were annoying, but thankfully subsided quickly. By the end of the 3rd week, they were completely gone. He had no problems using his powers after the 2nd week or so, and he noticed no holes in his memory. Even the memories of the final attack had gradually unjumbled themselves into a proper timeline by the end of the 1st week, although the very end was hard to interpret due to his less than coherent state at the time. The matriarch's memory package was thankfully still whole and intact, waiting for the day he was good enough to open it properly. He had been lucky. That could have gone far worse for him than it had in the end. Far, far worse. If he hadn't managed to activate his suicide rings in time. But no matter, live and learn. He would just have to make sure he came better prepared when he visited the other Arania communities in the next restart. He had 5 other candidates from the illustrious gem collectors, and they can't all be treacherous jackasses like the sword divers, right? Still, he had every intention of taking better precautions in the future to make sure something like the previous restart could never happen again. If another group of Arania tried to betray him in the future, he would be ready to show them just how big of a mistake they made in attacking him. 36. A Battle of Minds. Chapter 036 A Battle of Minds. Eventually, the month-long recuperation period came to an end. Zorian spent the last few hours of that restart with Kiriel, attending Siren's own celebration of the summer festival. Kiriel was very happy with him, because apparently she was never allowed to wander around or stay up so late during the previous festivals. He didn't really reciprocate her excitement, to be honest. Siren's summer festival was the same as it was every year, incredibly dull. He found himself almost wishing for Abasan invaders to make an appearance, just to liven the place up a bit. Okay, no. No, he didn't. The whole thing was still very boring, that's what he meant. Regardless, with the beginning of the new restart, initiated by the familiar feeling of Kiriel jumping on top of him to wake him up, he was ready to once again tackle the problem of contacting the Arania and getting them to teach him mind magic. It didn't work all too well last time, but he had a whole month to consider what went wrong and how to fix it, and he was willing to give it another go. Though not immediately, of course, teleporting to the nearest Iranian web right from the start would be stupid. He had no intention of getting anywhere near one until he had already tested some tactics and equipped himself accordingly. Consequently, he started the restart in the same way he had started most of the previous ones, by going to Nyazov Dveri. He did two things before anything else after entering the town. First, he descended into the local dungeon to pick up all the mana crystals he knew the location of, though he didn't sell a single one in the Delver village, or even the town above, so hopefully there would be no uproar and spying attempts on him this time around. Secondly, he saved both Alanik and Lukav from the assassins, even though he had no intention of pursuing lessons from Alanik in this restart. One of his reasons was purely emotional. Both men had helped him a lot, and it felt wrong to let them die when he was already there, capable of preventing their deaths, even if it was meaningless in the long term, but the other reason was that saving them gave him some relatively non-threatening combat practice. He knew he could defeat the undead boars trying to ambush Lukav and the attack party assaulting Alanik's temple without dying, but they were still life-and-death battles that he had to take seriously. One of these days, when he finally got some mind magic expertise from the Urania, he was going to capture the two mages involved in the assault on Alanik's temple and trawl through their memories to see if they knew anything important. Maybe some of the gunmen too. But he was getting ahead of himself. No counting his chickens before they hatch, better worry about actually learning said mind magic before thinking about what he would do once he had it. The first and most obvious problem he had to tackle was what to do if things went wrong again. No matter what precautions he decided to take, there was always a possibility he would bite off more than he could chew or end up caught off guard. Technically, he had his suicide rings for that, but there was one thing that struck him about his altercation with the sword divers: how slow he had been about activating them. He should have blown himself up the moment it became obvious that the situation had become hopeless, instead of waiting for the last possible moment like he had. He could think up a lot of excuses for himself, but at the end it all came down to one simple fact: he didn't want to die. He had a powerful survival instinct, and it was not easy for him to consciously kill himself, even if he knew, on an intellectual level, that it wouldn't be permanent. Thus, he had waited until he was absolutely sure he wasn't getting out of that situation alive and intact. And it had almost cost him everything. All things considered, Zorian didn't want to become jaded, accustomed to dying and suicide. That seemed a bad attitude to have, especially once he left the time loop. That left two main ways he could see to deal with the problem. One was to set up a bunch of contingencies into his suicide rings, allowing them to activate automatically in certain cases. Another was to have more options to choose from when faced with disaster, something other than fight to the death or kill yourself. A retreat option. Contingencies sounded like a good idea, and Zorian even had some experience making them thanks to his studying of warding, a discipline that made heavy use of contingencies to determine when it should activate particular defenses. Unfortunately, most warding schemes used relatively easy-to-define triggers such as, a human touches the object or, a living being not keyed into the wards enters the area. Defining a trigger for a contingency that would kill him should his mind be tampered with but wouldn't activate the moment he engaged in telepathic communication of any sort or hit his head or became dizzy or a million other things which were beyond him at the moment. Even if he could make such a thing, he would still have to exhaustively test it to make sure it was reliable, by working with a friendly Urania. Which, kind of made it useless for his current needs. So he cheated. Instead of creating a nuanced, sophisticated contingency, he made the metaphorical equivalent of a sledgehammer. Specifically, he made a contingency that would kill him the moment he lost consciousness or suffered a sufficiently strong headache, but only if he turned it on. It would normally stay dormant, to cut down on unwanted activations, but he could activate it on a moment's notice if he found himself in a dangerous situation. He wasn't terribly happy with that solution, but it would do for now. He just had to remember to turn it off once the danger had passed, lest he explode the next time he went to sleep. That would be so very embarrassing. That being done, he turned his attention to the retreat option. He had considered everything from talking to Lukav about transforming into a rockworm or some other tunneling creature, alteration spells that would allow him to create his own paths and sanctuaries underground, phasing magic, haste spells, and more. But ultimately, his mind kept going back to teleportation. It was the ultimate form of mobility magic, and everything else was just a poor substitute. If he could somehow bypass dungeon interference to teleport away, he could simply avoid ambushes like the ones the sword divers had used against him instead of resorting to suicide in order to evade capture. Fortunately, during the month-long recuperation, Zorian had come up with an idea of how he could sidestep his current limitation as far as teleportation was concerned. Which was why, before descending into the dungeon, he turned one of the large stones he found on the outskirts of Nyazov Dveri into a recall anchor. The recall spell was outright made specifically for quick retreats, and the link forged between the caster and the anchor ensured they could teleport out even from areas warded against teleportation. Well, so long as the wards were basic ones, since those protections simply disrupted the targeting part of the teleport rather than inhibiting dimensional warping as such. Consequently, Zorian had a feeling the spell would work to yank him back to the anchor, even through the dungeon interference. He was right, sort of. He had found that past a certain depth, the strain on the link became too much and it snapped. Before that happened, however, the spell worked flawlessly, allowing Zorian to quickly teleport away to the surface. The depth past which it ceased to work was too shallow for his liking, but he was confident he could strengthen the link. Over the next couple of days, he worked to combine several marking spells and his knowledge of spell formula in order to create a stronger anchor for the recall spell, one that would allow it to power through any amount of rock and dungeon interference. He was largely successful in this, though the anchor object had to be pretty large to contain the final spell formula he designed. No matter, there was no need to make the anchor particularly portable for what he had in mind. Satisfied that both of his projects bore fruit, Zorian spent the rest of the week creating various portable traps and magic items, including a more combat-worthy version of his wooden golem. Golems, having no minds, were almost entirely immune to Iranian mind magic, and Zorian intended to bring one with him under the explanation that it was his helper and luggage carrier. Partially true, since the golem he'd made wasn't exactly the mobile wardstone and murder statue that professional war golems were, but in the end it was still a painfully obvious bodyguard construct and Zorian fully expected the Irania to recognize it as such. Having such a guardian trailing behind him was bound to make even the most opportunistic Irania think twice about going after him. Or at least he hoped so. He also hoped they wouldn't feel too threatened by the construct, since they might simply refuse to talk to him at all if it made them too nervous around him. Well, no matter. He would risk it. Gathering all of his equipment, he teleported himself and his golem to the one Iranian colony that had been friendly to him the last time around. It was time to pay the illustrious gem collectors a visit. Break. The last time Zorian had visited the Iranian web that called itself Illustrious Gem Collectors, he found a colony that specialized in harvesting various precious stones that were abundant in their local underworld and traded them to the nearby human village in exchange for various human-produced goods. They were miners, essentially. They informed him straight away that they had agreed not to trade with any humans except the ones at the village, but gave him the locations of 5 other webs that might be more willing to help him. Since his main goal had been to locate as many Iranian webs as possible and sound them out, Zorian had accepted this explanation at face value and moved on. However, after thinking about it for a while, he realized he had been kind of stupid. Just because they couldn't trade with him didn't mean they couldn't receive gifts. He should have given them one, aside from the fact they may have been even more helpful if he had done so. There was also a chance they immediately alerted the webs they sent him to about his coming. In which case he definitely wanted them to put in a good word for him, which would be far more likely if he were handing out gifts to every group he visited. Hell, he even had a perfect gift for them. Although he cashed in on a lot of the crystallized mana he found in Nyazov Dveri's local underworld, he left a fair amount for his own tinkering and for situations like this. He was pretty sure the illustrious gem collectors would have no problems accepting a gift of crystallized mana, since they traded similar items to the village all the time and it would not be in the least bit suspicious of them to have a couple of mana crystals in their possession. Zorian entered the tunnels that held the gem collectors' colony and contacted the nearest sentry in the manner shown to him by the web's matriarch during his last visit. If the web found it in any way unusual that a human knew how to properly greet them and ask for audience, they never mentioned it. Instead he was soon presented with the web's matriarch, she who eats fire and sees gold, and her escort of 10 other Irania. 2 more guards than the last time, apparently having his golem trail after him did have an effect. Still, while the matriarch was noticeably more nervous around him this time, she did not act outraged at his addition, and she gave him essentially the same speech she had the last time around. They were honored by the visit, but they had prior commitments and agreements and couldn't deal with him, so here's a bunch of other webs he could pester for help instead. Only this time they gave him 8 names instead of 5. Aside from the Rose Labyrinth Dwellers, Yellow Cavern Guardians, Filigree Sages, River Navigators and Luminous Advocates that he'd already known about, she also gave him the location of the Talisman Bearers, Ghost Serpent Acolytes and Silent Doorway Adepts. Strange. Why the extra information this time around? Is there something special about those last 3 webs? He asked. Ah, so you have heard of them then, the matriarch said, making her own conclusions about his question. Yes, they are a bit shady in their dealings with others, human and Arania alike. I wouldn't normally send a young mage like you to webs like theirs, but you seem like someone who can take care of himself. She gave his golem a significant look. He's just my luggage carrier, Zorian said. Of course he is, the matriarch said, a touch of amusement embedded in her telepathic message. I'm sure those glyphs on its surface are purely aesthetic too. Leaving that aside, is there anything else we could do for you? You have done more than I could have possibly hoped for, honored matriarch, Zorian answered honestly. He beckoned the golem to come closer and pulled out a box from the backpack it was carrying, pointedly ignoring the wave of tension that rippled throughout the assembled Arania at the action. He then opened the box, revealing several pieces of crystallized mana and placed it in front of the matriarch. Please, he said. Take this as a small token of my appreciation for your help. The matriarch stared at the box without a word for several seconds before becoming agitated. No, wait, she was just trying to mimic shaking her head with her entire body. I cannot accept this, she protested. Zorian frowned. Surely the village leadership isn't so insistent about your trade agreement as to keep you from accepting gifts. It is not that. Your gift, it is simply too generous, the matriarch said. It's too much. I respectfully disagree, said Zorian firmly. You were amicable and honest with me, and you told me where to go even if you could not help me yourself. You've most likely saved me months of searching by telling me where I can find more webs. I feel this is the least I can do for wasting your time with this meeting. The matriarch remained silent after that. After a while, Zorian figured she was not going to say anything and that this was effectively the end of their meeting. In any case, I suppose it's time for me to leave, Zorian said. Until we meet a dash. Wait, the matriarch said, interrupting his farewell. One of the webs I told you about. The Luminous Advocates. Yes? Asked Zorian curiously. They are a web dedicated to honing our psychic abilities as much as possible, even by Iranian standards. Among other things, that means they are intensely interested in studying rare cases, such as Arania with unique talents, or human psychics. They will want to work with you every bit as much as you want to work with them. Always keep that in mind, because they're liable to pretend otherwise when you deal with them. I see, Zorian responded. That is a very useful thing to know about. I thank you for your advice, wise matriarch. Oh, there is no need to flatter me, she said. I'm just helping a good, generous soul get forward in life. Besides, the Luminous Advocates are snotty and arrogant, always looking down on us as mere minors and thinking their mastery of the mind arts makes them so much better than everyone else. In my opinion, they deserve to be taken down a bit. But never mind that, I've just realized I've been a terrible host. If you would be willing to follow me deeper into the tunnels, I would love to give you a brief tour of our humble home. We can talk some more while we walk. Zorian agreed, but quietly turned on the suicide contingencies before following after her. Just in case. Break. Despite Zorian's concerns, the brief tour of the place offered by the matriarch turned out to be just that. There was no sudden ambush or sinister reveals, just a stroll through the tunnels with some running commentary. Zorian could tell he was only being shown the less interesting, outer parts of the settlement, but the tour was really more of an excuse to have a conversation and exchange some information, so he didn't mention it. The matriarch gave him a little more information about the other webs. The Rose Labyrinth dwellers were somewhat unique in the sense that they never visited the surface. Most Urania webs lived underground but were heavily dependent on the surface for their survival. Not so for the Rose Labyrinth dwellers, they were only active underground, and were rather mysterious even to other Urania. The matriarch didn't know how they would feel about teaching him, but she seemed sure they wouldn't attack. The Yellow Cavern Guardians had apparently found one of the rare underground fungal forests and made it their home. They were fiercely protective of their home, knowing just how tempting a target it was for just about anyone, but the matriarch felt they were worth the visit. The filigree sages specialized in webcraft, which was basically the Urania equivalent of spell formulas. Instead of carving glyphs onto items, they anchored their spells into web constructs for some reason. Zorian didn't understand why they would do that, since web constructs were bound to be far more fragile than glyphs carved into stone and metals, but it seemed to be a thing among the Urania. It was probably a convenience thing. Uranian limbs weren't exactly made for carving and chiseling things, so they probably had to use alteration magic any time they wanted to do such things. Easier to just spin some webs. The river navigators made their homes on the banks of an underground river, and had mastered the skill of making boats and using them to travel down its length and back. This allowed them to range a lot further than most Urania could manage, and thus gather more resources. They were very active in trading with humans, but mostly for material possessions rather than psychic instruction. Finally, there were the Luminous Advocates. Their territory had little in the way of natural resources. So they mostly traded their mind magic expertise to other Uranian webs instead of dealing with humans much, but that was due to lack of means rather than wants. The matriarch insisted that the Luminous Advocates were clearly jealous of the illustrious gem collector's wealth, and otherwise made some snide comments about their character and even sexual potency. She did admit, albeit grudgingly, that they were his best bet if approached correctly. Zorian was somewhat surprised how relatively advanced the Urania in the local region were with regards to their crafting abilities. The Sciorian web mostly traded with the surface for all their crafting needs and didn't produce anything except silk and processed monster parts. It reminded him of Novelty and her desire to learn human construction magic, and thinking of Novelty promptly made him feel guilty and angry, so he dropped that trail of thought soon enough. Of the last three webs, the matriarch knew little beyond generalities. The talisman bearers were apparently heavily magic-focused, most of them carrying large metal discs full of spell formulas strapped to their bodies. The ghost serpent acolytes had abandoned the Uranian Great Web belief in order to worship some kind of native spirit they found. The silent doorway adepts had either some kind of stealth magic or great teleportation skills, or maybe both, because they had a reputation for getting into inaccessible places and disappearing from them just as easily. All three had a bit of a shady reputation. The talisman bearers were known to be very greedy for magic they could use, especially magic items, which could be either very good or very bad for Zorian. The ghost serpent acolytes slavishly followed the guidance of their guardian spirit, and the ghost serpent was known to be a little erratic at times. The silent doorway adepts were thieves, or at least had a reputation for such. Zorian decided to put all three of them firmly at the bottom of his list of Uranian webs to visit. For his part, Zorian told a little bit about himself to the matriarch, how he was studying magic in Scioria, and how he had met the Urania there. How they had helped him make sense of his abilities and learn how to control them. How they are all dead now, wiped out in totality. So Scioria changes hands once again, does it? The matriarch asked rhetorically. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Do you happen to know which web took over? None at the moment, Zorian said. It wasn't a rival web that destroyed them. It was something else. Most likely some monster rising from the deeper section of the dungeon. Scioria has had a bit of a problem with that recently. I have heard something about that from the Night Runners, the matriarch said. But I didn't know it was that bad. Still, expect a new web to move in soon enough. Scioria is a tempting prize. Not for us, mind you, the illustrious gem collectors are happy enough with their lot, but plenty of ambitious webs would jump at the chance to claim the place for themselves. Night runners, asked Zorian. A name for arania that go between different webs to bring news and conduct trade. Don't go looking for them. Night runners generally don't like humans. Their whole existence revolves around crossing over vast stretches of human-controlled land. Many die to mages and guns in the process. They wouldn't appreciate some random human tracking them down, regardless of the reason. The whole point of being a night runner is evading humans, after all, and especially mages. Got it. Don't bother the night runners unless I want to fight, said Zorian. Have you ever gotten in an actual fight with an arania? The matriarch asked curiously. Sort of, said Zorian. It didn't end all that well for me. While we are on that topic, have you ever heard of the sword diver's web? Can't say that I have. Where are they from? They live under Corsa, Zorian answered. Oh, no wonder, then. Corsa is really far from us. I'm afraid that Iranian webs have very little contact with webs outside of our immediate vicinity. Other than the news we get from the night runners and the occasional Iranian explorer, we know little of what happens in distant webs. It may be strange to hear this, but we actually have a better picture of what humans are doing at any given point than our own kind. What did you want to know about the sword divers anyway? They arranged for a meeting with me and then tried to ambush me when I got there, Zorian said. Ah, the matriarch said quietly. I am sorry to hear that. Treacherous webs like that bring a bad name to our kind. So you can't tell me why they did that? Zorian asked. It could be any number of things, the matriarch said, adding a mental equivalent of a shrug. Arania are not nearly as homogeneous as humans in terms of culture. Zorian silently boggled at the notion of humans being culturally homogeneous. Since the relative isolation of each web quickly causes webs to develop their own peculiarities. Perhaps you insulted them somehow. Perhaps it was how they test anyone wanting to meet with their leaders. Perhaps they were simply greedy and decided you would be an easy target. I'd personally assume the latter, but who could possibly tell? Soon after that, the conversation died down and he parted ways with the illustrious gem collectors. The matriarch told him to drop by for another chat when he was done scouting out the other webs to tell her how it went, which Zorian interpreted as, come back again soon with some more expensive gifts, but agreed to anyway. He meant it too. This visit had turned out to be far more productive than he had been hoping, and who knew what else he might learn from the matriarch if he could get her talking again. Stopping by before the restart ended shouldn't be too much of a hassle. The next day he set off towards the Rose Labyrinth dwellers to begin his task in earnest. Break. Despite having detailed instructions about where they live, it took Zorian an entire day of searching before he encountered any of their sentries. And an entire day of wandering the lightless tunnels, constantly doubling back after taking wrong turns and fighting the denizens of the dungeon. That black, fire-breathing beetle whose carapace shrugged off both kinetic force and fire really gave him a scare, but thankfully it was rather slow and freezing it solid finally allowed him to kill it. The Rose Labyrinth dwellers really lived up to the labyrinth part of their name. Zorian Kaczynski of Scioria, the Iranian spokesperson began. The local matriarch declined going out to meet him, sending a small greeting party of 4 arania instead. They had taken their sweet time considering his offer, silently communicating between themselves for nearly 2 hours, but it seemed they have finally reached their decision. We have discussed your request and reached a decision. We agree to teach you in the ways of our gift, but only if you accept our terms. Those being, asked Zorian. You will live with us for the duration of your lessons. You will eat and sleep in our settlement, hunt with our hunters, patrol our territory with our scouts and otherwise act as a member of our web. Zorian balked at the terms. How the hell did they expect him to agree to that? He knew for a fact that the Iranian idea of food was vastly different from the human one, for one thing. But frankly, even ignoring the sheer logistical problems of that idea, it required him to trust them far more than he did. He'd be at their complete mercy all day, every day. Which, now that he thought about it, was probably what they were going for. That, or they were trying to get rid of him via unreasonable terms. "There is no negotiating these terms?" asked Zorian. "No," the spokesperson responded. "If you are not willing to commit yourself, how can you expect the same of us?" "I will have to think about it," Zorian said. It was a dirty lie, of course, since he had already thought about it and rejected the idea with extreme prejudice. But there was no sense in being impolite. For all he knew, they thought they were being extremely reasonable. "Take your time," the spokesperson said. "It is not something to decide on quickly. You know where to find us if you're interested." Break. "I am sorry, but we are going to have to refuse your request," the Urania said. "Perhaps if you are still interested in a couple of months from now we might be able to help you, but we are currently busy with the renovation of our settlement and cannot help you. I hope you understand." Zorian stared the two Urania in front of him. That the matriarch of the Yellow Cavern Guardians came to greet him with only one guard was already pretty strange, but her nervous, twitchy behaviors did nothing to still his paranoia. Thankfully, it didn't seem she was planning on doing anything to him, she just seemed generally stressed and frightened. In fact, her guard was just as nervous, and so was the sentry he initially contacted. The entire web seemed to be on edge for some reason. The matriarch returned his stare with one of her own, her body shifting from time to time to switch focus between him and his golem, trying to divine something about them through intense scrutiny. "I am sorry if I am making you nervous," Zorian said. "I assure you that the golem is Dash. We are not threatened by your stupid toy." She snapped. "We have far more pressing Dash." She suddenly cut herself off and remained silent for a second before re-establishing telepathic communication. "I am sorry. I let my temper get the better of me. Please, just leave. It is dangerous for you to remain here." "You are being threatened by someone," Zorian guessed. A spike of emotion and images came from the link, hard to interpret but not totally incomprehensible. Correction, something. A monster. A thing from the depths. "This talk is over," the matriarch said icily. "If you don't go away, I will attack you." "Perhaps I could help." Zorian tried. "No, you cannot," she said. "You are unwanted here. Leave. Now." What else could he do? He left. Break. "Yes. Yes." Zorian repeated in surprise. "Just like that?" Bridge of moonlight connecting 10,000 shores, the matriarch of the river navigators, gave him a searching look. "Was I not supposed to agree? You gave a convincing offer. I could really use those telepathic relays to connect all our outposts together. I've been trying to buy some of those from the filigree sages for ages now, but the greedy bastards keep increasing the price." Honestly, considering how his previous visits had gone, he'd half expected the river navigators to consult the river currents about whether or not they should teach him and then inform him that the river said no. That was just about how his luck worked, apparently. But no, they just patiently listened to his offer and promptly agreed. It was almost anticlimactic, but Zorian wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The filigree sages have telepathic relays. And here I thought I was being original when I made them, he complained. Though it kind of did make sense that some of the Urania would try to make something like that. It was probably more unusual that no one else had them. "If it makes you feel any better, they are the only web I know of that have them, and they refuse to share them with the rest of us," Bridge of Moonlight said. "They won't even sell the finished product to us, lest we figure out how to make them from live examples." Ah, of course, the tendency of spellcasters everywhere to jealously hoard their knowledge and share bare scraps with others. A major part of why Icosian magical tradition was so successful was that it had mechanisms for overcoming that, widely accessible schools to teach everyone proper basics, state-sponsored libraries to preserve spellbooks and make them available to aspiring mages, legal frameworks for apprenticeships and magical monopolies, and so on. Even with that, there were a lot of cases of mages taking priceless magical knowledge with them to their graves because they had never entrusted anyone with their secrets. Zorian decided that if he ever managed to escape from the time loop alive, he was going to write a book about psychic powers to make sure people like him don't have to jump through the same hoops he had to in order to master their abilities. He wasn't sure how much of his knowledge would be transmissible through a simple written medium, but he would try. 3 days later, when Zorian provided the first shipment of telepathic relays and proved they worked as advertised, plus warded one of their storage caves against various vermin, they introduced him to Mind Like Fire, his new mind magic teacher. "Your name is surprisingly short by Iranian standards," he told her. "The names you hear are simply approximations of their original meaning in Iranian mind speak," she said. "Our names are all of similar length, but since our languages are so different, it is often hard to translate certain concepts without ending up rather verbose. Though in my opinion, many Irania also enjoy making the translation as grandiose sounding as possible. Are you ready for your lesson?" "Yes." "Excellent. First, let me tell you what I mean to teach you. Feel free to stop me if you already know something I included in my lesson plan or have any objections." Zorian nodded, settling down on the small chair provided for him and glancing at his surroundings. The room they were in was pretty well done for something built and furnished deep in the dungeon by a bunch of giant telepathic spiders. It had a proper table and some chairs, a pair of decorative cabinets. They were completely empty. Zorian got curious and checked when he was left alone at one point, and even a couple of landscape paintings hanging of the walls. Only the lack of any windows and an expensive, clearly magical lamp perched on the table indicated that he was not in some medium-grade hotel on the surface. He found it interesting that the river navigators had a room in their settlements that was clearly intended for humans. It meant they received human visitors often enough they felt the need to make a guest room for them. He should probably ask them about that later. "The first thing I intend to teach you is how to encase your mind in a defensive mental shell. It is one of the simplest and most expensive means of mental defense, but also one of the most effective ones. The name is indicative, much like your exoskeleton protects your soft, squishy insides. Lady, I don't think you understand how human anatomy works. So too does this technique create a form of mental exoskeleton to protect your vulnerable thoughts. So, basically, it is the psychic equivalent of a mind shield spell," asked Zorian. "Show me," she demanded. Zorian complied. He channeled mana through the amulet hanging around his neck and his mind was instantly encased in a protective magical shell that repelled all mental intrusion. For a full minute, his teacher remained silent and still, unable to establish telepathic communication with him but also not giving any indication that he should drop the spell. He decided to keep it up until she signaled him somehow, but that moment never arrived. Instead, after about 2 minutes of nothing happening, her telepathic voice rang in his head again. Despite the fact the mind shield was still on. "As I thought," she said smugly. "The spell is neat in its simplicity, but it ultimately suffers from the same drawbacks common to nearly all human mind magic. Namely, it gives you no feedback whatsoever when attacks start interacting with your defenses. You didn't even feel it when I slipped past it, did you?" "I do feel it when sufficiently powerful attacks interact with it," Zorian protested. "That's not feedback, that's damage leaking through without totally collapsing the whole thing," she scoffed. "No, while this thing may have served you in the past, it is thoroughly inadequate for my purposes. A real mind shell, the sort I will teach you to produce, will be far better than this. It will be many times stronger than what your spell can manage, and infinitely more adaptive and responsive. You will be able to sense probing attacks, too subtle to actually damage your defenses but indicative of what your opponent is planning. You will be able to repair and reinforce your defenses without tearing the whole thing down and starting from scratch. You will be able to strike back without dropping your whole mental shield to do so." "Sounds wonderful," Zorian said. He collapsed the spell, since it clearly wasn't doing anything at the moment. Though if I may be so rude, I do think there is one thing where human magics generally beat your psychic powers. Oh. They generally require no attention from the caster to keep affecting the target, and they expose the caster to far less risk of mental retaliation by their victims. From what I can tell, that is not true for psychic powers. True, she acknowledged. But I think the inflexible nature of those spells is too much of a weakness to make up for those advantages. But we've digressed enough. After you learn how to defend your mind a bit, we will move on to attack and retaliation. It did not take long for Zorian to realize that Mind Like Fire was very serious about her job. Far from teaching him only the bare minimum and meeting him once a week or so like he had assumed she would, she scheduled lessons with him every single day and demanded every shred of effort and patience he could spare. The lessons basically consisted of him lovingly constructing a mental shell around his mind before Mind Like Fire mercilessly took it apart, only backing off when his defenses collapsed from the strain. It was a good thing he had decided not to turn on his suicide contingencies before going into her lessons, because they would have gone off at the end of the very first day due to all the headaches he had suffered in the process. Still, Zorian couldn't complain. This was basically what he was searching for all this time, wasn't it? True, it was a lot more painful than he had imagined, leaving him bedridden for hours after the lessons ended, but it was also a lot more effective than he had thought it would be. His ability to shield his mind was improving fast, and after the first week Mind Like Fire started bringing guest teachers to give him experience with attacks different from her own. Not that everything was perfect. For one thing, Mind Like Fire had a spin-like obsession with getting the basics right and refused to teach him anything else until he mastered the mind shell technique to her liking, and she had some pretty high standards. For another, the river navigators spontaneously raised the price of their cooperation twice, first demanding of him another 10 relays if he wanted to continue the lessons, and then urging him to help them kill some kind of giant mole monster that was threatening one of their outposts. The mole thing didn't look particularly dangerous to Zorian, but apparently it was resistant to mind magic and too tough to bring down with their meager magical skills. Though annoyed at the sudden and completely unwarranted demands, Zorian decided to play things their way, easily producing another 10 relays and luring the giant mole into a minefield he had set up for it. As tempted as he was to break the whole arrangement on principle, the fact was that Mind Like Fire was simply too good of a teacher to lose. Before the restart ended, Zorian had once again visited the illustrious gem collectors, gifted them some more crystallized mana, to the matriarch's continued protests that he was being too generous, and told them a little about his experiences. They had nothing new to tell him, however, so his visit was largely pointless in the end. Upon the start of the next restart he once again teleported to Nyazov Dveri to perform his preparations and then promptly contacted the river navigators with the offer, deciding not to contact the illustrious gem collectors this time. The river navigators were just as quick to accept his offer as they had been in the previous restart, and they once again assigned Mind Like Fire as his teacher. Not particularly surprising, as he soon found out. Now that he showed some pre-existing skill, she actually allowed him to have some breaks during the lessons where she would tell him a little about herself and her web. She was literally their mind magic teacher, and was thus the most logical person for the job. Although she usually taught Iranian children, rather than adults. Maybe Zorian was a little too prideful, but the fact that they had sent their elementary school teacher to conduct his lessons kind of burned. "Prepare yourself," Mind Like Fire suddenly stated, and Zorian knew the break was over. He quickly erected the shell around his mind, a simple blast of telepathic noise washing over it harmlessly. Mind blasts like that one were the simplest form of telepathic attack, one that even Zorian could produce, and they had no chance in hell of punching through a solid defense like he was currently sporting. It was the fastest attack most telepaths could manage, though, and Mind Like Fire always started a battle with one of those to see if she could catch him unprepared with it. That used to actually happen, back when he was still starting and was struggling to call up the mental shell on a moment's notice, but even after it stopped working on him she persisted in doing that at the start of every battle. Immediately after the blast subsided, he felt pinpricks skittering across his shell, looking for flaws and weaknesses. He had tried to be clever in the past by deliberately creating weak spots and then quickly shoring them up when she committed to an attack, but he quickly learned that was a risky tactic to employ at his level of skill, so these days he was more passive and reactive. Soon enough, once she was convinced there were no obvious flaws in his defense, she tried to create some. Sudden, concentrated mental bursts slammed into his mental shell, seeking to crack it by concentrating all their energy against a specific portion of the shell. He recognized that attack as the one that the sword divers had used to smash his mind shield spell and ravage his mind. Not surprising they had used that, he was informed, since that type of attack was specifically designed to punch through mental barriers. Mind Spike, the Arania called it. Unlike the last time he was faced with this attack mode, however, he had a shiny new mental defense and was facing only one attacker. He felt the spikes hit his shield, but it held, and he quickly repaired all the damage and reinforced that part of the shell to withstand future attacks. Mind like fire promptly switched targets, bombarding another, different portion of his mental shell. And when that didn't work, she moved on to the next, and the next, steadily speeding up her attacks until Zorian was straining to hold his mental shell intact. She began mixing in low-powered probing attacks between mind spikes, masking the tiny pinpricks among the sheer intensity of her barrage and looking for any cracks created by her assault. Zorian frantically worked to patch up damage and reinforce the shell in places where he detected her probes, and somehow held on until her attack attenuated. Success. His shell usually cracked during that last phase. Maybe now she would. A massive vice of telepathic pressure closed around his mind from all sides, crushing and grinding without mercy or end. The attack, the unimaginatively but appropriately named Mind Crush, closed around his mental shell like an armored fist around a soap bubble. And, weakened as it was from the previous barrage, the shell promptly broke like one too. Zorian experienced a brief flash of blinding pain in his head before Mind like Fire realized she'd won and let the attack dissipate. Motherfucker, Zorian swore loudly, massaging his temples and not even bothering with telepathy to express his displeasure. Did you really have to finish things off with that attack? Yes, Mind like Fire said simply. Ugh, Zorian groaned. I'll give you 5 minutes before we go for round 2, she said. I take back everything nice I've ever thought about you, Zorian told her. You're pure evil. My other students agree with you. There is a reason why I was named Mind like Fire, you see, she said. 4 more minutes left. Damn it. 37, Slow Burn. Chapter 037 Slow Burn. As the weeks went by, Zorian became increasingly bored with Mind like Fire's lessons. While they continued to pay results in terms of his increasing mental combat proficiency, they were also very repetitive and had increasingly marginal results. It didn't help that his mental defenses were by now too good to be casually collapsed by his teacher, which meant that he no longer ended the lessons with a raging headache and an urge to lay down for a few hours. The lessons mostly just taxed his patience now, leaving him a bit tired and frustrated but otherwise ready to do something else. He decided to do just that. He had never really finished sounding out the rest of the Arania, wanting to get some basics of mental combat from the river navigators first, but he was becoming increasingly certain that Mind like Fire was stalling him with her demands at mastery in order to avoid teaching him anything more advanced. His mental defenses were already good enough, in his opinion, so there was no harm in giving the other webs a visit to see what their offer was. The Luminous Advocates were his first destination. They were, after all, supposed to be very interested in teaching someone like him, as well as hungry for resources he could provide. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work out. Their initial offer was utterly ridiculous, calling for Zorian to pay a simply staggering amount of money and magical artifacts. He didn't agree to that, of course, couldn't, actually, even if he wanted to, since the whole thing would cost twice as much as he had on his person. Even if he gathered all of his savings and sold every single mana crystal he'd found under Nyazov Dveri, it still wouldn't be enough. It took more than 3 weeks to talk them into a more reasonable price, since they seemed to finally realize he was in a hurry. By that time, the restart was already near its end. Undeterred, he tried to approach them again over the next 4 restarts, varying his approach, but in the end only managed to reduce the negotiation period by a couple of days. Admittedly, the few lessons he actually managed to finagle out of them really were top-notch. Not only did they give him some crucial advice in regards to strengthening his mental shell that really sped up his progress in mind like Fire's lessons, they also helped him hone other aspects of his psychic abilities. For instance, he was now capable of forming two-way telepathic links that allowed non-psychics to talk back to him mentally, as well as form links with multiple people at once. They even taught him how to better handle the information from divination spells which dumped their results directly into the mind of the caster. Some useful information, that. Nonetheless, Zorian decided to give up on seeking their help after the 4th restart. While their help was useful, the sheer amount of time and nerves he lost arranging for said help to actually materialize made the whole thing a poor deal in his mind. It didn't help that they categorically refused to teach him memory manipulation unless he subjected himself to a total memory probe, courtesy of their elders, which made their web a bit of a dead end as far as he was concerned. Because that was basically never going to happen. Since negotiation with the luminous advocates involved a whole lot of waiting for the web to respond to his offers, Zorian had time to approach the filigree sages at the same time. They too took a lot of time to convince, although in their case it was because they were a suspicious bunch and also more than a little bit unhappy about him selling telepathic relays to the river navigators. Thankfully, the first time he managed to convince them to teach him, he immediately found a shortcut that allowed him to drastically cut down on the negotiation time necessary to convince them. All he had to do was demonstrate his proficiency with spell formulas and promise to help them adapt human techniques to their own webcraft. They cared about that a lot more than about any material trade goods, and so long as he did so it only took a week of negotiation before they agreed to teach him. Zorian was more than a little shocked when he was first shown an example of the filigree sage's webcraft. He had expected something relatively simple and crude, like a piece of spider silk cloth with familiar Icosian symbology embedded into it, or perhaps even individual threads woven into the glyphs. Instead, the filigree sage crafter he was to work with led him to a rectangular formation of stone pillars, in the middle of which was suspended a complex, multi-layered sphere made out of spider silk. The sphere glowed with pale white light in the darkness of the room, points of brighter lights constantly racing along this or that thread in a complicated dance that Zorian couldn't decipher. Every inch of its surface, as well as every inch of the inner layers too, he would later find out, was covered in glyphs. Unfamiliar, non-Icosian glyphs. And his guide claimed this was just one of the lesser practice spheres. Since they weren't going to bring a potentially untrustworthy outsider anywhere near the real thing. He had realized at that point that he had bitten off far more than he could chew. Helping the filigree sages refine their webcraft basically required becoming adept in a whole different tradition of making spell formulas. A tradition that descended from the Icosian one, thus making the job much easier, but still. This was a task that could take years. Not something that you could do on the side while focusing on something else. He still gave it an honest try, mostly by completely giving up on rest and free time for several restarts, and the filigree sages seemed pleased by his work, but in the end he decided that he simply couldn't justify the spent effort to himself. While the topic itself was extremely interesting, indeed, many researchers would have quite literally killed to be in his place, studying an otherwise unknown magical tradition, it was ultimately a distraction he, at the moment, didn't need. And really, the actual mind magic instruction he was getting in exchange for his work was little different from what the river navigators were offering. He did admittedly get to experience a slightly different style of mental combat from the one practiced by river navigators and most other Iranian webs, since the filigree sages used methods that revolved around group combat. Not very useful to him, since he didn't have a fellow telepath to use it with. But he did learn some tricks to deal with multiple attackers. Originally, the filigree sages were completely unwilling to teach Zorian any form of memory manipulation. However, after 2 restarts of studying their webcraft, it became impossible to pretend he was starting from scratch. The next time around, he used an excuse that he'd learned the bare basics from the Sciorian web. He was promptly taken to their matriarch, who had mostly ignored him up until then, preferring to have her underlings interact with him, who seemed very keen on sending an expedition to Syoria with Zorian's help in order to establish some kind of contact with the Syorian web. Not even finding out they had all been killed dampened her enthusiasm for the idea of an expedition to Syoria. It just meant the focus of the expedition shifted from establishing contact to looting the place down to bedrock. Lovely. Regardless, in exchange for transporting the expedition to Syoria, protecting them from any threats and transporting them back, Zorian was promised just about anything, really. Even memory manipulation was on the table. Aside from the fact that agreeing to such a thing would require Zorian to go back to Syoria, and the fact that he would be helping a group of Arania loot the remains of his friends, there was the little matter of him not being actually sure that the Syorian web actually used any webcraft. He suspected they did, and many of the things the matriarch had mentioned in her stories and offhand comments seemed to indicate so in retrospect, but he wasn't actually certain. It was just an excuse he made up to explain his otherwise inexplicable knowledge. He should definitely go down into the ruins of Syoria's web and check to see what's in there before agreeing to any such expeditions. With the luminous advocates and the filigree sages essentially eliminated from the list of options, at least for the time being, Zorian was left with only 3 options to serve as an alternative to the river navigators. The 3 shady webs that the illustrious gem collectors had warned him about. Zorian was about to start approaching them when Mind Like Fire finally decided to move on from basic telepathic combat drills. Break. When Mind Like Fire declared that Zorian's mental defenses were passable, and that they would be switching over to honing his offensive arsenal, he was cautiously optimistic but didn't expect much. Practice would probably become less painful, since Mind Like Fire would be on the receiving end of attacks this time, but he didn't really think his attacks would be very effective. Her mental defenses were bound to be excellent. But then Mind Like Fire told him to hit her with his best shot and simply stood there, content to passively weather the attack, and Zorian decided to oblige her. He dumped a positively huge amount of mana into his next attack, the most he could manage without the entire thing losing cohesion, and slammed it straight into her mental shell. The results were beyond all of his expectations. Rather than simply bouncing off her mental shell like he had expected, the attack effortlessly blew her defenses away and slammed into her unprotected mind like a battering ram. She screeched in pain, spasming and flailing with her whole body, and, for a brief while, there was pandemonium as other nearby Arania burst into the room to see what the fuss was about. Zorian tried to explain what had happened without the whole thing devolving into a fight. For a moment he was sure he would have to flee and was already clutching the recall rod in his hand to teleport away, but Mind Like Fire recovered in time to defuse the situation. She also insisted on continuing the lessons as if nothing notable had happened, and proceeded to shoo away all the other Arania that had come to her defense. Damnation, Mind Like Fire grumbled once they were alone again. Not only did I get taken down by a human rookie, but everyone saw it too. I won't live this one down for a long while. Sorry, tried Zorian. He wasn't sure what to even tell her, in all honesty. Don't be, she said. It's my fault, really. Your inexperience has automatically put me in the mind of one of our young, and I foolishly assumed your attack would be like one of theirs. But while your skills at mental combat leave much to be desired, you are still a qualified mage with plenty of mana to burn and considerable experience in managing it. I should have let you face my best defenses and then lowered the strength afterwards. I should have waited to see what your strongest attack was like instead of making assumptions about how strong my shield needed to be. Let that be a lesson to you as well. Should you ever teach someone, it is always unwise to be arrogant and carelessly presumptuous, lest you get taken down by some precocious hatchling. He was not a freaking hatchling. He was only a year away from being legally recognized as an adult, and was already one if the time spent in the time loop was factored in. I didn't do anything permanent, did I? Zorian asked instead. No, of course not. Why do you think, I see that in my haste to bring your practical skills to a workable level, I have neglected some crucial bits of theory. Like what happens when an attacker manages to break through the defender's defenses. Bad things, tried Zorian. Yes, but perhaps not quite as bad as you'd think, she countered. To grossly simplify things, there are four main things one can do to an unshielded target. The first is to simply assault their mind telepathically, seeking to damage it. This is, in almost every case, simply a way to incapacitate the target for a while. It is very difficult to actually kill people through purely mental attacks. Usually such attacks simply cause a lot of pain and make the target lose consciousness for a while. Maybe quite a while, and they may suffer from headaches, confusion and amnesia for a time, but even then they are almost guaranteed to eventually recover. Oh. I didn't know that, Zorian admitted. He honestly thought that getting hit by a sufficiently powerful telepathic barrage could cripple you permanently. Then again, for a while, could perhaps mean months or years, so still not something to take lightly. And he was pretty sure a pain-inducing attack could be easily adapted to an instrument of torture. So you were never in any permanent danger, then, but you'll probably be hurting for a while. Yes, that is the short of it. And the other three things the attacker could do to the target? Zorian asked. Well, the second possibility is that the attacker extracts information out of the target, either by reading their thoughts or probing their memories. Reading thoughts is the easiest option, of course, but often ineffective. Urania, mages, and quite a few human civilians as well, have learned to maintain certain discipline over their surface thoughts, making it hard to pluck information out of their minds that way. That leaves deep memory reading, and this is not nearly as easy as it sounds, as most people have quite a lot of memories to sift through and can sense when someone is rooting through their heads and resist. Even non-psychics can resist deep memory scans, if they're strong-willed and the psychic isn't very practiced in the skill. Zorian remained silent. He had raised the possibility of being taught memory manipulation plenty of times in the past, and she had always told him he wasn't ready yet. He couldn't imagine her answer would be any different now. At least it wasn't a flat-out no, he supposed. The third and fourth options are what we Urania call deep and surface manipulations. Surface manipulations consist of temporary manipulations, such as fooling the senses or amplifying a particular emotion in the victim to produce a desired reaction. Deep manipulations, on the other hand, are more permanent. They consist of things such as modifying someone's memories, blanking out entire sections of their life, instilling lasting compulsions or turning them into unaware sleeper agents. Deep techniques are what a lot of humans associate mind magic with, but they are actually rarely used. Such lasting mental alterations require the attacker to dive deep into the victim's mind and spend a lot of time tweaking things, making them hard and time-consuming to use. This is not something you use in a fight, this is something you do to a foe that has been decisively defeated and cannot strike back at you at all. Even among us Urania it is considered something of a dark art. Few of us are proficient in its use. Zorian sighed. This is all leading up to an explanation about why you don't want to teach me any memory manipulation, isn't it? He said out loud. Yes and no, Mind Like Fire said carefully. So a no couched in flowery language, said Zorian derisively. Man, that's the third refusal in a row. I'm going to have to find more webs to investigate. Oh, have you gone to other webs with this? She asked, not in the least bothered by his little outburst. Sounds like quite a story, you'll have to tell me about it later. But don't write us off yet. While it's true that we are not ready to let you root through our minds, even as practice, that doesn't mean we can't help prepare you for when you do eventually find an Urania brave enough to let you read her memories. And you're going to do that by. The main problem you are facing when trying to read Uranian minds is that our ways of perceiving the world are very different from yours. Our many eyes allow us to see the world in three different ways, only one of which, the one provided by our pair of big, forward-facing eyes, is in any way analogous to human vision. We can also sense vibrations through our legs, and our sense of touch is much more sophisticated than yours. It's how we can navigate through the tunnels so easily with no light to see by. You can't see in the dark? Asked Zorian. Most dungeon dwellers could. No, we need at least a little light to see, she said. We do have excellent low-light vision though. But we're getting off track. What I'm trying to say is that even if you received access to an Iranian memory, you probably would not be able to parse it. If you want to be able to read Iranian memories, you first need to learn how to process the way we perceive the world. And that is where I can help you. I can let you tap into my senses and let you adjust to them. I can even package some of my more inconsequential memories into little packets and send them to you over the telepathic link to help you understand how to deal with memory packages. Oh, Zorian said lamely. Yeah, that did sound useful. Somewhat mollified by her response, he switched back to telepathic communication. So can we perhaps switch to that right now? I must admit I am getting thoroughly sick of combat drills. I know it's important to practice my mental shields, believe me, but I'm going to go crazy if this continues for much longer. As a matter of fact, yes. I had wanted to wait with such instruction until you could actually break through my mental shields before starting you on that path, but you did succeed with that. Not in a way I had expected or planned for, but fair is fair. We shall start with surface manipulations, since you will need some proficiency with them before you can tap into someone's senses. How much did your other Iranian teachers tell you about them? Very little, other than the fact that they exist, Zorian said. But surface manipulations are basically mind control, yes. We covered those back in my Mage Academy. Only theoretically, with an emphasis on identifying the type of mind control and how to fight it, but still. Summarize those lessons for me, please, Mind Like Fire ordered. I'd like to see what I'm working with. With a wave of his hands, Zorian created a glowing geometric diagram that was informally known as the Mind Control Rectangle among the students and whose official name escaped Zorian at the moment. It was something far too loquacious and complicated for what were basically 4 words arranged into a simple 2x2 grid. A rectangle divided into 4 smaller ones, each of the 4 major methods of manipulating people through mind magic assigned its own corner. Domination, suggestion, puppeteering, illusion. Pretty, Mind Like Fire deadpanned. But I must confess I have never learned how to read human script, so you'll have to explain to me what that means. Ah. Right. He sometimes forgot that for all that Arania interacted with humans, they were still alien beings with a completely different culture. Icosians had possessed an almost religious reverence for the written word, and had spread literacy to every place that had fallen under their domination, so literacy was near universal in places they'd once ruled over. Universal literacy most likely made it much easier to train as many people as possible into mages as well, thus providing tangible benefits for the policy. The Arania, on the other hand, had no such tradition, and probably couldn't use human-style writing effectively anyway. He knew that the Siorian web had a number of Arania that could read and write, but most Arania probably had no need to master such skills. Domination and suggestion represent spells that enforce the caster's will upon the target, said Zorian, pointing at the upper row of the rectangle. Domination spells involve the caster outright ordering the target to do something and compelling them to do so against their will. Suggestion attempts to present the order as something the target wants on their own. They are will and situation based, depending on the sort of person you cast such spells at and the circumstances they are in. It might be completely impossible to affect them with this sort of mind magic. Most people will resist orders to kill themselves or their loved ones, for instance, and it is next to impossible to convince a patrolling soldier that you are not the person they are looking for if they had been given your picture or someone singled you out to them. He pointed at the lower row of the rectangle. Puppeteering and illusions, on the other hand, are not directly affected by the target's personality and circumstances. Puppeteering flat out usurps the target's control over their body and pilots it like a, well, puppet. Illusions manipulate the target's senses in some fashion. Neither can be resisted as such, although puppeteering has to overcome the target's magic resistance first and illusions can be detected and dispelled. Zorian waved his hands again and the illusion split in half, separating the rectangle into left and right halves, domination and puppeteering on the left side, suggestion and illusion on the right side. Domination and puppeteering are forceful methods, he said. The target knows they are being targeted by a spell, and will usually be furious at the caster when it ends. As such, They are usually used in combat situations, against people who are clear enemies to you. Suggestion and illusion are subtle methods. The target doesn't automatically become aware they have been affected, and in fact the goal is for them to remain unaware as long as possible. They are generally used for criminal and espionage purposes. Compulsion spells on the top, hijacking spells on the bottom, forceful spells on the left and subtle spells on the right. Yup, he'd covered everything. He let the illusion evaporate into smoke and settled down to wait for Mind Like Fire's response. An interesting breakdown, she said. It has a sort of simplistic beauty to it. I'll have to remember that one. The reality is far more complex and less sharply defined, but we'll get to that later, when it's actually relevant. I was never very big on spending time on theory, truth be told. We've wasted enough time on it today and I'd like to get started on something productive. The resulting lesson was exceptionally painful, reminding Zorian of his initial lessons with her, several restarts in the past ago, and despite her insistence she was being no harder on him than she was on any of her other students, Zorian knew the sudden ferocity of her lessons was her revenge for catching her off guard. On the bright side, she calmed down after a week of that. On the less bright side, he would have to piss her off like that on every subsequent restart as well, so he was looking at a week of painful headaches at the start of every restart. Sometimes you just couldn't win. Break. As it turned out, Mind Like Fire's statement about him being unable to understand Iranian senses turned out to be not just correct, but a vast understatement. Even after a full month of practice, he couldn't make heads or tails of Iranian senses. Even trying to limit his sensory tap into their vision alone left him dizzy and confused, and the less said of their sense of touch, the better. They had a rudimentary sense of taste on their leg hairs. They tasted the ground they walked on. Why for the love of all that was holy would a species need to have an ability like that? It also put Novelty's habit of touching everything, him included, in an entirely new and unsettling light. Not that he'd learned nothing during the entire month. Mind Like Fire did manage to teach him how to affect the minds of others in minor ways. Some of these, like the ability to induce spasms and limb failure, he already knew how to produce, but not very consistently before he'd been lectured on the proper way of hijacking other people's nervous systems. Others, like inducing full-body paralysis, lightly dampening or amplifying their emotions, subtly redirecting their attention away from things or inducing failure of one or more of their senses were wholly new to him. But while these things were all unquestionably useful, the total lack of progress on the one thing that he really had to master hit him hard. In the end, he reluctantly decided to consult the luminous advocates for help. As much as they annoyed him, they probably had an answer to his problem. He managed to short-circuit the negotiations with them only 2 weeks into the restart by simply paying their ridiculous price. It required spending day after day on exploration of the lower levels of Nyazov Dveri's dungeon and selling everything of worth he had found there, but he did manage to talk them down to something halfway reasonable and then just pay them off. According to the luminous advocates, his main problem was that he was basically trying to take on too big of a challenge at once. For one thing, he was trying to tap into the senses of another while still retaining his own, forcing his mind to process different perspectives at once. And no, sitting still with his eyes closed was not nearly enough to get around that. In order to deal with that issue, the luminous advocates taught him how to turn his mental abilities inwards and shut off one or more of his senses, leaving only the foreign sensory stream for his mind to process. Their second suggestion was that he had to practice sensory tap on something easier first. Preferably his fellow humans, as their senses were closest to his own, but some of the more similar animals might also suffice. Only once he'd mastered the art of tapping into the senses of his fellow humans should he bother trying to tap into something as alien as an Arania. When Zorian tried to do just that by tapping into the senses of a random passerby in a nearby town, he realized they were completely correct. He nearly collapsed from disorientation, even though he was only tapping into familiar human senses this time. It would be a long time before he could move on to something more exotic than a human, it seemed. Which presented him with something of a problem. While Zorian's mental abilities were currently good enough that he didn't fear discovery every time he used them on some random civilian, he could hardly guarantee that he would never mess up and reveal to his target that he was messing with their heads. And frankly, you could never really be sure that your target really was a random civilian. It was all too possible to step into the mind of some high-ranking mage good at blending in with the crowd, or to encounter a civilian trained to detect such intrusions. And the response of the Mage Guild to rogue mind mages was harsh. He didn't want a guild hunter team after him, even if the time loop would probably shield him from the worst of the consequences. And that was without even considering the moral dimension of the whole thing. Picking on innocent people for the sake of personal training was not the road he wanted to go on, and dismissing their plight as irrelevant due to the time loop struck him as an unhealthy attitude to have. He might have justified the whole thing to himself if it was just a matter of tapping into their senses, since that was mostly harmless, but the luminous advocates made it clear this wasn't the only skill he would have to practice on his fellow humans to get right. He would encounter the exact same issues when he tried to master memory manipulation. Even after accounting for their different senses, Iranian minds were sufficiently different that he would need to practice on something more similar to himself before he tried to interpret their memories. And practicing memory probes was neither safe, harmless, nor inconspicuous. He needed an acceptable target. Break. Zorian walked carefully through the streets of Cyoria, scanning the crowds for any signs of hostility with every sense he had available. He had a feeling his tension and nervousness was very obvious to people around him, but then again he was hardly the only person who was nervous. The random monsters welling up from the dungeon had spooked many a native, and there was a sense of tension in the city that hadn't been there the last time he'd been in the city. This was his second recent visit to Cyoria, and it was just as uneventful as his first. He had even deliberately walked into some back alleys and more isolated parts of the city to see if Red Robe or one of his agents would confront him once he was out of the public eye, but no such things happened. He wasn't even confronted by a band of rough-looking men trying to steal his belongings, like it usually happened in the trashy adventure novels he read from time to time. Sighing, he twisted the top of the recall rod hanging off his belt and was promptly teleported to the outskirts of the city. The location was totally unremarkable, it wasn't lived in, and had been trapped to hell and back over the course of several weeks. Zorian could come and go as he pleased, but if the ward surrounding the area detected anyone other than him appearing inside, it would unleash a plethora of traps on the interloper, the nastiest and most lethal of traps that he had the capacity to make and install. He repeated the action 3 times in quick succession, recalling himself to 3 additional, similar spots, walked off in a random direction for an hour or so and then finally teleported himself to his real destination. 2 days later, when no one tried to track him down to a small, remote village he'd chosen for his current base, mostly because it was in the middle of nowhere with nothing but fields of wheat for miles in any direction, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and promptly started planning his next foray into the city. Next time he was checking out the Arania ruins to see if Red Robe had put any tripwires there to alert him of intruders coming there. When Zorian first got the idea of going back to Cyoria, he had immediately dismissed it as madness. He wasn't ready, and acting prematurely could potentially ruin everything. However, the more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Red Robe clearly wasn't trying to locate him anymore. If he had been doing so, Zorian wouldn't have lasted nearly as long as he had, he was quite sure of that. Why Red Robe felt no need to locate him, when he clearly wanted to get rid of any rival time travelers, Zorian did not know. He'd feared that the other time traveler had maybe placed tripwires in Cyoria to alert him when he came back, but even that seemed increasingly unlikely at this point. Zorian had been all over Cyoria during his 2 brief forays into the city, even in parts of the academy, and nothing of note happened. That was important, partly because Zorian felt like he was going a little crazy and desperately wanted to see some familiar faces, at least for a short while, but also because Cyoria held some perfect targets for him to practice his growing mind magic skills on. The matriarch solved at least a part of the time loop's mystery by ferreting out information from the heads of Abasan invaders and their supporters. Why couldn't Zorian do the same? He would not only be advancing his abilities in preparations of opening the matriarch's memory package, he would also be tackling the mystery of the time loop from another direction. 2 birds with 1 stone. He wasn't going to move back into the city yet. He would continue testing the place for a while still. Try to spend a whole week in there, show up for a class or two. But if Red Robe's response turned out to be as non-existent as this, his long exile from the city was about to end. Break. Zorian spent the next 3 restarts alternating between Mind Like Fire's lessons and making forays into Scioria. He was never attacked while in Scioria, not even when he combed through the Iranian corpse-filled settlement in one of the restarts. A part of him felt that was highly suspicious, but ultimately it didn't keep him away from the place. Especially since he was starting to reach the limits of what Mind Like Fire was willing to teach him. His mental defenses were top-notch, and his ability to strike back at hostile minds was nothing to scoff at either. Even Mind Like Fire admitted she actually had to take him seriously these days. She had taught him all of the simple tricks and basic techniques she dared give him access to, and he was even getting the hang of tapping into Iranian senses. The luminous advocates were right, it went a whole lot easier after he had mastered the art of tapping into purely human senses first. If he wanted to get any benefit from her teachings, he would have to spend a few restarts practicing deep memory scans on humans first. Of course, that would require finding an Irania that was willing to teach him even the basics of such memory scans. Mind Like Fire's reaction to that was a firm refusal, since that would involve lowering all of her defenses and letting Zorian dive deep into her private memories. Even among themselves, the Irania considered such an act to be one of great trust and significance. It didn't help that when Mind Like Fire challenged Zorian to provide similar access to his own memories to her, he had little choice but to say no. He did know that the filigree sages were willing to play along if he let them loot the Scioria settlement, but Zorian had been unable to find much in the way of webcraft when he searched the settlement in one of his brief forays, so he wasn't sure whether that would actually work out at all. Then, near the end of the last restart, something interesting happened. Zorian had gotten permission from Bridge of Moonlight to stay in the River Navigator's main settlement for a while after he helped them dig up a brand new cavern with alteration spells, and was present in the Matriarch's chamber when a messenger from the Yellow Cavern Guardians arrived to plead with the River Navigator's Matriarch for help. The Yellow Cavern Guardians, he had found, were on the verge of extinction. A few days before the start of the time loop, the caverns from which they got their name, and which their survival and prosperity depended on, had been taken over by some huge monster from the deeper levels of the dungeon. The creature was too magic-resistant to be affected with mind magic, extremely tough, and also regenerated. Roughly a week and a half into the restart, the Yellow Cavern Guardians were starting to get desperate. In an attempt to retake their cavern, they had decided to launch an all-out attack, seeking to drive the monster off. It was an utter disaster, and the Yellow Cavern Guardians lost both their matriarch and her 2 successors/assistants/somethings. Now leaderless as well as desperate, the Yellow Cavern Guardians went into a panic. Well, they claimed they deliberated things, but Zorian knew how to read between the lines, before begging for help from anyone they thought would listen. Sadly for them, the River Navigators had no intention of messing around with a creature capable of taking on an entire Iranian web and winning. Fortunately for them, Zorian was not nearly so intimidated. The last time he'd offered aid, he'd been rudely refused. But last time, he'd asked at the start of the restart, when their leadership had still been alive and believed they could handle things. They had probably been more worried about him taking advantage of their momentary weakness and had not felt they needed all the help they could get. Now that their leadership was dead, however, they were not in a position to be nearly as picky. He didn't even have to ask, the messenger approached him with a plea for help on her own, after Bridge of Moonlight blew the messenger off and she'd realized that Zorian was there. After hammering out some basic agreement, which could be summarized as, "We'll agree to anything, just give us back our cavern." Zorian recalled himself and the messenger to the recall stone he had left on the surface and then immediately teleported them to where he knew the Yellow Cavern Guardians were. The messenger seemed shocked he knew where to find them without her guidance, and a bit disoriented from the rapid succession of teleporting, but she recovered quickly and led him to what passed as leadership of their web for the moment. Several hours later, he found himself at the entrance to a vast cave overgrown with a fungal forest, a pair of Yellow Cavern Guardians guards watching him from deeper into the access tunnel. Supposedly they were ready to intervene if he ran into trouble at any point, but he was pretty sure they were just going to stay on their asses if he got attacked, and then, if he lost, mournfully report he had tragically ended up as Monster Chow before they could do anything. They seemed terrified even to be there. Zorian created a floating eye out of ectoplasm and sent it deeper into the cave to get some basic sense of its contents and layout. His recent practice with tapping into other people's senses made processing what the eye was sending him child's play, and he no longer had to close his eyes to use it. He had to admit one thing: the cavern was simply breathtaking. It was huge, and almost entirely covered with a dizzying variety of giant mushrooms. The more familiar umbrella mushrooms existed between ones that resembled leafless trees and long, fleshy spikes and berries. Looking over them, Zorian even spotted several that appeared to be whitish plants rather than mushrooms, complete with small flowers and atrophied leaves. The largest of them glowed with a faint blue light that suffused the entire cavern with weak, shadowy light. Underground forests like this one were treasure troves of information and interesting alchemical ingredients, and were highly sought after by both humans and dungeon denizens. And this one was both huge and largely unspoiled. No wonder the Yellow Cavern Guardians were so protective of it. His appreciation of the view was quickly interrupted. However, the monster wasn't hard to find. It was right in the center of the cave, sitting like a king in a small, shallow lake situated there. Well, shallow in a relative sense. Zorian could have submerged himself easily in its center, but it was barely a puddle for the monster who towered over the waters. It looked like a giant frog, albeit one whose mother had mated with a troll and which was then raised solely on muscle growth potions from the day it was born. Knobby, dark green skin covered a creature that was at least 5 meters tall, even while crouching, and its limbs were thick and practically bursting at the seams from the sheer muscles it was sporting. Oh, and they ended in huge, sharp claws rather than suction cups. One of the frog thing's eyes swiveled in its socket to focus on Zorian's ectoplasmic eye, noticing the intruder, but the creature remained motionless and eventually returned to its silent vigil, ignoring the sensor. The monster had knocked down all the fungus surrounding the lake, probably to give itself a better view of its new domain, and was now just standing in the lake in the center, periodically shifting in place so it could stare at the different parts of the cavern. Zorian dismissed the sensor and turned to the 2 guards behind him. "I'm going to need a few days to prepare," he said. Break. 3 days before the end of the restart, Zorian was ready to try and kill the giant frog monster that had driven the Yellow Cavern Guardians out of their home. His plan was simple: fire. Lots and lots of fire. When he finally arrived at the cavern entrance, he first made sure the frog thing was still where he had last left it, and then carefully lowered an ignition stone into the crate full of highly flammable alchemical bricks he had been levitating behind him. Once that was done, he created an illusion around the crate to make it look like an arania and sent it floating along the ground towards the monster. He trailed after the crate under the guise of invisibility, a huge, solid steel golem trailing beside him. The golem was fully visible, and mostly served as a big, visible target for the creature's ire if this whole thing went south. Zorian had considered a number of methods to trick the monster into eating the decoy, but none of them turned out to be necessary. It seemed that the claims of the Yellow Cavern Guardians about how the creature loved eating arania were spot on, because the creature barely even looked at the disguised crate before attacking. A long, ropey, blood-red tongue lashed out at the crate with dizzying speed, reeling it into its wide-open maw in the blink of an eye. The moment the frog thing's mouth snapped shut, Zorian sent a mana burst at the ignition stone in the crate, causing the whole thing to blow up in its mouth. The resulting scream was quite possibly the most disturbing sound he'd ever heard in his entire life. It wasn't a croak or anything even remotely frog-like. It sounded like a whole herd of pigs being slaughtered messily, over and over and over again. The frog thing vomited a stream of fire, blood and bile, trying to expel the offending substance to no avail. Zorian had specifically chosen an alchemical product whose fire clung to the surface like glue, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not remove the burning gunk that covered its insides. Truthfully, its attempt to vomit out the compound was only making things worse. It would have had more luck by keeping its mouth shut and trying to starve the fire of oxygen. Sadly, after a few more futile attempts, the monster suddenly stopped struggling, noticed Zorian and his golem, and immediately charged towards them. Zorian silently motioned for his golem to meet the creature's charge with one of its own, not even questioning how the creature knew he was there. Dungeon denizens had all kinds of ridiculous abilities and senses, especially powerful ones like these. He sent a wave of force at the creature's feet, managing to trip it up a bit and allowing his golem to slam its metal fist straight into its face. Though much bigger than his creation, the creature seemed momentarily stunned at the hit and didn't have enough time to dodge when Zorian hit it with a massive fireball. Annoyingly, it still wasn't dead. It screamed again, scorched from both inside and outside, its eyes reduced to ruined husks by the fireball. But it still found enough strength to tear apart his golem, which he had spent ages crafting and reinforcing, in a flurry of violence. It ripped both of its arms out of their sockets, snapped the main body in half, and flung the pieces into the distance. The armless remains of the upper torso impacted the ground not far from Zorian, but he remained silent and still, hoping to avoid notice. It would have been nice to say that what followed next was some epic battle where he bravely strode forth to finish the monster once and for all, but in truth, he simply evaded the creature's notice and waited as it rampaged throughout the forest for a while, looking for more targets. The loss of its vision seemed to really hurt it, and it never even came close to detecting his location. At some point it simply stopped and keeled over, finally dead after having succumbed to its many wounds. Still, a victory was a victory, wasn't it? His guards had fled from their posts at some point in the battle, so Zorian slowly made his way towards the Yellow Cavern Guardians' temporary camp to give them the good news. Break. The two Yellow Cavern Guardians that came to check up if he was telling the truth stared silently at the charred corpse of the frog thing that had nearly ruined them. Zorian tried to be respectful and wait for them come to terms with the fact that he had actually succeeded in killing it, but after 5 minutes he was really starting to get impatient. And annoyed. It wasn't that unbelievable that he'd succeeded at this, surely. He cleared his throat, finally getting their attention. About my payment, he began. Break. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother, an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Zorian sighed. He really wished that not all of his restarts began this way. Good morning to you too, Kiri, he said politely. Mind getting off me? She pretended to think about it. Nope. I think I'll stay like this for a while. That's unfortunate, he said blandly. You know you're going back to academy today, right? She asked him. How could I forget, he responded. The real question is, do you want to come with me? Kiriel's eyes expanded comically, like those of a particularly startled cat. Really? I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't certain, Zorian said. 5 minutes later, Zorian managed to distract an ecstatic Kiriel with an illusionary bird and get her to stop babbling and start packing her luggage. He, on the other hand, was ready. He had learned the basics of deep mental scanning from the Yellow Cavern Guardian's last restart. He was certain that simply being in Scioria wasn't dangerous in itself, and he had a rough plan of where to go from now on. It was time to visit his old academy again. 38. Return to Scioria. Chapter 038 Return to Scioria. Zorian's previous experiences with riding the train to Scioria alongside Kiriel hadn't been very encouraging. She always started excited and curious, staring intently at the passing landscape and commenting on anything that caught her interest, but that didn't last very long. There just wasn't all that much to see on the route to Scioria, so she quickly got bored of looking through the compartment window and turned to the only other source of entertainment left to her, him. And he was hard-pressed to entertain her throughout the entire ride. That was back when he had been unwilling to use his rising shaping skills to do magic on the train, though. This time he decided he simply didn't care about the risk of discovery. He could find no detection ward on the compartment they were in, and even if they did catch him in the act somehow, they would probably just slap him with a small fine and a lecture. It would be annoying, but better than listening to Curiel whine about being bored for several hours. Plus, this way he got to practice his spellcasting while inhibited by a shaping disruption ward, something he had already been planning to try. That was how Zorian found himself levitating a sphere of water in front of him, a ring of pens and erasers orbiting around it in a diffuse, slowly revolving ring. It was hard, despite the seeming triviality of it all. This wasn't just him stacking a bunch of easy beginner spells to get a neat effect, he was performing an act of unstructured magic, treating the whole thing like a very complicated shaping exercise. Between the complexity of the floating construct and the disruption ward throwing off his shaping skills, he was really struggling to maintain control over the sphere and its satellites. He was pretty sure this was his absolute limit in terms of mana shaping skills, so he should probably make a frog. Curiel challenged. Zorian gave Curiel an annoyed look. She grinned at him, confident that she had won their little game. That she had finally found his limit. He did not deliberately set out to make the complex thing floating in front of him. After all, it had started out as a much smaller sphere with a mere 2 pens circling around it, and Zorian had fully intended for it to stay that way until Curiel started challenging him to make it more difficult. After he emptied the entire contents of his water bottle and used up all of the pens and erasers they both had in their possessions, he was certain she would have had to concede his victory. He broke eye contact with her and focused on the floating construct in front of him. Trying to shape the floating water into anything other than the sphere it was now would be insanely hard. Telekinetically controlling water was far harder than doing the same with solid objects, and he would be hard-pressed to sculpt it into complex shapes even if he was outside of a disruption ward and had no ring of small objects to serve as an additional distraction. But he'd be damned if he was just going to roll over and admit defeat to his little sister just because of that. Over the next 15 minutes, he slowly shaped the blob of water into a sculpture of a frog, as detailed and convincing as he could manage it, in other words, not very. He did have a burst of inspiration halfway through, though, and decided to depict the frog monster he saved the Yellow Cavern Guardians from in the previous restart instead of a normal one. Unfortunately, Curiel didn't think much of his efforts. "That's a pretty weird frog," she declared. "It's a yellow cavern devil frog," said Zorian, shamelessly making things up. He had no idea what that monster was called, or if it even had an official name to begin with. Huge, vicious things with a penchant for eating little girls. "That's stupid. You're just making things up," she accused. "Just admit you lost." "Bah, you asked for a frog and I made one. It's not my fault you are not knowledgeable enough in the diverse and fascinating world of magical amphibians. Let me put this away and then I'll tell you about Sumrak the mage and the story of how he saved a secret society of mages from one of the aforementioned devil frogs." Before Curiel could complain too much, Zorian hurriedly set about dismantling the construct in front of him before his rapidly degrading control unraveled completely, letting the pens and erasers float down on the empty seat beside him and pouring the water back into its bottle. That done, he launched into a somewhat modified account of his battle against the frog monster. Well, okay, heavily modified. In Zorian's story, the Yellow Cavern Guardians were a group of reclusive human mages that lived in the far north, practicing spider magic, and the adventurer Sumrak confronted the frog monster head-on with his awesome magical might instead of resorting to traps and subterfuge. It made for a more impressive story that way. Curiel seemed skeptical of the story at first, but when Zorian started using detailed allusions to demonstrate the events he was talking about, her suspiciousness melted away and she paid rapt attention to the story. Zorian didn't know whether to be amused or outraged that she was so entranced by the allusions. They were, well, not quite easy, but nothing special either. The floating ball of water and school supplies he had made earlier on her prompting had taken much more skill and effort to create. He was tempted to chalk it up to her ignorance of what a true display of magical expertise looked like, but he suspected that even if she knew how to judge the difficulty properly, she still likely wouldn't have cared. He had noticed during previous restarts that she loved illusionism the most out of the magical disciplines he had shown her. Maybe it appealed to her inner artist. The train announcer declared that they were arriving to Corsa, forcing Zorian to cut the story short just before Sumrak succeeded in fighting his way through the devil frog's innumerable spawn and confronted the monster in the cavernous home to which it had cravenly fled when it lost its last bout with the adventuring mage. And of course Kyrielle was having none of that. She was fine with waiting while people were streaming into the train and looking into compartments to find a seat, but with everyone now settled down and the train moving again, she demanded he continue with the story. The problem was that Ivory had decided to join them in the compartment in the meantime, and Zorian felt just a tiny bit apprehensive about showcasing his abilities in front of her. An apprehension that Kyrielle didn't empathize with in the slightest. "You can't stop now, not when the story is so near the ending," she complained. "Well, so long as I refrain from using my visual aids," tried Zorian. "No," Kyrielle pleaded. "That was the best part of the story." Zorian threw a significant glance towards Ivory, hoping that Kyrielle would take the message. She did, sort of, though she didn't react to the information the way he hoped she would. "Oh come on, the nice lady won't snitch on you for doing magic in the train," Kyrielle declared out loud. She then turned towards the startled Ivory and gave her the most soulful puppy eyes look she could muster. "You wouldn't do that, would you?" Ivory mumbled, fidgeting uncomfortably in her seat. "What? Though the train had countermeasures to stop spellcasting." "It does?" asked Kyrielle, surprised. "It does," Zorian confirmed. "No point in playing dumb now. They just disrupt spellcasting though, not make it impossible. You can work around it if you're good enough." "And, you're that good?" Ivory asked uncertainly. Zorian shrugged, offering no other response. To Kyrielle's delight, he then proceeded to finish the story he had been telling, pretty illusions included. He noticed that Ivory had set aside her book to listen as well. She also tried to discreetly cast a few simple spells when she thought he wasn't looking, and then frowned when she failed to overcome the disruption ward. She was probably just curious about the level of skill needed to overcome the ward. He thought about scanning her surface thoughts to find out what she was thinking, but decided not to after giving it some thought. The risk of getting caught in the act was minimal, since Mind Like Fire had taught him how to stealthily test for presence of mental defenses, but getting into the habit of casually invading the minds of everyone around him struck him as a bad idea. He left Ivory to her experiment and focused back to Kyrielle and the story he was telling. Once he was done with the story, Ivory promptly struck up a conversation with the two of them. She admitted that she didn't care much about the story itself, especially since she only caught the tail end of it, but she was very impressed by his ability to overcome the train's wards. Especially once she learned he was only starting his 3rd year at the academy. Eventually they arrived in Syoria, however, and went their separate ways. Before they said their goodbyes, however, Ivory nervously told him to drop by the library sometime in the next week in order to discuss something. Well, whatever, he had intended to raid the library for more spells in this restart anyway, he might as well see what she wanted from him while he was at it. "I think she likes you," Kyrielle said when they were alone. "Nah, she's head over heels for Fortov," said Zorian. "What?" Kyrielle asked, baffled. "Her and Fortov? No way." "Well, I didn't say they're together," Zorian clarified. "Just that she has a crush on him." "How do you know that?" Kyrielle asked suspiciously. "Ancient magical secrets," tried Zorian. Kyrielle gave him a deadpan look. Fine. I'll tell you later, when we arrive at our new lodgings. It's not something we should discuss out in the open." Even as he conversed with his little sister, Zorian paid attention to what his mind sense was telling him while they moved through the crowds. Even if he was being targeted by someone shielded from mental detection, the absence of a mind in someone would be a huge red flag on its own. He detected no hostile intentions directed at either of them, though, and none of the suspicious people he encountered were invisible to his mind sense. After 10 minutes, he breathed a sigh of relief. His fears of walking into a trap with his little sister in tow appeared to have been unfounded. He knew it would rain later on, but he could ward against the rain easily enough, perhaps a little sightseeing around the city to quench Kiriel's curiosity a little. "Hey," Zorian said, attracting Kiriel's attention. "Do you want to visit the main plaza of the city? They have a pretty nice fountain there that I like to watch sometimes." She said yes, of course. He needn't have even asked. Break. It had been more than 4 years since Zorian had started looping, and a lot of things had happened in that period. Keeping track of it all was a major challenge, despite his mage training and his own excellent memory. Being absent from Syoria for nearly a year and a half in order to escape Red Robe's scrutiny certainly didn't help in this regard, and many of the minor details and specifics of how a normal restart was supposed to go had faded from his mind during his long absence. It should not be very surprising, then, that he'd totally forgotten what happened the last time he tried to reach the fountain at the beginning of a restart. After all, he hadn't tried it since that very first, fateful restart that got him included into the time loop. Thus, when the two of them finally stumbled upon the swarm of cephalic rats blocking their path, Zorian was caught just as off guard by it as he was the previous time. He wasn't as defenseless as he was back then, though, and he nearly burned them all to a crisp before he stopped himself. He was pretty sure that him killing the swarm would put him on the invaders' radar, and therefore on Red Robe's radar as well, so the smartest move would be to simply retreat like he did back in his first restart. He felt the swarm testing his mental defenses and responded by strengthening his defenses and striking back. The attack stopped, but his counterattack did very little to the collective mind of the swarm. The group mind was thoroughly unshielded, probably because any mental shell would interfere with its internal telepathic network, but his counterattack merely knocked out a couple of individual rats instead of doing any significant damage. He wondered. He felt a spike of terror from Kiriel as she finally realized what she was looking at, and realized he really shouldn't be playing around with these things. He was probably immune to anything they may dish out, but she wasn't. He fired off a weak flamethrower at the closest part of the swarm to make them back off a little and then immediately turned around, grabbed Kiriel and fled. The rats didn't follow, much like how they didn't follow him the first time he encountered them. They probably didn't want to attract attention any more than he did, though that did raise the question of what the hell they were doing blocking off one of Syoria's major roads in broad daylight. Something to look into eventually. While they ran, he idly marveled about how fortunate it was that he'd never replicated that first meeting with the cephalic rats before he had met the Urania. They would have undoubtedly read his mind, and there was a good chance they would have found out about the time loop from his thoughts. Even if they dismissed the time travel stuff as delusion, they would have definitely been interested in him knowing about the invasion. Can we still go see the fountain?" Kiriel asked once they had retreated sufficiently and she'd had a chance to catch her breath and calm down. "Yeah, I know an alternative route," said Zorian, pointing towards a nearby park. Wait, hadn't he tried that in the first restart and encountered some kind of problem? He was pretty sure he had. What kind of, the bicycle girl. He had totally forgotten about her. Oh well, that wasn't really a problem, he would just get her bicycle out of the water really quickly and they would be on their way. Kiriel got unusually quiet when they encountered the little crying girl and hung back while he talked to her. He got the girl's bike out of the creek with trivial ease, simply placing his hand over the bridge and wiling the bike to rise into his grasp. It took more time to calm the girl down a little and get her to tell him what she was upset about than it did to actually retrieve it. He used a couple of spells to dry the bike off and clean all the grime that had accumulated on it, simply because he could and saw no reason not to. He suspected the bike was cleaner now than it was before it had fallen into the creek. "There," said Zorian proudly. "Your bike is clean, intact and out of the creek. You can stop crying now, okay?" "Okay," she sniffed, rubbing her eyes. Thank you." "Don't mention it," Zorian said. "Well, we should get going now, so take care. I think it's going to rain soon, so you should probably head home as well." "Come on brother, don't be mean. We can't just leave her here," protested Kiriel suddenly. "We should get her home ourselves, just to be sure. He's not mean, the other little girl protested, suddenly snapping out of her daze. And I can find my way home just fine. I'm not stupid. Oh, he liked this kid. It wasn't often that someone defended him in preference to Kiriel. Well. I'm glad that someone is not automatically assuming the worst of me, said Zorian, giving a sideways glance towards Kiriel. She rolled her eyes at him. I am sure that Kiriel didn't mean anything like that, though, she was just worried for you, since you still looked pretty upset. I only got the bike yesterday and Mother told me to be careful with it because they couldn't afford a new one and I. Hey, it's all right, said Zorian quickly, interrupting her story. She looked like she was going to cry again. You got it back. All's well that ends well. But maybe we really should accompany you home, at least until you calm down a little. Yeah. Kiriel piped in. We can talk on the way and get to know each other. I just moved in here and it would be nice to have a friend my age. What's your name anyway? I'm Kiriel and this guy here that got your bike out of the river is my brother Zorian. Nachka, she said. But, I don't want to make you late. We were just going to see the fountain, nothing really important, Kiriel waved her off. We can do that any time. Come on, show us where you live. The walk to Nachka's house was a short one, she lived pretty close to the park, which was the reason her parents had let her go there all alone. Still pretty strange for parents to be so hands-off about their child's whereabouts, but Zorian's parents were the same with him so he didn't pry. He didn't say much of anything really, but that was okay because Kiriel talked plenty enough for both of them. Nachka herself was shy and nervous, constantly watching her surroundings and jumping at every unusual sound, but she did warm up to Kiriel by the time they had reached her house. She was 8, a year younger than Kiriel, and was also fairly new to Syoria. Her family had arrived into the city a couple of months ago, and she didn't have any friends her age either. Great. He was pretty sure he knew where this was going. Zorian once again tried to disengage from the whole situation once they got Nachka to her destination, but failed. Nachka's mother saw them arriving and insisted they come inside, and he didn't want to be impolite. He figured the woman had every right to be curious about a couple of strangers walking around with her daughter in tow, so they should at least allay her fears a little before leaving. Nachka hurriedly gave her an account of the situation the moment they were inside, though in her story the bike didn't end up in the creek, but was instead stuck in a rope trap that happened to be in the park for some reason. Nachka kind of glossed over that part and moved on to Zorian helping her get it down from the tree. Yeah, Nachka was a terrible liar. Based on the way her mother was looking at her when she finished her story, Zorian was betting that she would be getting the real story out of Nachka the moment Zorian and Kiriel left the house. Nachka's mother, who Zorian learned was named Ray, was honestly a little scary to Zorian. She didn't look frightening, she had the same jet black hair and dark brown eyes that Nachka did, and the stature and dress of an average housewife, but it took only 5 minutes for Zorian to decide there was more to her. Her movements were all fluid and precise, she never stuttered or wavered when she spoke, her gaze was frighteningly intense, and she gave off an air of absolute confidence and composure. Frankly, if he had been alone he would have left the place in a hurry, but Kiriel didn't seem nearly as intimidated by the woman and insisted on telling her new friend stories. Such as the one of how they stumbled upon her in the first place. Ah yes, the strange brain rats, Ray said when Kiriel told them about their encounter with the cephalic rats. I've seen a few hanging around the house, but never in such numbers. Disgusting things. Zorian frowned. Why were the cephalic rats hanging around their house? You should be careful, he told her. They're called cephalic rats and they can read your mind, possibly even memories if left unmolested long enough. Good thing I kill them when I find them, then, Ray said. Yes, but don't think that makes you totally safe, Zorian said. They're a telepathic hive mind, so killing one rat will not erase the information it has gathered on you. What one cephalic rat knows, they all know. I really think you should report this to the city authorities and have them hunt the swarm down, but it's your choice in the end. I see, Ray said after staring at him for a few seconds. I'll talk to my husband about your advice and we'll see what we can do. I must say, you are surprisingly well informed for a 15-year-old, Mr. Kaczynski. Brother is really smart, said Kiriel. Oh hush, you flatterer. Right, thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Satchel, but our landlord is expecting us and we really should get going, Zorian said, rising from his seat and motioning for Kiriel to do the same. From what Ray had said earlier, her husband was going to come home from work soon, and he'd rather not get stuck in another round of explanations. The rain is rather heavy, though, Ray said, glancing through the window next to her. You should at least wait for the weather to get better before you go. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem like it'll happen for quite some time, said Zorian. But that's okay, because I can just teleport myself and Kiriel close to our destination and shield us from the rain for the short while we'll be caught in it. Can Kiriel come over to play with me sometime? Asked Nachka. Yeah. Sure, said Zorian. Yes, he was pretty sure Kiriel would be angry if he said no. Though he really didn't want Kiriel in an area infested with cephalic rats. Zorian and Kiriel said their goodbyes and left in the direction of Amaya's house. Break. The next day, Zorian woke up early and told Amaya he was going to the library, though in truth he did no such thing. Instead, he teleported himself to Nyazov Dveri, where he proceeded to gather crystallized mana. By now he had mapped large portions of the local underworld, and as such couldn't actually pick up every piece of crystallized mana within a single day. He would need another 2 or 3 days to clean the place up properly. Oh, and he was also hitting the limits of his memory. It seemed, he had outright forgotten about some of the minor resource locations, and it took him a while to track down others. Annoying. He wondered what his previous self would say if he knew that in the future he would have so much wealth within reach that he would literally forget about some of it. Probably something rude. He had only been back at Amaya's place for half an hour or so before Taven came to speak with him. Let me guess, you want me to go into the sewers with you to recover a watch from a bunch of giant spiders, Zorian guessed. What? No, I decided not to bother with that job since more lucrative ones have popped up lately, said Taven. She gave him a strange look. How the hell do you know about that, anyway? I told maybe 2 people I was even interested in that job. Right. The circumstances in Syoria had changed greatly since the last time he'd been in the city. The mercenaries he hired to confront Red Robe had been soul killed along with the Arania, and monsters were starting to well up from the dungeon with no Arania to keep them in check. Nothing could nor should be taken for granted, he had to keep that in mind. Rather than try to trick her with some poor excuse, he decided to simply ignore her question and ask his own. If you're not here for that, why are you here, Taven? You don't exactly have a habit of visiting me for the hell of it. Taven protested that she totally did visit him for the hell of it, and vehemently denied that she had come to ask him for a favor. It was an opportunity, she insisted, an opportunity to earn big money and fame, if only he would cooperate with her. Well. If nothing else, her new scheme was a lot more tempting than her old one. Long story short, the monster incursions he read about in the newspapers had started way earlier than Zorian had expected they would. There were a couple of bad ones on the very first day of the restart. A young couple had been heavily injured when a huge abyssal centipede crawled out of the sewers in the middle of a crowded street, and a restaurant had to be evacuated when a huge yellow ooze broke into the wine cellar and started consuming everything in sight. Things got worse overnight, and there were a number of fatalities while Zorian had been busy picking up crystallized mana in Nyazov Dveri, causing the city to enact some emergency measures. One of these was issuing large bounties on confirmed monster kills and encouraging various dungeon delvers and mercenary groups to go as deep into Syoria's dungeon as they dared. The idea was to cull the monster population before they could reach the surface. As far as Taven was concerned, this was exactly what she had been waiting for. Already frustrated with the lack of chances to prove her worth, she was eager to take advantage of this new development to make a name for herself by aggressively pursuing bounties and putting down as many dungeon denizens as she could find. The problem was that her group was too small for her ambitions. 3 people do not make a proper hunting party. I'm surprised you came to me with this, said Zorian. This sounds like it requires decent combat skills, and I am only a 3rd year. Surely some of your peers would have been better for this. Well, the thing is, I'm not the only one recruiting, and many of the other recruiters are a lot more prestigious and well-known than little old me. It should get easier once I start getting results, but that could be too late and I can't afford to be too picky right now. Can't afford to be picky, huh? Said Zorian flatly. Before the time loop, that phrase right there would have caused him to refuse her offer out of spite. He hated being thought of as second best, never mind a last resort. But years in the time loop had tempered his ego, and he could admit to himself that Taven's judgment was spot on, considering the information she had on him. Okay, bad choice of words, admitted Taven. But as you said yourself, you're only a 3rd year. How good are you at combat magic? Do you think you could pull your own weight in a team as you are now? How much should he reveal here? Taven could be shockingly oblivious about some things, but she would definitely not ignore him being way stronger than he had any right being. And she was one of the few people who knew his pre-time loop self well enough to make such a judgment call with a fair amount of certainty. And for that matter, did he even want to join Taven's group? It sounded like a huge time sink, and he had so many other things vying for his attention. Maybe it would be better if he were to pretend he was too weak and inexperienced to help her. Oh, to hell with it, he'd give it a chance this time. If nothing else, it would give him a ready-made excuse for a lot of things he intended to do in this restart. Absolutely. I have been in the dungeon before, he admitted. I have a decent repertoire of combat spells and I'm confident that I won't freeze on the first sign of danger. The biggest problem is my mana reserves. At maximum, I can only cast about 20 magic missiles in a row. And that's after I increased my reserves through constant use. I'm pretty average in terms of mana reserves magnitude. Taven stared at him for a few seconds, incredulous. You've been in the dungeon before? She finally asked. I'm surprised you got permission for that. The academy sure didn't want to give me one before I was well into my 4th year. I didn't say anything about asking permission, said Zorian. Zorian. What, like you've never done anything like that? Challenged Zorian. Well, maybe once or twice, Taven admitted. But it doesn't sound like this was an occasional occurrence for you. Getting your mana reserves that high must have involved some pretty intense practice, considering where you started from. That sounds pretty dangerous. Sometimes a man has to take chances, Zorian quoted in Taven's voice. I do believe you're the one who told me that, Taven. I was talking about romance and you know it, she protested. Why couldn't you take my advice about that instead? I did take your advice, thought Zorian sourly to himself. I got laughed in my face for my trouble. Why are you lecturing me about this? You should be overjoyed your desperate ploy had worked, he said instead. Do you want me in your damn team or not? I do. Taven quickly assured him. She pulled out a sheet of paper from her bag and set it down on the table in front of him. I guess you're right, this isn't really important right now. Why don't you just fill out this membership form and I'll give you a rundown of what I had planned for tomorrow. Break. Over the next couple of days Zorian went on regular forays into Sayoria's underworld with Taven, Yurik and Oren. He quickly realized that his combat skills weren't really the most valuable thing he brought to the whole operation. The combined might of Taven and her 2 old teammates was usually enough to destroy any threat they encountered, with Zorian only called to fight when one of those 3 ended up low on mana and needed to rest for a while. No, the biggest benefits he brought to the table were a detailed map of a huge chunk of Sayoria's underworld, courtesy of the matriarch's last message, and a decent proficiency in divination that allowed him to scout the areas in front of them and track down any specific target they were pursuing. Without him there to direct the rest of the group, they would have probably spent most of their time wandering aimlessly in search of something to fight. Those 3 were dangerously over-specialized for direct combat in Zorian's opinion. While down in the dungeon, he took the opportunity to scout the invaders' underground bases that he was aware of, trying to see how they were dealing with this kind of increased activity and scrutiny of Sioria's underworld. Taven's group was far from the only one that had tried to cash in on the bounties the city was offering, and more groups were expected to get involved soon. What he found was that the invaders had retreated somewhat, abandoning several of their more exposed bases completely and leaving only token forces in many others. That was bound to have a very negative impact on the execution of the invasion. When he wasn't hunting down dungeon denizens with Taven, he was tending to the multitude of his other plans and obligations. He finished harvesting crystallized mana under Nyazov Dveri and had started to slowly sell his huge stockpile off to various stores, both in Syoria and outside. He took Kiriel to see Nachka and stayed around to watch out for any cephalic rats in the area, but thankfully didn't detect any. He ended up meeting Nachka's father this time, a tall, jovial, bearded, muscular fellow named Saw who loved to laugh and talk and was completely unlike his wife, yet still terrifying in his own way. Zorian was half convinced that the workshop Saw insisted on showing him, the one full of hammers and other heavy, dangerous-looking tools, was the man's way of threatening him bodily harm should he hurt his daughter in any way. He also visited the library to see what Ibury wanted from him. To his surprise, he found out that Ibury was interested in getting magical instruction from him. She had been looking to hire someone for additional tutoring outside of the academy, but found most tutors out of her price range, and was hoping a third year like him might be amenable to a spell exchange or something else of that nature. Though the offer was kind of interesting, he had too many things on his plate as it was, so he told her he'd get back to her after the summer festival, if she was still interested. Perhaps in some future restart where he refused Taven's recruitment pitch. And, of course, he still had to attend classes. That was a chore, though not quite as big of a one as he had been expecting. His long absence from Syoria had made him forget many of the details of how classes were supposed to go, and caused him to view others in a completely new perspective. The constant monster incursions into the city had also had an effect on the academy. Jade was gone from the class, pulled out of the academy by her family for safety concerns. Zack was gone too, of course, and since nobody, except Zorian, knew the real reason for his absence, most people assumed he had been similarly pulled out for safety reasons and sent out of Syoria. Kirin announced during their first lessons that he was running additional combat practice lessons during evenings, and Ilsa openly encouraged anyone with significant combat ability to join one of the groups culling the monsters, offering special benefits and exceptions to anyone who did so and achieved results. She pointed out Zorian, Briam, Tinami, Naeem and Eston as examples of people in the class who had already done that, thoroughly surprising Zorian. He never would have guessed so many people in his class had decided they're good enough to get themselves involved in that. 2 days later, Caprivo would join that list, while Maya and Nairoro were ordered home by their parents until the situation calmed down. With such large changes in class composition and teacher behavior, Zorian's school experience was relatively novel compared to what he remembered of his pre-exile Syoria days. He was sure it would all get boring and repetitive again after another restart or two, but for now it was bearable. Break. A few more days passed. The number and severity of monster excursions gradually dropped off, and the city stopped behaving like a kicked-over anthill and settled into some semblance of normality. There was still a lot of tension in the air, forays into the dungeon went on still, but things were finally calming down. As such, Zorian started investigating various invaders, cultists and other people related to the invasion that he still remembered from his time with the Syorian Arania, tracking their movements and activities but launching no attacks for the moment. The furor over the dead mercenaries and monster incursions caused so many changes to the preparations of the invasion that his memories were of limited use, and he didn't want to move until he was reasonably sure he knew when and where to strike. It was peculiar, though, even accounting for massive divergences due to Red Robe's removal of Arania, the invaders were still strangely ineffective. Less informed. Before, they seemed to know how to bypass certain wards or evade notice of Syoria's law enforcement, knowledge that they largely lacked in the current restart. He was starting to suspect that Red Robe had a habit of handing over a lot of crucial information to the invaders in previous restarts, even ones where he didn't appear to pay much attention to them afterwards, but that in this one restart he'd chosen not to bother with that at all. Strange. The arrival of Kale at Amaya's place reminded Zorian of their deal to help Kale develop his alchemy in exchange for help with soul magic and other stuff. Unfortunately, there was a problem. Zorian had largely forgotten what the contents of Kale's notebook were over the many restarts he had been absent from Syoria. Somehow Kale managed to figure out a few things from the disjointed parts of his notes that Zorian still remembered, which helped convince him that Zorian was telling the truth, but he was essentially starting from scratch. Zorian knew he had to find a solution to the forgetting problem if that deal was ever going to work. Without constant reinforcement in every restart, he would forget again, and the amount of information he had to memorize was only going to increase with each restart, making the task harder. And that wasn't just the issue with Kale's potion recipes either. He had been having trouble remembering the layout of Nyazov-Dveri resource deposits. Some of the minor details of previous restarts, such as his meeting with Nachka, had completely slipped from his memory, and he had a feeling that remembering the vast amount of information about invaders in Syoria he was currently gathering was going to be a major issue in the future. He needed a better way to remember things, and he needed it soon. He would have to set aside the upcoming weekend to see if he could figure something out. He knocked on Svim's door and dutifully waited for the man to invite him in. "Come in," Svim called out from inside, and Zorian quickly entered the man's office and sat down when instructed to do so. "Show me your basic 3, Svim ordered. Zorian did so, silently, efficiently, and without complaint. He had decided before coming here that he would try and see how long it would take for Svim to get unnerved by him meeting all of his demands without any issue or complaint. It was a long-term project, of course. He didn't really think he could baffle the infuriating man in this particular restart, but he was determined to see it through. He would practice whatever stupid exercise Svim threw at him every single day, restart after restart, until he got them right. Until he got them all right, if he was forced to. The man had to run out of shaping exercises at some point, right? Svim threw a marble at him. Zorian moved his head lightly to the left, moving out of the marble's flight path without ever meeting the man's eyes. Another 2 marbles flew at him, but the result was exactly the same. "Close your eyes," Svim ordered. Zorian did. He still dodged every marble Svim threw at him. A cloud of diffuse mana scattered around him as a detection field. Svim did not react, unfazed by his improbable skill, but neither did Zorian. "You can open your eyes again. Here's a box of marbles," said Svim, reaching beneath his desk to pick up a large bowl full of hated spheres of glass. They came in a wide variety of sizes, and Zorian was silently thankful that Svim only ever threw the small ones at him. Some of the big ones looked like they could knock a man unconscious if they connected. "Levitate as many as you can. Hurry up, we haven't got all day." Zorian levitated every single marble in the bowl, but alas, he was too slow. Or at least Svim thought so, anyway. He made Zorian lift and lower the entire mass of marbles over and over again, wasting an entire hour. Zorian said nothing though, doing his best to meet Svim's unreasonable demands. Levitating them like that in a giant disorganized lump is unsightly. Make it a proper sphere. A ring now. A pyramid. That doesn't look like a pyramid to me. Do you need to have your glasses checked, Mr. Kaczynski? Yes, better. But slow, you must be faster. Much faster. Start over from the sphere again. 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 Zorian made the mass of marbles flow from one shape to another as fast as he could, but eventually a disaster struck. He lost control of the exercise and the entire mass went crashing down onto the table. Zorian winced as the marbles bounced off the table, making a huge racket and scattering all over Svim's office, his mask of cool detachment breaking for a moment. Damn it. Several seconds passed in the aftermath as Zorian and Svim stared at each other impassively. "Well?" asked Svim curiously. "What are you waiting for, Mr. Kaczynski? Hurry up and gather the marbles into the bowl so we can continue where we left off." "Yes, sir," said Zorian, unable to keep a note of sourness out of his voice. "I'll be right on it." It was official, he really hated marbles. 39. Suspicious Coincidences. Chapter 039 Suspicious Coincidences. Zorian stared at his tormentor in silence, as relaxed and impassive as one could be when faced with such a pitiless, unreasonable man. Svim stared back at him, his face a picture of unshakable, effortless composure that made Zorian's best efforts at stoicism appear laughable in comparison. Still, he wouldn't break. He didn't break. He had, eventually, met every ridiculous demand Svim had given him and had never blown up at the man even once. Of course, that hadn't impressed the man any, even when he'd demonstrated insanely good shaping skills for a third-year student, but he'd expected as much. They continued staring at each other in silence for several seconds. That, Svim finally decided, was terrible. You are inflexible, slow, yet paradoxically impatient. I see in you a tendency to overreach, Mr. Kaczynski, moving on to advanced fields of study without a healthy foundation to back it up. Of course, sir, Zorian said calmly. I'll be sure to practice everything you've shown me back at home. Good. I expect a better performance on our second session, said Svim, leaning back in his chair before making a shooing motion with his hand. You are dismissed. Zorian made a solemn nod, slowly rose from his chair and then fled the office as fast as he could without making it obvious he was in a hurry to leave. Only when he shut the door and put some distance from the room did he let himself relax. That could have ended up badly. Very, very badly. He knew he'd be taking a risk when he tried to read Svim's mind, but the man had aggravated him so much that he couldn't help himself. Besides, what were the chances of Svim deciding to shield his mind for a meeting with one of his students? Pretty good, apparently, because Zorian encountered a powerful mental shield when he tried to read his thoughts. He withdrew immediately, terrified that his telepathic probe had been noticed by the man, but whatever defenses Svim had apparently gave the man too little feedback to notice Zorian's relatively delicate attack. Well, that or he did notice but decided not to say anything, but that seemed very unlikely. If that were the case, he would have at least made a snide comment or two about how sloppy Zorian's attempt was, even if he wasn't at all bothered by the attempt itself. It was very interesting that Svim had bothered shielding his mind for their meeting, though. Was Svim one of those mages who kept their mind shielded at all times, or did he somehow know about Zorian's talents? There were a lot of possibilities. Zorian made a mental note to barge into the man's office unannounced at some point in the next week, just to see if Svim had his mind shielded even when not expecting Zorian to arrive. His thoughts were still preoccupied with Svim when he arrived back home, at which point the realization that he could sense the minds of Nachka and her mother in the house pushed the topic of his so-called mentor out of his mind. That was unexpected, there had been no plans for them to visit, as far as he knew. He entered the house and made a beeline towards the kitchen, where he could sense Amaya and Ray were currently situated, and found them seated around the kitchen table, gossiping over some cookies and plum brandy. Well, whatever. After exchanging greetings, he tried to ask Ray about her reasons for coming unannounced without sounding rude and accusing. He didn't quite succeed if the dirty look Amaya shot him was any indication, but Ray herself didn't seem to mind. Nachka was being impatient about your next visit, so I decided to take her to Kiriel instead, she explained. Besides, it is not fair to make you spend your time on bringing your sister over to my home. You are a student of magic, with many additional obligations aside, I'm told, and I am but a simple housewife with plenty of free time. Simple housewife, right. If she really was what she claimed to be, he wouldn't do anything crazy, but he'd be shocked. It was possible, but she was too confident and emotionally composed to be some ordinary housewife. For myself, I have no complaint about Nachka coming here from time to time, Amaya piped in. So you need not worry about any complaint from me. I see, Zorian said slowly. He looked at Ray, and found her unflinchingly meeting his gaze. Though his empathy detected no hostile intent and she didn't do anything overtly threatening, he found her vaguely unsettling. It was her body language, he realized, though her posture was relaxed, she did not fidget or move at all. Making a snap decision, Zorian decided to take a risk for the second time in a day and dived into her surface thoughts. He didn't want to get too comfortable with violating the mental sanctity of people around him, but if a person looked like a threat, he felt it was justified. And Ray definitely looked suspicious to him right now. Ree's mind was not shielded, and she gave no indication that she detected his intrusion. That said, he didn't get anything worthwhile out of it. She was not feeling very introspective at the moment, nor thinking any incriminating thoughts. Mostly, she seemed to be studying him, even as he was doing the same to her. Much like Zorian could tell she was not a normal housewife, she too seemed aware that he was anything but a normal student. He decided to get her talking about her background and current situation, hopefully guiding her thoughts down the path that would reveal what her deal was. Besides, Amaya seemed to be getting more and more uncomfortable with their silent stare-down, so if nothing else he should break the silence to calm her down a little. "You know, I just realized I never did ask you why you and your family moved into Syoria," said Zorian. "I bet it's a fascinating story." Over the next half an hour, Zorian spoke with Ray about her life and recent history, with Amaya occasionally jumping in with her opinion. Despite his efforts, Zorian failed to uncover any deep secret from Ree's thoughts. Her mind was too focused on what she was saying, with little in the way of internal musings or stray thoughts. The only thing Zorian could tell with certainty was that she hadn't lied even once while talking to him. Her story about her family moving from a small rural town to Syoria out of simple desire for a better life in the big city was something she honestly believed in, rather than some cliched cover story. Her husband wanted a better-paying job he could not get in their old home. Ray wanted to get away from their rather unpleasant neighbors who were spreading nasty rumors about her whenever they could get away with it, and they were both unhappy with the poor state of the local school and wanted better for Nachka. So they moved. Simple as that. Currently they were still in the process of setting up in Syoria, and were thus having some money problems, but Ray seemed unconcerned about that, claiming it to be a temporary issue. His mind reading did pick up on two interesting things. First, Ray had ridiculously good hearing. Throughout the entire conversation, she was somehow picking up on the conversation Kiriel and Nachka were having in another part of the house, separated from the kitchen by a corridor and two closed doors. Zorian himself could not hear a thing from the two girls, no matter how hard he strained his ears. Secondly, while Ray did not know he was reading her mind, she was pretty good at figuring out people's moods and motives the old-fashioned way. She realized pretty quickly he was suspicious of her and trying to interrogate her. And she found it amusing. Very, very amusing. Eventually, Zorian was forced to admit defeat, withdrawing from Ree's mind and excusing himself so he could leave. At the very least he was mollified that Ray did not seem to have any sinister plan for him and Kiriel, which was really all he cared about in regards to her. She could keep her secrets, so long as they didn't come back to haunt him later. "Oh yes, I nearly forgot," Amaya said as he turned to leave. "Kale said he wanted to talk to you when you get back. He's in the basement right now, tinkering with his alchemical equipment again." Thanking her for the information, Zorian descended into the basement to see what Kale wanted from him. It could be any number of things, really. He had dropped a multitude of bizarre problems on the Morlock boys since they'd met in this restart, and he counted himself lucky that Kale was so reasonable and level-headed about what he had learned. He had to admit, with no small amount of embarrassment, that he himself probably wouldn't have taken it half as well in his place. Then again, he had the feeling that Kale's willingness to accept his explanation about the time loop came from greed. He was sure that Kale saw the time loop less as a terrifying anomaly and more as a fantastic opportunity that could catapult his skills and knowledge immensely if he played his cards right, and that doubtlessly influenced how inclined he was to accept Zorian's story as truthful. Case in point. "Ah, you're here," Kale greeted him. "Did you get the ingredients I asked of you?" "Yup," said Zorian, reaching into his bag and withdrawing a wooden box full of alchemical ingredients. "There were no problems?" Kale asked, accepting the box and promptly opening it to examine the contents. He pulled out one of the bottles from the box, the one full of inky black liquid, and brought it towards the light to check something. "No. The shopkeeper looked at me strangely for buying so many expensive ingredients, but said nothing in the end. It would still probably be smart to buy the next batch from some other shop, though. Probably, agreed Kale, putting the bottle back and snapping the box shut. There was no offer of reimbursing Zorian for his expenses. One of the first demands Kale had of Zorian once he decided the time loop thing had something to it was for Zorian to finance his experiments to the best of his ability. He understood Kale's demand for what it was, not just a way for the boy to secure more funding, but also a challenge for Zorian to prove he believed what he was saying. After all, if he really believed in his own time loop story, he wouldn't care at all about spending his money like that, would he? Kale placed the box on the work table next to him, depositing it among the many other boxes, ceramic bowls, glass bottles and other alchemical instruments that cluttered Kale's workspace. He seemed to be lost in thought for a moment, his bright blue eyes rapidly scanning the rest of the basement, before he focused back to his conversation with Zorian. "How often do you think you'll be able to buy more?" he asked. "Well, I hesitate to say, as often as you need me to, since I'm sure you can burn through any amount of money I have if you go wild, but I'm pretty loaded right now. Thanks to the time loop I found a very time-efficient way to extract a great deal of crystallized mana from Nyazov Dveri's underworld, and selling that has given me a huge amount of money to spend," Zorian explained. "So, 2 or 3 boxes like that a day if I had to. Maybe more, but I really think that would be a bad idea, since I don't think I'd be able to avoid unwelcome attention if I started buying so much expensive stuff." "I see," Kale said slowly, clearly more than a little surprised at the information. "That's a lot of money. Out of curiosity, why did you go to the trouble to get so much? Funds for your own experiments?" "Partially," said Zorian. "It certainly makes things a lot easier when you can throw around money like it's nothing. Saves time. And yes, I know it's strange for that to be a concern when you're stuck in an ever-repeating time loop." "And the other part?" "Greed, I guess," Zorian admitted. "When I finally break out of the time loop I kind of want to have all my monetary concerns taken care of. Probably not the best use of my time but dash." "Don't worry, I understand you completely," said Kale, smiling slightly. "I probably wouldn't have been able to resist doing so myself. In fact, I probably would have done it much sooner, even with the threat of other time travelers and the presence of more pressing problems you're dealing with. So many problems in my life would have disappeared if I had 1,000,000 pieces or so." "Well, you are an alchemist," Zorian said. "Your profession has always been very expensive to practice, unless you were one of those alchemists who were willing to limit themselves to components they could grow and personally harvest in the wilderness. It makes perfect sense that you'd want to get rich if given a chance." "Perhaps. I don't think I'd be anywhere near as efficient about it as you are, though. Well, not without resorting to theft. The thought of looking for crystallized mana would have never occurred to me. What's so valuable about it that people are willing to pay so much?" Zorian gave Kale a curious look. "It's a bit strange to hear an alchemist ask that. I'm pretty sure that powdered crystallized mana is an important potion ingredient." "Not in the kind of potions I'm making," Kale said, shaking his head. "Ah. Well, crystallized mana is basically ambient mana in solid form. Harder to make use of than ambient mana, since it first has to be broken down into the more familiar, ethereal form before you can use it to power anything, but it is very convenient as a mana battery. Most mana batteries, such as the ones made with spell formulas, lose all stored mana in a couple of days to a week. Crystallized mana, on the other hand, is completely stable in normal circumstances. That's very useful if you want to, say, support a powerful magical item or warding scheme independently of ambient mana levels," explained Zorian. "Ah, so these are the crystals the new trains use for fuel," said Kale. "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "I heard that use of crystallized mana as train fuel is really driving the prices of it upwards lately, got a bunch of people worried. Very convenient for me, though. Shame it's only useful for powering items," Kale said. "Having some kind of personal mana battery would have been a nice way of sidestepping your limited mana reserves." Have you looked into making such a thing? Even if it only lasted a few weeks, that should be enough to be useful in your circumstances. Of course I've looked into it, Zorian scoffed. It's impossible. Personal mana loses its affinity with its maker rapidly once expended, becoming indistinguishable from ambient mana in a matter of minutes. Ah. Indeed. What about alchemical solutions? Is there a potion that increases your mana regeneration, gives you a momentary mana boost or something like that? I doubt it. I think we would have all heard about such a potion if it was at all available. But it's possible, I suppose, especially if it has some serious drawbacks that curtails its use. You should probably ask Lukav about that. If anyone knows how to answer that question definitively, it's him, Kale said. He squirmed uncomfortably. And since we're on the topic of Lukav, I have a bit of a personal request. I'm listening, Zorian said curiously. Okay, Kale began. When I gave you that list of people to consult with in regards to soul magic, I did not exactly give you a list of strangers. We weren't best friends, but I knew these people. We had history between us, we met sometimes to exchange news and the like. To find out that someone had been going around, kidnapping and killing them, was very upsetting to me. Zorian winced. Now that it was pointed out to him, he had been really rather callous when he told Kale of the disappearances in Nyazov Dveri, hadn't he? This wasn't just another disquieting mystery to Kale, but an outright attack on him and his acquaintances. I'm not angry at you, Kale hurriedly added. I realize you already have a lot on your plate, and that staying alive and figuring out what is behind the time loop takes precedence over everything else. However, I would really appreciate it if you looked into these killers and figured out a way to stop them for good. Of course, Zorian immediately agreed. I had fully intended to do so anyway. I simply delayed that investigation until I had taken care of more pressing problems and gotten somewhat better at magical combat. Besides, he had figured that investigating the invasion forces here in Syoria would automatically bring him closer to solving that particular mystery. The two were clearly connected somehow, perhaps even two different fronts of the exact same operation. I see. That takes a load off my chest, Kale said, exhaling heavily. If there is anything I can do to help you with this, just let me know. I'm still in the process of asking around, but I think I can get my hands on a couple of truth potion recipes. I already have my own interrogation magic, but I suppose having more options to choose from never hurts, Zorian said. Truthfully, truth potions might actually be more effective than what he had in mind, at least at the current stage of the investigation, but he really needed to develop his ability to sift through people's memories, so he was reluctant to use them. Keep in mind that Lukav already knows how to make a truth potion, so if your talks fall through I can just teleport you to his village so you can have a friendly chat with him. Perhaps he is willing to share. He knows how to do that. Sneaky bastard was holding out on me, Kale grumbled. Still, that does remind me that Lukav is far from being a helpless victim and neither is his priest friend. It might be a good idea to involve them in the investigation. They might be perfectly capable of taking the killers down on their own if you provide him with sufficient information. Now there was an idea. It would be hard to secure Alanix cooperation without coming clean about absolutely everything, but the benefits could be immense. He would have to seriously consider it when he started to seriously tackle the problem of Ayaska Manor and disappearances around Nyazov Dveri. Well, said Kale after a few seconds of silence, unlocking one of the drawers attached to his work desk and withdrawing a cheap, featureless notebook out of it. With that out of the way, I'd like to discuss another unpleasant topic with you, your soul marker. Zorian straightened his back a little, suddenly alert. Truthfully, when he had told Kale about the soul marker and allowed the Morlock boy to perform a scan of his soul, he had not expected much. Kale may have been a necromancer, but he was very much an amateur one. Still, he figured it wouldn't hurt to put some trust in the other boy. Both Lukav and Alanik were rather narrowly specialized when it came to their soul magic expertise, and it was entirely possible that they had missed something that a full-blown necromancer, even a novice one, would find obvious. It seemed that was indeed the case. What is it? He asked with barely hidden excitement. Kale sighed and pressed the notebook into Zorian's hand. Leafing through it, however, Zorian realized he didn't understand anything in it. It was full of unfamiliar diagrams and alien jargon, interspersed with brief paragraphs that meant nothing to one who lacked sufficient context to understand them. He shot Kale an annoyed look. "I'll be blunt," said Kale, ignoring his glare. "Your marker shouldn't work." Seeing Zorian's confused expression, he moved to explain. "I was immediately suspicious when you described how tightly the markers entwined with your soul. Why would someone make such a deeply embedded marker and then make it a simple unchanging identification stamp like you assumed it was?" The desire to make the marker resilient to damage and harder to remove could explain some of it, but it was still excessive. There are less invasive means that would have only failed if the soul was so mangled that the person was effectively dead. Those methods do have a noticeable flaw, though. They are a lot easier to copy than what you have rooted in your soul. That, I felt, was key. The marker was designed to foil attempts at copying it to other people. And in order to do that it needed to check up on the host's soul to see whether it has been transplanted to another person, Zorian interrupted. "Yes," Kale said. He took the notebook out of Zorian's hands, flipped it to one of the later pages and handed it back to him. Looking at it again, Zorian could tell that the diagram was supposed to be a crude outline of a human's body, several circles, triangles and straight lines drawn over it. Below it was a short paragraph talking about essence channels, feedback nodes and transition barriers. It still didn't mean much to Zorian, but he could tell this time that it was supposed to represent Zorian's soul, the marker attached to it and their interaction to one another. "I do not claim to completely understand the marker," Kale said. "Or even most of it. It's an awe-inspiring thing, clearly made by a master soul mage. I especially like how it makes itself inconspicuous to casual soul scans. I'm not surprised I never detected it before being informed it was there. Still, there are some things about its functions that are obvious to me, and one of them is that the marker is designed to consult the soul of its host, the core, unchanging part of it, anyway, and alter its identification tag according to what it detects. Transplanting the marker to another person should result in a totally different identification value." "But that's clearly not how it works," Zorian protested. "Zack and I have the same damn marker. The tracking spell wouldn't have worked otherwise." "It's broken," Kale said calmly. "Your marker, that is. There are parts of it that are totally inert, either because they do not acknowledge you as its rightful host or because they are missing some critical piece that got lost in the transfer. I'm guessing that at least one of those is supposed to send a signal to the looping mechanism when you die, terminating the loop prematurely. That would neatly explain why you get sent back when Zack dies but he doesn't experience the same when you end up dead. He has the intact version of the marker, whereas you don't. But the main part of the thing works. In a sense. It does everything it is supposed to, consulting the core of your soul, but for some reason it is still stuck on the same value it had while it was still inside Zack. It's broken, but it's broken in your favor." "Huh," said Zorian lamely. What was he supposed to say to that? Honestly, this isn't such a huge surprise. I always suspected that the marker was in some way defective. After all, I highly doubt that its makers intended for someone like me to enter the time loop the way I did. Does this really change anything? Depends how you look at it, Kale said. You are in no danger of being suddenly dropped out of the loop, so I suppose from a personal perspective this doesn't change much. But look at it from a wider perspective. If I'm right, then whatever convergence of circumstances aligned to pull you into the time loop along with Zack was a fluke. A fortunate fluke, but a fluke all the same. It is not consistently reproducible. Zorian frowned. What was he? Then it hit him. Wait. How did Red Robe end up time looping, then? Yes, that is the question, isn't it? Kale said, his fingers drumming on his work table impatiently. I'm afraid I don't know how to answer that question. But he clearly didn't use the same method you did. Yeah, Zorian agreed. I had strongly suspected that, but I couldn't be sure. Him having some other method of joining the time loop would explain why he never used his own marker to track me down the way I did Zack. He doesn't have the same marker as me and Zack, if he indeed has one at all, so he would have to capture Zack and use him as a key to locate me that way. And if he's indeed a master soul mage like you seem to think, he probably knows you could not possibly have an identical marker as Zack, so there is no reason for him to try that in the first place, Kale said. They bounced theories and ideas off one another for the next half an hour, but it was all just hollow speculation at the moment. They had no way to confirm or discard any of the possibilities. Kale thought that Red Robe was in some way piggybacking on Zack, either by leaving portions of his mind in Zack the way the Cyaurian matriarch did with Zorian, or by having some kind of soul link with Zack. Zorian discarded the possibility of a mind package immediately. The logistics of that kind of setup didn't add up. Red Robe was active within hours of the start of the loop, if his quick arrival to the ruins of the Urania colony in that one restart were any indication, and processing a large amount of memories took more than a day. Not to mention that Zack didn't start every restart by going to the same location, so it was questionable how Red Robe would have even gotten a memory package in every restart. No, Red Robe definitely wasn't using memory packages. And really, Zorian didn't think he was linked to Zack's soul either. If he was, he would have checked Zack's soul for additional connections when he'd read his mind and found out there were additional time travelers running around. Instead, he immediately ran off to confront the Urania. The thought of someone being connected to Zack's soul didn't seem to occur to him. Personally, Zorian thought Red Robe did have a marker of some sort. It was entirely possible, he felt, that there was a way for people who knew what they were doing to enter the time loop properly, to get their own marker and all. Though that did raise a question about why he didn't just off Zack and go on with his life free of interference. What was so special about Zack? Right. I don't think we're getting anywhere with this, Zorian said. Anything else I should keep in mind? Nothing that Lukav and his priest friend didn't already warn you about. Avoid any magic that could alter your soul substantially. We don't know what caused the marker to get stuck on its current identification value, and there is no telling what will push it off the edge, so take care, said Kale. I was afraid to do that even before now, and for that exact reason too, Zorian said, leaning back on making a deliberately dramatic sigh. Pity, though. I guess my dream of turning that stupid Grey Hunter Silverlake sent me to deal with into my very own familiar or becoming a Grey Hunter shifter is doomed to remain just a dream. Didn't you know? There is a reason why most shifters are made from normal animals, Kale warned him. Being a shifter means you get instincts from the other part of the soul, and magical creatures always have very strong souls. The more magical the creature, the stronger. And they tend to be extremely violent and territorial. With regards to Grey Hunters, I'm fairly certain they don't tolerate even their own kind, much less anything else. Such an attitude would bleed over to you if you became a Grey Hunter shifter. And there is also the matter of inheritance to consider. Even if you are able to master a Grey Hunter's soul and not let its urges rule you, there is no guarantee that your children will be similarly strong-willed, especially since they'll have those urges from the day they are born. I'd strongly recommend against that course of action. As for making it your familiar, keep in mind that it takes a long time for the soul link to mature and that you need to be close to it. The whole time. There is no guarantee that the creature won't kill you during the process. And if you do manage to slave it to your will, it could still be dangerous to everyone around you who is not protected by the soul bond. There was no need for a lecture. I was just joking, said Zorian flatly. Good. Even if its abilities would have been so very useful, Zorian said wistfully. Extreme toughness, speed and magical resistance. Yes, please. Just kill it, chop it up for parts and make an enhancement potion out of them, suggested Kale. You can ask Lukav to help you do it, I'm sure he'd jump at the chance. Not many people are crazy enough to go after one of those monsters, after all, so I'm pretty sure he never had a chance to work with Grey Hunter parts. You know, that actually sounds like an interesting idea. Glad I could help, Kale said, peering into a slowly bubbling metal pot on the table in front of him and scowling. Well, my current experiment is not going too well. And I thought I had it this time, too. Time to try batch number 4. He gave Zorian a speculative look. Say, do you think you can help me out here? Some of the steps are pretty simple, and observing my work will ensure you don't forget what I talked about as easily as you did last time. Yeah, I'll help, and holy gods, will you stop reminding me of that? Zorian whined. It was more than a year, and I had a lot on my mind. It was natural I would forget a lot of things. Besides, I'm already working on sidestepping my faulty memory somehow. I wish you luck about that, Kale said. Nonetheless, we both know you'll remember my work a lot better if you understand what I'm doing instead of just blindly memorizing recipes and dry instructions. Think of this as free alchemical lessons. Well, he did use a fair amount of alchemy in solving the problems he encountered, so getting some advice in the field might actually be useful. All right. Where do you want me to start? Break. The next day, Zorian decided to make good on his own internal promise to find some solution to the forgetting things problem. Well, he had to organize another one of Curiel's magic lessons first, but there were no issues with that. Her progress was much faster than it had been in the previous restarts he had tried teaching her, since he had already been through this several times and was therefore getting better at motivating her and explaining the subject matter in a way she intuitively understood. His obligations done for the day, he quickly excused himself and went out for a walk, lest Kale or Amaya find some other job to dump in his lap. In the long run, Zorian knew he already had a perfectly good solution for remembering things with perfect clarity. He could just make memory packets like those of the Sciorian matriarch, storing them in his mind for future recall. The map of Scioria's underworld that the matriarch had left him was still as crystal clear in his mind as it had been the day he had assembled it from the scattered remnants left in the minds of the male survivors of the colony. It served as a shining example of what was possible for one who could master the procedure of creating such things. And it wasn't like learning how to do that would be an additional time sink either. Learning how to handle memory packets was something he was already working on. It was his current priority, in fact. The problem was, it would be a while before his effort there bore any fruit. Could be a couple of months, could be a couple of years, well, hopefully not years, since the matriarch's memory package could decay into uselessness by then, but the point remained, it was not a quick solution to his immediate problem. Fortunately, human mages were quite good at making quick solutions to immediate problems, and surely some of them had at one point needed to memorize a map down to the very last detail, or recite a book word for word. Zorian would be shocked if the spell to do such a thing didn't already exist somewhere out there. It was just a question of whether he could find it. He decided to try at the Academy Library first. A bit unimaginative, but it was the best place to start his research, and it had been a while since he'd spent some time browsing its shelves. He kind of missed that during his long absence from Scioria. 3 hours later, he was torn between smiling in satisfaction and the urge to find something flammable to take his frustration out on. The bright side was, he found what he was looking for. There were no less than 5 different spells that could do what he wanted, mostly by allowing the caster to record what they see and hear for a brief period of time and storing that record in their minds. They differed in details, such as whether it was possible to pause the recording or not, but the core was the same. One even claimed it could form a clear memory retroactively, allowing the caster to remember what they had forgotten. The bad news was that these spells were only available in the restricted section of the library. Specifically, the mind magic section of it. Zorian leaned back in his chair, precariously balancing it on its back 2 legs and taking his glasses off to massage his eyes. To say that the Academy was reluctant to give permission to random students with regards to doing mind magic would be a severe understatement. He needed a better library pass if he wanted to get what he wanted, and there was no way he was going to get it through legal means. He narrowed his eyes while staring at the library ceiling. There was no helping it. He would just have to steal one. What has gotten my best student so gloomy on this fine day? Zorian jumped in his seat, startled, the poorly balanced chair almost giving up on him and pulling him to the floor. After finally stabilizing himself enough, he turned around to give Ilsa an unamused look. Sorry, she said, but her smile and the emotions he felt off of her told Zorian she was not sorry at all. "I didn't think you would react so explosively." "You just surprised me a bit," Zorian said. He had detected a person passing by him with his mind sense, but that wasn't exactly something unusual in this place. It wasn't like the library was empty, after all. "What can I help you with, Miss Salady?" "Nothing, really, I am already done with what I came here for." "You didn't notice it because you were so absorbed into your reading, but I had passed through this section twice before now. I just didn't want to interrupt you then, since you looked quite busy. I was just leaving now when I noticed you trying to burn a hole in the ceiling with your eyes, so I wondered if I can help you with whatever is troubling you." "I appreciate the offer, Miss Salady," Zorian said. "I really do. But I don't think you can help me with this." Helpful though she may be, Zorian was pretty sure that asking her to help him with committing a crime was a terrible idea. Amusing, but terrible. "What are you working on, anyway?" she asked, peering at the open book in front of him. "Memory preservation spells. Why would you need that?" "I need a way to quickly and flawlessly memorize a notebook or two," Zorian said truthfully. Ilsa gave him a searching look. "If this is about class work." "No, I think I'm doing quite well in my classes," Zorian said, shaking his head. If anything, he thought he was doing too well. He was at the top of his class in terms of grades, despite his efforts to avoid standing out. "It's personal. All I can say is that I'll be going on a trip soon, and I won't be able to bring anything with me. Anything but my memories, that is. And while my memory is quite good, it is not good enough to memorize, say, a word-for-word transcription of a book of potion recipes." "Sounds ominous and suspicious," Ilsa noted. "I'm not planning anything illegal," Zorian assured. "I'm sure," Ilsa deadpanned. "That's why you're looking up spells that I know you're not authorized to learn." "Hence me being gloomy when you approached me," Zorian countered. "I thought I had found a solution to my problem, but it turns out it's beyond my reach at the moment." "I see," she said. "Out of curiosity, how important is it that you be able to access the information in the book while it is stored inside your mind?" "I'm not sure I understand," Zorian frowned. "What would be the point of holding a book in your head if you couldn't read it?" "To create a copy of it, of course," Ilsa smiled. "It's a trick that some alteration experts use if they want to be able to create complex objects without carrying the originals with them. They use a spell to record the blueprint of an object, storing it inside their heads, then simply use that blueprint to create copies of the object whenever it strikes their fancy. Well, provided they have the correct raw materials. In your case, that would be a blank book of similar dimensions to what you're trying to copy and a bottle of ink." "And, you know how to do this?" asked Zorian hopefully. Ilsa hummed. "Well, I am an alteration expert, but even if I was willing to teach you, this is not exactly an easy spell combination. It requires a great deal of alteration expertise and great shaping control. It would take dash." Zorian concentrated for a second and pulled at the heavy, metal-lined book on the shelf next to him with his magic, not bothering to make a single gesture or hand motion. The book smoothly slid out of its shelf and floated in front of Ilsa, startling her. Before she could say anything, the book opened itself and started turning its pages, slowly at first but then speeding up until the last half of it passed in a blur and the book slammed itself shut. His point made, Zorian smoothly slotted the book back to its previous place on the shelf. "I can't think of a proper way to prove my alteration expertise right now," said Zorian in the resulting silence, "but I'm perfectly capable of restructuring a metal pan into a fully functional metal watch." "How much harder would this be compared to that?" "Not exactly harder," Ilsa admitted, still staring at the book on the shelf with a frown. "But certainly different. You'd have to practice for a few days before you can get it right." She shook her head and tore her eyes away from the book to stare Zorian in the eyes. "We're going to have a talk about this on Monday, Mr. Kaczynski." "Does that mean you agree to teach it to me?" he asked. "Not yet. I'll need to run some tests on you to see whether you can handle the spells safely." Ilsa soon left, leaving Zorian alone to his own thoughts. He closed the book in front of him, setting it aside. Ilsa's spell combination wasn't exactly what he had been looking for when he searched for a quick and dirty solution, but it could work. In fact, it was even better than his original idea in some regards. Much less annoying to use, for instance. Plus, he wouldn't need to painstakingly transcribe the information from his head every time he wanted to add or change something. He would give Ilsa's method a chance. But he was going to steal a better library pass anyway. Break. 2 weeks passed in a blur of activity. Most of it was routine, like him accompanying Taven and her team to the dungeon, teaching Curiel or helping Kale with his alchemy, and having his soul occasionally scanned by the other boy, with little results thus far. It helped that Curiel actually had a friend her age this time, so she monopolized his time a lot less. Whatever dark secret her mother harbored, Zorian had to admit Nachka's presence made Curiel a lot more manageable than she usually was, so he was definitely going to visit that bridge in future restarts as well. 2 main things stood out from the rest. The first one was that he had managed to learn the spells Ilsa had talked about, and they worked just as she said they would. He was happy that he could finally keep written notes on what happened in the time loop, since he now had a method of effectively transferring his notebooks into the next restart. Kale was happy too, since he could now be much more liberal about the amount of information he was sending over to his future self. He promptly gave Zorian 4 fully filled out notebooks to store the blueprints of, with a promise of 1 more by the end of the restart. Zorian really hoped Kale wouldn't accumulate notebooks so rapidly in future restarts, because Zorian could only hold about 15 blueprints in his mind. The matriarch's memory packet didn't leave much room for anything else, really. The second interesting thing was that he had all but confirmed that Svim had his mind shielded at all times. He had barged into the man's office 3 different times, and the shield had always been active. Sadly, his unannounced visit seemed to have finally provoked the unflappable man somewhat, so now Zorian had 5 different shaping books on his reading list for their next session. Depending on which book Svim decided to focus on, their next lesson would consist of Zorian making detailed shapes out of sand, telekinetically dismantling a watch without breaking any of its parts, playing around with candles and matches, trying to apply paint on canvas without using any brushes or carving glyphs into stones with his fingers. Or maybe all 5 if Svim was feeling particularly vindictive. But that was all background activity. The real focus of his efforts was tracking the Abasins and the cult of the World Dragon, mapping the structure of their organization. Originally he wanted to be cautious, spending most of the restart just observing everything, identifying their members and locations they met and did business in, but, well, he saw his chance and he took it. While the Abasins were mostly full-blown mages and lived deep underground in heavily warded bases crawling with guards, only periodically visiting the surface, most of their allies in the city were far more modestly protected. Zorian followed around cultists and simple mercenaries that worked with the Abasins, tracking them down to their homes and reading their thoughts as they skulked around. The wards on their houses, if they even had them, were hilariously easy to avoid or break, allowing Zorian to root through their stuff for additional clues and connections with other members of their conspiracy. He had found out some interesting things. For instance, not all of the Abasin agents in the city were aware of what they were getting themselves into. The various merchants that smuggled food and other supplies to the invaders seemed entirely ignorant of whom they were really supporting. It was just business to them. Apparently there were numerous secret bases and operations happening in the deep reaches of Sayoria's dungeon, and most of them were fairly inoffensive: illegal harvesting operations for dangerous substances, secret research facilities by various trading groups, even a government black site of some sort. The merchants thought they were simply supplying one of these many shadowy factions and never pried much into the identity of their customers. A couple of mercenaries knew that the invaders planned to do some kind of terrorist strike during the summer festival, but didn't care about the details so long as they got paid. They didn't seem to be aware of the true scale of the invasion. Then there was the cult of the World Dragon, who honestly baffled him. The cult had a very complex, confusing structure, with lots of different ranks and categories of membership, and every rank seemed to have been fed a different story. On top of that, some members seemed to be in it purely for the benefits and had never bought into the cult's belief system in the first place. They were in it for the money. Apparently, being a member of the Cult of Dragon could be pretty profitable if you played your cards right. They knew that the cult planned to release a primordial at the summer festival to ravage the city and everything around it, of course, but didn't believe the primordial in question even existed, so no harm in going along with it, right? Right. There was still no evidence that Red Robe was in any way operating among the invasion forces, nor that he had shared even a speck of knowledge with them before running off to do something else, so Zorian decided to be a little more aggressive and start actually practicing his memory reading on acceptable targets. To that end, he identified a small cultist gathering, organized by a trio of magic-wielding members who appeared to be of a slightly higher rank than the usual dregs Zorian encountered thus far, and prepared to subdue them for questioning. 8 armed cultists, 3 of whom were magic wielders. His old self would have called him crazy for trying to tackle them all on his lonesome, even from ambush, but they never really stood a chance. He trapped the house they were to meet in before they even got there, having found out about their chosen meeting place several days in advance, and took them down one by one as they came. Mostly by telepathically compelling them into falling asleep, much like the Urania had tried to do to him such a long time ago when he'd first encountered them. The last arrival was a mage who had a mind shield spell formula on a ring and fought his attempt off. Zorian was forced to deal with him via slamming him into a wall a couple of times with some judicious application of the Force Blast spell. Once they were all down and tied up, Zorian took a deep breath and concentrated on diving into the memories of his first victim. Before he got instruction from the Yellow Cavern Guardians, Zorian sort of expected that probing someone's memories would be like one sometimes sees in adventure novels and the like, a walk through some psychedelic mindscape, where the intruder has to navigate deeply symbolical mazes and fight mental representations of the victim's psyche and whatnot. The reality was nothing like that. Or at least the way Urania did it was nothing like that, and the Yellow Cavern Guardians had seemed more than a little amused when Zorian had described the idea to them. Instead, memory probes simply consisted of a powerful telepathic probe that punched through the surface layers of the victim's mind and then started branching throughout their inner self in search of whatever the psychic was after. It was by its very nature a dangerous procedure. Unlike lighter, surface manipulations, deep scans like the one he was about to do could permanently ruin a mind. An amateur like Zorian was all but guaranteed to cause irreparable damage on his first try, unless they had spent years doing careful exercises which Zorian had no time for. Thus, he was not terribly surprised when that first man ended up as a mindless husk 5 minutes later. The convulsions and foaming at the mouth that preceded it were very disturbing, however, and almost made him give up on the whole thing right then and there. He didn't even manage to read anything out of his memories, so his death had been for nothing. A few minutes later, after he'd had some time to calm down and drown out the little voice in his head telling him he was a monster for killing a defenseless man like that, he continued with victim number 2. He decided not to stay so long inside the minds of the rest of them. Number 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 survived his probes. They could even wake up someday. Well, they could have, if the time loop wasn't so close to its end. The 6th attempt actually yielded some results, too. He didn't find much in the man's memories before he had to withdraw, but he did add a few more names to his list to investigate, so at least some good came out of it. The last 2 suffered only light damage due to his probe. They knew nothing useful that could help him. Zorian left the house feeling hollow, wondering whether he was really justified in doing this. He came home to find Curiel in tears and the entire household in an uproar. Ray and Saw Satchel had been found dead in their home, brutally murdered by what appeared to be a monster missed by the many extermination squads operating in the city by now. Of their daughter, there was no trace. 40. Shifting Tracks. Chapter 040 Shifting Tracks. Zorian woke up very early in the morning, roused from his slumber by the faint, incoherent mumbling of Curiel sleeping beside him. For a moment he wondered why Curiel was sleeping in his bed instead of being in her own room, but then he snapped out of the confused half-dream state he was in and memories of the previous evening came rushing into him. Ray and her husband were dead, their daughter missing. An event that had completely blindsided Zorian, who had never heard of anything like that happening in the previous restarts. Was this something that usually happened and he just never heard of it, or did the many changes in the wake of the Iranian destruction somehow cause this? That fact that Ray and Saw had been killed by a wandering monster seemed to suggest the latter, but Zorian had a hunch there was nothing random about that monster attack. The cephalic rats had been monitoring the Sashal household for a reason, after all, and the invaders were ever so fond of slaving dungeon denizens to their will and using them as their attack dogs. Kiriel, of course, neither knew nor cared about Zorian's musings on the matter. Unlike him, who was not terribly close to the Sashal family and for whom their deaths would in no way be permanent, Kiriel had gotten very close to Nachka and was devastated to hear about the attack. Not even pointing out that she may still be alive could get her to stop crying. After all, the police said her parents were killed by a dungeon denizen, and those weren't exactly known for kidnapping people and keeping them alive for ransom. In the end, Kiriel only calmed down and went to sleep when Amaya gave her some homemade calming tea that kicked in suspiciously quickly. Probably a mild opiate. He should have asked for a cup of that himself. In all likelihood, he had already been rather unnerved by his experience of reading the cultist's memories, and was thus ill-equipped to deal with this brand-new crisis. Moving slowly, Zorian carefully extricated himself out of his bed and vacated the room, trying not to wake up Kiriel. He was pretty sure he failed in that regard, as her mental signature abruptly got more active about halfway through his retreat from the room, but since she never said anything and kept her eyes closed, he figured she didn't want to talk to him yet. Or maybe she just wanted to go back to sleep. It was pretty early. He found everyone else already awake and seated around the table when he entered the kitchen, Amaya, Kale and even Kana. Couldn't sleep either, huh? Kale asked rhetorically. Kiriel snuck into my bed in the middle of the night, said Zorian with a sigh. She's hard to bunk with even in normal circumstances, and considering the recent events. Poor thing, Amaya said. She was hit the hardest by this, I think. It's a disgrace that something like that could happen in the middle of the city, and after it was already known that monsters were getting unusually aggressive too. Amaya spent the next 10 minutes or so blaming the city for poor handling of the monster crisis, a subject that she never showed all that much of an interest in before now. It didn't take an empath to figure out that Kiriel wasn't the only one greatly affected by the killings. She had probably formed a friendship with Ray during the many times she had brought Nachka to meet with Kiriel. Kale and Kana, on the other hand, seemed far less affected. Kale had virtually no interaction with either Nachka or Ray, and had never even met Saw, so that was understandable. Kana had sometimes joined Nachka and Kiriel in their games, but had been nowhere near as close to Nachka as Kiriel had. She was also very young and probably didn't quite understand what was happening. Eventually Amaya ran out of steam and fell silent, though Zorian could still feel a lot of frustration coming off her. An uneasy atmosphere descended on the table. Oh yes, Amaya said suddenly. I forgot to tell you yesterday, but the police want to talk to you about Ray and her family. Me? Asked Zorian in surprise. What would I know about that? You did speak to Ray and her husband relatively recently, pointed out Kale. They probably want to see if they told you something of importance. Most likely they want to talk to everyone who knew the victim. I see, Zorian said, idly drumming his fingers on the table. Are they going to drop by at some point or should I go visit the police station? Detective Etcetera said he was going to be at the Sashal residence at noon today, and that you should meet him there if possible, Amaya said. Zorian frowned. Etcetera? That sounded familiar. Where did he? Oh, his old divination teacher had that last name too, didn't he? And he was a detective, too. This detective Etcetera, he wouldn't be named Hazlush, would he? Asked Zorian. I think that was his name, yes, Amaya said, frowning. I have to say I don't really remember his introduction all that well. I was too shocked to really pay attention. Why, do you know him? I've heard of him, said Zorian. It's not really important, I was just curious. I'll go give him a visit later. At that point Kiriel trudged into the kitchen, apparently having decided not to go back to sleep after all, and they all wordlessly decided to shelve the topic of the Satchel family for the moment. Break. The Satchel family home didn't look like a scene of death. That was the first thing Zorian noticed when he approached the house. He had expected to see some kind of damage on the building, broken windows, the door torn off its hinges, maybe a damaged wall section, but the house looked entirely intact. If it weren't for the trio of policemen hanging around the entrance and giving him severe looks as he approached, he would have never guessed the occupants had been killed. Didn't look much like a monster attack to him. The chance of this being an actual random event kept getting lower and lower. "I'm here to speak to Detective etc.," he said to the tall, mustachioed, stern-looking policeman that looked like he was the leader of the group in front of him. "He told me I should look for him here. Is he present?" "He's inside," the man nodded. "But I'm afraid I can't let you go look for him yourself. If you are willing to wait a little, I will notify him you're here." "I'm fine with that," said Zorian, though internally he wasn't happy. He had wanted to take a look inside the place to see if he could spot any clues. He doubted the police would be willing to tell him any details about the killings, after all. Inconvenient. He could just wait until they left the place alone and sneak in then, but that might take several days. Most of the clues would have gone cold by then, assuming they hadn't been confiscated by the police as evidence. Besides, there wasn't all that much time left before the end of the restart, so his window of opportunity to conduct an investigation was very small. Damn it, he so didn't need this right now. "Wait here, then," the mustachioed policeman said. "What is your name, boy?" Zorian gave him his name, and the man promptly disappeared through the door to fetch Haslash. After 5 minutes of waiting in uncomfortable silence while the other 2 policemen gave him suspicious looks, however, he could tell it would take a while for the man to return. Zorian shuffled in place uncomfortably, probably looking mightily suspicious to the 2 policemen scrutinizing his every move. He knew it wasn't entirely rational, but he was profoundly unnerved about being so close to law enforcement. Logically speaking, they had no reason to suspect him of anything, and this entire talk was likely just a formality. He'd had bad dealings with the police back in Siren, though, and he was also dealing with Haslash. His old teacher could be scarily perceptive at times. Zorian wouldn't put it past the man to notice something strange about him and bring him in for more detailed questioning, which would be a gigantic waste of time at best, and at worst would necessitate an early end to the restart via suicide. He'd prefer to avoid the latter possibility at all costs. Kiriel was already devastated about losing a friend, so having her brother suddenly blow himself up in the police station all of a sudden would be terrible. True, Zorian wouldn't be there to see her anguish, and the restart would end a few days later, but just imagining the possibility made him ill. Maybe he should read Haslash's mind. Haslash was probably trained in detecting and resisting mental intrusion, being a mage working for law enforcement and all, but Zorian's particular brand of mind magic was very non-standard. He didn't use any obvious chants and gestures, so maybe he could get away with it. It would probably answer a lot of questions and would allow him to avoid any obvious blunders while talking to him. But no, that was too much of a risk. Besides, he had a much better target for something like that standing just beside him. He doubted those mundane policemen were trained in dealing with mind magic, beyond maybe being given a few pointers. A secret is only as strong as its weakest links. He proceeded to worm his way into the 2 policemen's thoughts. He found out that they were really not as interested in him as he had been imagining, but they also weren't thinking about the Satchel family either. One of them was hungry and thinking of the dinner his wife was making him back home, and the other was fantasizing about some female administrative employee back in the station. Well, that was okay, he would talk to them and lead their thoughts back to the situation at hand. "So, I don't want to get you gentlemen in trouble or anything, but is there anything you can tell me about what happened here? Saw and Ray had been friends of mine and I was shocked to hear what happened to them. Is there anything you can tell me about all this?" Zorian didn't really expect them to say much. He fully expected them to give him the silent treatment until Haslash got outside, but simply mentioning the topic was usually enough to get a person to start thinking about it. He didn't expect to be hit by a veritable wave of distrust and derisiveness coming from his link to one of the policemen, though. And he looked like such a normal-looking kid, too, the man thought to himself. I'd never have guessed he was hanging around a bunch of thieving cat shifters. Just shows you can never trust outward appearances when it comes to magic bullshit. Ray was a cat shifter. Ha! That made a lot of sense, actually, explained some things. What he didn't understand at all was that the policeman seemed to think this made Ray and her family bad people, so much so that Zorian was apparently bad just for associating with them. Apparently he had physically reacted to this revelation, because the other policeman noticed it and spoke up to forestall any possible unpleasantness. He didn't seem to see Zorian's reaction as any evidence of mind reading, chalking up his reaction to him being able to sense the change in his partner's bearing and facial expression. We're just here to look tough and discourage curious neighbors from snooping around, kid, the other policeman said. We don't know anything more about this than you do. In all likelihood, some sort of dungeon creature made its way into the house and killed the couple inside. For anything more you'll have to wait for Officer Kalen to come back with the detective. The first policeman lightly shook his head before catching himself and stopping. The creature that killed them simply sauntered in through an unlocked door instead of breaking in and attacked absolutely no one else in this entire crowded neighborhood. If that was an actual monster incursion, I will eat my own shoes, the man thought to himself. The kiddies probably stuck their noses in some shady business, like usual, and got offed for it when someone took offense. Gods know they got their paws on everything these days. Zorian frowned. What about Nachka? Their daughter? I was told her body was never recovered and that she might still be alive. The two policemen suddenly became very uncomfortable. Even the first one, who clearly didn't like cat shifters as a whole, felt bad about the little girl who reminded him of his own daughter. Neither of them thought there was much chance of Nachka ever being found again, but they were unsurprisingly unwilling to tell this to Zorian and instead tried to think of a suitable non-answer they could give him. They both breathed a sigh of relief when their exchange was interrupted by the arrival of their mustachioed friend who exited the house with Hazlush in tow. Hazlush, for his part, decided to lead Zorian on a walk away from the house, ruining his plan to keep mind-reading the mundane policeman while they talked for additional clues. It might be for the better, actually, paying attention to two different thought streams at the same time had already been rather hard. Trying to have a conversation with Hazlush while doing the same would have probably been impossible. So, Zorian. I can call you Zorian, right? Hazlush asked. Zorian nodded, aware that the man had a massive dislike for formality. Right. I'm guessing Miss Koroshka has told you what happened back there, but just so we're clear, Ray and Saw Satchel were found dead in their home yesterday morning, along with the mangled corpses of two giant centipedes. Their daughter was nowhere to be found, and nobody has heard anything about her since. Any of that news to you? Mr. Tveranov and Miss Koroshka already told me most of that, but not the part about the mangled centipedes, said Zorian. Yes, well, your younger sibling reacted so badly to the news that I censored myself a little. Called it a monster attack rather than dwelling on the details, Hazlush shrugged. I apologize for upsetting her so much. I'm told I can be a little tactless at times, but it's a hard trait to lose. This line of work tends to make you more than a little bit morbid, and I sometimes forget most people aren't exposed to death and crime every waking moment of their lives. Zorian thought about assuaging the man's worry and assuring him he didn't hold a grudge about that, but then figured the man would be more willing to share information with him if he appeared guilty, so he remained silent. Instead, he shifted the topic back to the killings. So they were killed by giant centipedes, asked Zorian. I didn't see any damage outside the house. How did they get in? Through the door. Apparently the occupants had left it unlocked. Zorian gave Hazlush an incredulous look. I'm just telling you what we found, Hazlush said defensively. I know this case is strange, it's why we haven't pronounced it closed and moved on. And on that note, is there anything you could tell me about the Satchel family that would explain what happened to them? Of course he did, but nothing he could tell the man without getting himself in trouble. He told Haslush everything he had figured out about the apparent cat shifters through his interactions with them, but this was very sketchy information, and based on Haslush's unhappy expression probably wasn't anything new to the detective. Not that surprising, Amaya alone had probably told him everything Zorian just did and then some. This wasn't really a monster attack, was it? Zorian asked. Haslush gave Zorian a piercing look, which Zorian met unflinchingly. After a few seconds, Haslush withdrew a hip flask from his jacket, took a long, deep sip from it and then put it back into his jacket pocket. No, probably not, he admitted. Why were they targeted and by whom, if you don't mind me asking? Zorian said, trying his luck. Hey, who knows? Maybe the man would even answer. Well now. If I knew that, I wouldn't be speaking to you now, would I? Haslush pointed out. So you have no leads, Zorian concluded. I have too many leads, Haslush corrected. The satchels, well, how much do you really know about them? I presume you're talking about them being cat shifters. Zorian guessed. Ah, so you do know about that. I've been wondering about that. The rest of your housemates didn't seem aware of that fact, but Amaya said you were unreasonably suspicious of Ray right from the start. Well, if you know what they are, then you surely know why this could be any number of things. I don't, actually, said Zorian shaking his head in denial. I was suspicious about Ray because she looked suspicious and I am a paranoid person. Them being cat shifters never factored into it, and to be frank I know virtually nothing about them. What's the deal with cat shifters anyway? Bluntly put, most cat shifters are heavily involved with crime, Haslush said. Theft, smuggling and spying, usually, but occasionally even assassination. Their alternate forms are tailor-made for such shady activities, after all. Cats are small, stealthy animals whose presence is hardly ever notable in and of itself. How many new, never seen them before cats do you see in a week? A lot. Right. In a big city like this, unfamiliar cats are ubiquitous. Few things threaten them aside from humans, and most humans don't hurt cats without reason. And on top of that, shifters get the ability to access traits of their animal form even while they're human, meaning cat shifters get things like night vision, a sense of smell powerful enough to put most dogs to shame, superior balance and agility, and a whole bunch of other benefits. I'm still a bit surprised this lets them be so active in crime, said Zorian. You'd think the sheer flexibility of classical mages employed by the various police forces would allow them to shut down a shifter group operating like that, regardless of their special abilities. Ah, but you're assuming cat shifters work alone, which is not the case at all. They are hands down the most firmly assimilated shifter type of them all. They live in cities and towns among ordinary people, and are virtually indistinguishable from a normal human on casual inspection. Everything a regular citizen could do, cat shifters can as well. In particular, this means they have no problems in getting classical magic of their own. Hell, their links to crime mean they can get their hands on many things an average mage can't, like permanent enhancement rituals or illegal spells for evading notice and influencing people. Do you have any evidence that Ray and her family were that type of cat shifter though? Zorian frowned. Maybe I'm naive, but they didn't look like that to me. Surely there are non-criminal cat shifters. There are, Haslush nodded. And every single cat shifter would have you believe they're one of them. Considering what happened, I don't think I'm willing to put much stock in the Satchel family being such counterexamples. Half an hour later, Haslush decided he'd gotten everything he needed out of Zorian and sent him on his way. Instead of going home, however, Zorian hung back. Once he had confirmed that Haslush was not going back to the scene of the crime, Zorian stealthily went back there in order to do some more fact-finding. There were guards posted in front of the house, but none were inside. Perfect. Zorian didn't dare enter the house himself, afraid that there was some kind of alarm on the house to notify the police of break-ins, but conjuring an ectoplasmic eyeball and sending it inside didn't seem to trip any ward, so he closed his eyes and had his eyeball spy look around the house. The bodies of Ray and Saw were long gone by this time, but it was not hard to figure out where each had died due to all the blood stains. Tragically, Ray seemed to have been killed in front of her daughter's room, trying to keep the attackers away from Nachka. She didn't go down without a fight. The bodies of the two giant centipedes, which the police decided to leave in the house for some reason, littered the entire area. They had been quite literally torn to pieces, their bodies sliced into sections by some powerful severing attack. In the end, though, it hadn't been enough. The door to Nachka's room was smashed open, the only door in the house to have been dealt with so destructively. Her bed flipped over, and Nachka herself nowhere to be found. Zorian had been harboring a hope that maybe Nachka had turned into a cat when the attack had come and then escaped into the night, but that didn't seem likely anymore. It was beyond obvious now that Nachka had been taken by the attackers for some reason. Half an hour later, not having found anything similarly notable, he was ready to call it a day and go home. That's when he searched the place where Ray had died again, and noticed something interesting on the severed head of one of the centipedes. Faintly carved into the chitin of one of the forward sections of the centipede was a very familiar symbol, a circle with an archaic Icosian pictogram for heart inside of it. It wasn't the official symbol used by the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, but it was one of the several secret signs that their lower order cultists used to signal other members of their membership. After inspecting the rest of the centipede parts and failing to find anything else significant, Zorian let the eye dissolve and walked away. So his initial suspicion was right. This wasn't some shady deal coming back to haunt Ray and her family, it was connected to the invasion somehow. Admittedly, Zorian had no idea how, but he knew where he could find that out. The cult of the World Dragon was going to get a lot more visits from Zorian in the coming days. Break. After that day, Zorian's daily schedule changed completely. Kiriel lost all interest in magic and no longer attended the lessons he had organized for her, and he decided to free some more time by dropping his membership in Taven's group and skipping most of his classes. He spent most of this extra time planning and executing attacks on known members of the cult of the World Dragon, trying to find out what they did with Nachka. He attacked them incessantly, hitting 2 or more locations a day, and ruthlessly memory probed every cultist he disabled in those excursions. He learned some interesting things doing that. For instance, while Sudamir Kandriai, the mayor of Nyazov Dveri, was indeed a member of the cult, he was a very independent-minded one, to the point that the cult was very annoyed with him. They seemed to have no idea he was killing soul mages around his town, nor did he have any links to the Abasins as far as they knew. The man promised to give his flocks of iron beaks and hordes of winter wolves to the cult of the World Dragon, not to the invaders as a whole. Zorian supposed he might be in contact with the Abasins on his own initiative, but it was equally possible that his soul mage killing practices were his own thing. What he hoped to accomplish with that, Zorian could only guess. He also found some emergency resource caches that the cult scattered around the city, its underworld, and surrounding villages. They looked very stealable. He made himself a note, a real written note, seeing as how he could now effectively take a notebook with him to the next restart, to search through those in some future restart for anything interesting or easy to sell for some quick cash. When it came to locating Nachka, however, his successes had been underwhelming. He managed to track down the group that kidnapped her, but they had simply been following orders and had long since handed her off to another group. He then tracked down that group too, but they no longer had her either and also didn't know who had her now. He had dived deeply and aggressively into their memories, shattering their minds beyond repair, but to no avail. The man they handed Nachka to was a total unknown to them, other than being a high-ranking member of the cult, and they had absolutely no idea where she might have ended up in. Truthfully, Zorian had already suspected that kidnapping Nachka had been the whole point of the attack on the Sashel family, so his findings weren't a huge surprise. The fact that the order had come from the very top of the cult indicated they considered it to be of critical importance. They also told both groups that Nachka had to be delivered alive and unharmed to the transfer point, forbidding abuse under the pain of death, which was also fairly strange. Why? Why did they want Nachka so badly, and why was her continued health so important? He suspected the answer was something in line with, she's their sacrifice to the primordial to wake him up. Demon summoning often involved ritual killings, so it wouldn't surprise him much if unbinding a primordial required the same. Still, why Nachka in particular? Because she was a shifter. The cultists did refer to the primordial as, among other names, he of the flowing flesh, which could indicate an ability to change its physical form. There were other shifters in the city, though. Other cat shifters, even. He didn't think he could get to the bottom of this by the end of the restart. If he had another week, maybe, but the restart was near its end and the cult of the World Dragon was getting more paranoid in the face of his constant assaults on them. They'd already tried to set up an ambush for him the last time he tried to attack a location, and only his ability to read people's surface thoughts kept him from stumbling into it and getting himself killed. He wasn't going to get much from them in the 2 days he had left before the summer festival. Although, as horrible as Nachka's kidnapping was, it could prove to actually be a huge opportunity for him, so long as it happened predictably in every restart. If he could place some kind of tracker on Nachka, she could lead him to the highest echelons of the cult of Dragon, those who had stayed well hidden from him up until now. Also, if she really was intended as a sacrifice like he suspected, she could lead him to the place where the cult intended to perform their unbinding ritual, which could be a key to a lot of mysteries surrounding the cult's actions, perhaps even the time loop itself. He would have to wait and see how events would play out in the next restart. Break. Can we talk? Zorian looked away from the novel he was reading and glanced towards Kiriel, who was currently standing on the doorway, nervously gripping one of the support beams. Strange. Kiriel had been very subdued and asocial ever since Nachka had disappeared, rarely ever bothering him anymore, so her approaching him like this was quite unexpected. Sure, he agreed easily. He wasn't doing anything important at the moment, anyway. He was supposed to be organizing his notebook so he could store the latest blueprints in his mind, but he just didn't feel like doing that at the moment and was instead procrastinating with some light reading. He could spare some time for his little sister. What is it? She ran up to him and, before he could tell her to stop, hurled herself on top of him. As he was currently lying on his bed, she ended up basically reenacting what had long become a very familiar scene to Zorian. Damn it, Kiri, I get enough of that crap at the beginning of each loop, thought Zorian, but refrained from actually saying it out loud. Kiriel was already shaken up, no need to snap at her when she finally decided to open up a little. Where are your shoes? He asked instead. Don't tell me you've been walking around the house barefooted again. Kiriel glanced at her feet and gave him a guilty look. Don't be like Mom, Zorian. It was only one time. You're doing it right now, too, Zorian pointed out. Okay, 2 times, she said, pouting. He put a bookmark into his novel, laid it aside, pushed her off of him and rose in a sitting position. She immediately mimicked him, sitting on the end of his bed beside him. They sat like that in silence for a while, Kiriel dangling her bare feet over the floor and staring at her toes like they were the most fascinating thing in the world. I'm sorry, she finally said. What are you sorry for? Asked Zorian, surprised. For being difficult. Difficult? Asked Zorian incredulously. He peered into her mind for a moment and found her thinking about Mother. Ugh. Yeah, that did kind of sound like something their mother would say. She never did like crying much. One of the few things she praised him for was that he rarely cried, even as a young child. Kiri, you lost your friend. It's okay to be sad about that. You weren't being difficult at all. But you've been avoiding me all week, she mumbled. I wasn't avoiding you, he protested, aghast that she would even think that. I was just giving you some space to grieve in peace. You know. And besides, I was. She gave him a curious look when he didn't continue. You were what? Should he tell her? I was trying to find Nachka, he finally admitted. Her eyes widened at this. You were. Is that, you should have told me. I didn't want to get your hopes up, Zorian said. I was hoping anyway, she said, gripping the sheets tightly in her little fists. He put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her into an embrace. She was still tense, but gradually relaxed after a while and returned his hug. I didn't find her, he admitted after a while. Well, obviously, she said, as if it was the most self-evident thing ever. But you tried. You knew you probably weren't going to find her, and you still went out and searched for her. You didn't cry and mope around the house all day like I did. Kiri, you're 9, Zorian sighed. What else could you have done? You're being way too hard on yourself. She didn't say anything to that. Eventually he decided to just spend some time playing cards with her and praising her drawings. Which did cheer her up in the end, so he chalked that up as one of his better ideas. One of these days, once he mastered the alteration spell he was using to transfer notes into subsequent restarts sufficiently, he should gather some of her artwork into an art book of some sort and copy it into the next restart. Showing her the drawings she herself had made in previous restarts was bound to produce some amusing reactions. Break. Later that evening, Zorian decided he had given Kale enough time to wrap up his last-minute experiments and went down into the basement to retrieve the last of the Morlock's promised notebooks. The door was unlocked, so Zorian simply walked in and closed them behind him. As the door clicked shut, Zorian felt the sounds of the house above them disappear, the privacy portion of the wards placed on the basement engaging and soundproofing the room. Among many other things. The privacy measures were apparently a standard part of the warding package the Academy used to secure their workshops, and thus got added automatically to Amaya's basement when Kale had requested they turn it into a proper alchemical workshop, something that was very convenient in moments like these, since it meant that Zorian didn't have to spend hours securing the room every time he wanted to talk to Kale about some sensitive subject. You done yet? Zorian asked the other boy. Kale ignored him for a moment, staring at some passage in the book in front of him, but then shook his head and pushed it away from him, massaging his eyes. Yes, I'm done, he said. He pointed at the notebook placed on top of a large stack of books. The notebook is there. Everything is ready on your end. Mostly, Zorian said. I still have to write down some stuff I found out today. Kale raised an eyebrow at him. I thought you said you were taking a break from the cult today. I did, Zorian said. Doesn't mean I did absolutely nothing, though. Oh. Basically, I was thinking about warding, and how the upper-level cultists all lived in warded houses that were a pain to break into and was thinking of how to speed the process up. And then I remembered that there is not only already a type of tool to do that present on the black market, I actually know where to find one for free. The Urania had stolen a ward scanner from one of the invaders a while before the start of the time loop, and the device was surely still in the destroyed colony. You said you don't like going there, Kale noted. I don't, Zorian sighed. The place it has too many bad memories. And the corpses of the Urania are literally scattered all over the place, so it's hard to go there and not be reminded of that whole fiasco that saw them destroyed. I still think they were somehow ejected from the time loop rather than soul-killed, Kale said. I agree with what other people told you, souls are indestructible. There has got to be a trick there. Yes, well, time travel is supposed to be impossible too, Zorian pointed out. Though I'll admit that I'm hoping you're right. Never mind that for the moment, the point is that I went there to find the ward scanner, and I couldn't find it. So? Kale asked. So, that means that either somebody already took it or that there is some secret part of the Uranian complex that I'm unaware of. And frankly, I think it's the latter. I mean, once I thought about it a little, the sheer emptiness of the Uranian settlement was very suspicious. The Sciorian web was very wealthy and surely had a sizable treasury. The matriarch often implied they have some kind of storage full of trade items and such. But I never saw anything like that when I checked the settlement out earlier, probably because I was very uncomfortable there and in a hurry to leave. You think there is something important there? Time loop related? No, probably not, Zorian admitted. But I need every advantage over Red Robe I can get, and there could be a lot of useful stuff there. Who knows what the Urania have squirreled away over the years? True, Kale agreed, rising from his seat and popping his spine. Well, I'm tired. I think I'll go to sleep now. Is there anything else we need to talk about? There's nothing pressing I can think of, Zorian said, shaking his head. I see. Just so you know, I'll be taking Kana with me on a trip to a nearby village on the day of the summer festival. I don't really want to be in Syoria when the invasion comes, and I'm even less enthused about Kana being caught up in the invasion. I understand. I'm glad. If you want, I can take Kiriel with me, said Kale. I know you've been agonizing about what to do with her for a while now. Yeah, agreed Zorian. I don't want to leave her alone for the invasion, but at the same time I need to be able to move freely if I am to investigate what's happening with the invasion after all these changes. You think she'll agree to go with you? I don't know, that's up to you, Kale shrugged. All I can do is make an offer. Fine, I'll talk to her, Zorian sighed. That'll be a lovely talk, I can already tell. Notify me what you decided by tomorrow evening, said Kale. And just like that, the restart was already almost done. Tomorrow he would see how the invasion of the city proceeded this time around. Break. Zorian looked over his things, trying to remember if he had forgotten something crucial in his rush to finish the preparations in time. He couldn't think of anything, but it would be just like him to forget something blindingly obvious while worrying about the irrelevant minutiae. He still had several hours to burn until the start of the invasion, however, so he left the preparations alone for now and left his room to find some quick diversion. Remembering that Amaya kept a whole miniature library of exotic works in her house, he set off to browse its shelves in search of a good time waster. He found Amaya already there, though, staring at her collection with a faraway look. Miss Kuroshka, he asked worriedly. He was getting some worrying feelings from her with his empathy. Are you all right? She mumbled, before her brain rebooted again and she truly focused on his presence. Oh, Zorian. How long have you been standing there? I only just came here. Been looking for a book to pass the time with, but you looked. Don't worry, she sighed. I'm just disturbed by the sudden quiet in the house. It looks so lonely. Ha. I thought you'd be glad to have some peace and quiet for a change, Zorian said. She snorted. I think you're projecting your own attitude here a little, she said. Probably, admitted Zorian. He always did like to have some space from everybody else, and would have probably welcomed a situation like this in her place. But Kale and the girls are only gone for one day, so it's hardly a big deal. You could have gone with them, you know. I know. But if there really is rioting during the festival, like you said there might be, I don't want to leave my house to the looters. It's the only thing I have left. Oh. Sorry, getting a little personal there, she smiled. Is there any particular book you were looking at? There was a loud knock on the front door. Amaya and Zorian both raised their eyebrows at each other, apparently neither of the two knew who might be coming for a visit in this time of day. Most people were getting ready to attend a summer festival somewhere, either at some friend's house or some other venue. Amaya hurried towards the door to see who it was. There was a brief pause where Amaya had a brief exchange with whoever was at the door, after which Amaya called out at Zorian to join them. Zorian, your date is here, she yelled. My date? He asked incredulously, more to himself than to anyone else. How could he have a date when he didn't? She didn't. But she totally did. As he came to the front door to see what Amaya was talking about, the frowning face of Akoja greeted him from the doorframe. Hello, AKO, Zorian said blandly. What a surprise to see you here. I suppose Ilsa had something to do with this. Yes, she fumbled, her composure breaking for a bit. Miss Salady told me to accompany you to the dance, since we are both without a partner. Now wasn't that interesting? How the hell had Ilsa known that? True, Zorian had no date for the dance, and in fact had no intention of attending the academy dance at all, but she shouldn't have been aware of that. Zorian had never told her anything to that effect, nor did he hint at that to anyone except Amaya. Damn. He gave his landlord a dirty look before refocusing back on Akoja. This was not part of the plan. He was supposed to roam around the city, observing the invaders in action and noting the changes to their tactics as a result of the various changes arising from the destruction of the Arania and that unfortunate mercenary band he'd hired to participate in the ambush. Sometimes he hated his empathy. Without it, he would never have known just how much this meant for Akoja and how hard blowing her off to do his own thing would hit her. We still have several hours before we have to be at the dance hall. Come inside and wait with Amaya for a bit while I run some urgent errands in the city, he said. What? She stammered, confused, as Zorian squeezed past her through the door and began walking into the city. Wait, you can't just dash. Zorian quickly cast the teleport spell and let the city's teleport beacon draw him into Sayoria's teleport access point. He had lots of work to do and only so much time to execute it. Break. What were you in such a hurry for, earlier? Akoja asked as they slowly made their way towards the academy. She was surprisingly calm and polite, all things considered. Zorian had thought she'd be more annoyed at him because of his emergency exit earlier. I had something already arranged before you arrived. I had to take care of some things when you came knocking at Amaya's door, Zorian said. Cancel some things and adjust others. Specifically, he was placing marker stones in various parts of the city to make scrying easier. Watching the invasion forces move through the city was not quite the same as ambushing isolated battle groups and rooting through their minds, but at least it was something. Maybe it was better this way. His original plan was kind of ambitious. Possibly too ambitious. As they talked, Akoja told him a little about how the rest of his classmates handled the changes to the restart. It was mostly just idle chat, though it did remind him that he hadn't paid much attention to his class in this restart. There was just so much to do in this particular restart that interaction with his classmates sort of fell by the wayside. Considering that one of his motivations for coming back to Sayoria had been to see and talk to them again, that was something that should probably be remedied in the near future. The night proceeded far more smoothly than the last one where he'd had Akoja as his date. She seemed to have far more respect and concern for his wishes this time around, though Zorian couldn't for the life of him figure out why. In some ways he had actually been a bigger jerk now than he had back then. Regardless, once the flares started hitting the city, he snuck away from her and started scrying the city for information. The initial barrage of artillery spells was different this time around. While the old artillery barrage used by the invaders specifically targeted critical buildings whose destruction was calculated to send the city into chaos and cripple its ability to organize a defense, the new barrage was uninspired. Oh, they still targeted the central police station, the city hall, and other obvious targets, but things like backup government buildings and armories were left intact. In fact, a lot of the flares seemed to have been aimed completely at random, demolishing unremarkable clusters of houses and civilian apartments, something that would admittedly greatly increase the number of deaths in the invasion, but was of questionable strategic benefit. Bizarrely, every single temple in the city was the target of at least one flare. Zorian had no idea what the invaders were trying to accomplish there, and it definitely wasn't something they did in their previous invasion plan. The fights around the city were far fiercer than they had been in Zorian's previous restarts. Partly it was due to the defenders being in a lot better shape this time around, courtesy of the invasion's poor choice of targets for their initial strike, but there was more to it than that. The invasion forces seemed a lot less coordinated than he remembered them being. They moved a lot less purposefully through the city and often blew off their apparent goals to rampage through the undefended civilian neighborhoods. That happened sometimes in the past as well, but never in such high numbers. As far as the initial attack on the academy went, the invaders chose their actions there just as poorly as they did elsewhere. The new barrage targeted the academy building directly instead of aiming for the less well-defended dormitories and support buildings like the old barrage did. Consequently, the flares simply splashed harmlessly off the heavy wards protecting the main complex, doing minimal damage. With no need to render aid and run damage control in the peripheral part of the academy, the teachers were free to keep their forces concentrated and organize the evacuation of the student body and other non-combatant employees much more competently than they had before. Funny, he originally thought the academy was massively incompetent for leading the students into massive underground death traps, especially since that involved going over vast swathes of open ground where they would be completely exposed. They didn't look so dumb right now. The evacuation went off without a single problem, and no one attacked them when they were shoved inside the shelters. Zorian was pretty sure at this point that he was looking at what the invasion was really like, what it would look like had Red Robe never given them any help. When he really thought about it, most of their mistakes could be chalked up to being far less well-informed and lacking the ability to bypass every ward and defense they encounter because they've been either keyed into them or knew how to counter it quickly. It would appear that Red Robe really did abandon the invaders in this restart, right down to the very end. Was this a one-time thing, or did Red Robe suddenly decide not to meddle in the invasion anymore? His musings were interrupted by Ilsa coming to the shelter and demanding that every combat-capable student come with her to defend the academy. Thanks to him participating in monster hunts with Taven's group, that included him as well, so he got up from his spot on the floor and joined the group of students following her outside. There, he saw what had gotten Ilsa so concerned that she was recruiting students as defenders. The invaders were massing just outside the academy wards, preparing for an all-out assault. Entire regiments of war trolls, winter wolves and skeletons were present there, supported by their mage handlers and thick flocks of razor beaks. More unusually, there were a couple of flying drakes mixed in among the deadly corvids, and two bulky, elephant-sized lizards stalked in front of the miniature army. Thunder lizards, Ilsa said distastefully from beside him. Immensely tough and very destructive. They can breathe arcs of electricity in a straight line in front of them, so try not to fight them from the front if you are forced to engage them at all. Lovely. He never saw those in any previous restarts. Maybe this was something they never felt like committing to the battlefield because they never felt they needed them. But the time for considering such things was over. Although clearly not fully assembled for attack, the commander of the monstrous horde urged his forces to charge ahead. Maybe he felt that waiting for the rest of the forces would be a bad move since the academy defenders were busily fortifying their positions, or maybe he was just impatient. Either way, they surged ahead, thunder lizards leading the charge. Zorian knew he could offer very little by simply pouring some more offensive spells into the attacking horde along with the rest of the defenders, but he had a better idea anyway. Focusing on the two thunder lizards, he felt their simplistic minds and was overjoyed to find out that they were far less magically resistant than he had feared. He suspected that might be the case. The invaders were probably controlling those things with mind magic to begin with, so it would only make sense that they were not all that resistant to it. Regardless, this meant he could manipulate them. Not to the extent of directing them like puppets, but enough to negate their attacks. Sure enough, when the lizards started approaching the makeshift barricades that the teachers had made out of the ground via alteration spells, the two lizards opened their toothy mouths and tried to blow up the barricades with their thunder attack. Zorian quickly seized control of their movements and made them angle their heads towards one another, their thunder attacks colliding with each other's bodies. A surge of anger flooded the minds of the two thunder lizards, and they halted their charge in favor of roaring at each other, too dumb to realize their actions were caused by outside influence. Zorian seized on this opportunity, amplifying their wrath and urging them to fight each other, and the two of them promptly collided with each other and began fighting to the death. To their credit, the rest of the invading forces simply flowed around the two battling behemoths, unconcerned with their failure. The battle was joined. Break. Zorian stared at the battle site full of corpses, more than a little bit dazed. He had been in a fair amount of battles ever since he'd gotten pulled into the time loop, but nothing quite like this. The fight had quickly turned chaotic once the two forces seriously started engaging one another, and even now that it was over, Zorian still wasn't sure what exactly happened there. They won in the end, repulsing the attackers. The mages decided to flee when enough of their monster minions got killed, but they lost far more people in the attack than Zorian had thought they would. Zorian himself was surrounded by a pack of winter wolves at one point and only survived thanks to no less than 5 blasting rods he had smuggled into the dance hall with him. Well, that and Kieran's timely arrival with reinforcements to drive the attackers back. He jumped in fright when someone's heavy hand clasped his shoulder suddenly, almost blowing their head off with a reflexive piercer before he realized it was just Kieran. "You're the one that was messing with the heavy-hitter monsters during the whole fight, aren't you?" his combat teacher asked. "Yeah," Zorian shrugged. "No need to keep it a secret this close to the end. I felt that was the most effective way of contributing to the battle that I was capable of." "Well, that flying drake would have roasted poor Nora alive if you hadn't made it plow into the ground suddenly, so thanks for that. Though we're really going to have to talk about how you learned how to do that and what exactly your limits are." "Ha," Zorian snorted. "It's far too late for that, I'm afraid." "Oh?" Kieran asked, a mixture of warning and curiosity in his voice. "Yes," Zorian confirmed. He consulted his watch to see what time it was. It was 2 hours and 39 minutes after midnight. "I'm afraid this loop is just about to end." Kieran stared at him blankly for a few seconds before opening his mouth to say something. Before he could utter a single word, though, everything went black and Zorian woke up back in Siren, ready to start this month anew.